my face. Hands so sweat for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence. It's time to stand up. It's up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united. Got metal in my hand, we roll, yeah, we keep coming on. We have to scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here, we win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united.
Global Esports Accent.
也不是办法，
修真这么勇敢，
主动摸出去
出来，
勇气可嘉。但是他面对到的是今天手感最强的嘉伟阿尼给，反而见缝插针成功收掉嘉伟的情况之下，最终还是由这一把吃鸡的队伍 GES 没有问题。
这把谁的局？
遥远祝福
NH 遥远祝福 GX 这一把真的要吃鸡了吗？
我看 CRS 是难逃一死了，只剩下最后2名，只剩下最后1名。
局部的4压1扣1也被帮倒了。
恭喜今天第3场吃鸡的队伍，
会很难处理，
躲在纸箱旁。但是这时候嘉伟先抓到了丘比，同时 JY 也是半残状态。丘比决定往前爬，帮忙听资讯，但是这边的对枪，嘉伟选择先边掉，而且没有问题。
是，丢弃电视机打残再收掉了对手，没问题。嘉伟秀
学弟把学长提早先送出局以外，结果赛德斯配上 BDM 也把 YT 所淘汰了。
没错，继续交代嘉伟几次的闪身残血的情况下，只剩10滴往石头上面踩，反打成功，丘比被放倒，再被边掉，嘉伟失。
Top 来看一下这一波嘉伟的独享塔龙这一边，
不直接下注吗？
嘉伟
雾弥漫，我们开始犯乃至尊，哇！反而先被抓到了，苏菲没问题，先击杀牛奶的情况之下，只剩下 SR 一个人，同时要小心的是 ACT 什么时候要出手，没有这里可以。 哇，
现在只剩下 CC， 哇，竟然正面没有掉任何一个人。
HQ 被灭掉的同时，阿比斯立刻一出来，毛毛最后也被苏菲给收掉了。恭喜 GX 终于在第2天战的残局。
是这个结局想不到，冲进来的第一个人没有人补枪，但后续窗口也没打倒，
已经1打2了，最后小
杀人王的神奇1打3 ，Oh my God！ 靠，3打2要来做攻坚，人数上面来说其实没有特别的优势，但这一波的交枪有办法力有油，瞬间带倒2个，第一个哇，可惜只带倒1个，
哦，2只，看一下第3个机会吗？
哇，1K3，你回来了，
给卡乃点到2发，
对他也是前一季杀人王的，不要闹了。哦，这边再打1只，打第2只，哇，漂亮！你知道这个问题点出在哪里吗？就是斯巴达没有补枪，对他刚刚怕了，他不知道在看哪里，然后呢就让卡乃收掉了这一个 outplay。
没错，最后1滴。
Looking vehicle. TSM Na'Vi all on joint rotations, but where the hell are they going to go? There's not too many options.
That was a drive-by.
This is the down on them from the
drive-by again.
fields. Another drive-by, this time Aduzi, and I was talking about them. TSM, how they've completely forgot about Na'Vi for whatever reason. They just ignored them down in the south side, and Aduzi takes them down, and TSM are finding they're in trouble. Gustav's, where's he going to go? He's going straight to Aduzi. He's dead.
Oh no, he's got no health. He's pulling up on this with no... What do you... It's a questionable one, that. It's a real questionable one. I actually think that's why Michael was there.
Hillside, there is a prime real estate. 7 are pulling up, Aduzi's there. Little nade coming out, there's the underhand. Who's he going to catch? Did he bounce off the car?
He's going to do it now.
Oh, that's bounced off the ridge. Oh, what a nade from Aduzi.
He's done another.
They can't get in. They can't get in. The car. What just happened?
It's a tragedy. What an app.
Base points
Yes.
more than Crow Crowd just today.
That's massive.
That's 10 points more than Crow Crowd per game.
Yeah. Unless Crow Crowd really slips up, they've got a great...
We're able to do this in probably the most competitive leagues, at least when it comes to the top end. So, you know, it's...
Number one fragger. In
Crow Crowd is in the lead,
Yes.
but only 9.8 global points,
Okay.
which transfers to 14.
lose it.
No,
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Not with Bestolosh about, that's for sure. 16 kill game in the end for Na'Vi. A monstrous performance. They had a pretty poor week overall last week and a pretty poor day yesterday as well. So they needed...
Gonna be a legend.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Lift me from the ground. Talk to me, I love that sound. Out of words when you're around. I've been trying to come down. On a high when you're around. Lift me from the ground. Talk to me, I love that sound. Out of words when you're around. Lift me from the ground. I've been trying to come down. On a high when you're around. Lift me from the ground.
Miramar is vast, open, deserted areas, long, empty roads, kind of a post-apocalyptic landscape, gives you this Badlands feeling.
서바이벌 패스 5에서는 어떤 것들을 보여드릴 수 있을지에 대해서 저희가 고민을 했었고요. 많은 플레이어분들이 미라마의 밸런싱에 대해서 피드백을 주셨어요. 그래서 미라마를 개선하기로 했습니다.
Season 5 title is Badlands and it revolves around the Miramar.
제가 시즌 4에서 아쉬웠던 부분은 처음으로 PUBG의 이야기가 공개가 됐는데 게임 밖에서 이루어졌다는 부분이었어요. 이것이 게임 내에서 유저분들이 자기 게임 플레이와 혼합돼서 즐기실 수 있으면 더 강력한 즐거움이 될 거라고 생각을 했었거든요. 미라마가 흥미로운 점은 에란겔과 사이즈가 같지만 훨씬 더 커 보인다는 점이었어요. 따라서 미라마에서는 지나가고 탐색할 공간이 훨씬 더 많은 것처럼 느껴지거든요. 그래서 우리는 이 넓은 미라마에서 플레이를 할 때 숨은 물건 찾기 요소를 더하면 재밌을 것이라고 생각했습니다. 플레이 중에 디스크를 획득을 하게 되고 모은 디스크는 커뮤니티 미션에 쌓이게 됩니다. PC, 엑스박스, PS 플레이어 모두가 모은 디스크는 한 군데에 쌓이고요. 그렇기 때문에 커뮤니티 미션도 동시에 진행이 됩니다. 디스크가 플랫폼에 구애받지 않는다는 것이에요.
The most important consideration was making sure that it is convenient to use, fun, fast, and responsive. We wanted to make sure that the feature can be used in multiple situations, such as stealth approach to the enemy, to finish off opponents which are knocked down, or even used in drive-bys. Basically, have as much precision as possible by allowing you to throw weapons through the windows, through tight gaps.
황무지에서는 총알을 찾기도 어려울 때가 있겠죠. 그럴 때는 바로 옆에 있는 근접 무기라도 써야 될 때가 생길 텐데요. 근접 무기라서 꼭 가까이에서만 공격할 수 있는 것이 아니라 멀리 있는 적을 맞추면 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했었고 황무지라는 컨셉과 잘 어울렸던 것 같아요.
I was improving our projectile code to fix bugs in grenade movement. At some point, this refactor made it possible to launch even big game objects with proper physics applied. Just for fun, I replaced grenades with frying pans. Then we've had a series of playtests to see how this feature would fit the game. And it was amazing, so we immediately turned this into an actual feature.
처음에 근접 무기 던지기 기능의 프로토타입 영상을 저한테 보여줬을 때 와 재밌겠다, 이건 꼭 미션으로 만들어야 돼 라는 생각이 들었었습니다. 그래서 시즌 미션 트랙으로 근접 무기 트랙을 만들었고요. 보상으로서 특수한 근접 무기 스킨을 얻을 수 있습니다.
You may find that melee throw range is too low to be used outdoors. In our early implementation, the range was higher, but it looked ridiculous and it was breaking immersion. A human being cannot throw a cast iron frying pan as far as an apple. So I added more complexity to ballistics, and then to get the right look and feel, I was tuning the 3 parameters. Launch velocity, air drag force, and even gravity. As a result, frying pan travels so fast that it looks like it actually can kill someone.
In terms of item throwing, this is a feature directly related to our mission to improve the teamwork aspects of PUBG in duo and squad modes. The most important thing was to improve the quality of life of the players. We hope to help in those incidental situations where you would get locked up under fire and unable to move from your cover. This system basically helps you provide ammunition or medical items to those players who cannot otherwise move closer to you. Also, it makes you much more mobile and less locked down to a place.
시즌4에서 가장 즐거웠던 부분은 팬분들이 저희의 이야기를 가지고 확장시키고 추리하시고 새로운 이야기를 만드시고 저희의 의도를 간파하시고 그러한 것들이 굉장히 즐거웠어요. 이번 시즌에도 좀 더 재밌게 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고요.
I think it will bring a lot of satisfaction, grab a kill or maybe even a chicken dinner, as it looks both funny and dramatic, and especially looking forward to seeing some amazing shots being pulled off during drive-bys or crazy jumps with nice weapon throw finish.
많은 피드백을 주시고 그것에 맞춰서 저희는 게임을 개발하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
but it looks like they've got a lot of attention from Liquid now.
Ibi catches the last man with Gamer Legion as well, and IP go down. Oh no, straight into the phase dip. Gonna work. The tag's coming out from Faceland. They're the one marking Team Liquid up, but they haven't yet to get a knock.
The center is right in the middle. No one's claimed it just yet. It's a firefight all the way through. Raw skill and raw aim will take it. Samsy finds 280, gets one in return. Samsy's down. It's now a 3v2.
Chief's going on the flank. He gets around the side, but instantly Mexi's there. Gets the flush down. It's a 2-on-2 as he tries to push. Genty trying to do what he can. Form a phase man. Taken very low. 80 down to nothing. Ibi gets dropped. Is Genty going for the heal? Surely he's going to go. He's got to get the heal off. Can he get his brother up? I'm not too sure. He's going to have to take it. He gets himself a flush. 14 kills, but it's FaZe Clan out. Nicely played by Aitzy. And FaZe Clan get a 22-point game. Stretch their lead at the top.
And it feels like it might be the case here, but really well played at the end. They handled the pressure well from both sides. Got to say, though, the Knights big...
Aitzy is right there. Chris has no idea. God. Yeah, I mean, who expects a snake in the field like that at this stage?
Oh, he's so good, too. Oh, G2 are just being torn limb from limb. This guy is just an...
They've actually not had a bad week.
No, they've stepped it up when it mattered. They started to find a bit of form. Obviously, the winners from the last game, their FaZe. Good little victory for them. Came to a fun little...
They made it work, but I would say they were assisted in their actions. Chris obviously caught out by Fex as he was coming out of the Harry Potter.
Yeah, completely surround them. They've got nowhere to move. If they get a knock, it would be good.
Oh my word. Meanwhile, the kill
Nade's coming in. Nade's coming in, Lee.
Run.
Oh, that was an accidental. Oh my god!
What? Are you kidding me?
What in the hell?
Are you kidding me? Eight's got to be careful of this position, but Squeaky has left in position. He sees Rustomart down low. Uber has gone massive for FaZe here, and this could be down to a 2-on-2.
There's a reason why he's one of the best in the world, and these clutch moments and situations are exactly why. He's been sat here biding his time the entirety. Finally, Rustomart, the backup plan. He hits the world. He's got the shot that's needed. Uber needs to confirm this. He does. We're into a 1 versus 1. He can clutch it single-handedly. All 4 players.
에서 굉장한 도발을 했던 VSG. 자, 벤치 쪽으로 수류탄이 날아요. 가는 팀 아닌가요? 여기서 방송이 시작했습니다. 포스의 경기력이 그렇게 무력하게 무너질 경.
숫자에서 앞섭니다.
그렇습니다. 태민 기자리고요.
구도를 만들어놨기 때문에
SK텔레콤 T1 마지막 매치에서 치킨을 획득하게 되면서 미국으로 아카드 여기 큰 그림. 자, 기절당했어요. 아카드 큰 그림. 하도 올킬.
오, 예.
자기장.
T1 입장에서 지금 아무리 T1이어도
그래도 들어갔으면 끝났어요.
마크팅 했으면
네. 와! 아카드 지금 이러는 싸움이 들어가서 진짜 아카드 살려요.
I hope my boys weren't too hard on you. But I've been hearing some pretty disturbing rumors that you've been placing bids for my territory behind my back. Of course, they can't be true because you know Miramar belongs to me. I'd let you borrow it for your race, but that doesn't give you permission to make new deals on your own.
기적과도 같은 정말 슈퍼 플레이 중 슈퍼 플레이. 레시도 무너지고.
엔투세이스가 너무 지금 완벽하게 플레이.
푸시하네요. 한 명 잡으러. 자, 킵스가 진짜 미칠 듯한 플레이 보여주지 않으니까 이거는 끊죠. 끝났어요. 오지엔의 투수 에이스. 16점 가져가네요. 오늘 침착하게 한 명씩 잡아내기. 네. 지원이었어요. 그쪽은. 자, 미키요. 와우. 다른 데 보고 와. 에이스. 와, 잘 쳤어요. 자, 선수 싸움. 와, 이거 킬 내고 치킨 먹으면은 엔투스에이스의 드라마틱한 역전. 대역전 가고. 오지엔 엔투스에이스. 18점. 자, 이렇게면 점수 계산해보면요. 50대 엔투스에이스. 와, 쓸어남았어요. 엔투스에이스. 띄우긴 했는데. 자, 6. 자, 16점 가져가면 바뀌어요. 자, 라운드 스킷. 와, 이거.
Going parallel with G2. Both going straight across. I don't really know where they're going to end up, actually. This is dangerous.
Oh, Chris is so sick. He literally just turned the car, pulled up, and he might just absolutely batter the Knights. They did not expect this one at all. This is how you're meant to do it. This is how you absolutely destroy a team on rotation. I love watching Chris. This guy's an individual is just so filthy.
I wish his play would have come. Look at Yanis jumping on the back with the barrel, rolling up behind one. He drops out. Oh, they've just trashed the car. And Chris gets another.
Thank you. Maybe might even get clipped by that potentially. He can't get the res here. Oh my god, he just...
Did you see that flick?
Yeah, that's...
And they can just work up the hill. There's nothing really to stop them there. Desperados are kind of around the cliff
Here we go,
sides.
G2 ascending it.
Yeah, and again...
All right, Nelos.
Find a ditch. And just with the drive-by, Nelos. Okay, they found a ditch.
Oh,
and they're going to make it work. They've took 7 down, so that's bought them. And it is totally possible we could see something crazy happening, but... Gotta be honest.
There's only so many times we can keep saying that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like...
From Crow Crowd there in a 2v4, and G2 make it work for them.
We expect to see that happen. We've seen really good endings from Crow Crowd.
So he's down low. Nelos does strike, but it's quickly answered. He gets himself 2 down at the same time. It's a double. Chris gets Misa down, and what has happened here? Timmy now the last man standing. It's a 1-on-1.
Yeah, Nelos is a little baffled. He's now actually allowed to play this one out, probably. But now you can see Nookie's going to spot out the information. That's going to be called. What does Teme do off the back of this?
Position known. He's got the rock, though. He's got the center point. The grenade's looking good. Timmy has to move away from it. Quick knock onto Nelos. Has to get the heel off quickly. But look at Timmy's flank. Has he gone down too low? I'm not too sure. He's exposed himself. He has, and G2 take it. They just beat FaZe out in a straight up fight. They're going to be delighted with that. Just spoke to Sam T. I managed to get a quick word with him and so asking about Reciprocity will lose 1 as Coldamenta tries to edge his way nearer to Na'Vi's back door. He's got a knock on a doozy there, I think it is. I don't know whether it was him that did it, but either way.
Really did just springboard right to the top. You've got to look at N47, of course. They are the ones setting the bar for teams coming out of that sort of scenario and then just pushing way further than expected. They were...
Iro's on nothing, but he's got a cross. He's managed to get in support. Gustav gets shivved down. That was going for the revive. Big play from TSM again, starting things off just as we saw yesterday with it as well. That's going straight to Reciprocity. There could be a massive nade from Sixmo. Where did it go? Oh, Gustav managed to catch him. So Gustav will get the kills. That is 6 for Gustav and 5 for Iro. Gustav going massive.
Oh my god.
Gets beautiful death down. Look, it's a Sixmo and nails the headshot. 8 kills for Gustav, 15 for TSM. My god, did they play that well.
It would be cool, but I have to go with Frost as well. I definitely think Crowcard is gonna look at it. I talked
for G2, and well, M47, the push they were making is backfired as Efol finds the head of Iro.
He does go down. Gustav will turn onto Rustamar, connects with 1. There's still a few alive. They need to find these snakes in the grass. Michael cleaning up with the grenades. How many more do they have on top of the building? His teammates are bleeding out. Michael's downstairs. He doesn't know where Trefeli is. He's around the corner still. He's met him inside. Michael finds the danger zone.
Spray. The nade's not quite close enough, but it forces TSM back.
Yeah, TSM are in all kinds of trouble, but that's a really good nade from Iro to slow down a doozy. That slowed down the roll enough that they can at least stabilize for a second. And Pokemon out of nowhere going to go down, and TSM more than stabilizing. They've taken down Raise Your Edge casually. Iro wants in on the action as well. He's like, all right, Gustav, I saw what you did. Let me have my moment this time.
out here trying to breathe. Alright, alright. She ain't never gonna leave. Alright, alright. Right behind my shoulder. Whispers that we're on the same team. Yeah. Know the shit she done is for me. Yeah. She says I'm being paranoid, but I'm not. Yeah. And I say just go away. Just go away. Just go away. I'm wondering every day. Every day. Every day. Why can't I just force you out of my life? Why can't I just find a way, a better way to survive? No one really cares if you try. Everything you have is a lie. I may come and go for a while, but no, I'm gonna be until you die. If only you were buried in my mind, pushing me to the edge of my decline. Try to keep my grip, but I'm falling off the edge, and I don't know how I'm still alive. I don't really care if you try. Nothing will change your life. Just know that I'm here till you die. Trying to breathe, alright, alright. She ain't never gonna leave, alright, alright. Right behind my shoulder. Whispers that we're on the same day, yeah. Know the shit you done is for me, yeah. Says I'm being paranoid, but I'm not, yeah. Don't let
Miramar is vast, open, deserted areas, long, empty roads, kind of a post-apocalyptic landscape, gives you this Badlands feeling.
서바이벌 패스 5에서는 어떤 것들을 보여드릴 수 있을지에 대해서 저희가 고민을 했었고요. 많은 플레이어분들이 미라마의 밸런싱에 대해서 피드백을 주셨어요. 그래서 미라마를 개선하기로 했습니다.
Season 5 title is Badlands, and it revolves around the Miramar.
제가 시즌4에서 아쉬웠던 부분은 처음으로 PUBG의 이야기가 공개가 됐는데 게임 밖에서 이루어졌다는 부분이었어요. 이것이 게임 내에서 유저분들이 자기 게임 플레이와 혼합돼서 즐기실 수 있으면 더 강력한 즐거움이 될 거라고 생각을 했었거든요. 미라마가 흥미로운 점은 에란겔과 사이즈가 같지만 훨씬 더 커 보인다는 점이었어요. 따라서 미라마에서는 지나가고 탐색할 공간이 훨씬 더 많은 것처럼 느껴지거든요. 그래서 우리는 이 넓은 미라마에서 플레이를 할 때 숨은 물건 찾기 요소를 더하면 재밌을 것이라고 생각했습니다. 플레이 중에 디스크를 획득을 하게 되고 모은 디스크는 커뮤니티 미션에 쌓이게 됩니다. PC, 엑스박스, PS 플레이어 모두가 모은 디스크는 한 군데에 쌓이고요. 그렇기 때문에 커뮤니티 미션도 동시에 진행이 됩니다. 디스크가 플랫폼에 구애받지 않는다는 것이에요.
The most important consideration was making sure that it is convenient to use, fun, fast, and responsive. Yeah, we wanted to make sure that the feature can be used in multiple situations, such as stealth approach to the enemy, to finish off opponents which are knocked down, or even used in drive-bys. Basically, have as much precision as possible by allowing you to throw weapons through the windows, through tight gaps.
황무지에서는 총알을 찾기도 어려울 때가 있겠죠. 그럴 때는 바로 옆에 있는 근접 무기라도 써야 될 때가 생길 텐데요. 근접 무기라서 꼭 가까이에서만 공격할 수 있는 것이 아니라 멀리 있는 적을 맞추면 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했었고 황무지라는 컨셉과 잘 어울렸던 것 같아요.
I was improving our projectile code to fix bugs in grenade movement. At some point, this refactor made it possible to launch even big game objects with proper physics applied. Just for fun, I replaced grenades with frying pans. Then we've had a series of playtests to see how this feature would fit the game. and it was amazing, so we immediately turned this into an actual feature.
처음에 근접 무기 던지기 기능의 프로토타입 영상을 저한테 보여줬을 때 와 재밌겠다, 이건 꼭 미션으로 만들어야 돼 라는 생각이 들었었습니다. 그래서 시즌 미션 트랙으로 근접 무기 트랙을 만들었고요. 보상으로서 특수한 근접 무기 스킨을 얻을 수 있습니다.
You may find that melee throw range is too low to be used outdoors. In our early implementation, the range was higher, but it looked ridiculous and it was breaking immersion. A human being cannot throw a cast iron frying pan as far as an apple. So I added more complexity to ballistics, and then to get the right look and feel, I was tuning the 3 parameters: launch velocity, air drag force, and even gravity. As a result, frying pan travels so fast that it looks like it actually can kill someone.
In terms of item throwing, this is a feature directly related to our mission to improve the teamwork aspects of PUBG in duo and squad modes. The most important thing was to improve the quality of life of the players. We hope to help in those incidental situations where you would get locked up under fire and unable to move from your cover. This system basically helps you provide ammunition or medical items to those players who cannot otherwise move closer to you. Also, it makes you much more mobile and less locked down to a place.
시즌4에서 가장 즐거웠던 부분은 팬분들이 저희의 이야기를 가지고 확장시키고 추리하시고 새로운 이야기를 만드시고 저희의 의도를 간파하시고 그러한 것들이 굉장히 즐거웠어요. 이번 시즌에도 좀 더 재밌게 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고요.
I think it will bring a lot of satisfaction, grab a kill or maybe even a chicken dinner, as it looks both funny and dramatic, and especially looking forward to seeing some amazing shots being pulled off during drive-bys or crazy jumps with nice weapon throw finish.
많은 피드백을 주시고 그것에 맞춰서 저희는 게임을 개발하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
For battle, this is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up. It's up to the fear, it's time to rise up. Now is the moment, now is the time to win or die. To win or die, to win or die, the moment you want so bad. Stand united.
Erangel is the name of the game here, as across the next 3 weeks, we'll have 28 countries represented as 32 teams have stepped up to the challenge from around the world. They've heard the sirens, and we are here, as across November, we will be crowning a world champion here at the PGC. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Loris, your desk host, and to my left, I have Toffees, Froz, Avenger, bringing you all of the action here from the analysis desk to get things going. Toffees, I am hyped.
I am super excited. It's good to be here in Los Angeles at the Super Arena. We've got the best teams from everywhere here to prove who's a top dog. And honestly, I'm hyped because this is FaZe's chance after last year.
Yeah.
And maybe prove that they are as good as they say.
This is the moment all the players have been working and practicing for. This is it. This is the biggest tournament. They don't care about anything else that has happened before. This is what they want to win.
Guys, I am beyond excited to see the group stage unfolding here. It's going to be amazing.
Definitely so. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot to break down here before we actually get into the games, of course. But as you mentioned, the culmination of every single one of these players' tournaments lives throughout the last year is going to happen here, and it is going to decide who is getting that first place, becoming a world champion. And for the fact that we have such a grand stage for this topic, 32 teams playing groups, into semis, into finals, later on in Oakland across the 3 weeks, it is grand to say the least.
I mean, it solves this is the first time. This is not an invitational. Yeah. People weren't invited to be here. You earned it. From opens to championships, that $1 million is yours to claim.
Let's get this done, as we have 3 days for our first weekend here, of course. $2 million base prize pool is on the line, of course, as everybody at home can also be contributing as things go on. We're going to be starting with the group stage, going to semis, and then the grand final, as we mentioned, in Oakland later on, Avenger. And this tournament format, the structure of it and everything like that, every stage is a short burst, but it really, really matters moving on.
And we've been talking through it, like through the regions, through the stages.
Yeah.
You have to prepare for this. You might have a long phase to come to here, but you have to be able to prove it with 6 games. I love the double elimination system we have here as well. It's very lovely.
I really like it because you need to adapt and you need to be quick. You don't know who's your next enemy is going to be. There's going to be a lot of teams you're going to be facing here.
And of course, a point system here as well. If you are unfamiliar with it as a whole, or you might be familiar with it through the entire year because we've been using the same one, but if you are unfamiliar, it's 10 points for that first place. It teeters on down from there, 1 point per kill, and we've seen throughout this year that kills mean a lot of points.
Kills have been the difference maker, the tiebreaker more often than not. Interestingly enough, kills came into play at the end of the NPL season. But we have 6 guys from the North America. If you guys see that numbers of distribution up there, that's because the Rumblers got that late invite due to some issues with some visas in other places. And I think that's a big boon for North America, that we have a little more of a chance of sort of moving through to that late stage.
And our 32 teams are being separated up into 2 groups to get the things going here for the first weekend as a whole. Group 1 is, as this stands, a big, fearsome group. We all looked at this at the very start and we're like, wow, that might actually be the group of death here. I looked up on further inspection, I'm like, actually, both groups are really damn good. But we have 6 games per day. Froz here, starting with Erangel and moving on from there.
Yeah, I mean, you have 3 games of Erangel, and that means you got to take that opportunity. When you're on Erangel, you got most games there, make sure that's your best map.
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, Sanhok and Miramar coming up later on. So very cool stuff to see. A few teams really do stand out here at PGC, though, that we've been watching and observing throughout the year as a whole. One in particular that does stand out has to be FaZe. A lot of people, a lot of pundits, Avenger, are marking this team as one of the big teams to maybe take it all.
The big favorites, I would say, overall, like, we have seen them perform so well consistently. They were down, they were off an error. They did not make it to PGI last year, but they made it back. They have won back-to-back-to-back. Uber has won back-to-back-to-back-to-back. It's insane. A lot of people are looking to see if this is going to be his 5th tournament victory in a row.
But for me, this is the place to prove it. They missed PGI. They got 4th in the qualifiers. They went to the Face It Global Summit. I don't think they performed as well as expected there. They were coming back from vacation. Sure, they did great at GLL, but that was a Western tournament. Now is your chance to prove to the world you are the FaZe that we've been touting for 2 years.
Especially in a short format, as mentioned, everything could go down to the wire. Another team hailing from South Korea is, of course, T1 here, a very, very storied organization as a whole, Froz. I've been watching this team for nigh on 15 years. Not PUBG, of course, but other esports going on. But excited to see how they're going to do here.
Yeah, I mean, you have the great Fragment Cat. I think a lot of people are going to look into what he's going to be doing. At the same time, they also brought in Helen for this phase. And, I mean, he's going to be the IGL as well, or he's been the IGL, and he's been carrying the team up to this point.
And also, we have seen teams trying to either build their team for this specific championship or pick up the last change going into this last phase before qualifying for the PGC.
I mean, they've been building up. They've got a great coach in the form of C. Carter, who's been making this team better and better. But coming into phase 3, they're a bottle rocket for me. They had a nice little pop, but they weren't spectacular. I think this is their chance to truly explode onto the world scene, to show that they can be rocket men, that they can take the game to the next level. But it's a big order for them, and I think it's going to be a challenge.
One of the oldest teams in South Korean history. Moving on to one of the newer teams when it comes to South Korea. It is Gen G. They've been around for a few years now. But one name really does stick out when it comes to Gen G as a whole. And of course, it's PNC's P.O. Mr. Avenger.
He was absolutely amazing at PNC, no doubt in that. I'm looking forward to see if he's going to be able to continue this. This is an insane lineup of teams. These 32 teams here are much harder than the kind of unfamiliar teams with PNC because they're not used to play together. Here, they've been playing for phases and phases back to back. They're used to playing together. Now you have to stand up and show again that you're one of the world's best players.
We shouldn't take too much away from the other members, though. Of course, they have been on the world stage before, Toffees.
I mean, they've got the experience. They've got the pedigree. The question is, can P.O.'s leadership sort of take them that last step that they need to re-show this time as FPP champions?
And of course, we have Tempo Storm. If any team had this as their wheelhouse, Froz, it would be Tempo Storm.
Yeah, I mean, they've been here. They won phase 1, they won phase 2, they won phase 3, and now they're here and they want to win the group stage.
We've come to the Tempo Temple, right? This is where they worship. This is where they thrive.
Yeah.
They have had lacks of success at the international level. However, they won at WSOE on North American soil. They did very well at the original Oakland Throwdown 2 years ago, I think second place. This, if they ever had a reason and a place to win, this is it. On the other hand, that's stressful because there's no excuses left.
Also remember, Sharpshot was on the team subbing in when they won WSOE, and he's the new addition to this team right now.
And he's been phenomenal. In fact, during an interview, Sharky on the NPL season said, you know, I think Sharpshot's got a lot of growth ahead of him. And then he came out as top fragger and was destroying everyone, and we saw him evolve during that season. I hope that trajectory continues as we go into the playoffs here.
Avenger?
What I talked about as well is you've been building teams now that they made this last phase, not to say take anything away from Dre, but I feel like this is a stronger roster. This is the last change, the last chance going to phase 3, win it again with a new member.
Yeah.
I'm extremely excited to see these guys play here on their home turf.
And I think take nothing away from Dre. I love Dre. We miss you, Dre. But the reality is Dre was one of the best natural talents, I think, in PUBG when it first came out.
Yeah.
And as the field got better and better, they sort of caught up to Dre. And he became, I would say, still great, but with everyone else. He decided to retire. They found an amazing fragger with a huge upside who has been nothing but growing. This is a big deal for them.
Definitely so. There's a lot of other teams here in our Group 1. Is there any other teams that has wild cards that stick out for you before we actually get into Group 1, etc.?
I would say Gex, actually.
Gex?
A lot of people are looking down on them, but at the same time, I see them as sort of like dark horse for this group. They can really pop off. I mean, players like Leo and Chairway and Sophia, if they work together really, really good, this is it. They can really make a good impact on everybody here.
Well, they're even more an interesting team for me because they almost didn't make it here. Zadak actually had to forfeit their position to go here. So for them, coming third in their region overall to get here is an interesting motion at all.
I mean, in a lot of ways, the same as we're going to see Rumblers tomorrow. They're sort of a team playing with house money, right? They weren't going to be here. They got the call. They have the opportunity. And so that means they don't have as much to lose maybe as some of the others do because no one's expecting anything, and that could open doors.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we're going to be moving on now as we break down everything that is PGC, just in case you don't know how it works. Don't worry, because we've got you covered.
So PGC is obviously the global championship. It's end of the year, all 9 regions, 32 different teams. For us, it's the biggest event we've ever been to. And I think it's the biggest event that PUBG's ever had.
We are going to see the best of the best players, the best teams in the world, all playing a very interesting and very difficult system that they're going to have to work their way through to prove who is the best player and the best team in the entirety of the world.
そして
確実にキルを入れていく。まだキルは足りないか。5キルランペ。Nobody's gonna get that second knock on Well, what was that?
So my take on PGC is obviously it's like the biggest event in the world so far for PUBG. No matter how long PUBG's been going, it's like the pinnacle.
And really when you get to something like PGC, that's when it's time for your superstars to really arise.
There's a reason why he's one of the best in the world, and these clutch moments and situations are exactly why. He's been sat here biding his time. The entirety, finally, Rustamar, the backup plan. He hits the world. He's got the shot that's needed. Uber needs to confirm this. He does. We're into a 1 versus 1. He could clutch it single-handedly.
And I've got a big thing with superstars. There's a bunch of them in Korea. There's a bunch of them in Europe. We know that there's some in North America and Oceania. Now it's time to start seeing, China, who, a lot of international teams haven't really seen too much since last year.
I think some regions are incredibly strong. EU and Korea especially are probably the 2 strongest regions. On top of that, there's been some really good Chinese teams.
嘎德威也放到一个，
东西拉出来开始抢分。
这个雷有了，漂亮啊！
Updating of the scoring system, it's pretty much the meta is pretty clear. People play for kills. I think Korea was way ahead of their time last year. They were playing for kills much more than other teams and taking really big fights. But I think it's all evened out, and I think everyone's playing on the same type of mentality now, which is try and get the best position you can, but if you can't, you got to take fights.
We'll start fight with Justice though.
Oh my God, what was that?
The main teams I'm looking forward to playing against are probably the Chinese and Korean teams. I love killing them and hearing their fans in the audience just go silent or start booing. That's like one of the best feelings.
I think that Atletico is going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. The way that they rotate through, I would say that Australia has shown that they are forced to be reckoned with.
It's an extreme play off the end, getting it extreme!
And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about Armory Gaming. Armory Gaming and Duckmans is probably one of my favorite players to watch.
Duckman เอาจัดเกมนี้จากคิวของ Armory Gaming โดดลงมา FPX ทำเป็น Duckman
Uba. I think Uba's the best player in the world right now from FaZe. I think they are currently the best team in the world. I think they're the team to beat when it comes to PGC. On top of that, I think a lot of the Korean teams are going to perform very well. Gen.G, I think is going to be nuts. They always are when it comes to international competition. I'm interested in Vendetta. They perform very, very well, even outplaying Atletico in their finals to get their spot at PGC. So I think that'll be an interesting team to look at. And I think Atletico is another one, coming from OCE and seeing if they can repeat their performance from Sweden.
So as far as favorites go, you'd have to be living under the rock for the past year to not say FaZe, Liquid, Na'Vi. I mean, these 3 are huge favorites going into this tournament. CJ Entus Force, Afrika Freaks Ares, all these guys, big favorites to win this tournament. I would say, anywhere from 2 to 1 to 5 to 1 if you're making odds.
Every single team that's here wants to make a statement. It's not about being the best country, it's not about being the best region, it's the pinnacle. Who is the best team in the world, and can they prove it?
A lot to be looking forward to here for PGC, of course, as we focus down on a few of our players to get things going at the beginning of things. Uber, of course, you guys previously mentioned him to get things started here at the beginning, at the top of the show here, Froz, but he's definitely a name to be looking out for.
Definitely. I mean, probably one of the best players in PUBG at the current state. And he just currently lifted 4 trophies back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
He's looking to lift a 5th one. And he said this the other day. The other 4 trophies, they don't matter. This is the only one he wants to lift. The other 4, he can concede them if he needed to.
I mean, I would call it pound for pound, the best player, and not only in EU, but I could say probably in the world. Yeah,
I like that.
It's this idea that this guy just brings so much to the team. He was that right fit. FaZe has been trying to find sort of exactly what the puzzle pieces are. Uba coming aboard, I think, was just that caused everything to click, and their play has been unstoppable since.
Absolutely agree, and I also think that's why Jabroni said Uba Uber.
Yeah. 4 times.
4 times.
4 times.
4 trophies.
That's what he wants to do. He just wants to make a team out of 4 Ubers and then just push that on
Clone
to victory. There you go.
I don't want to play in a world where there's a team with 4 Ubers on it. That just is unfair.
That's too much aggression.
Too
I
much
think.
Uber.
So again, like when we look at overall Group 1 here, how are we feeling? We already mentioned a few of our maybe wildcard teams. Froz, you already mentioned Gex. Armory Gaming, I think, is almost a guilty pleasure of a lot of us commentators, pundits, when we look at their performances on international lands. What do you think, Avenger?
A lot of clutch situations coming out of these guys, and that's what I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to continue that. But also to be able to keep it together, players as a team of 4.
Sure.
We see a lot of plays being made because there's one off in 400 or 500 meters away from the rest of the team, but still a play being made. But I like to see them stay together, make some big plays, make top 8 in this group.
I mean, the reality is new players, new problems. This team does
That's
have
true.
to deal with some of that stuff, right? They've had one of their players have to step down from military service. They've made the replacements.
Yeah.
But the team supports each other. Their leader says that Tanawat is the man that he would trust to go 1v4 against anybody here. So this team has got the confidence. Now can they execute on it?
All right, gentlemen. Well, it is now time here. PGC, the World Championship here for PUBG, is about to begin. Let's get to it here as we start things on off on Erangel. But it is day number 1 of PGC.
I'm a true champion.
Yeah, to Luke 12, obviously, like I made him as a player and he wouldn't be anywhere without me, so it's always nice.
I have a warning, especially for K-Mine. Hey K-Mine, watch your face. I can.
Everyone else is just bots.
We want to see 4AM in the final circle because they're really talented individuals.
Not in like specific rivals. We always had this like friendly banter thing with Liquid because we're like really good friends with them, and we're both really good teams, and we usually attend the same events kind of. So it's always fun like competing against them. Yeah.
Considering that TSM has our old coach, our damaged goods, so to speak, I wouldn't really consider us a bad league. They seem to be performing better now that they have NA talent on their team, because before they were pretty trash.
I think the easiest team that we're going to have in the groups at least is going to be Rumblers, because they just qualified last second. Well, they didn't even qualify, they got a replacement spot, and their team practically lost the IGL before the tournament, so yeah, I think it's going to be Rumblers for sure.
We are the best team in the world.
I don't believe they would have said that. They're generally nice people. I feel like you guys just saying they said that. I know a lot of them, they're pretty cool guys.
이제 각 나라마다 제일 잘한다는 팀이 왔기 때문에 다 잘할 거라고 생각하고 있어서 그런 생각은 안 하고 있습니다.
I think I'm most excited to play against FaZe. They beat us at the last tournament.
そうですね、対戦してみたいチームは、ジェンジーですね。理由としては、スクリムで対戦した時にすごく強かったので。
I think Genesis is stubborn, so we're gonna have to be fighting with them. I don't think there's other teams as stupid as them that will have to like fight, so.
The easiest team to farm would be Liquid.
And who do you want to see in the final circle?
Not Liquid.
Wait, that was actually good. You have to keep that.
我感觉这赛队伍是废子。
포인트가 되고 싶지 않으면 도망가세요.
It's time. 1 year of competition has led to this stage. We are at the PUBG Global Championship, and we are just a few seconds away from getting everything started. My name is Matchroom, and I'm going to be joined by Sims for the first 2 games to get everything rolling.
We've been working towards this point for a whole year now. Blood, sweat, tears, and many bullets have been spent to get to this stage, and to get to this point, we go through 2 groups. There is an elimination stage on Sunday, but for now, you have to get top 8. You have to initially get out the groups. Yes, what's touching on the desk, it is essentially a double elimination. You do get a second chance, but with only 6 games, you don't get a second chance when it comes to these individual maps one by one.
Well, we're at the Globe Championships. Nobody wants to be playing on Sunday. No, you want to secure your spot today or tomorrow, depending on which group that you're in. But there is so much strength in these lobbies, like the desk was talking about. It is going to be so difficult. And with only 6 rounds, it is just going to be tense all day today.
It's kind of scary when you put these whole groups side by side and you think, oh, well, that's a strong group. Oh, that's the group of it. No, they are both so evenly matched. But you wouldn't have this any other way. Let's be real now. We're at the Global Championship. This is the pinnacle of PUBG Esports. The groups are going to be extremely hard to get through. And again, because we have so many play dates moving through this, I mean, what, there's 8 in total? At the end of it, we really truly will find the best team and maybe even the best player in the world.
I'm hoping we get a couple of surprises. It feels like every time we move to one of these international events, there's some new player that just manages to rise to the top and excel. But here we go, guys. You can see the countdown is kicking off. Plane is up and in the air. So here we go. The first game of PGC is getting underway.
32 teams, 9 regions, 8 days, $2 million. And the chance to be crowned a global championship team. This is it. We are beginning. And of course, we get all the excitement, Matchroom. This is where we see initially if we're going to get any contested spots. Will people be greedy? Will people be ignorant? Will people want to fight and try and farm early game? Well, it's time to find out.
Well, there is a good chance of it. There are a lot of very strong locations on this map, and a lot of these teams have carved out their home over a year in their independent leagues, and they want to make statements about where they want to play at from here. You can see the drops are coming in over towards the middle of the map. There's going to be a lot of people coming through with this plane path. Everybody's going to be playing up to the north. We don't see a lot of teams tend to drop towards military base, so Farm, Pachinki, Milta, this area is going to be very contested.
I'll see Milta. Fair's just hovering around. T1 will be kind of lingering in the backyard. They'll be same for Na'Vi as well. Infantry just below them in Ferry Pier. Na'Vi have been contested before. Not necessarily contested, but they've had teams close by them. When I think back to the GLL Grand Slams, there was a team that was lingering not too far, caused them problems. Infantry did cause them problems as we saw. Well, we actually saw it in some of the scrims. There was early scuffles, early battles. I'm looking more towards that central area of the map, school, Roshawk area. I'm seeing 3, 4 teams. And the circle, as I mentioned that, it does actually go their way. So, over towards the east, not much water in play, plenty of land, but a hell of a lot of teams that are going to have to do some work to get across there, because the bigger picture of this is that you don't necessarily know the rotational paths. Previous teams you played in these leagues, you know exactly where they're going to be going, what they like to do, tendencies. You know all the tendencies. When you come to this, it's not about who plays aggressive. It's not about who plays passive. It's about who plays adaptive. You've got to play on your feet.
And here we go. You can see that the Tobii eye tracker is up and in effect, so you can see how the players are looking and how they try and traverse this map, what they're trying to get their eyes on, what they feel is a dangerous point. I love that we're going to get a little bit more insight on how these players play.
T1, Lipovka, Vendetta, and Milta. Fizz, usual place, Milta Power. Strong areas over on the eastern side of the map. Further afield, Mansion will be taken by T1, just extending their arms reach inside of the map. That gives them a good amount of territory should they want to try and take a power position after this circle does update. Still got a few people in the air, and that's just because they're again, just moving away from other teams where they initially saw them down and said, you know what, it's a bit crowded on here, so we'll kind of move on. Envy do have an extremely large split. They're the furthest from the circle, if you would call it. You got 2 over on the west coast in the central, and 2 down in Primorsk. Infantry
This could be an interesting one. Which team do they stab in the back? Because that western side of the circle match, sure, a lot of teams want to kind of set up shop and maybe not go too deep. If they were playing passive is not the right terminology, but you don't just want to go bumbling into the circle. You don't know necessarily where everyone's going to be. If you do play back and you do hang back, infantry could pull up unexpectedly.
And that's the way they like to play. They like to scrap a little bit earlier. A lot of these teams are still in the information gathering stage, so a little bit slower off the start. Everybody wants to know how these rotations are going to come into play. We had, I wouldn't say an evil plane path, but it wasn't a good plane path for a lot of these teams. So the north is pretty wide open, especially in this circle, since it did shift back down towards the south coming in. So a lot of these teams are still trying to go, okay, how are people going to adapt off of this plane path into this rotation? And a lot of the teams have already kind of carved out a little bit of a niche inside of this circle. As you can see, that's going to be Ghost that's over here in Yasnaya.
You touched on it. It wasn't an Evo playing path, but it's more about the time that you've got to loot. You won't be taking these fights early game. Thankfully, the circle is kinder to the people that did get there later, so there is more time to gear up. The only problem is you'll be gearing up. There may be teams that have already got their gear further afield, and they're getting ahead of the game. Tempo Storm, usual place for them. The Gakka split, just lingering and kicking.
A couple of shots coming back over towards Rascal Jester, but nothing too crazy. It's just rotation shots. Seeing if maybe they can get that lucky headshot or two, tap somebody out of a vehicle and get that early point. One thing I did want to note, we've kind of gotten used to seeing the banana suits in every single game.
Yes.
That's not going to be happening at PGC. In order to kind of equalize the playing field, everybody is going to be wearing the PGC skins, so there's no recognizing how somebody is normally dressed or any of that. Everybody looks the exact same. I think that adds extra, a little bit of depth to how people are going to have to play.
And the better thing is you guys can get these at home as well. You just got to go and grab them, download them, buy them, whatever. A percentage of the proportions of the sales do go towards this prize pool. I'll tell you what, that Dacia skin looks absolutely fantastic. The skins as a whole, the gun skins, the body armor, the whole thing, the whole package is fantastic. You can pick the entire, you can either buy them separately or bag the whole thing. And if you do so, you also get the pick 'em ticket.
Pick'em tickets are going to be where it's at for me. I mean, that's where all of our bragging rights
pick it now. Right now. Don't be waiting all the way into the finals.
Wait till the final. Better chances to get skins.
No, get it. Get it now. If you trust your pick, you've got to go for it.
I do trust my picks, but I'm just saying some of these guys, they might just wait a little while. Make sure you get those skins are really awesome.
Are you picking a North American team?
I am picking one because I'm buying everything independently so that way I can get the most amount. I'm going to get 7 tickets, for instance. I want to support these guys. I want to add into the prize pool, so I'm not buying the bundle pack. I'm buying everything individually.
Centralizing now. Teams on a wander in. G2 finding Vendetta in the distance. You'll also note some of the UI changes. You can now see the armor that people are wearing, the helmets and the chest. Level 1 there on Brexcop. Not the best of gear to be going. Generally with Circle 2, you want to be 2'd up minimum, both helmet and chest. Especially with the helmet, but it kind of looks okay. So if you do see people with big red heads, so to speak, you do know they are at least wearing level 2 gear.
Rotation still coming in for a lot of these teams. Very centralized, no surprise there. It gives them a better chance of Circle RNG going in their favor, so that way they don't have to make another rotation. So a lot of people playing just to the west of that Lumberyard Hill, which has got a lot of dips and different interesting places that you can play off of. Almost everybody is still just trying to play in this location. There's still quite a bit of water inside of this circle, but we know in a couple of circles it's going to shift away from that. So everybody's making that expectation more towards the west.
Slower teams yet to make a real move. Gen.G heading up towards the north. It's a clever idea because it should be quiet in theory, unless you've got a team that's playing weird and wonderful around the Yasnaya skirts. Infantry, I spoke about them maybe creeping on the edge. They are just on the edge below Pachinki down south. Navi have taken the Potato Hill just to the right-hand side of that. They're all 4 players in vehicles on top of that thing. Just scouting on ahead, seeing who's what. Still furthest away, Navi, Envy. The boys in blue, they'll be the last to arrive to this circle. It could pay them dividends. It could be favorable that no one's going to be on their path.
Luke is in a little bit of trouble. Tempo Storm's taking a couple of shots their direction. That's going to be OG and Entis Ace Joy taking a couple of shots back over towards Luke, and he almost went down on that. None of these players want to be the first blood of this event, so that's why I think you're seeing a little bit more caution coming into play, but he just narrowly made it around that corner.
Is DMG chasing that vehicle? I think that vehicle's just going full YOLO on him. He's lost it.
Well, this is what we know Duckman's to do. You can see he's a little bit separated away from these teams. He almost likes to gather information, take a couple of these pot shots, put himself in a risky position because he always feels he can get the 1v1. Hopping in the motorcycle, going for a little bit of aggressive push off to the side, but it's going to be Duckman's that goes down first. Nice shots coming out from T1's Helen, and that's going to be an easy flush.
That'll be a warning for him going forward that you won't be able to just go YOLOing and doing whatever the hell you want. T1 pick up the first point of this entire event. The rest of Armory Gaming, they will fall back and say, you know what, let's consolidate ourselves and just wait for now. And you know what, you could get some of those scenarios where you've been farming and just smurfing in your entire league, and then you come to what is essentially the big boy stage now. You will get punished doing weird and wonderful things like that, or just trying to go up and pull up a 1 versus 4. No, it shouldn't be happening. If it is, then okay, maybe some weaker regions will fall to individual pro players that have been playing this at a hell of a long time, but you've got to play so disciplined. Weird and wonderful stuff might work now and again if you catch someone off guard because they're playing passive and scared at this level of event because there's so much money on the line and so much pride. But generally speaking, you will be punished.
And that's kind of how we see happen with Armory Gaming. It's very live by the Duckmans, die by the Duckmans. Whenever he moves out into these different positions, he can sometimes get just these beautiful sprays, get a free kill here or there. But then whenever it doesn't work, it has him go down. And you can see how they instantly moved into a building, going ahead and playing in a more defensive strategy now that they've lost Duckman and that weird positioning that he likes to play from.
Given the fact there is water down south and over on the eastern coastal roads, more teams will be favouring the middle towards the northwest side. Again, the circle will be shifting over there.
All right, as a friendly circle, it is going to be a pretty friendly circle. It's just the teams up towards the north. Gen G going to have a little bit of trouble. It's going to be also Rascal Jaster going to have to do a little bit of movement, but almost everybody else already inside of the circle. Envy's got a little ways to go and has to be careful because it's infantry just on the outside of it.
Not too bad at all, that. Tiny bit of water in, so you know it'll be going mods towards the north later down the line. Gen G got a fair amount of work, to be fair. Everyone between the north and the east side of things will have a difficult run, mainly because of where FaZe has been posting up outside of Mill to Power. They will control from, I suppose it depends where they want to stay, but they could go from prison all the way down to the top of the farm side if they really wanted to, back of Milta, which could cause them problems. Armory Gaming is in there, but remember now they've already lost a man, and they could be exposed in the fact that they only have a vehicle. I'm just trying to give you a picture here of how things are going down.
I don't know if I like this coming out from Ace right now. They're putting themselves in a pretty dangerous situation. Whenever you move over into shelter, sure, you get control of it for now and you have a little bit of safety, but moving out of that location in-game with the hills all around it and how good these players are that are going to be taking up those hilltop positions, that's going to be very dangerous. Oh, Pio is already dead. That is huge. That's a late rotation coming in from Gen G.
Leo on to Pio, 1 point, go the way of Gex. That's rather unfortunate. That was the scout. Head off, find a location, and a bit of a route in. Gen G do have a tendency to do this, where we've seen before they will go on a 4-man full split. That is a split and a half that I'm seeing. It isn't without response, though. Leo does go down off the back of picking up a kill. GG. Ghost Gaming say thank you very much. We'll know where you're shooting from, because I just heard them shots in the distance, and Vegas will finish him off.
He's trying to line up that last little tap, but it's not going to connect. So a couple of deaths coming out. We're still at 61 right now. Rotation woes are kind of dropping one here or there. One thing to note is everybody still continues to move just west of Prison, Lumberyard, into the farm area along Potato Mountain, just kind of outside of school back down towards the south of that. So that means these hills are going to be very, very strong. A lot of these teams are going to be playing off of position, but look at this. Armory is already in full defensive 1-1 split, kind of playing off of this. Well, a 1-2 split, I believe. Actually, no, it is a 1-1-1 split, aren't they? Where are they separated out at right now? No, okay, they're both back down there.
1,
Sorry.
2, 2. It must just be below him. You just see a little arrow going back and forth. But you kind of saw where Ghost Gaming was. We call that the liquid compound now and again, just because so many times you'll see them kicking it around there. If the circle does pull towards the north, it'll be a great position for them, mainly because they can keep teams at bay through the fields. There's no real protection for anybody down that way. Shrims are beyond the hillside. They can keep that one clear and just watch teams in front of them. A doozy gets an answer back. Pack Caps at least puts him down for now. The warning shots are there, and you again from patch number 30, we did have the ledge grabbing coming in. So CP, look for players that are going to be traversing and getting any kind of line of sight, going on top of the houses, going on the roofs, getting new angles. It was there throughout the leagues. Yes, we are in a different patch. We are on 5.1, but this was definitely one of the big game changers of this year.
That was a big play coming out. Envy really needed that extra little bit of space. They already had one down, so somebody was in the process of reviving, so it was two looking back that direction. Hitting those shots, Taro playing up on top of that building buys a little bit more space and time to gather themselves again, but it looks like they're deciding that maybe it might be a little bit risky playing in this position. Already sending Moody off, maybe to scout back down a little bit further south. Do have Tempo Storm making their way pretty centralized on this, scouting out a little bit more around them. You can see where everybody's playing at. Goes back down towards the south, so Milta looks like it's going to be the playground for this game. Got a couple of different positions. You can see FaZe didn't have to make too crazy of a rotation up, just coming up around Lumberyard. Tempo Storm's gonna have a little bit more stress coming back towards him, and Gen G's looking back towards T1. Shots coming out from Maluk trying to connect onto it, and that is going to be a nice down and a kill follow through, but a lot of pressure coming out from outside of this, trying to circle around, make sure that they get that 1 point, and then retreat away from it.
Which is good. He actually went off the back of the bags. There were no initial knock there, so to clean him up does at least confirm the point. You could see why Summer was on the rotate. They wanted to get aggressive here. This will be quite a lot of a bloodbath going forward on the rotation, mainly because there's still water down south. Do not forget that. When we go to the next circle, it will move away from there.
This is big.
Down south is going to be very, very dangerous. We have to look at what's going on now, though. We've lost one. Miluk, Sharp Shot, Zampa. They're all falling. Tempo Storm. What's going on? All the boys are getting battered from multiple angles. Tempo Storm's
out.
16
down.
Matchroom, it's like we've seen this before at international events. What's happening with Tempo?
It's just every single time they come out, they always get contended with somebody else with this. Their play style is always very much about trying to take down people, capitalize off of mistakes others make, but in this, it feels like everybody's just coming after them. Loki is in some trouble. T1 is completely surrounding his position. He's just looking back at this doorway. We've all been in this position before. You know the stress coming through. You have to be so cautious of grenades coming through these windows. But a little bit of support is coming out in the distance for him. Shots now coming up as Adder looks like he's trying to make his way up the stairwell. Loki jumps out the window, trying to go around the outside of it, but no. Jeff Locke is just going to take him down.
At least get the audible cue straight out. The smash window gives away the position, but it was a good play at least to trying to get away from the grenade that was in there. He did avoid that. Out of the frying pan straight into the fire. Akkad. The man that we're wanting to see do some wonderful stuff during this event. He's a name that everyone's been talking about leading up to this competition. He really showed himself during the PKL, and honestly, yes, it's all sometimes about PO, but certainly Akkad is a name that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout this entire competition should they make it out of groups.
This is Brave coming out from Timon. He decides to take the shots back up there. He's the last man up, trying to get at least 1 point before they go down. Taking those shots off to the side of it. VC's looking back on the other angle for this. Just going to go ahead and polish off Helen. Now you can see Timon in a lot of trouble. Shots coming up from so many different directions. Looks like he's got teams all around him.
Damn.
Manages to get another one down, going for another flush. Can he get more points out of this? And no, it's going to be taken down right there.
Another big name, Gen G, gone 15th position for them. I just really want to quickly roll it back because we've got VC on screen right now. Initially, they lost a player. You saw Tempo, they said, okay, well, one's go down, we'll clean it up. That's a free point for us. How aggressive did VC get that? It says, you know what? You knock one of us, we're just pulling up. It was so committed.
They have 6 kills at this stage. It's paying off big for them. Even if they go out very early and they don't get the placement points, they've already got enough kills to give themselves a comfortable point inside of this very first game. That's the different styles and strategies that come in. Some people play for placement, play a little bit more cautiously. Other people just want every kill point they can get early.
I honestly think it's Tempo just didn't expect it. VC says, you know what? Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just happily get stuck in. G2 made a bit of a play earlier on, maybe 2 circles ago, to get to this position, and it comes into effect of that water. The small amount of water down south forces the circle up north. You can't read exactly where it's going to be, but you knew it was somewhere at least above the bottom side of Milta. Gives them a very good foothold in the hillside. The other strong boys that are up here, we have Vendetta, we have Armory Gaming, we have FaZe Clan completely locking out the lumber mill. The problem in all of this for other teams that want to run by these teams, they might say, okay, well, we'll go and scout this. There's the team there will continue forward. You have Entus. They're inside the center of the map. Should you run away from one of those teams and go central towards the woods, Entus might catch you.
You can see Envy taking a couple shots back over towards infantry. Neither one in the circle yet. Need to make their way a little bit further north. They still holding control over that eastern part of the circle, looking back down towards Vegas, who's making that reposition for Ghost Gaming. Prepping out the grenade, so that's going to be a Hail Mary grenade, say the least. Doubt it's going to connect, but he is looking off the side of that. Did spot out the other 2 rotating off to the side. FaZe has a lot of control. This is kind of their backyard. This is where they always drop. They know this territory so well.
It scares me that he's throwing a grenade at one player, and the Toby eye tracking's actually seeing him track the other player. Like, doing 2 things at once is, to be honest, the reason why he's a bit of a freak and he's doing so well. Grenades are ringing from the backside, so the Red Canids need to be extremely careful. That's a 3-for-1 asking to happen. They're all bunched up. If a doozy goes over the hill here, Matchroom, this could be dangerous. Best of luck, only find one.
He's trying to creep up on the side of this. If he can get the angle and surprise them, he could just destroy them. Grenade's going to come down, take down the vehicle. You can see Psycho's already down, and he's looking off one direction. Rusty Zero's back behind it, but Raspu up at the top of that, trying to collect as much information he can. Does see a doozy, does get the down onto a doozy, so that gives a little bit more space for them to play with. Now Na'Vi has to figure out what are they going to do next.
Keep an eye on that kill feed. I'm seeing Ghost Gaming making an advancement onto FaZe Clan. There are multiple engagements going on across this map. Raspu dead. Bestalodge goes back onto Psycho. Wesker's been found. Envious all the way down south. 3 teams in Milta. FaZe Clan now coming under fire. Fuzzface goes down. Initial opener from Vegas.
Ghost has managed to creep back off of this. With the grenades coming down, you can see FaZe is trying to do a little bit of a retreat, trying to figure out where everybody's coming through with this. Ghost is coming in very aggressive, trying to find any angle they can. So it's 1 member from FaZe down, and still aggression coming out from Ghost. This is forcing FaZe out of that comfortable position that they had, and they have to be very cautious. They have to make sure that they're containing all this information. Looking off in the distance, you can see it's going to be Jeff Lockett going down, so T1 is eliminated.
Really, really good kill from McCoy. Outside, just towards the blue, that was somebody who was basically poking Ghost Gaming and being a nuisance. To clean him up, now clears the backside and they can advance forward. And the reason they need to do that is because they've still, regardless of taking 1 player away, all you've done to FaZe Clan now is make them stronger, make them more angry. You've taken away Fuzzface. They'll want to get revenge on this. The problem is they are playing uphill. Ghost, in my opinion, have the lesser position here against FaZe, but FaZe are a man down.
With the terrain, you can see that hill where a lot of this is going on right now. Off in the distance, you can see FaZe and Ghost and how they're trying to play this. Gexophia looking back over towards this direction. Next circle's getting ready to pop. Depending on how it goes, we could see a lot of bloodbaths right on the edge of this circle. Milta's just going to have a smidgen of buildings in it, so that's going to make it very interesting to see how Envy has to push their way forward. A lot of these guys on the edge, a little bit punished, but Ghost's push a second ago pays off big for them because they are in this new safe zone.
Shrimsy's gone for a really good reposition here. Gone a bit further down south, which not only covers the backside for Ghost Gaming to stop people from south making advancement, but it also gives Ghost a bit of an emergency evacuation procedure should FaZe want to make a push on them. I don't think they will because they can take control of the compounds that they have up there. It's a stronger position when you look to how very little really compounds there are to play with. I'm seeing Gex, they're making a full rotation all the way on the north side of the circle. Navi yet to get involved in this one. Infantry, they've been quiet, they've been back building. G2, and same goes for Entus. They've just basically huddled down and says, you know what, we'll stay here for now.
Has the angle on 1, gets the spray down. Vehicle explosion gonna go off. So now 2 pushing back over towards VC. VC has been violent in this game already. 7 kills they're sitting on, prepping the next grenade. That's another down. Flush coming through with this. So that's another team eliminated as we drop down to 11, and good lord, VC is on fire right now.
They're just farming. And the problem is for Vendetta, they're split. 2 are looking towards Army Gaming inside of the circle, 2 are looking towards VC. They could get split here and stabbed in the back. They have to be careful. VC need to time this one right. They'll be listening for the audible cues of the vehicles moving, maybe even the gunshots. When the gunshots kick off, it's time for them to engage. G2, further afield down south, they're holding infantry back. Infantry have to cross the road, and the vision that G2 will be provided, because they're inside the compound, which does have that level 2 area of the garage, they can watch for the oncome of infantry and Na'Vi. That's the only real place for them to go. It's to belt across and maybe take the compound. If they can get a knock onto G2, maybe they just go for it.
So you can see that Armor Gaming did regroup. They were running a little bit of a split a second ago. Vendetta's making the push off the side of it, but they're pushing up that hill that has the dip. It's so blind on this, so that's why they were trying to throw the grenades over first. Get a little bit more information, but you can see Armor Gaming not too afraid as the fight is still happening right on the edge of Milta. Tero's taking a couple of shots back over towards Wesker. You can see one of the members is already down for Rascal Jaster. So with this, now a little bit of repositions coming in. Envy's got to carve out a little bit more position, and Rascal Jester has to defend it. There are so many fights happening as everybody's slowly being pushed together.
Pokemon cannot do nothing. I think he just holds this one down and prays for mercy. Play for placement because, yes, those Harry Potter towers make you, from nowhere.
They just step up, take a couple of shots right in the back of Envy. Infantry is coming in with a lot of fire and gusto. They want this position as well. Now you can see everybody from Envy finding themselves pincer between 2 teams as they made this push.
Capstead could be good here. If he gets that in the right corner, he could get to 1, 2, 3! I saw him cooking it. He saw the angle because of the ditch that were on the side. It comes down to them. They're gone. They're dead.
Infantry tried to go for the push, but the blue and the damage coming out being a big factor inside of that. Vendetta still trying to make their push back over towards Armor Gaming. Knows exactly where he's at, but this is such a difficult push to make up this hillside. Smoke's starting to come out now. Skeet's trying to play this very cautiously. Steps back out. Shots come out from Icon, and that was a beautiful drop.
Skeet down, almost dead. Icon says thank you very much. Vendetta still creeping and peeping.
Grenades coming out on the other side now. Going to connect over with the tree, not going to get any damage off. DMG as well as Tanawat trying to get a little bit more information. Keep in mind, VC's Tide still on the outside of this. FaZe also slowly being pushed this direction as well. So a lot of different third parties that could become a big factor inside of this fight, and that's why everybody's playing it a little bit more safe.
Vendetta was very clever in the fact that they've stayed outside of the white just to protect themselves for any backstab from VC. VC lost another player, so I think it literally comes down to Tide now on his own. I mean, they've done pretty well. They've got enough kills and points in the bags already. They're into the top 10. We'll see a few more points picking up rather shortly as they do advance forward. Interrogate, bad caps. Oh, Envy. They're getting cut to pieces here as they try and make their way out of Milton. I suppose it is a bit of a death trap, bro. Yep, instantly eliminated. What can you really do when the circle's like that? You've got no vehicles. Yeah. It's open terrain. It's shooting season for all the teams uphill.
We've all had to make that cross before. It is just terrifying. Shinobi holding that angle right there for Rascal Jester. Ghost up along the hillside as well as FaZe, but that's going to make it to where really G2 is going to have to make an approach and a little bit safer of an angle, but they seem to be the last team to kind of make their way inside the safe zone.
I need to very shortly checking with the Vendetta battle. Armory Gaming are getting surrounded. I don't think they realize just how much. Vendetta have gone for a 2-2 split. North and south, either side of it. The collapse could come at any time. I'm also seeing Tide turning away from FaZe Clan and maybe, just maybe getting involved in that one to pick himself another point or two up.
G2's making the push right over towards Ace. A couple of shots are coming through. Gonna tap back over towards G2. The grenade's getting prepped. They know the hillside and how they're gonna make the run through, but it might be a little bit too far out. Rexco does go down. Nelson trying to crawl up and forward. It's Chris is way back in the back. Does manage to find a rock to hide behind, but Ace is just defending this as strong as he can. Goes for the peek out the window and gets another drop.
Vendetta also just crushing the hearts and souls of Armory Gaming up top. That's going to be job done for them. They make the collapse. They wipe them out. G2, they left it a little bit too late. It was an interesting cross, an interesting push to hit from that angle. Yes, you can try and hide up the defilade of the hill, but I didn't see too many smokes to give themselves some level of support. You should pre-smoke that, or maybe even just throw smokes inside of the windows here to deny Entus any field of vision. FaZe Clan, Ghost Gaming, VC Vendetta, all in one quadrant of the map. Pokemolodoy, God knows how he's still alive, but he is. G2 and Shinobi also in a one-on-one engagement. One kill will get themselves a placement point.
Let's see, FaZe still holding this location. Ghost slowly creeping up back behind them. Uba's just trying to make sure nobody's making any approaches from these angles. You can see a lot of times somebody will try to push along those rocks there. Looks like Ghost might be thinking about doing that. Has to be very cautious as they push through. They know the fact that moving up along this line is going to put them in FaZe. They've been going back and forth. At least somebody. They might not know necessarily that it's FaZe at this point, but there's some team that they keep skirmishing with. So Ghost is trying to get a little bit more information. Already at 5 kills at this point. FaZe only sitting at 2, and FaZe has to be very, very cautious. This looks like this is going to be their foothold location.
I'm seeing level 3 gear and a correct gun. So they're kind of geared up. They essentially outman and outgun FaZe here. 2-1. But it's not without response whatsoever. Uber initially, opener up. That's the guy with a level 3, so Shrimsy's taken out of the picture completely. Now he watches behind for any kind of onslaught that comes his way. Uber once again back onto Vendetta. This is a little bit scary. You're poking 2 different bears in 2 different caves here. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
Feels like they're comfortable in the position. Smokes are out, looking back over towards Ghost. Uba's holding that beautiful angle, but McCoy, Drassel slowly creeping up closer and closer. With every little foothold, Ghost might have that better angle for it, but you can see everybody on FaZe is just playing the rocks. They have to be so cautious of the third party from back behind them from Vendetta. That's how come they're trying to hit any shots on anybody that peeks back that direction. Ghost opts into pushing with 3, but right as soon as they start coming around this building, everybody is set and waiting. There's a spray on 1. That's a drop on. Shots are going to come through. McCoy takes a lot of damage. That's another down. Drassel does manage to get 1, but the follow-up is coming along. Uba comes up big.
My word. Mexi, what a repeat. That was disgusting. They should have put him down quicker than that. The repeat is real. Uber stays alive, finishes off the job. Ghost Gaming's down, who gets the revive as well. FaZe Clan holding on for dear life. Remember, it was Ghost Gaming initially that took 1 player from them.
Oh, he does get spotted out by Ace. He was holding back behind that angle. Rez is now coming out and through. We are down to 10 at this point, Sims. 5 teams remaining.
Pokemolodoy, he is still alive. Bless him. They got battered on the arrival, which was, kind of, to be fair, there was nothing else they could really play with. I don't think they've had many kills, if any at all. I've not seen too many down in the kill feed, mainly just Na'Vi getting damaged. Uber earlier on. Remember that Vendetta know exactly where FaZe Clan are, because Uber was getting aggressive on the Mexi. Second knock comes through. That'll be the hard bleed out as well, so they can hold him back. Whether he goes for the res or not's a different thing. Edge is pushing on this one. He wants to get involved. There's the grenade. Should he land this, it'll be beautiful. It'll be 2 free points in the bag.
Oh,
Bye-bye, boys.
Great play coming out off of that. Buys a little bit more space. 2 more down. Drops us to 4 teams, 8 alive. 3 of those right now are Vendetta. Making a little bit more control, trying to push forward, get more control over this last circle. But we should note, there is Ace that's back down towards the south. Shinobi is still patiently waiting to see if anybody pushes out from these locations. Might be able to inflict a little bit of damage on that. I feel like the position off of these 2 solos could be very detrimental to either one of these teams that makes an aggressive push.
Really proactive player there from Edge to go and clean out FaZe Clan. Don't give them any time to revive and get themselves back in the picture. By doing that, it removes another obstacle. They can take control of this top side of the map should they be able to find these few snakes in the grass here and there, and then they have to go up against the final boss, which will be Entus. Pokemon I can see sitting in the blue. He might just deny this, which he does. By doing that, that stops any points going towards these competitors, and I'm fine with that. When you're a one-man band, why bother giving 3 points away to other teams? That's okay.
In 6 games, 1 point could be huge.
Exactly.
That could be a position inside of
We've
this.
literally seen teams lose by 1 point, you know, and not make qualification to major events by 1 single point. One initial player showing his face a little bit too far. Icon does go down. There is an M24 on the side of Vendetta, which put Mexi in the grave.
There's our center spot where everything's going to be ending at. See, it's going to be a push coming out from both sides as our strong teams getting their reses off, trying to get a little bit more control. Shinobi going for a grenade that might give away his position. Vendetta's at least going to know somebody that's next to him. So now Shinobi does have a pretty decent position, pretty close to this, so he can kind of crawl up. Everybody else is going to have to kind of push back down next to him, but you can see this. Off the side of it, Ace is still just trying to get more information. They now know somebody's over there. Vendetta looks like they're just going to opt in to run and gun their way down that hillside.
Shinobi's actually put smokes out, which may distract Entus completely. Maybe even draw them into this one, but he does pick up one, so he's at least got the response there. Entus are now getting involved in this fight.
That is huge. That's a lot of damage back over towards another member of Edge. Gonna have to be very careful. Gets dropped off from the blue. Now just one member of Vendetta is alive. So you can see a lot of damage coming out from Shinobi, but he does get shot in the back. Ace is making the creep up to the side of it. Gonna go ahead and polish it off. That's gonna be Ojian Entus Ace walking away with 8 kills and the first round of PGC.
Erangel, Mickey and Alpaca, good job. Nice way to pick up game number 1. 8 kills in the bag and a win in total. So, an 18-point gain. That's how you want to be starting day number 1, game number 1, Matrim.
That is huge. This is a team. Ace had to fight their way to get to this point and then walk in, get the first round. That is some huge motivation coming out from these guys. We talked about this is Tempo's house, right? But it is also the OGN Super Arena, and OGN walking away with the first game. Maybe it might just be an OGN house.
Honestly, you said it's Tempo's house, Tempo's temple. They left it in ruin. They went out in 16th place. It's not a great start from then, and I still think they were caught off guard. They did not expect the pull-up and the aggression from BC, and we said if you go passive, if you don't, how you can just walk up onto the top of those, you know, from where they were in the bunkers and not think to check your backside when you got players on the opposing one is beyond me. He was completely open, the final player. But you kill players, they'll come back for punishment.
I don't think that anybody was expecting the aggression coming out that early in this.
No.
Everybody was expecting to be a little bit more calm, relaxed. I was kind of assuming that that might happen as well. But a lot of these teams were like, nope, there's some free points right there, and I want them, and makes the push. And it paid off big for a lot of these teams.
If you don't tank the points, though, somebody else will.
Exactly.
And that's kind of why Tempo initially went for the free kill. Yes, he had fallen off a bike, but that's dead points. That's nobody's. You have to go and confirm that. So I understand rushing round 4. But I don't know if maybe they went for the aggression or maybe they're actually coming back for the res. This is, you know what, maybe we can try and help him. We'll go for it. But either way, that's enough about them. It comes down to Entus, and a good job, 8 kills in the bag. They had a good position. It's fair to say. They read it well. They took the hold of the garage compound. They held back G2, who also had a decent compound in themselves. To take the fight to pick up the points, it's a well-earned win.
Well, with this, there's a lot to break down inside of that game. So, Kalaris, analysts, please let us know everything that you guys saw in that last round.
That's right, thank you very much. The final team to qualify from PKL gets themselves the first win here for PGC. Very, very impressive by them. Some of the circles admittedly did go their way there, but they had the right split, it seemed like, Toffees, to be able to get themselves in the right spot.
I mean, they fought tooth and nail. They came in from the fringe. They earned every moment of the way. I mean, they ended up... I think that this was just a really strong game for them, and they played it really well.
They had really strong split even in the early game. They had towards shelter. They had two guys in the shelter, two guys on the west side of the road, make sure that they could cross whenever they needed to. And that was one of the key points for them to get into the right positions. We saw later on doing the 2-1 split with 2 in the sniper tower, and that helped them again to get into the main position.
And that in itself, of course, we're saying, bold plays here and there to start off the tournament as a whole. But even that split Avenger is kind of a bold play at the very beginning of a tournament like this.
And you know why? I actually think it's so clear to see that these players are playing it so passive because it's a PO6. Technically, it's a PO6 to get into the top 8.
Sure.
And you can see there was one guy in the middle compound alone from Mentis Ace. And nobody breached him. Nobody took a chance. And normally, especially in other leagues, we would see some of the more aggressive kind of smash mouth style teams, they would breach that. They would see, I only see one guy. I don't see a lot of activity. This is the center compound in phase 5. We're going to take that.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from our first game of the day, of course, whilst we recap a little bit more for you as it goes down. But already an action-filled match. We even saw pretty early on VC, one of the teams that I was concerned a little bit about here to get things going. We're doing some pretty stellar stuff up to the north.
To be honest, when you asked me about OGN, I was thinking about VC because of the fact that these guys put up 9 kills in this game. They went out in 7th place, but they fought tooth and nail non-stop. They took out some big teams. They dropped Tempo Storm. They set traps. They got Gex when they tried to rotate into them. It was a really well-executed game for a team that had a lot to prove, I think.
What I really loved is they were able to gatekeep effectively with just 2 guys alive. They managed to get so many kills. They were playing like there were 4, but there were only 2 guys doing it. It was a beautiful play from them.
Showing dominance, being just 2 guys, but still super aggressive. Making sure that, hey, if you run into us in the next game, we're still going to wipe you.
Mixi, man, I know that Uba wins the fight in the end, but Mixi won it from the start. That 2-for-1 was the perfect exchange. Uba comes in and cleans up. You can call him the janitor if you want, because whenever he leaves a fight, it is sparkling.
The 1-2 punch, though, cleaned up by a grenade towards the Vendetta. Edge finding that nade to be able to clean out phase. Big plays.
Edge. And I mean, Crit,
On
they only qualify for the big tournaments. They don't care about the small ones.
Points coming in here. OGN enters Ace with 18 points on the board up towards the top. Vendetta in that 2nd place spot get themselves the 7 kills as well. But VC, 9 kills. Only 1 placement point for the 10 points there to get things going.
10 points in the first game. Remember, we're doing a best of 6. If you can average something like this, it's an easy game for them.
Yeah, definitely so. Avenger, your thoughts?
It was nice to see Ghost Gaming initiate the fight there. We expected a lot from them. I expected a lot from them. They finished up very nicely, but they lost 2 1-versus-2 fights. And if you want to go out of the groups nice and smooth, you don't lose those.
At the same time, gotta give them some credit. They did push up towards phase. They took out Fuzz phase, and then they knew damage down. Let's go back.
On the opposite side of the board, though, I want to point this out. Points carry over to the eliminations on the 3rd day. 3 of our featured teams that we slated as some strong teams coming into this with high expectations, Tempo Storm, Gen.G, and T1, went out in 16th, 15th, and 14th, respectively. That's not going to cut the mustard for a team that's expected to easily waltz into the top 8.
One team placing in 6th place is indeed Rascal, and we were watching the sneaky ninja himself, Mr. Shinobi.
Actually, that's not it. Their rotations is really good. If you looked at them early on in the game, they rotate from the east side and going down to south. Make sure to avoid everybody else, and that's something to keep an eye out for the next game, how they're going to be rotating.
Makes a lot of sense. One team that I was concerned about slightly when it came to rotations was Team Envy. Toughies, we were watching them down towards the south. Infantry might have been able to corner them off, but it was not to be.
I mean, they used infantry just like infantry's namesake. They basically made them march in front of them that entire game and clear everyone out.
Go for.
Unfortunately, that northern circle, that open field is just hard to cross. And to RJ Rascal Jester's credit, they got Shinobi to where he was by holding 2 back and making sure Envy couldn't push. So they made a sacrifice play to get that position.
Avenger, thoughts?
Well, overall, for me, Red Canids, they have a really good loot spot that they managed to get Pachinki alone. I'm expecting a lot from them going forward. Let's see how they're going to continue through the rest of the games here. Only 1 point now, but I'm expecting a lot from these guys.
To me, it's about teams that didn't have the expectations coming in here. Ghost was sort of written off by a lot of people. They dropped at Yaz, not their typical spot in Milta. They had a tough rotation. They came in behind FaZe, and they weren't afraid to take the fight. They lost ultimately, but teams like that with VC, who I think a lot of people were worried about coming into this one, Red Canids fought well on that. I think a lot of the teams that had lower expectations rose up in game 1 and set a standard to be chased.
Good first circle as well. Gave a lot of people an opportunity to kind of feel out the game. Not something atypical for us, not something that's wild off to one side of the map, etc.
I mean, a good way to start the game off, and you just get to feel all the other teams know what they're going to be doing, how they're actually rotating, and where they're actually dropping.
I want to throw a little love at Vendetta. They were one of these dark horses coming in. They absolutely dominated when he talked about qualifiers getting here. We all thought Atletico will easily be first out of their region, and Vendetta was like, not today, and they came out and put up work. Then we see Edge, who we can call, is turning into a legend as he gets a wonderful, perfect grenade. I mean, if it had been cooked a second shorter or a second longer, that would have bounced and not gotten the triple kill. Vendetta really came to play, and they're playing their style. They're not playing tentative in what we would call as a world-class group that they might be a little scared of.
I love that he's able to come to America and immediately show that he could easily play baseball at a pro level.
Hey, yeah, I guess you got to do that, I suppose. We did have the baseball bats in the game for a little while there, representing a lot of the regions, so that was nice. One thing to mention as well here, whilst we're just getting into the proceedings of everything, is that PC players as well as console players have the opportunity to buy themselves the PGC skin bundle, which actually contributes to the overall prize pool that all of these teams are competing for as well. 25% goes to the overall prize pool, and 25% goes to the Pick'em Challenge teams if they've been able to accrue as many tokens as they can, etc. So people can be also voting for that if you actually pick up that bundle as well. So it's exciting stuff. You guys can be involved at home as well, whilst we're involved here. So a lot to be able to take away from that first game there, Avenger. And when you move on to a second game after a game like that, what teams are you looking at to try and kind of change things up a little? Not necessarily change things up, because obviously it's one game deep, but what are your thoughts?
Also looking through the team size here, you were looking to play and feel the density kind of the whole lobby. It was extremely passive.
Sure.
We didn't see it be, so we have two metas. We have the very center heavy, and then we have the edge heavy meta, right? And here it was extremely passive, very edge heavy. A lot of teams are waiting, kind of feeling the whole lobby. How's it going? But if you see that already now, you should be going into the next game already now trying to chase a more center heavy, maybe breach some of the center compounds and feel out a little bit better.
Yeah. Actually, I did just remember myself, Froz, of course, it's 2 million base prize pool for this tournament. Do you know how much has already been contributed by the skins?
Another million, actually.
Wait, he did know. What the?
He did know.
What
I set him up for I want to get the reveal.
Damn it. Well, okay.
Got him.
Yes, another 1 million has already been added to the prize pool, which is already huge for all of these players to be playing for Toffees. So much on the line.
I mean, so it was 2 million. It's now a 3 million prize pool. The first place position is guaranteed. Well, they were guaranteed $1 million. Now they're going to get significantly more than that. So this is a lot to play for. There's a lot of stress on the field. And what I'm seeing is I think some of these teams may be responding to that a little bit by not playing their game, like you talked about. The only team, I expected the Korean teams to be doing these sort of balloons where they're covering lots of space in the middle of the circle. Entis Ace did it. They stuck to that. They sort of spread out in a way that was a little sketchy, but it worked. The rest of the teams seemed like they were too scared to follow their normal strategies, and they all went out in sort of that middle bottom pack.
It's because it's the PU6. They want to feel it out first. They want to make sure that they don't make any mistakes, because if you do make 1 or 2 mistakes, you only have 4 more games to go. And one of those is going to be Sanhok, which is going to be extremely wild and chaotic to see. And then you have 2 on Miramar.
I mean, with only 3 games on, Erangel, you can take the first game, feel off who's your enemies.
I don't think you can.
Well, who's the ones next to you? What are they doing? When are they rotating?
Well,
that's super important to know.
There's definitely a lot of questions to be answered around that as you're kind of debating there for a moment. Let's take a look at how some rotations were going down here throughout this game to start off day number 1. Because, of course, there was opportunities left, right, and center for these guys to be able to get themselves in the right spots as we take a magnified look at Erangel.
Nothing I love more than seeing a topographical map, and you're going to get to see the plane, the popular drops, and where each team went as that plane flew over. The first thing I want to point out is Envy. Look for them to do this all day. Fast drops. They're going to jump out right away. Their normal loot spot was contested, so they're going to do something old school, which is get looting quickly and then rotate late.
And I really love that. Being able to flex drop in a lobby where you're the only team to do that, that's going to make them succeed 100%. And remember, the game ended in Milta. They were in Primos. They managed to get there so easily.
And you can see the rotations, the top 3 guitar picks playing, making their way towards that middle spot.
I do want to point out, though, VC didn't have to do much moving when it came to this, but they were putting on so much pressure to the teams that were coming along to them, Froz.
At the same time, you also saw them being super aggressive, taking
Look at
literally every fight they could, making sure that they grab all those kill points.
Well, what we see, I think, is Vendetta really fought for it. BC, look at the wiggle. I mean, these guys parked the car and they went on foot, whereas Ace did a very good job of scouting. You saw those stop points along that transition to find the right point in the middle. Again, people say you get lucky with the circle, but the reality is they scouted it, they earned it, and they found a good place.
They moved 3 times to get there in that spot before that. Nobody breached them, and they played that extremely well.
They also played from center positions, make sure that they would have an easy and quick rotation into the next center as well.
And as you can see some of the moments here where they have been able to lock down this location and then fend off the other members. Shinobi here, I was kind of surprised by this smoke that he's about to throw because I feel like that revealed him.
That bait smoke there down to the south here towards Entus Ace was actually brilliant because you'll see that Entus Ace actually threw a nade towards that smoke and not towards his position.
They did, but I would argue this game was won by an Entus Ace player who flexed out to the right side. He was able to because the smoke covered him as Vendetta pushed down to get rid of Shinobi, and that gave them the position to win this match. So in a way, you could almost say Ace's MVP here was Shinobi and that smoke screen he set up for them to be able to push in and finish off Vendetta.
I mean, even Shinobi surviving to that point in the game was kind of a little bit of a surprise for me. Rascals had to move from where Envy had basically been wiped.
Yep. I mean, that's what he joked. He said, I'm Shinobi because both of my parents were ninjas, is what he told me yesterday. And I was like, so are you going to crawl your way into the top 3? And then the first game out, that's exactly what he does. And that's what you do. Get points when you don't have any options. Crawl in.
Well, you can throw melee weapons now. If we had a shuriken to the game, I'm sure he'll be right in his element, I suppose. That'd be nice. Moving on to game number 2, though, here in a few moments' time. Very, very excited to see if there's going to be any adaptations. Obviously, Avenger, I asked you a little bit about this before. Froz, coming to you. When you look at how the teams performed, in my mind, the top 3 is anything but what I expected coming into the first game of the day.
I think it's not what anyone expected. I mean, Entus Ace was not the favorite either, but at the same time, they did really good.
Here is our top 5 kills here from game number 1. See Mr. Uber up there, but VC Gaming really did stand out for me.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it comes down to. I don't think we expected that. I mean, I literally put in my notes, VC's playing to not be embarrassed after such a rough PCL summer split.
Yeah.
And they come out with 2 of the top fraggers in game 1. That's the confidence boost you need to move forward. Of course, OGN and his Ace putting up some great numbers as they played very, very well for them. And then Ghost, another surprise for me to see them in the top fraggers is I think McCoy and the boys took the aggressive stance this time.
I love how committed that McCoy is that when they change jersey color, he changed hair color as well. That's beautiful. I love that.
I mean, they made changes. Vegas bleached his hair. McCoy dyed his. Jabroni grew a beard. They said, last phase didn't work. Let's make some changes, even if it's at the cosmetic level, and get fresh for PGC.
Let's get some male grooming in here. That's what you're wanting. I'm okay with this. One thing that I did like to see for VC Gaming here with their 2 top fraggers from this game was that, for me at least, it was the not as commonly known names when it comes to someone like Summer, for example, who was at PNC, obviously representing China. So it's nice to see the entirety of the team here step up when, again, there were some naysayers, myself included.
Tide was he had the best KD in the team, though, during the last phase here. So, I mean, that was kind of expected. But Summer, as you're saying, not really that expected that he would do that good in the first game here.
I mean, the reality is I don't want to over-gush on them, right? I mean, they had the benefit of, say, Gex driving into them with 3 people and sort of handing over the kills.
Yeah.
There were situations that they did benefit from. So I want to see them use the confidence boost, go into game 2, and make it happen again. But that, for me, is the big takeaway here, Kalaris, is I don't want to see teams overly switch it up right now. That's a temptation, but on a best of 6, you should be starting the same way you finish. You should have a set strategy, you should play hard, and you could focus on the win, not play safe, not sort of gauge the risks later.
Good to see Vendetta all smiles after that first game there. So got to be riding high off that kind of performance. And that's the kind of start that could carry you through this group stage quite easily.
Honestly, if you get a momentum starter like this, they be able to continue to bid through these games, they're going to be easily in top 8. Easily. But obviously to the other teams here, or one of the favorite teams, phase, being able to start like this, getting a clutch situation where you win a 2 versus 4, that's also going to be a kickstarter for them.
I mean, go ahead.
You're also sending a message to the teams that are not playing, that will be playing tomorrow as well, because you'll be facing them later on. And right now, you're making a statement saying, hey, you should be afraid of us. We're really good at this.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe comes out on top. They're sort of the favorites to win this thing. They definitely scored with the fact that their first rotation from Milta every time is to sort of that lumber position when it's that circle. It worked out for them. It stayed there till the bitter end. So they did get a good start and some great kills to kick it off. The question is, when we see that super shift, when we go to North Georgia Pool on the next circle, can they adapt to the same context with teams that are in sort of new spots they're not used to?
Did you just call a circle?
I did.
I like that.
No.
Oh, George, new ending.
Well, I mean, honestly, like that's what I want to see, a different circle on every single one of these 6 games, right? I want to see every team tested to the umpteenth degree because that's what I want to know. Who is the best? Who goes to Oakland, can adapt, thrive, and destroy anybody who stands against them?
All right, well, we are almost ready to get into the proceedings of game number 2, of course, here, as we have had plenty of exciting action here from our first game. Time to get to game number 2 here for PGC Group 1.
Thank you so much, and here we go. We're getting ready for game number 2. I gotta say, I'm with the analyst. I want to see the evil playing paths. I want to see the evil circles. I want to see everybody just rise to the occasion. I want to see these guys challenged.
Millie circle.
Yes.
I want to see a Millie circle. Speaking of Millie, we've just seen another $1 million are being contributed to the prize pool. That's a total of $3 million. First place walking home with one of that minimum. Like, you can't stress if just advancing and going through this double elimination stage was enough to get to the very top. To think how much of a life-changing sum of money is on the line is insanity. The pressure is madness.
And that's due to players. That's due to the viewers. You guys coming in, picking up those awesome-looking skins, contributing in, supporting your teams on the pick'ems. This is just the start. That's only been 2 days, too. So just think of where we could go from here.
Well, before this, 4 teams were guaranteed above 100 grand by the end of all this is all said and done. With the prize pool contributions, that could certainly jump up to add another one to it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the money all aside, this is all about pride, and I think more importantly, this is the first time in PUBG Esports where we can finally truly say who is the best in the world. We've not necessarily been able to do it in the past because of third person, first person,
all that stuff,
rule sets and everything else, but now we've streamlined this. Now we've had the Super brought in, we've had the leagues. We can truly begin to see our star legendary players, and we can truly begin to see, or at least who definitely will see, who is the best of the best and the best in the world.
100%. That's what I'm buckled up for. I want to see these guys just continue to grow, because I think that that's going to be a big part of this. A lot of these guys are just going to pull together, continue to make that climb up, and just improve. Sometimes you just have these players that manage to just clutch up and figure out a way to play the game just a little bit differently than they did, and I love to see that.
Well, we can see the playing path. I know you guys at home can't. I will say this, it's not evil, it's not cruel. It does start off just below Prim and will be ending around Kameshki. So it's an open playing field, and I think if you want to be a bit more brazen, you could say teams don't have to be so suddenly heavy. If there are teams that want to kind of play off the back of Yasnai, Ghost Gaming, for example, they won't have much of a long drop this time. They can actually go to home turf.
So just as a heads up, why it's taking us a second to get into lobby, there is an issue with one of the T1 players' computers. They're wanting to make sure to go back, look that over, make sure everything's good. We're over at the start of this, so we want to make sure every player has everything set moving into it. So it should just be a second or two longer while we get that set up. I mean, one of the things I want to take away from that is a couple of these teams that we expected to do quite well, especially in this group, did go down kind of early. Desk was talking about it a second ago. I mean, what was kind of your standout inside that game that kind of shocked you that you were just completely unexpected by?
I'm going to be honest, and there are obviously memes aside and NA and not advancing and all that lot. I was surprised that Tempo did go down so early. And I honestly worry about how much of a detriment that'll be to the mindset of this roster. Having heard how things are amongst the roster and how they are to one another, yes, they're a formidable team when it comes to the MPL. But, and this is absolutely no disrespect to North American players, the MPL definitely has its top 4, top 5 teams, and then there is a substantial drop-off between level of skill.
Well, that's kind of universal in every league.
Yeah. But again, I'm trying not to be... I don't want to be disrespectful, because any player in any league is still a professional player, and they are still playing at a damn sight better than your average player in any caster, and so on and so forth. But when you come to these lobbies, you've got your first, your second, your third, your fourth... Every single team is just legend in its own right from its respectable region.
I mean, the easiest way to look at it is imagine you're the best in your region, and now you have to go up against every other best in their region, and it just makes one small mistake just blows up back in your face. And you talk about surprised the Tempo Storm went down. One of the things that surprised me was a much more aggressive Ghost from the MPL, making that push back over towards FaZe. We often see FaZe get control over areas and just not let anybody encroach in there. That was kind of surprising for me.
You will have known, I mean, there's two things to that story, right? They got a knock on FaZe, so you know that's FaZe, and you think, oh, well, do I really want to be pushing them? Do I really want to be going after them? there is that question that could be answered, but more importantly for me, they didn't get overly aggressive. They didn't get bloodthirsty, because there's time and time again a team get, oh, I've got a knock, quick, let's dive in and get the rest of them, and then all of a sudden they get battered. Fair play, they got battered by the incredible, by the way, the incredible overpeak from Mexi was just going for the repeak, and then the overpeak on the second one was fantastic. So good job. Okay, they didn't last much longer, but still, to take the scalps of all of Ghost Gaming, they get the revenge, they get the kill points, they get the placement points as well. But Ghost, yeah, very disciplined. Whoever's on the IGL there is keeping him in line and keeping him in check.
What got me was my team to kind of watch as far as in the OGN family has been Force. I thought Force was going to be like the big factor. They were one of my teams that I'm just going to be keeping an eye on tomorrow that I feel is just going to be so ridiculously strong. And out of nowhere, Ace just comes through. We talked about that they had a gauntlet to play through to get to this stage, and we often see that that kind of does power up teams to a certain degree. Like whenever you have to go through and you have to play like one of these last-minute gauntlets to get your spot, we see the fact that there's so much like knowledge gained in that little bit of a run, and I felt like it very much carried over into this first game. We were seeing them make some very aggressive moves that paid off for them.
I was surprised to see the open run by G2. We didn't see the full run, so I can't completely slander them altogether, but I didn't see any smokes, that's for sure. I didn't see the smoke trails. I didn't see... It was an interesting angle, because if you would have hit from the side of it, you can force them back off the top of the roof of the garage. Yes, you can see through the doors, but it means that to come forward onto the open garage roof, they have to expose themselves rather than having the windows to play with. So to hit them from the angle, yes, you are going for the defilade of the side of the garage, but from the opposing side, it might be flat, but they are overexposed, and you can maybe get a sniper, just ping somewhere at the back to give you the distance you need.
They also did jump into the window and peek out the side of the window. That was a very unexpected angle. I gotta say, a very good play. Those are the types of things I love to see, those little bitty innovations, making that risk, because there's a lot of risk in stepping out that window. You have to have faith. I'm gonna hit every single person that I see, otherwise I'm dead. And they got it.
Vendetta doing the Aussies proud. Same goes for VC at the top. Fantastic work from them for their respective region. Good points in the bag, but it's only one game. However, Matrim, we only have 6 in this lobby, and you have to finish in the top 8 if you want to advance, otherwise you go into elimination.
FaZe didn't walk away with a win, but I feel like they were feeling pretty good about that game. A lot of strong plays coming through there, made it into the late game. I mean, it was, again, in their backyard, but Gen G, not the best of starts, losing PO really early in that game.
Yeah, it's going to hurt them, and I think it wasn't the greatest of rotations from them. They were split 4 men across one wide open area, and they were picked apart one by one. But now they get a second crack at the whip. I can see the plane is in the air, the bird is in the sky. Game number 2 Matchroom is underway.
Here we go. We're taking a look at Vendetta. These guys absolutely killed it in that last game, but it is time to get up and in the air for game number 2. Naturally going back over towards Erangel. Looks like the plane path we were talking about a second ago. Nothing crazy moving into this. It's just diagonal cutting right across the map. And unless you want to go to like Zarky, pretty much everything is on the table that you could want.
Potential for some slight readjustments, but more importantly, it will give teams more towards that northeast side. Yasnaya been a special one. A bit more of looting capabilities and a bit more time on the ground. Gen G already out of the play, and same goes for Envy.
One thing I did want to note, the Chinky is going to be very contested tomorrow. It's one of those zones that almost all those teams like to go for. Here, we're actually seeing Rickanids come in, and they're just claiming it almost for free because nobody else is making the play around that. They all have their own different drop zones that they want to go to.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about tomorrow because it's going to be a complete mess. Let's be real. Like, the amount of teams that are just going to be so ignorant to one another and just say, you know what, this is our area, so do one. It's, a doozy.
That is a doozy right there coming down. And he's by himself. So that means that somebody's going to have to make a run over to go for the res. I believe it's Pokemaladoy. It looks like he's going to have to make the push back over there towards it. Yep, he's got himself a buggy, but that's going to cut into both of their loot, and that's going to slow down this team.
Looting time will be slowed down, but it's a res nevertheless. So please don't run him over. Just don't.
I know. I saw it catch the air. I was like, no, please.
Don't do it. No one will make an advance on that. There's no point, to be fair. But people will understand that he's down circle.
I love how he crawled to the door. He was like, I can't even get inside of it. Can't open the door when you're downstage, but just stare at it. Be like, I just want to be in there.
To be fair, if your legs were broken, Matchroom, you also wouldn't be able to open the door.
This is true. Well, I don't know. I would try my hardest to reach up. If there are people with guns around and I just broken both of my legs, I would not.
Grabbing the door handle with your teeth, please let me in.
My hands still work.
Somebody save me. Well, Pokemaladoy at least gets him back on his feet, so now he can continue. Whether or not Armory Gaming think, you know what, we've got a bit more time on these boys. Maybe we can camp them. Circle does shift towards the north. That's a hell of a lot of water in play, about 35%. Severny, could this be a good spot for one team? I'm already seeing one maybe just magnetizing towards it, potentially even for Jex as well. So two teams are looking and kicking around that. We'll see if there is any major advancement. Good little split, by the way, I can see on the map from McCoy. He's away from the rest of the team in Yasnaya up on the hillsides, and that gives his team a foothold for the next rotation should the circle be favorable more towards the north.
It's an interesting position. We know the fact that this is where Ace likes to play at, over towards school. Very comfortable inside of this position. Na'Vi is still fairly separated out right now, trying to get a little bit more information, and I think they still have a little bit of time, but they were one of the early droppers inside of this. I would say they dropped a little bit before the halfway point on whenever the plane path came through. With the circle being so far north, I mean, it really favored these teams that opted into a much later drop strategy. Desk was talking about Envy. They just wanted to drop right off the go, and they ended up back down over from Morriston. I think that they have the longest to go out of everything. FaZe is pretty close to the circle by comparison, but kind of quiet to get everything going. I feel like big northern rotations back up along those coastlines in that Severny area around shooting range, Stolber, those hills and those buildings and warehouses around that, that could be early gets for a lot of these teams, making those early rotations. And that's why Na'Vi having that down very early is very detrimental.
You can see the total rankings on the left-hand side. Keep an eye on those two, the teams that are from 10th position down to 16th. That's generally everyone, 3 points and below. 3 teams at the bottom with 1 point each. Okay. One game can change everything. Yes, I agree with that. You can go and just pick up a win and 12, 15 kills and have a 25-point game. That's absolutely true. But for any of those teams that are down between, what, 12th and 16th place, another appalling placement, and potentially you could be out of the running for first in this group completely just after 2 games. There's only 6 if you want to make it out of groups.
So we saw a very aggressive position coming out early from Duckman's last game. Did not go in their favor. Now you can see Armory Gaming running a lot closer together. I'm curious as to have to make their approach back towards the circle, if they're going to continue to clump or if they're going to go for that more split rotation that we see coming out from Armory Gaming. Looks like they're all going to crash back over here together. See, naturally, Vin back in this position, feeling pretty comfortable. Not a lot of contention coming on. I don't think that FaZe is going to make an approach through here. Nobody back down towards military base. So just looting to their heart's content before they start their rotation.
I never like to suggest it, but with Armory Gaming, Duckmans is such a standout performer. I don't want to say one player carries that entire team, but I think it's fair to say him going down like that, look at what it's done to the scoreboard. Like, he is kind of the heart and soul of that roster. Yes, you go out, you live as a team, you die as a team. I get that, and I'm okay with that. But still, honestly, it's kind of bad.
I feel like he's a leverage point for the team.
Yeah.
It's not like everything hinges on him, but a lot of their play style does depend on him having that outside
cover. They might rely on him too much. That's the problem.
That is true.
And him going down initially, if this happens again, you've got to look to the rest of the team switching things up on a pinhead, because they could be in trouble.
So you guys can see how the rotations are coming in. A little bit later rotations for a couple of these teams. Really, the guys over in Milton, no rush at all as all 3 teams kind of posted up. Gex is making an approach next to Tempo Storm. A couple of shots are going to connect over with Leo. You can see Sophia's up towards the top of the hill. Spray's going to come out from Zampa, not going to connect as everybody does crest over the top of it.
Tempo Storm position will at least be known now to teams that are going to be lingering around them.
Do you think this is a little bit of damage control from Tempo Storm trying to go for early picks? Because they're just right along this line. They knew that people would rotate along this point, maybe seeing if they can get an extra kill or 2 due to going out so early in that last game.
I think they're getting ahead of the game, if I'm honest. They're in a good position for now for this circle, regardless of where it goes. They will be in the next one. And if they can keep not only the damage control, but if they can keep map control, they can let teams go up there. There are a few areas in the north here particularly that are not only big transitional paths, but are very wide open spaces. And regardless if someone tries to make a pull up on them, if someone tries to go by, like for instance, you just cop for it there, one player in the open, you can pick up points very, very easily. And more importantly, you can spread your wings. You can spread your team here and not actually be spread too thin.
We also see the gauntlet come into effect at a certain point. These teams that are positioned out only get about half damage on a player. As they continue their push in, another team will get that other half of it. Tempo Storm now deciding to crash back over around Crossroad location towards the northern part of the river. That's a big gamble that's coming in with a lot of these teams. Most teams are assuming that that river that kind of marks right through the center of this circle well, I guess down towards the south of the circle. A lot of these times they're going to post up. BC going for a couple of shots back over towards Ace as they make their rotation there.
You mentioned the gun early. I mean, you saw what effect that's had on them. They were an SLR player and they were a Kar 98, both iron sighting. You know, you're clutching at straws when you iron sight a Kar 98 at distance.
This is an interesting push coming out from Ace. They have stopped one player back behind, providing a little bit of cover back over towards VC. But this is kind of an open section coming through. Edge is going to go ahead and take down Brexco. That's G2 losing a member fairly early. Remember, these guys were pretty close based off of their looting, and then almost just rotated right on top of each other, making their way inside the circle.
And one of G2's biggest failures is they will be picked apart individually. They like to go on very wide splits and very wide rotations. They're doing the same now. Nelos is completely away from the rest of the pack. Same with Yanis. Chris is on his own. He'll have to fight this one because Vendetta can still see him. Should G2 be able to consolidate themselves, it'll be fantastic because they can keep going. But one of their bigger failures is that they do like to be spread apart. And they do get punished for it.
DJ Boy taking a couple of shots back over towards
Hasbo.
going back over there. And this, just running away. Well, luckily it's running back over towards a teammate, so at least maybe he can get Ubered and he can pick back up. But DJ Boy having to leave his position. Smokes are coming down. Teammate jumps in the vehicle to provide a little bit more support and get into a safer spot.
Can we appreciate how much time and effort went into not only keeping that car alive, each player just instantly puts the smoke down. Don't worry, we'll keep the tires alive. And he just jumps in it and packs it up. But
well, that's kind of one of the dangerous spots about whenever you play gas station is if you lose your vehicles, there's not a lot of cover around that spot. You're pretty dead.
You're either going uphill or downhill. Both of those ways are completely open.
Yeah. Oh no, and there's the free fall down to a knock inside that poor doozy. You can see him back down there in the bottom right. Going to make his way through. He's still alive. He's still safe. So everything's okay.
He's a freak of a player. He's one that's probably going to do wonders for Navi. Like, I think he's the only player between him and...
Oh, still so much water inside this circle. There's not going to be a lot of real estate as it looks like infantry is making the push back over towards Gen G. Got a couple up. We got one up towards the top of it. Nestor's trying to hold this back line. Lin walks up, takes some shots at the motorcycle. That's going to give away his position. Now Lin knows how to play this. Nice push off to the side of it. That's going to get one down. Esther looking back off to one side. One down now on the other side of this, and it's just an exchange firefight trying to fight through that doorway.
Infantry and Gen G. Gen G are actually committing to this one. Whether they overcommit could be a dangerous sign. Longsker's inside as well. That grenade's going to be cooked, pin out. Oh no! Just misses it, otherwise that could have been big. It could be huge, in fact. Taemin will at least get a bit of damage off Bolang. He has to go for the res here if they want to try and keep players alive. Pio and Taemin, the last two standing. This is really bad from Gen G. There was a poor game last time round. Two back-to-back would not be good, Matrim.
So you can see Longster holding the top. Looks like he jumped into a little bit more of aggressive position. The res does come through. That time it does bounce through the window. Gonna connect with Bolyang, gonna get him down. So with this Longster still trying to hold the top of it, that reposition.
Oh my lord.
Gonna get the damage, but not get the knock. So now we can see that PO is slowly creeping up back behind this, finding the angle. A lot of stress coming back over towards Infantry Gaming. PO looks like he has an angle towards one of the windows, but not gonna get the knock, as you can see, going for the reposition for the res. Steeman also gonna do the same, just narrowly making it there in time.
He has to go for this. Surely. Well, he's gone for the res, which is good, but they're allowed upstairs to get their teammates back on their feet. Yes, Gen D will be able to do the same, but now Xiang, he actually gets the res, and now he goes aggressive. This is good.
Oh, is he going to see him? Not going to connect with the shot, so it's a little bit of a peak battle. Grenades could be huge. Bounces it back between those bars, not going to get the damage off onto it, so now it feels like everybody is just contained off the side. PO shows up, goes ahead and flushes out Longsker. Still looking back over. Another grenade's going to bounce around the outside of those bars. It's so hard to squeeze him right through there, so now PO has to be super cautious on this approach, and it is just utility being wasted everywhere. This could be very bad for Gen G.
PO being disconnected from the rest of the pack has actually paid dividends here. It's done them well, so he'll molly the corner to stop anyone sitting on the bars.
But this really kind of gives infantry more time to regroup, get that meds back up, find a little bit more space, because there's not follow-through grenades that are coming through. Esther's still holding this lower position, just kind of firing in on the smokes. There's a lot of different points that you can see him separate out from, and the Molotov finally getting a little bit of damage there, but that's going to be enough. PO does get down off of that.
They're burning alive.
There's just so much fire everywhere. That's going to be infantry going down and out first.
So PO missed 2 grenades through the windows, and I think all players, I'm pretty sure this is like a 9,000 IQ play. All the players mollied the entire top floor and give infantry nowhere to move. They've just cooked them alive.
Every single window, you could see that it was just Molotov after Molotov after Molotov coming through, and that was a good bit of control. Once they realized they had the bottom floor, just take it.
That's really, but in order to do that, you have to coordinate the mollies to throw them at the same time, so they've got nowhere to move. If they've literally coordinated molly throwing to burn the entire top floor,
we've never seen that
incredible
before. That feels
play.
like that is something brand new. That's so much coordination coming in. Duckman's taking a couple of shots back over towards Na'Vi. He is playing a little bit separated out away from his team. They're back down inside the buildings off to the southwest. They've got some control points they can play from, so let's see how this new circle pops over, and it's going back over towards FaZe. We still have a ton of water in this, and a little bit of Stolberg Hillside posted up. This is going to be a messy rotation.
With one of these scenarios now, given where the land is because we're on the coastline, you can pretty much, pretty much predict where this circle should be going, at least for these teams. And unfortunately, there is nothing to play. There is so little right now. It will pull more I think it'll pull central.
At this
with
point,
a little strut there's a chance that it maybe goes to the left, but everyone now just has to run the gauntlet. There'll be a lot of attacks on the beach. Envy's already there, and that's because you can hit the slope of it and maybe hide him amongst the water. Severny is a dead zone. Once that's gone, you've got to come out and over the hills. Alpaca's just finding people on the way.
It's just a mess. Everybody's running through, going for their shots. T1 gets dropped off of that rotation, just leaning out of it. Look, there's just bodies everywhere. Vehicles flipped over. Still shots coming in from FaZe in the distance. And Helen's looking back towards us like, I don't think I want to go up that direction, guys. I'll just go ahead and let Ace have that.
Well, we asked for some weird and wonderful circles, and we got it. This is Hell in a Cell right now. FaZe Clan can sit happy that time and time before in the old generations of like FaZe 1, even before that, the year previous, this gas station for them and the surrounding areas, the coastal road was a very strong point. They go for the old rotation up past Stalborough and then coming around this one. The issue is for FaZe Clan, should a circle be rather unfavorable from this position now, going uphill will be extremely difficult.
Look at the position from Gen.G. They can catch a lot of people as they make their rotation through. They just had to come back over towards the east. That's forcing Na'Vi back along this line. Like he's taking a little bit of damage there, but they've got that dip that they can play down from. They've made it through the first phase of the gauntlet, but there's still more teams to follow. Envy, we can see that Na'Vi's going to have to be very, very cautious as they make that approach back over next to Envy, and there's still the remnants of T1 ahead of them, so they have to be very cautious on where they stop at.
Pio is disconnected, so he needs to make sure that if he has to get this kill, really. I mean, look at the aggression here.
That's just Pio things.
Oh my God,
right
if
there.
he gets this.
Well, so much damage coming out. Got to be cautious off of that one. That is some confidence coming out from Pio. He does not even care off of that. He was just standing out in the open, taking the shots back that direction. So smoke's coming out on both sides. See Envy's taking a lot of damage coming out. Tempo Storm as well. They're fighting across this hillside, but Gex is also looking on the backside of it. Pat Cups is trying to look along the side of this, but he's also right up next to Tempo Storm. Grenade's going to come out, trying to go around the peak of this. And Luke's going to come back on the other side of this, try to go for the res. A little bit more space, but it's still Pat Caps just jumping from smoke to smoke, trying to use the crates for cover. Any box that he can find, but it's going to be Gex to take the shots off the side of him. That's going to eliminate Envy.
North America just currently battering one another. Miluk with the Uzi at least can get Sharp shot back on his feet. How much more he can do. If he can pick up Zampa, it would be huge, but the problem is he has to go out into the open. There are teams lingering and looking across from that side. Pio does get the knock-ons to Bestelotch, the player that was up against the water. That's a damn good shot to challenge someone like Bestelotch, who is a very aggressive individual. Circle comes the way that we kind of expected to. The most land will fit in this one. And that's why all the teams are going to be posting up here. G2, Vendetta, Red Canids, Ghost Gaming, Armory, everyone's almost inside this. The mess is going to come from the side of Severny, Na'Vi, Gen.G, Gex, Tempo, Storm, VC. They all have to make their way in, and we've got three teams that are basically playing bodyguard on the western side.
One thing I want to mention is the number of teams that are presently inside the circle are a lot of the same teams we saw get in those last circles.
Correct.
FaZe, Vendetta, Ghost Gaming, Armory Gaming, there's not one of them that made it that far in, but we can see Red Canids is off to the one side of it. So G2's also making their approach, so we're starting to see repeat people that know how to play these circles, figuring out how to come back in with a lot of people up and alive. Duckman's looking back over towards Ghost. Ghost making the push down. Looks like they've already got Skeet down. Duckman's back off on that side, angle for it, and it looks like everybody's hunting for him, but VC just down to the south of Ghost. This is kind of an interesting spot right over here next to Stalbert. A lot of back and forth. Esther is right up inside the smoke, and it's right next to Na'Vi. Pokemalda is looking off the side, gonna go ahead and throw down a Molotov. Esther gets away from that.
Pio's killed two of them. I mean, I'd be scared if I were Na'Vi. This isn't like to let one player just loose on them like this.
This is just
might
so...
unfortunately burn himself if he's not too careful. Very little life. That's for standing on top of him. POC for the resuscitation, just trying to... Oh,
here's the drive up.
Go for? What do you do?
Does get taken down, tries to get something out of it, but Gen G now up to 7 kills. Looking back over towards a doozy. He's kind of hiding out. Last member alive for Na'Vi. They only have 1 kill at this point. So he's got himself a little bit of a ridge to play from, but it is not inside the safe zone.
Absolutely no EU bias here. It really scares me, Matrim, watching a team like Na'Vi being bullied. Quite literally bullied by Gen G. That's... You got to think they were down 2 players earlier on when they were going up against infantry. They got themselves back on their feet. They wiped out infantry, and now they're just moving on to the Russians. They are destroying them.
Got Ghost on the high ground and trying to abuse it. DJ Boy down, and yeah, and that's kind of the name of this lobby right now. Is everybody can abuse anyone at any given time. It's all about making sure you got to dictate the game. You got to force everybody to play around how you want to play. Damon just jumps down right on top of Gex, taking a couple of shots back over to him, but it's going to be a doozy that gets the shots and the down onto him. So Gen G is eliminated. That's interesting.
I actually think PO just got Car 98 off the back of the vehicle. Yeah. I saw it in the kill feed.
Doozy outlives them. He's got the moral victory, but now where do you go next?
Amory Gaming, 11th position. We're seeing some of the old teams, as you did mention, Matchroom in the previous match, falling at the wayside here below top 10. A doozy just holding on for dear life on the beachhead, and it will be very soon lived because he has only got a very amount of the stim on and needs to turn face.
FaZe is looking back down towards T1 right now. They're going to hear the motorcycle in a second, but that might give him that extra little bit of space. And he's going to get dropped off by nice shots coming out from Sophia. So, no, never mind. I guess FaZe doesn't have to look that direction. They already got people supporting him from the other side.
Enter's just chilling, waiting for Gex to make an advancement over the hill here because they do have to come forward given the position of the blue. But unfortunately, RJ is in the hillside, so they can get the angle also. But McCoy... He's kind of having a beautiful few little games so far. I'm seeing plenty of kills and frags come out the man. Does knock one of them on the back, so it kind of gives a bit of a stopgap here for Gex, who will be moving forward.
New circle pops, just moves a little bit more centralized. FaZe still has those buildings to play around. Ace is just huddled back down in this dip, trying to deny vision off of so many angles. It's like Gex is trying to make a little bit more of an aggressive push, but there's so many teams that can see back on this angle. You can see it's just tracers coming in from every angle right now. Leo's trying to get something out of this, but there's just hellfire and bullets on every angle for it, while Joy is just looking back up that hillside. Every time they peek down, it is so dangerous.
Just so you're aware of where teams are currently, Red Canadians is holding down on the plateau towards the south side of the main houses. Vendetta are going to be lingering around them though. G2 coming out of the forest to where we see FaZe usually rotate from on that eastern side. T1 is making an advancement outside of the gas station onto Entus. Gex falling by the wayside. RG also want to get involved in this one. The grenades could do some damage, and if it does, it'll ring the alarm bell, Matrim, and they'll maybe just hope and pray that they're ready for the receiving end of it.
But that is going to distract away from what was going on with Ace. They were looking back down on that angle. Doesn't really matter. I was going to say maybe that might give Gex a chance to make the way down, but FaZe is still just taking those shots onto this. Everybody from T1 has to be cautious. Jeff, as he made that approach, had to make sure he was keeping an eye out for FaZe. FaZe is dictating so much of the movement inside of the circle based off of the sight lines that they have. Nobody is within 200 meters of them right now because anytime somebody tries to make the approach, somebody's got that angle on them.
I think the bigger problem is Red Canadians hiding. There's like a plateau on the main road, and they should have vehicles there, I would have thought as well, so no one dare go further afield, more centralized. Because if you do, they're going to kill you. It's as simple as that. Vendetta is right next to them, so like the main road is straight up a no-go zone. You have to play a plateau of a hillside here. Hopefully, Ghost Gaming can play a bit more reactive to the situation that they're in, because I'm seeing RJ surround them from multiple angles.
Everybody's loaded up inside of the UAZ. T1 has the angles off on one side. It is just dead body dropping out of this over and over. Jumps out, and it's going to be T1 holding this down. And that's going to be Ace, our winners from last round, getting aced themselves and removed from the game.
At least they made it into top A and picked up some frags along the way. There are teams that have had worse runs than that, so it's not too bad. You get the old curse of winning one and going out in 16th.
So with this, you can see we're in the points positions right now. 7 teams alive, 20 still holding it down. Look at the control FaZe has over the circle. The only problem with it is they're so far towards the edge of it. If anything moves away from this position, it's going to be very difficult because now they have to cross those zones of demarcation that they themselves have set.
But this is why it's so important to get the knocks now with the height
100%.
advantage on top of the buildings that was provided. There's also what I would call a level 3 building up there when you can go into the high tower and look across. If they can get knocks on these positions, you remove them.
Ooh.
And with good reason, because now, FaZe, it's time to move. You've been gifted a very good circle for a very good game. Now it's time to test them. What have they got left in the chamber? Teams will be lingering on that main road. And unless they go for a wide rotation, the safer option will be to take the forest side.
Yeah, this is a very interesting rotation point you have to go through. There is G2 that's along the hillside, as well as Vendetta. Red Canid still holding down that 1 point. You can see the spread coming out now as Ghost is still controlling back down towards the southeast, and Rascal Jester is just kind of separated out around as well. There's only 3 teams that are kind of in the circle. Technically 2, because Ghost is right on the edge of the circle and keep bouncing back and forth between it, but all the violence is going to be happening up towards the north as G2 has to figure out how they're going to move through this, and Vendetta is just waiting. This looks like a trap just being sprung at any given moment.
FaZe are going to go for that plateau that I've been talking about.
Just full send. You can see they hopped inside the vehicle. They're making the push over towards it, and a crate.
That knock's huge. Okay, it was stolen. Let's not talk about that. It was stolen regardless, but that's huge because that knocks Chris out from watching the back angle. FaZe can make something on this one and push in now. The problem was getting in there in the way of G2. There are 3 teams over here. This is going to be madness.
G2 is under a lot of pressure right now. Grenades are starting to come down. It's just drop after drop. As you can see, Red Canid's also joining in the fight. G2 just walked into a meat grinder as 3 different teams are just tearing them apart from so many different angles. Nellis is trying to figure out, okay, what do I get out of this? They've only got 1 kill. Trying to hunt down another. Goes for the spray back over towards it and cannot accomplish anything. They just get dropped out.
G2's gone. Vendetta, they're down but not out. They can get their bodies back on their feet if they need to. Uber has managed to pick up a crate. I mean, Christ, if he wasn't strong enough as it was, give him level 3 gear and watch him go. Let's see what other gun he's got once it eventually shows up on screen. He might not even go for it, just honestly keep the mini at this point because he's so damn good with it. Yes, he does indeed. M4 in the back pocket as well to take on the assault that will be waiting. And when I say waiting, I mean lying down. It's cooked.
Coming out, but the spray is very good. Gets a little bit of damage off. T1 pops out. They opted to go back down towards the south. But look at the Shinobi just has the angle. He is the thorn in so many team sides right now. That's going to be a couple more kills coming out. But you can see FaZe just walks up and says, Red Canids, this is our part of the circle. You just go away.
They've pushed all the teams that were here completely out. Yes, third party, fourth party was a real thing. But they've still stepped up at the right time and taken so many angles to cover so many different positions. They've essentially removed an obstacle completely from the wayside. I spoke about Ghost Gaming earlier on in the position of maybe getting overrun. They did lose 1 player during the time of what we've just seen in the past circle. Vendetta, they lost 1 player also, but they are squeezed up against the edge, so you would expect them to have to move soon. For RJ, it's a big old split, and one of the players just been knocked all the way against the white, all against the blue. The white does not favor them. In fact, the white only favors 1 team. I'm hearing G-Core somewhere in the distance ringing aloud.
So with this, FaZe has so much control to work around. There's a couple of little dips, rocks that they can make use of. But now it's just going to be trying to gatekeep teams out, maybe try to force them to fight each other, depending on how these teams move. There's a lot of them back over towards the east. You can see Vendetta, Ghost looking back on that angle. Rascal Jester still spread out back down across the south, but there's not a lot of good places to play around inside of the circle. So a lot of these teams could be vying for that spot that they think could win them the game based off of how do we fight FaZe's position, and that's going to force them right next to each other. Ghost trying to get some shots back over towards Vendetta, does get 1 of them down. McCoy jumps away from the grenade, still just bouncing around through them. Look at this. This is very brave, just walking through where the grenade lines are falling, trying to get that better spot. Critical motion, moving over towards the rock, trying to see if maybe that high ground might buy him a little bit more sight line towards somebody's head. But McCoy playing this very aggressive, has to be cautious. Rascal Jester is wanting to be a part of this. McCoy does duck back behind the tree. Drassel's back behind him, trying to get into a position to provide a little bit more cover, but critical motion has such a beautiful angle here.
All these shots, though, are giving away position, and I'm seeing Moshamaru slowly creep up this hillside. I actually like the aggression here from Ghost Gaming. Just get stuck in. What do you got to lose? You've got nothing to lose.
8 kills in 4th place. So with this, grenades coming out. Critical motion now in some trouble. Shot's gonna come out, and now it's gonna be a lot of damage going through. Ghost gets dropped off of that very, very quickly, and Vendetta takes a lot of damage as well as they get eliminated off this. So FaZe Clan now looking back over towards Rascal Jester. We saw Shinobi have a hell of an end game, not last game, but can he pull off the chance to do more damage to one of these teams? Because there's just the 2 of them looking back up against a full 4-man FaZe.
Not a single knock across the sim roster so far. It's going to be a clean win if they do get it. They're going to go for the 4-man sweep. 2 left back, 2 on the forward, split side by side, watching for the snakes. But with how open this area is, there's a couple of rocks and trees you can play off of, but apart from that, it is just barren. It's open field.
7 kills in FaZe, walking away with an early game victory could be a big moral blow to a lot of these teams. New Circle pops, no surprise at this point, going to favor FaZe. They're running a beautiful split across this, just trying to get as much control as possible. Rascal Jester has to find some way to approach this, and there's not a lot of clean sight lines to really play around, so they're opting to move back along those hillsides. That's going to be Shinobi getting spotted out, damage coming through, he gets dropped. Now it is down to just 1. A long throw comes out, trying to connect with that. Rashmar does manage to get one of them down, but that's just a spin back over from FaZe, and so our round 2 winner is going to be FaZe Clan.
That's a lot of points for FaZe Clan. That's a win as well. I mean, all you are doing is feeding the beast, feeding the engine, giving them the frags, giving them the points, and of course giving them the win. It was fairly straightforward for them. There's no doubt in saying that whatsoever. Regardless where the circle was, they had the good compound, and it was just slow, it was clean, it was methodical. Removing teams from power play positions and just moving in. Clean sweep, to be fair, Mashin, there's nothing else really can be said about it.
Towards the beginning, they got circle favor, but then it started to, at the harder part of the game, whenever you have to make the moves and you don't know where everybody's at, they still played great. They figured out how to push in. They were forcing teams to fight against each other due to the control they had of that position. And then late game, it was just circle favor because they controlled the entirety of the circle. So great performance coming up from FaZe inside that game. It was just clinical to watch.
Pretty good from Rascal Jester. Well, it was a Japanese team. I mean, they were, what, 6 coming into that? So another second place. We talked about consistency and good points high up. For them, it's going to do wonderful things on the leaderboard, to be fair.
And another great game coming up from Ghost. But our analysts are going to break down everything that they saw inside that last round. So, Claris, take it away.
Thank you very much. It wouldn't be FaZe without a circle going north for that one as they throw up that little F thing that I can't do with my hand because I'm rubbish at doing that. But there you go. There is their win for them to start off the day. 9 kills as well coming in. Toffees, big game for them.
I mean, big 2 games, pretty much, I think, getting themselves almost to solidified to move to the next stage. And I don't want to say it was an easy win, but it felt like a walk in the park for FaZe.
They had an extremely long rotation.
Oh
they got a good circle the next one, and as Maxim said, extremely clinical towards the end.
One might say a FaZe rotation.
That was a 2017 FaZe rotation right there.
Well, and then they go into the final circle. They don't have to fight. They get pick-offs on people driving by randomly. Then the last 5 teams are up, and they still have all their utility, all their helmets, all their vests. They've got pure confidence, 4 cars. Come on.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the highlights here from game number 2 for PGC group stage. As we have, starting things off, Gen G and Infantry. This fight did not end for a while.
It looked bad for Gen G, but it was all about timing, getting those 2 knocks on Infantry. That was the key of success, because with that, he could go for the rest on Esther.
One of my fears with Gen G is Pio. He's taking on the great role at the team, but he's often overextended or out of position. In this fight we saw, Pio was pretty far away when this fight broke out and had to make his way all the way over. Ultimately they win, but it cost them big time because of that, and I wonder if that'll carry on throughout the tournament.
Another thing I loved here was the ace pull-up here. Managing to survive with 4 guys, taking out a lot of the T1 players and taking a lot of territory away here. So extremely well played for them. Managed to survive from time, got some kills. This is what they needed after a good first game.
One thing's for sure, going into phase 3, a very difficult start for a lot of these teams because there was not that much playable area. And even then, a lot of that beach area Toffees was hard to play anyway.
I mean, it's almost impossible to play, but as Matt Cawthon would say, sometimes you got to roll the dice and take a risk. Na'Vi does that. They came in, they took fight after fight. They did survive longer than I expected them to, but not a great game for anybody who gets stuck on the beach, and it was just a disaster for anybody stuck outside of Sev.
I mean, if it was anybody that took a little bit of a risk, it was G2 with a long rotation.
Sure.
They basically did the phase rotation, but during Circle 2, almost Circle 3 popping.
Yeah, let's take a look at all the points coming in as well as we get things going. We have FaZe bagging big points, 19 points for them in total coming in for that game number 2. Ghost Gaming, Vendetta, and Rascal getting themselves some big points as well. Vendetta and Rascal, 2 games in a row, they've got third or second between them.
Vendetta, 13 points last game, 13 points this game. They have 26 already. Obviously, FaZe are also up there. They can have a bit more, but these guys look extremely good. Ghost Gaming, guys.
Yeah, 6 kills in the last game.
I'm so happy to see them being able to pull up like this. Wow, what a game so far. Overall scoreboard, guys, 20 points for them.
Well, you gentlemen were complimenting their rotations and how they were approaching these first two games, right?
I mean, it was clean. If you watch Phase 3, McCoy was quiet. They seemed to be struggling. There was a lot of talk about Vegas taking Balak's position on that team.
Yeah.
To be honest, I talked to them yesterday. I said, guys, we're going to be hard on you because this PGC spot is Balak's, right? They earned this when Balak was on that roster. Is this the roster? Can Vegas finally step up and get you guys the wins? And while Vegas isn't getting huge frags, he's showing a tempered style of play that is unlike him for me, and everyone else is starting to shine. He's playing as a team player, and it shows with Ghost.
I mean, in the end, this is a team game, so it doesn't matter if Vegas is not showing up big time because he's putting in the effort for the team, and that's
he's
what
showing up now the way that he's supposed to because he's playing like a team player. He's not in these extension positions, and they're really gelling, and it looks good.
So do you think that overall, obviously in Phase 3, they got 0 points towards those global points that they needed? Avenger, do you think that this is a big change up for Ghost from Phase 3 to...
So honestly, Balak going away means that somebody else has to fill his spot because he was playing a support player, making sure that the cast was in the right spots, making sure that everything was good on the back line. So Drassel had to take that. So that's one player changing. Then you come in, Vegas has to take another role that he's not used to. And like there's so many changes going right for them. And Phase 3 it took Phase 3 for them to get everything right. Here they are to show it's how they wanted to play this style.
Sure.
But also, they changed their drop spot for this. Like, they're not in their usual drop spot either. So them being able to do this well in unfamiliar territory is amazing to me.
We've got to talk about Vendetta.
Yes.
With these two positions that they had, second place in the first game with 7 kills, now third place with 8 kills here. I know Australia is about 7 million miles from any other landmass on the planet, but it seems like all the eyes for a long time are on Atletico when it comes to international events for the Australians, especially at Grand Slam. But eyes have to be on Vendetta now.
I mean, you got to give them love. Okay, they've been together for 6 months. They come out here and play. They said practicing in the OCE is pointless. That's a direct quote because they don't feel like they get trained hard enough. They come out and they say, I said, what are you going to do? Are you scared of these big teams? You're used to playing in a place where you just said you can dominate everyone. They said, we're just going to play our game. We're not going to treat anything differently. And we've seen them take fights with G2, take fights with FaZe. These guys are scared of nothing. They're playing their game. And growing up or living in a place where bears can jump out of trees and maul you at any time, you learn to be bold, and they've brought that to this tournament.
Got to be scared of the drop bears. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are done for now. We're going to go to a short break here at PGC, and when we return, it's one final map of Erangel here for group number 1.
Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
but it looks like they've got a lot of attention from Liquid now.
Ibby catches the last man of game, Legion as well, and IP go down. Oh no, straight into the phase dip. Gonna work. The tag's coming out from Faceland. They're the one marking Team Liquid up, but they haven't yet to get a knock.
The center is right in the middle. No one's claimed it just yet. It's a firefight all the way through. Raw skill and raw aim will take it. Samsy finds 280, gets one in return. Samsy's down. It's now a 3v2.
Chief's going on the flank. He gets around the side, but instantly Mexi's there. Gets the flush down. It's a 2-on-2 as he tries to push. Genty trying to do what he can. Former phase man taken very low. 80 down to nothing. Ibby gets dropped. Is Genty going for the heal? Surely he's going to he's got to get the heal off. Can he get his brother up? I'm not too sure. He's going to have to take it. Gets himself a flush. 14 kills, but it's Faceland. IT is right there. Chris has no idea. Yeah, I mean, who expects a snake in the field like that at this stage?
Oh, he's so good too!
Yeah, completely surround them. They've got nowhere to move. If they get a knock, it would be good.
Oh my word.
Nade's coming in. Nade's coming in, Lee.
Run.
Oh, that was an accident. Oh my god!
What? Are you kidding me?
What in the hell?
Are you kidding me? Eight's got to be careful of this position, but Squeaky has left in position. He sees Rustomart down low. Uber has gone massive for Faceland here, and this could be down to a 2-on-2.
There's a reason why he's one of the best in the world, and these clutch moments and situations are exactly why. He's been sat here biding his time the entirety. Finally, Rustomart, the backup plan. He hits the world. He's got the shot that's needed. Uber needs to confirm this. He does. We're into a 1 versus 1. He could clutch it single-handedly. All 4 players.
Looking vehicle. TSM Na'Vi all on joint rotations, but where the hell are they going to go? There's not too many options.
That was a drive-by.
That's a down on them from the field.
Drive-by again.
Another drive-by, this time Aduzi, and I was talking about them. TSM, how they've completely forgot about Na'Vi for whatever reason. They just ignored them down in the south side, and Aduzi takes them down, and TSM are finding that they're in trouble. Gustav's, where's he going to go? He's going straight to Aduzi. He's dead.
Oh no, he's got no health. He's pulling up on this with no... What do you... It's a questionable one, that. It's a real questionable one. I actually think that's why Michael was there.
Hillside, there is a prime real estate. 7 are pulling up, Aduzi's there. Little nade coming out, there's the underhand. Who's he going to catch? Did he bounce off the car?
He's going to do it now.
Oh, that's bounced off the ridge. Oh, what a nade from Aduzi.
He's done another.
They can't get in. They can't get in the car. What just happened?
It's a tragedy. What an app.
Not gonna happen.
그래서 굉장한 도발을 했던 VSG. 자, 뱅체 쪽으로 수류탄이다. 카드 팀 아닌가요? 여기서 방송이 시작했습니다. 숫자에서 앞섭니다. 그렇습니다. 팬이 기자리고요. 구도를 만들어놨기 때문에 SK텔레콤 T1! 아카드 여기 큰 그림. 자, 기자당했어요. 아카드 큰 그림. 하도 올팀. 오 예. 자기장. 입장에서 지금 아무리 T1이어도 그래도 들어갔으면 끝났어요. 마크팅 했으면 네. 와! 아카드 지금 이러니 싸움이 들어가서 진짜 아카드
welcome back everyone to PGC 2019. We are 1/3 of the way through the games today, and we've seen some things that we expected and some things that maybe we didn't. I'm Paper Thin. With me is Porosaurus. And Poro, this has been an interesting one so far. Not too surprising with FaZe, but a few other teams that are up there that we maybe weren't eyeing on.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't take anything away from the performance that FaZe had in Game 2, albeit they did get a little circle luck. But, you know, they still got the boatload of kills to go on top of it, and they also had the good performance in Game number 1. But then you look at a team like Vendetta, somebody from Oceania that maybe not the team that we were expecting from Oceania to do so well, but they're coming in here in 2nd place. And again, OGN Entis Ace, 3rd place right now.
I really like what I'm seeing from Vendetta. Their ability to find their way into the late game has been really impressive. Another team I want to talk about with their really, really impressive rotations is Rascal Jester. Despite the fact that they lose members early, have been able to successfully find ways to get into the late game. A lot of that coming on the backs of Shinobi.
Well, also, yeah, you said hit the nail on the head. When they get down, they might lose a player here or there, but when they have just a few players remaining, they still manage to get themselves further in the game, still manage to collect themselves some points. Now, I know we've talking about the teams that are doing well so far after 2 games, but we would be remiss if we did not talk about the teams that were expected to do well today, sitting currently on the wrong side of the leaderboard. I'm talking specifically about Infantry, Armory, Tempo Storm. What is going on with these guys so far through 2 games?
Yeah, it looks like a struggle to get it going. Tempo Storm looked like they wanted to take a fight early against VC. Didn't work out their way. They got busted up. Infantry gets destroyed by Gen G in that compound with some impressive use of mollies by the Gen G team there. And then Gen G rolls on to take out a bunch of members of Navi to put themselves into 8th place. But yeah, it's been really interesting, really surprising to see Armory that far down as well.
Well, this is, I mean, we were talking about Duckman and Tanawa, these guys that are supposed to be the superstars. Who are the superstars? Who is going to come out in this tournament in this first week during the group stage and really cement themselves as one of the best PUBG players in the world? So far, guys that we were expecting haven't really been showing up, but we are seeing Uba, we are seeing Vendetta, we are seeing OGN Entis Ace, and even the Ghost Gaming boys from North America. You know, I'm excited about seeing them up there in the top 4.
I am really impressed with what I'm seeing from Ghost. To be perfectly honest, they are taking the fights they should, even though they lost that fight to FaZe by an incredible angle hold by Mexi and Uba. Still, that was the right fight to take, I feel like. And overall, I like what they're doing. I'm really impressed by their disciplined play.
No, and that's exactly the word that I would use, is absolutely disciplined. You're seeing that they're keeping 3 up and 4 up late game, and they're doing area control. They're not pressing farther than they really need to. They're not trying to overcommit. They're not trying to get greedy with anything. And it's working out really, really well for them so far, especially on a game in game number 2 when we had such a brutal circle.
Yeah, one of those circles that just forces a lot of chaos in the mid game, especially around phase 4 and 5. That's typically where you're going to see a lot of the killing anyway, but it's even more hectic in those situations. And FaZe does a fantastic job closing out games when they're given those situations. They know how to take the win condition and go home with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, 57 alive and you get to circle 3 and only about maybe 55 to 60% of it is playable. That's a rough day for any of these teams. And we saw that kind of play out as teams were trying to come in and dive towards the center, and there's just no center ground to be found. These teams are so good at area control and denial of any type of transition paths. You're not going to get anywhere you want to get freely from these guys. They are vision is laserized right now as these guys. Rascal Jester, you are correct. They are impressing so far today.
Really, really impressed with that Japanese team coming out of the PJS there. I love their ability to get into the late game. That's what it's going to be about for them. They're not a team that's going to frag your face off. They are looking to get it done through positioning, and so far looking very, very good for them today as we're getting things ready for our 3rd game of the day. We have one more Erangel, guys, and then we're going to play a Sanhok, and I, for one, cannot wait for that. Those Sanhok games are just crazy.
Excited about the Sanhok. I know if chat's got to be excited about the Sanhok. You know, after this phase, you know, there was a lot of controversy about bringing Sanhok in, and was it ready? Was it esport? Was it ready for the competitive players to get on there and play it? And I've got to say, throughout the course of the last phase, watching multiple regions play it, it's gotten to be, I think, in my opinion, one of the most exciting maps to watch as a viewer. Now, whether or not it's where it needs to be from the competitive standpoint, I'll leave that for other people to debate. But for me, as a viewer, as a caster, I think it's a fantastic map to watch.
Well, I mean, you can see a lot of different strategies that can pay off on that map. Yeah, you can go center early and hold a position, but the thing about Sanhok is a lot of times there aren't great sight lines out of those central compounds that you take, so you're not going to rack up a ton of kills. Yeah, you might get the placement points, but a team that might play edge might rack up a bunch of kills, you know, double-digit kills. We've seen that from time to time across the leagues, where teams will just clear out the outer edges and move in, and then end up getting a chicken dinner in the final situation when, say, that team that took the central compound gets kicked out.
Yeah, keep an eye on SKT right here. T1 currently sitting in 9th place with 7 total points, tied with G2 right on the cusp. You can see these teams on the cusp on your screen right now. Gex and Gen G just on the right side of the line, while T1 and G2 find themselves on the other side. Na'Vi, again, another team not really expecting to see them solo down. They're in 11th with Team Envy right behind them in 12th.
They ran into the buzzsaw of Gen G there in the latter half of game number 2. And when Gen G has Pio up and running, they are a force to be reckoned with. But when they lose him early, and we saw this in game 1, when he overextends himself, because a lot of times we see Pio like to run out on his own. He is the scout for the team as well as the general overall shot caller for them. And so when he overextends and dies, it becomes a real struggle for Gen G. But when he's there, they can utilize not only his insane fragging power, but his ability to direct traffic.
Yeah, we almost saw that play out last game too. I mean, when Gen G was pushing onto infantry in that compound, Pio was off a little bit separated from the team, and you know, you could see that there was some hesitation maybe in the shot calling about whether or not he needed to push on or whether or not he needed to pull back a little bit. I mean, Taman did a fantastic job of getting 2 downs and being able to revive his fallen teammate, but eventually Pio did get the call to come in. Gen G wins that fight. But, you know, there did seem to be a little bit of hesitation on the part of the shot calling there with Gen G. And maybe that hesitation is having a little bit something to do with why they find themselves in this 8th place spot right now.
Yeah, definitely in the first game, that was a big part of it. When they lose Pio, then all of a sudden they kind of do weird stuff, and it kind of looks like they're not on the same page, and they're just so reliant on his ability to just slay everything in his way. Because like the way Gen G likes to roll is you let Pio run wild, and you live or die by that sword. So we're just taking a quick technical break, guys. We're having a sound issue with one of the players. We're getting that resolved as quickly as we can before we move into this game number 3 here. A couple other teams that I think we could potentially talk about today. We talked about Vendetta a lot. Let's talk about OG Enentis Ace just a little bit. A lot of people are going to say, well, they were gifted that circle early on, but they did a really nice 2-2 split in the middle of the circle. They did an aggressive rotation early to get there, and that allowed them to eventually condense onto that really nice compound with the garage around phase 3 or 4, which is pretty typical Enentis Ace stuff. This is how they got their wins. This is how they got to this position here at the PGC. They won a 1-day 6-game tournament, very similar to what you're seeing here today. And that's how they got it done. You remember that last game? We were doing it together.
Yeah, I remember that last game. That was very exciting stuff.
It was crazy.
Well, and that's one of the things we were talking about coming into this. You know, you have that 1-day play-in where it's 6 games, winner take all. Winner takes the last PGC spot from Korea, and OG Enentis Ace wins it. And I think talked about it the first day we got here. We're saying, you know, OG Enentis Ace, maybe not the Ace, the Entis that we're looking at as far in terms of success at the tournament overall, but coming into today, they're the ones that have played most recently this style of format where it's 6 games, winner take all. You have to put everything you have into it. So you know, you look at players like Joy and you look at the rest of the squad, and they all look very confident and comfortable with the situation that they're in so far. Now, of course, getting a compound in the middle of the circle in game 1, definitely helpful.
Definitely. All right, guys. Well, while we get everything sorted out, we're going to move back over to the analyst desk for just a bit, so we'll be back shortly.
That's right, Paper Thing. Give me it back. We're back
We're
here
back.
just for a moment whilst we iron things out, smooth things out. I guess you steam things here.
You do steam
You
things.
don't have an iron in this venue. Gentlemen, let's talk about the current...
Weird.
I like talking about weird things. Let's take a look at Group A as it currently stands, or Group number 1, of course, here. Overall, right now, we've talked a little bit about our top placement finishes, but let's talk about the bottom side here. Let's go a bit more deep into all of things. Right now, 16th place, a team that I did not expect to be in 16th place. Armory Gaming not had the best of starts here, Avenger, to our first 2 games.
For me, though, Armory Gaming, they're sitting pinched between many teams. We expected a lot of drops in the farm area. It happened, but it smoothed out quite nicely. G2 is the big winner from this. They got so much space. They got the Snake compound west of farm. They got all of farm. They even got the majority of the Crossroads compound as well. So they're the big winner here. And now Na'Vi decided to take the compound just northeast of the double yellows. So AG, Armory Gaming, they're in such a little tiny spot. They only got like 1 compound each to loot. Not all the cars spawned, so they need to push back. They need to do it in the next game. They need to do it in this game coming up here. They need to take something back from Na'Vi or take something away from G2.
That's a really good point, though, because overall for us, 6 games, if you have this bad a start on 2 games, you're looking at going down to that elimination phase already. If you're not...
Yeah, and you're already wasted 2 games already.
Sure,
so,
sure.
I mean, now's the time to do anything. But you're also pinched between so many teams there if you're Armour Gaming that you need to make a move because you can't move before the other teams move, or basically you're just going to get shot in the rotation.
I mean, the reality is there are some teams that we didn't expect to be riding the struggle bus, not only waiting at the bus stop, but fully committed to it. But the reality of that is the rotations, right? We got Tempo, Storm, Infantry Gaming. We thought they'd do better. Gen G, all struggling. But these are all teams that drop on the west side of the map or the southwest side of the map. Both of these circles were non-conducive to their rotations. They have to go through the entire farm cluster. We talked about that. The problem with the farm is if you survive it, all of a sudden they congest every single rotation to that northeast or eastern side of the island and make it almost impossible to cross. So we have some teams that we expected to be doing well. They're struggling, but I can sort of chalk that up to really struggling with how do you get these rotations to that side of the island. The teams that are thriving are the ones that are dropping over there, like FaZe and Vendetta. They've got good rotation positions. If we see the next circle go the other way, will it continue?
Is there an extra difficulty as well when there are, you know, a mass amount of teams down there to have the right amount of vehicles to rotate, and that causes kind of problems as knock-on effects come along here, Avenger?
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's the right choice from Envy that they moved out early, decided to flex Storm instead, and I think they're the big winner from moving out of this.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head back to the commentary team here as we get into game number 3. It's our final Erangel of the day. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. We are ready for the final game on Erangel today, and this one should be really exciting. I think Toffee's made a really interesting point. When the circle's not in your favor and it gets congested, what can you do? Do you make earlier rotations? Do you try different things? Do you try to go out in the blue and take a wide angle? You're posed with really difficult questions in those situations.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at a lot of teams that are having to play in a group that they're not of teams that they're not familiar with, right? And you see teams that are making these adjustments early on, and some of them are working, some of them are not. I gotta say, Ghost's adjustment, usually they're a hardcore Milta team. They drop there, they stay there, but they've elected in this day to move to Yasnaya, and it's paid off huge dividends for them as they're currently sitting in 4th place. I mean, we've seen similar moves coming out from Envy, so you know, it's really just what can you do in the moment when you find yourself in a rough spot here. What kind of changes can you make on the fly? And that's really boils down to team communication and your shot calling.
Exactly. It's smart play. It's disciplined play that is winning the day here in PUBG so far. It looks like we are getting a plane that's going to start out in the northeast, make its way right over the hospital in the southwest here. So a pretty northern heavy plane path this time. We're going to see a few teams maybe opt to try to land on that northern area, but oh my goodness, a lot of damage being done to non-reg here by Fuzzface and the members of FaZe. We're able to get down just a little bit ahead.
Not going to talk about the fact that there's 2 teams landing in Kamishki right now. Sirens are going off, and one of them being FaZe Clan. Vendetta almost paying the price there as non-reg gets taken extremely low. Edge, one player up for Vendetta all the way up on Stalber, so not a full 4v4 here as Mexi is, oh my goodness, and look at the circle. FaZe, who are they paying? Who is their analyst? Larson, what are you doing here, man? How do you know?
They are getting the favor of the circle this time for sure, but I will say that this is going to be a little bit more difficult for them. Vendetta has the high ground above them, and the loot isn't probably going to be exactly what FaZe was expecting to get out of this. So really curious to see how to approach this. They have a lot of ground to their south. Mexi's down there, so they're going to be able to successfully rotate out of here, I feel like, unless Vendetta can somehow set up a trap. Vendetta does have edge over in Stalber as their solo man. So can they go for that? Will they go for that? I'm not too sure. Generally speaking, though, these teams will kind of let each other have a bit of a cushion early on.
Yeah, this circle and the plane path in particular creates a really interesting situation on the south side here. Milta Power, Farm, all those things that have been so... Oh, no. Sophia's going to get spotted out by Boliang early, and Infantry is going to find themselves a point they desperately need sitting in 15th place. But as I was saying, the south side of this circle, the south side of the map, so empty right now, when in the first 2 games it's been a pit of chaos. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams decide to rotate around this.
Yeah, this is going to just keep continuing with the chaos because of this northerly plane route. You've got Envy, who went into Severny. Ifty did a huge split all around the west and southwest side of Severny and kind of near shooting range. So there's a lot more congestion in the north, and that's going to be really interesting to see how many teams are going to try to rotate. Maybe somebody thinks they can go all the way around to Kameshki, and will somebody like Vendetta or FaZe be there to block their path?
Check in on the boys from FaZe. Looks like they're making their way down south, have no vehicles to call their own just yet, so they're just going to hoof it on out of there. Vendetta not really giving them much chase right now as they've controlled the north side of Kamishki. Looks like they might be going and joining their teammate Edge in Stalber. Keeping an eye on Ghost. They are also in Yasnaya. They are getting rotated on right now. FaZe has a lot of territory here on this eastern coast to pick from. It's going to be interesting to see where they decide to go. Should they stay towards the coast, or are they going to go towards a more mountainside approach?
I really like this aggressive rotation once again by Rascal Jester. They're coming in early, trying to get into center, and they're able to safely do it once again. Another team coming into center right now, Armory Gaming, making their way across the north side of Yasnaya. So these teams looking to continue to find ways to get some points. Armory Gaming needs them a lot more desperately. It has been a very disappointing day for them.
Adder going to pad those tires destroyed stats, taking out 2 on Moshimaru's vehicle, as I think that actually let Shrimsy know that somebody might be here as he was pushing onto this compound and then suddenly pulling back. Akkad going to take some long-range shots here as we start to see more of these teams from the north start to make their way in. SKT in a nice little spot, a little split here in the center, but that's a great information gathering split, something that we are very used to seeing from these Korean squads.
Yeah, absolutely. A 2-2 split here. Pretty typical from T1. They really favor this, as does Ace, not like Genji, who favors the 1-3 split with PO out in front. So this is going to be pretty fascinating as Rascal Jester looks like he's going to be pushed out there. Mushimaru doesn't really seem interested in that position he took early. It looks like maybe Shrimsy scared him a little bit. He's going to fall back and regroup with the rest of Jester as Entis Ace has found themselves on the east side of T1's position.
Just to the north of the Mansion Forest, we see Tempo Storm's Miluk grabbing a UAZ and going to rejoin the rest of this team. This is a situation that Tempo is quite familiar with, though. They have looted up in their normal Gakka spot. They are used to these long rotations off to the east, so hopefully we'll see things start to turn around for this squad as they currently are sitting way down there in the bottom in 15th, as you can see on your screen there.
And there's so much pressure on Tempo Storm, the epitome of consistency in the NPL. They really are looking to establish that region, really prove themselves as worthy of being talked about as one of the best, not only teams in competitive PUBG, but one of the regions as well. So definitely keeping our eyes on them to see if they can turn it around. A couple other teams making some late rotations. Genji, not too surprising. We saw that a lot from them in the PKL. Gex is coming across them near the Southern George, near the containers there. So we might see a bit of a battle as a crate is going to fall down right into the open arms of Entis Ace.
That's an easy pickup for Joy. So he's going to be very happy with finding himself a level 3 helmet and vest. Fuzzface, ooh. This is getting very close to Armory Gaming here. DMG just over the top. He's going to send him maybe a few bullets that way. Fuzzface should duck out of that fairly easily, though, as FaZe just kind of looks like maybe gathering a little bit more information rather than looking for a place to post up here, as it looks like Mexi and Uba are very comfortable here towards the mountainside. Vendetta, we were taking a look at them earlier. They have 2 up at the top of Stalber, but 2 down low. And Edge actually very close here.
And this is what I was kind of curious about. Was Vendetta being able to go and leapfrog ahead of FaZe because FaZe had no vehicles? It was a very famine start for them. Of course, Vendetta maybe a little bit as well, but Edge did have the advantage of having Stalber all to himself, which has quite a bit of loot. So he now has the information on FaZe here. Is this going to be the go time for Vendetta?
This is somewhat aggro positioning from Edge, but this is what you need to have if you're going to find yourself in not having to play on Sunday and making your way in through the groups. So Fezface looks like he's going to get a pin on where those shots are coming from, but not going to be hanging around too long as Edge. He's going to go ahead and hop back into the Dacia, rejoin the rest of the squad. We do have a few teams still outside of Circle coming in from the south side, and they are getting very, very close to each other.
Yeah, it's really going to be congested on that southwest side, potentially. There's a bit of room to maneuver across the southern portion of the circle, all the way from farm to mill to power is open, but most teams are going to want to get as close to the center as they can, of course, because that's most likely where the circle is going to go, and a lot of this circle is still water, so by about phase 3, we should be moving away from that.
A lot of eyes on Na'Vi, currently sitting in 11th place. We want to see them make it to the top of the leaderboard. They are one of the best teams in Europe, one of the best teams in the world. If we look back to the PNC, the Nations Cup, which Russia won, that was the Na'Vi squad of Russian players. As we check in on Gex making their way in just behind the boys from Na'Vi and G2. Yes, the southwestern side here. So lots of teams still looking for a place to post up here in this circle. This thing could go anywhere, and it plays so much differently from the north and the south, paper thin.
Yeah, 8C has found Moody out in the open, landing a couple big shots onto him with that Mini 14, forcing Moody down behind his vehicle as 8C is trying to get the angle through, and now he's got the assist from Mexi and the other members of FaZe. They are pouring into him. He is in a little bit of trouble. The smokes are out for him. This is going to be fascinating. Is Envy going to leave him out there, or is he just going to be able to find a way out on his own? I don't know. He's pretty exposed right now. Mexi's getting some big shots into the back of Moody. Moody is one hit away, but he's able to get down.
Jukes him with 1 health point left. Managing to stay alive for right now is Moody. Fuzzface looks like he's going to reposition that vehicle. Yeah, Moody's going to be able to get out of this for right now, but the rest of his squad is a little bit more centered up there in vehicles. Nobody coming for him, so Moody might be on his own for the rest of this game.
And while all this was going on, the circle shifted a bit north, but there's still quite a bit of water inside of this. So this is going to be another hectic mid-game. Joy's going to find a knock onto Mushamaru here as the members of Rascal Jester want to try to get in some fancy driving from Shinobity, but he's already taken quite a bit of damage, going to post up behind that shack and try to get some heals off as Mickey is going to group up with the rest of Entis Ace, and here you can see Tanawat for Armory Gaming. They really need these points.
Red Cannon's having a little bit of a rough time in rotation here, running through pretty much everybody. Moody just hoping he doesn't get spotted out here. Andy FPS going to run right past him. And oh no, Raspu's right on top of him. Moody gets hit by the car. Oh no.
The vehicle just gets sent right into Moody. He's able to get the knock onto Raspu, but the other members of Envy nowhere in sight to come and help this. So Andy is going to get the res here, and then Moody will probably be taken down as the members of the Red Kennets have found themselves a dip and a lot of room to maneuver on the coast, but later on could be a little more difficult, and Moody is indeed confirmed.
Here we go. Tempo and G2 are both late rotators into this. Tempo has a little bit more of a good position, but Miluk gets taken out by its Chris. It looks like Tempo were all committing to backing off of this fight, but then Miluk goes down. And so now they have to decide what they want to do. And Sharky has now been taken out as well. So it's down to just 2 for Tempo as G2 is pushing this aggressively, looking for kills.
It's the third party from VC once again finding their way into Tempo Storm. Yanis going to put the finishing touches onto Maluk. And here is Senya, though. He has got the angle onto G2. Will this provide a little bit of relief for Tempo Storm? But Senya taking a bunch of quick damage from its Chris.
Chris with a quick flick, but Navi now in a position where they have to try to get into this circle, try to reposition with G2 knowing exactly where they are. Tempo does use that opportunity to get Sharpshot and Zampa out of that position. They should be able to make it a little bit further into circle, but how far can they go as now Navi has got the full attention of G2.
And also coming up behind Navi is Gex. So they are going to potentially get sandwiched outside of the circle if they can't break through this wall that G2 has set up here on the south side of Lipovka. The other two members of Navi going to make their way up here, and we are going to set up a 3-1 split for them for now. Tempo Storm is able to get one member back, so they're 3 strong again.
Okay, Sharky was able to get res during that. Weren't able to see that as the fight was going on between Navi and G2. Still continuing as Navi has repositioned there just on the other side of the hill on the south side of Lipovka. Can we give a second to look at the split that Jen has right now? Loki is off in the northwest with Pio. Taman is off in the middle of that. Esther all the way to the south. Gen G is just all over the place here.
Yeah, they're just trying to find any room they can wiggle into this circle. And Tamin, if he were to cut up a little bit, might be able to find it. In fact, it's Esther, who is kind of blocked by the Tempo Storm logos on the map, has found a sneaky little path down here. But so far, Gen G not really happy with anything they're seeing. And we see a few of the members of Gen G take a little bit of circle damage. And here comes Gex. They completely bypassed this Navi G2 blockade, went to the west, and have actually found themselves a compound in the circle because of it. A really nice little cheeky maneuver from them.
This could be bad news for G2 as they have stayed outside of circle fighting with Navi still. They have It's Chris sent all the way into Lipovka while the rest of the squad occupying the hills just off to the west. Navi looks like they may have lost track of these guys. As you see, Senya very, very close there to Giannis, but Giannis just going to go ahead and stay alive for now. Not pull the trigger. A doozy also in Lipovka with It's Chris. So these guys very, very spread up here.
Ooh, It's Chris does find a doozy up there. So a nice little pickup for him. The other members of Navi are long gone, making their rotations to the southern part of the circle. So It's Chris is going to come in here and easily find the pickup onto a doozy. So another member down for Navi. 0 kills for them. Another not ideal start, and into the hands of Gex now. Some shots coming through from Jaiwei, doing a little bit of damage, and that's going to force the wagons to circle here from Navi as they attempt to find a different entrance in.
I think they got an idea that it may be of just the one player, 2 players shooting at them, so they're just having to send it through. Pokomaladoy is going to get some bullets ring across his UAZ. Senya as well, taken down to about half health, but Navi should be safe. But look at this, right into the laps of Sharky and Tempo Storm.
Sharky immediately going to back off, knowing that he took a bit of damage. Doesn't want to risk getting taken out here. Flushes the kill. On we go. Sharp shot coming up as well. Zampa is going to get Poka down, and there's just Senya here for Navi.
Senya.
Oh, Zampa isn't quite able to land those shots. 34 health left for Senya as he's getting it into the mansion. Gonna have to drive through. You got to be really careful. He's just going to block it off, move on, and get into this house for now and see if he can get healed up.
And he should be able to. I doubt that Tempo is going to want to push this anytime soon. Senya should be safe for now, but Navi, again, 0 kills, down to 1 player remaining with 55 still alive. Not where you wanted to see this squad. Okay, we check in on G2. After leaving the Navi fight, they have found themselves just on the edge of the cliffs, surrounded by a very, very wide split VC squad.
And there's a member of VC over on the cliffs himself. DJ Boy is over there, so that could be a thorn in the side for G2 if they're not able to spot him out right away, because basically VC has G2 completely surrounded right now as the circle shifts to the western side. Near Yasnaya, a little bit of the fields are in the play here, and we've got T1, Entis Ace, and Ghost in the center.
G2 has been taking some passing fire here from VC. You can see the smokes are out. Domu has been spotted out, but not going to be taken out just yet. We see in the kill feed, Ghost is managing to get some kills on infantry as Nelaz gets taken out by Domu. Great SKS shots coming out as Brixco is down as well. Giannis and It's Chris find themselves all by themselves again. DJ Boy looking for, maybe he's seeking, doesn't want to flush the kills just yet because he knows there's 2 still there. VC now aggressively pushing this.
Yeah, DJ Boy just making sure his angles are clear. to safely get those pickups onto G2. And look at this, Tides rolling around the flank, gonna set up with that UAZ, be a little bit of a distraction for DJ Boy. Nice control of that AK spray to effectively take down yet another member of G2. It's Chris Les, throws a grenade up, but it does not connect. But ooh, he's able to turn on the Tide there, provide himself a little bit of breathing room, but DJ Boy comes over with a nice headshot with the AK.
Chris heard the footsteps at the last second. He tried to get up there and try to see if he could win the 1v1, but DJ Boy was having none of it, as VC is going to pick up all the kills there onto G2. They go out in 16th place. Tide should be able to get res, but now Sharky's been taken out by Senya. Senya coming alive here as the solo, trying to see if he can salvage something for Navi here on Erangel. He's down to next to no health, and that's going to be it for him. Zampa going to pick that one up. Actually, Sharpshot going to be picking that one up as Tempo finds themselves with another couple of kills.
And look at this, Entis Ace knows they've got a battered Tempo Storm team. If they've been paying attention to the kill feed, looking to see if they can pounce on this. Ooh. Sharky does get rezzed by Zampa here, and so far Joy hasn't seen anything, and he's not going to push any further. The timing just wasn't there, and the inside timer inside of Joy's head goes off and says, nope, they probably got the res, time to back out.
Here we go, Red Cannons right on top of FaZe Clan here. They don't think Red Cannons has any idea, and here's the spring. The trap has sprung. Uba is going to get two. Rusty Zera and Andy FPS going to trade a couple back, but I think they might be... Uba's the only one down so far. Ensy's going to try to come from the flank side. He's going to get a couple of down, finish the flushes. Andy FPS going to try to trade it back. No, it's not going to be found, and that's 4 picked up easy for FaZe Clan.
That's a big win for FaZe. It was a feast in that fight for them, a famine in the start, but Duckman once again, Summer with some excellent shooting will find him, and this is continuing to be a very difficult day for Armory Gaming and Duckman. The wild stallion himself has not been able to find any room to maneuver, and this is Gen G, who we haven't seen much from this game. They've been very, very quiet, and they have finally found a safe spot in the circle. Some very, very patient maneuvering here by this Korean team.
We checked back in with the boys from Vendetta. We were keeping an eye on them early. They are barely inside the circle on this northern side. VC, after finishing off G2, is making their way in. They still have 3 up and a nice little handful of kills so far. They might have spotted out a couple of members of FaZe Clan, as Domu is actually going to charge into the compound occupied by DMG right now. Armory Gaming could find themselves out in 12th here if DMG is not able to stay alive here.
Somehow Domu has avoided a lot of damage from FaZe. Almost every member of FaZe was shooting at him, but he's able to get in past those trees, find a little bit of cover for himself, as 8C going to start pushing up for FaZe, but they've got to run down an open hill. Summer was able to get the information from the shooting that FaZe was doing, but isn't able to make them pay very much for it, not connecting a lot of those mini 14 shots. So now 8C knows exactly where Summer is. The other members of FaZe are all looking that way.
They don't have a lot of time to mess around with this either, as we saw that circle has popped and shifted hard to the south. FaZe Clan and VC currently outside of this right now, but Mexi's going to take it very, very low by Domu, but not enough to finish him off. The smokes are coming out. Domu in a really rough spot here. He doesn't have any cover really to work with other than the smokes, and Summer, he's going to start getting ticked there by the blue, and that thing is ticking hard.
Yeah, Summer, I don't think he's going to be able to get the heal. No, indeed, he does get knocked to the blue, and he will be dead to rights as we are in the Phase 5 circle. Vendetta's pushing in here. Can DMG get this? No, it is a nice turn here by Critical Motion to take him down. Really nicely done by them. That's one of those difficult situations where you find yourself trying to hold down an angle in the house, and not able to do it is DMG. So now Domu has found a shack. He's got a blown up vehicle for some extra cover on the outside. DJ Boy, nope, you are spotted by Fuzzface. He's going to keep you out and immediately look towards Domu's throwing some smokes now, try to give himself a little bit of breathing room.
This is all attracting the attention of Vendetta as well. They could come in here in third party this at any given time. Domu's going to go down to Fuzzface. It's all down to DJ Boy, but he's eating blue damage right now, and he is dead to rights as FaZe has to start making moves here as soon as well, because they have to cross this street, and that is just deadly. DJ Boy gets taken out, and that's going to be 6 kills now for FaZe.
Yet another big game from FaZe. Really impressive with that bit of a rough situation they had to start with to win these team fights. And and exactly, they're making the wall of smokes across the road, but Vendetta is here, and they are going to start lobbing some frag grenades in to make FaZe pay for this rotation, but FaZe is patient. They are not coming through so far. Fuzzface is now in the blue, taking some damage. He's going to get taken down by a nice AK shot from Icon. Mexi and 80 trying to cross the street. Underneath, Icon shooting. Ooh, does get a little bit of damage. Mexi's getting shot from somewhere else. It's T1, in fact, who is putting some damage into him now.
Yeah, T1 has the long-range vision onto this, but FaZe in a lot of trouble. He does manage to get the health off just in time. Vendetta, can they fight with this on the edge? Mexi's going to go down. He gets traded back by 80. 80's going to go down to the circle, and Vendetta comes out ahead just barely.
Impressive stuff from Vendetta today. They continue to find themselves in high-point situations with kills and placements. Really, really awesome stuff from the OCE team. Sharky now looking towards potentially Genji. He's hearing the shots, he sees the explosions, seeing if he can find an angle onto Pio and the other members of that team. But right now it looks like they're not really interested in that because Gex, is coming behind from the side. So we'll see. This is a replay from Tanawat. Oh my goodness. The bolt action. I want to see more of that here in the PGC.
He's a monster. We do have the new circle popped. Right now, currently SKT and Ghost Gaming have compounds within. So they are in a prime spot. Genji had 4 up, but Drassel is going to take down Pio.
Yeah, this is not what Genji wants. They did a really great job to get here, but it is going to be a nice headshot from Drassel that is going to get Pio knocked and down for now. Tempo Storm, 3 strong. They're still pushing up here, but they've got a couple teams in their way. And Lin from Infantry looking to see if he can maybe pick up a cheeky kill or 2. He does get onto Taman, but here's Mickey with a nice spray on a Jaiwei. Gonna take him down. Great control of that 3x. Gonna get another incredible shooting from Mickey.
What a great flank from Mickey. They knew that Gex was out here. They sent one out there to go from the flank while the other 3 served as bait, heading for circle. Mickey gonna handle things all by himself, but now Tempo has to make their way in. They're gonna find out Loki. Gen is just not winning their firefights right now.
Tempo Storm doing a great job making sure that Gex did not push up from their eastern flank and finding the picks onto Genji on their west. So only Esther left here. He's taking so much damage, and Zampa will be the one to finish him off with the SLR. 7th place for Genji.
This is the Tempo we've been waiting to see in the house that Tempo built here at OGN Super Arena. They have 7 kills so far, 3 strong on the south side of this circle, but Entis Ace is wrapping around. They're sharks. They smell the blood in the water. They want this. They're going to fight it out in the forest.
Yeah, Entis Ace has already kind of prodded towards Tempo Storm a couple times, but never pulled the trigger on moving in. But now we've got 4 strong on the southern side of the circle, and Entis Ace would love to clear this side out. Of course, Tempo Storm would as well, because there is nobody within about 150 meters of either of these teams, and it kicks off. Mickey trying to get the spray. Not much coming through for him as the members of Tempo Storm, you can see the smokes already coming out immediately as soon as they started taking damage.
There's only so much cover there that Tempo can work with. Zampa has gone down, but it's going to be to Drassel as Ghost is getting involved from the north side. You can see Ghost and SKT both have their compounds. SKT, their compound is going to get favored by this next circle. It's really a question of how many kills can they get off of this with this priority that they have.
Yep, the smokes are here. The res does come out onto Zampa, but look at Joy sneaking around the left-hand side. There is still a ton of smoke here, but he's working along the edge of the circle. Tempo Storm is opting to try to move on. Can Joy get behind them unnoticed and potentially be the spoiler for Tempo Storm in this round? Behind the tree, coming through. He's going to see Sharp Shot. Good spray is going to get the knock onto him, and he's going to go for the flush, but isn't able to confirm it as the other 2 members of Entis Ace have moved up here with him. Grenades coming through. They want to finish that kill, and indeed, it will be Rang who's going to get it. Zampa and Sharky have prone.
There's just not anything, no real terrain for Tempo to work with here, so they're just going to go prone, see if they can get something. Sharky tries to land the spray. It's not going to be enough. It's all down to Zampa here. He's going to toss the molly over by the tree where he sees a bunch of people. Not going to be enough. He's going to get 1, though. Mickey, he gets the flush as well.
Yeah, a great spray there and a good job by Zampa to get that point, but it is going to be Joy in the end that is going to wipe Tempo Storm here, as now the grenades are raining in from T1 on the Ghost. That one looks really good. It blows up the car. Akkad is going to pick up 2 kills for himself as T1 is 4 strong with a compound on the eastern edge of this circle.
I got to figure that Ghost wanted to blow that vehicle up before trying to go for the res there. That was probably the easiest 2K of Akkad's life. Drassel and McCoy are going to be able to move back up to the newly fortified compound by the crate with a UAZ and a crate to hide behind.
Well, now this situation's a little bit better because that vehicle is blown up, and ooh, Jeff Blocka is going to steal that kill. McCoy got the knock, but it is going to be a T1 point there. Joy goes down. Entis Ace down to 2 members. Ghost with 2. And T1 has a very nice situation here for themselves. 4 strong and a compound of their own. And we are going to find out where Phase 8 will go just shortly.
We got the prayers of 2 teams hoping that this thing pulls off of this compound and that SKT has to move. Unfortunately, not going to be the case, as Entis Ace actually in a little bit of the worse here, as they have to move up to the roadside. Only a little bit of a ledge ridgeline that they can work with on that roadside. Not sure what Drassel and McCoy can really do here, except maybe hope that they can get a couple of snipes here.
Yeah, they're just going to have to find some magic. Maybe Drassel can do it with that bolt action. We've seen him pick up a couple of big shots for himself already in this round. He's going to need to do it right now. Helen's got the mutant.
There we go.
Oh, there it is. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He finds Helen here. Really impressive stuff from Drassel with the M24.
Unfortunately, they can't really afford the time to push up here, as Entis Ace is using that as their signal to start trying to go. Rang making his move. Alpaca right behind him. Unfortunately, they're getting pinned behind, so SKT does get the res off, but the smokes are down.
And you got to think about how much utility Entis Ace and Ghost have already used. Oh, we're sending it. Alpaca's up here. He's going to be successful. That vehicle's going to blow up relatively shortly. That grenade just short, but that one's going to be good. Alpaca is going to go down. Great work by McCoy here to pick up some extra points in this situation, potentially give themselves a second place finish. Yes, indeed.
That last grenade managing to get Rang down as well. Rang had a nice little fort set up for himself if he could have made it, but not to be, as GG picks up 2 more kills. And look at this. Adder is now taken down.
He got shot by Jeff Locka in the back.
Uh-oh.
That's a bit of a misstep here by T1. The pressure maybe getting to them just a bit, but Adder is going to be picked up. McCoy gets knocked by Akkad, and this is the magician that T1 needs. It is Akkad with 3 kills already, a bunch of damage into Drassel. Drassel's gonna have to heal up as we are in phase 9. The circle is going to start closing very shortly. Akkad's got the right side. Helen comes in on the left, gets a couple of quick shots, isn't able to connect any more with that mutant, but that's gonna force Drassel to sit behind there, and if I'm Drassel, never mind, a grenade bounces right into him, and that is going to be a win for T1.
T1 with 7 kills. Erangel has decidedly gone in favor of the teams that managed to crash center early, get the compounds, but they are also managing to get the kills that they need on top of this. So T1 managing to climb themselves up in the leaderboard, but once again, Ghost finding themselves in the top 5.
I am loving what I'm seeing from Ghost today. The confidence to come in with the bolt action and pick up some big headshots from Drassel. Bought Ghost a ton of room and space and gave them a few extra points as well.
Entis Ace also finding themselves up there again with another 7 kills. And again, now Tempo Storm rising from the ashes of the earlier 2 games on Erangel, managing to clutch it out here in the last possible game, managing to get themselves a good amount of points, climb themselves, I think, above the cut line here.
They look great, man.
They
look really, really good. There's some teams that are really impressing us today. I would say Vendetta as well. They had a favorable situation when they ran into phase, but no matter what, when you run into phase, if you're able to win that battle, it's pretty good. And I also got to give phase a lot of credit on that round. That start was very dicey for them, and they were able to come through and pick up some big kills along the way.
Yeah, if you can win the 3v3 fights, the 4v3 fights, the 2v4 fights, you're in a good position to make yourself known here on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too surprised that we're seeing FaZe doing well. They were the favorites, I think, for a lot of people coming into this, and you're seeing why. Even when they're not given the best of situations, they're still able to find the most out of it, and that's what the best teams in the world do. So we're looking to see a little bit more from some of the other teams. Still Infantry and Armory Gaming continuing to struggle here, and it's really looking like as we get to the halfway point of the day that we might have to see them play on Sunday, and obviously you don't want to be in that position. You want that day off on Sunday.
Oh, absolutely. Navi struggling as well. Hopefully they can turn things around here on Sanhok and 2 games on Miramar, but that's left to see.
All right, well, guys, we are going to turn it over to the analyst desk once again as we get ready to go on to Sanhok. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Paper Thin. As you can see, T1 getting themselves their phones out and dialing up the circle gods and saying, hey, yeah, we appreciate that. That's very appreciated. And actually, speaking of phones, Samsung, one of our sponsors here, providing all the monitors down for the PGC as the things do. I'm good like this.
It was
But one thing that is to note here whilst we get things going is that throughout these 3 games, even though T1 was able to get themselves this win, it does feel like in these past 3 games of the circles have definitely aided and been able to get people to that win in the end.
And you know what? That's because of the passive playstyle we've seen so far. I've seen one very bold, proactive rotation from one team, Vendetta.
Yeah.
And they went straight into the Grandma building, as we know it. And then, again, another bold kind of proactive move. They sent 2 guys out outside the circle when they had a safe position to make sure they died. There are 3 points out there waiting for them, and they kept them perfectly. Very nice to see from them.
Very cool. Let's take a look at the highlights for game number 3. That's our final game of Erangel. We will be moving on to Sanhok and Miramar in a few moments' time. Let's take a look. Starting things off spicy. We got quite the circle once again, and already a few kills early on.
Infantry set a trap and got him easily there. We see Moody try to take a man out of a car, but the rest of his team was nearby, and it just was not meant to be.
It was a rough time. Tempo Stone, though, actually showing up for once. They got themselves 8 kills, and we saw some of them popping off here.
Yeah, I mean, you say for once, they had a rough start. They made up on this one. It wasn't a good circle for them, and they still managed to get themselves into this. They picked up 8 kills in that game and got 4th place, so they're back above the cut line, as you heard them talk about earlier.
I want to say, though, Infantry and Navi, these guys, we've had an eastern circle, we've had a northern circle, we've had a northeastern circle as well. It's all away from their home turf. They have long rotations. They're going to come effectively in the last time. They're going to come in the second circle. They're going to be on the edge, so they're forced to play like this. Nice to see, though, from Tempo being able to come from the west again and come in here with some kills. 8 kills, I believe, in total. Managed to get some placement points as well.
You are one of the best teams, so if you're playing here, you should be able to adapt to that. Even if you're not getting circles, you need to be able to prevail.
Absolutely. Now, I want to give shout-outs. I think Ghost did very well. They came in second with that 7th place finish. Hey, you see right here, pinned behind the crate. There's not much you can do at this point. T1 did a good job of spreading out and just sort of locking them up. But there was no utility left for Ghost. We saw them spend a lot to make sure that Entis Ace wasn't able to push them, even to the point where McCoy was taking risks. They got that double knock on Entis, and McCoy ran out to get that nade to guarantee the double kill. So they're making sure that they're securing points even when they know the deck stacked against them.
Yeah, that was a free kill, or 3 point kills, since you get the placement point as well on top of the 2 kills.
A big Contaminator comes out from T1 as they get themselves 17 points up towards the top there for that 1st place here in this game. But once again, Ghost Gaming shows up at the top here, Toffees, and it's a blinder from them to start off.
I mean, you know, it's a lot of these teams that we're seeing seeming to perform today are teams that didn't have a lot to lose. People didn't expect them to perform when they got here, and sometimes the key to winning is playing like you have nothing to lose, and that's what we're seeing out of our best teams right now.
I'd say you have less pressure if you're not like one of the top favorites, and that's what's helping them a lot.
A big step up from games number 1 and 2 for Tempo Storm, of course, here. Martin getting themselves that 3rd spot with the 8 kills.
That's actually going to put them just above the cutoff line. Nice to see from them. And for me, this means all the teams on the right side as well. One very good game, one top 2 with a lot of kills. And then decent on the last game. It's going to put them into the top 8. Just need one very good game.
Well, we saw Tempo doing Tempo things. Before that last game, we saw them leave the stage. They went and they gathered up with their coach, Microstar. They discussed it. We saw this back at the Face It Global Summit. They rallied up after a couple of bad games, got their head right, and came back out and performed well.
It's close up towards the top, but here in group stage, it means only the top 8 is really important to try and get yourself away from that elimination position, Froz.
Remember that the points will carry on towards the elimination stage as well. So even if you're not top 8, you want to make as many points as possible throughout the 3 remaining maps.
And to the point that you guys are making, the divide from 8th place to the 9th, even through 16th, to be perfectly honest, if Infantry were able to get themselves a big win, then that would then move them up in the top 8.
A lot of options. My big question for you guys is 2 of the big 5 on the right side of that bracket break, struggling to come back. I mean, time's running out.
It's run out, but as you said, you see, we have 15 points here on 8th place. That means technically if you get 30 plus points, that's going to put you on the left side of the page. That means you're technically also facing NCSA's Ghost Gaming Vendetta. They have already qualified.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah, to what you're saying,
or statistically.
PEL's top 5 is what you were referring to here, Toffees. Obviously, G2 and Navi have not had the easiest of times here throughout these 3 games. What stands out for you, Froz, as something that has been kind of going wrong for them? What do you think?
I mean, if you look at G2, for example, they're in the farm area. There's so many teams around them. They're having a hard time finding the, like, where to rotate. And Navi, they're getting pushed out from fair pair. The normal drops, they're not used to their looting spot right there, and they don't really know who's actually where.
I get the Navi argument. G2 for me is they're making their mistakes on those later game rotations. They're getting to safe spots, and then when the pressure starts to heat up and they have to make a tough choice, they're rotating sort of in a 1-1-2. They're doing a little bit late, and they're ending up in fights. There was that one in the second game. They were just north of FaZe off of the coast, and they just said, oh, we're going to leave this spot where we could lock FaZe out and go get in a fight with Vendetta and another team. And that cost them that game instead of getting 4 points potentially and still holding a circle spot.
I mean, they also lost Brexco because it went for a rotation towards the center first. Before that, and when they lost Brexco, they were like, all right, this is not worth it. And they went for the east rotation out in the blue, following FaZe path. And that was the key kind of getting into the circle.
Obviously, run and gun, kills, getting to the top positions is very, very important in PUBG, especially here at the PGC. But one thing that we did notice was interesting rotations and splits. Gen G, Froz, I actually want to come to you about this because that was a very interesting split. I think going from phase 2 into phase 3, it might have been a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we saw them on the west side, and basically they were just all over the place. They had Esther down in the far south circle, and they had 200 north side. They literally just wanted to scout out, all right, where can we play from, waiting for the next circle. They finally scouted out that a hilltop, it was safe, so they went for that one. But it took them a lot of time before they figured that out.
I mean, the reality for me is that it's the best they've finished so far today. So, and I expect them to be doing kind of big spreads when they came into this tournament. And I don't think Gen G's been playing Gen G PUBG in the first 2 matches. This was a wild split, for kind of a weird situation, but I want to see more of that. If it gets you the points, a few points, climbing the leaderboard, they're going to eliminations most likely at this point, right? Unless they have a blow-up game in Miramar. So get as many points as you can to prepare yourself for the last day at this point.
I mean, we don't see them do splits on the edge like that, though. Normally, it would be in the center. They're doing the splits with 1-1-1-1 or 2-1-1 and stuff like that. And that's what we want to see. We want to see them get to the center, not playing the edge as much.
We're wanting to rapid-fire the games here, and we are moving to Sanhok next. So, Avenger, starting with you. Judging from what you've seen from the lobby so far, and obviously Sanhok, it can be a volatile map, but we've had a great time watching it throughout Phase 3 here in 2019. It could be an interesting, tumultuous time for some of these teams.
So for me, there's one thing to take away from that. There's some very top-heavy teams here that are in a good lead.
Yeah.
We saw 3 teams in Penang still in the scrims. They're still contesting everything. So I would expect 1 or 2 teams to move out of Penang and then FaZe to keep Penang. So if they continue to contest, is it worth it, or they're going to go try somewhere else? I expect a very chaotic, very fast-rotating, early-moving game here from Sanhok.
I think we're going to see some speed drops. This is like 1 game out of 6. And I think a lot of teams, as they prepped for this tournament, looked at it as a chance. Okay, let's make sure we get 4 to 6 points. That's all we really need to get off of Sanhok. And doing that, getting out fast, maybe finding some mobile locations and looking for fights on the edge is sort of the key to doing that. So for me, the winners are going to be the ones who treated this like a league, right? And are looking for the final circle, but look for some fast, I think, early drops and quick fights.
We're only playing this map once during this group stage. I think this is sort of a wildcard map for them. you want to go aggressive. You want to go full aggressive, go for the kills,
Sure.
make sure get as many points as possible because it doesn't matter. We're not going back with the same group for this map after this.
And also keep moving. You're going to get third party. If you fight for 10, 20 seconds and don't move immediately after you're done with your fight, you're going to get third party immediately. I saw Infantry being extremely good at that. If they have any chance of staying out of the elimination zone, they have to continue that smash mouth kind of play style.
I mean, you want to sort of play this map like it was the release of PUBG back in Alpha. You want to rubber band back and forth on these pushes. You want to move up. You want to take a fight. Immediately sort of drop back towards that blue. Make sure your backside is secured. And then own the wedge as you go forward. So teams that are doing that, where they're using this back and forward momentum, specifically from the north side of the map to the south, are going to have a huge advantage.
And something that me and Froz kind of agree on, but maybe Martin doesn't, is don't go to barn. I think...
Jungle Gym is the best place ever. No, G2 is going to have a big old split with Ban, Camp Bravo. They're going to have so much space. And according to our very good friend Sanhok, they're going to be like, it's going to probably end around the Corey area. And they are very close to that already over there by Camp Bravo.
All right.
It's basically
Wait.
Camp Corey.
Oh, of course, we have our, European opinions and stuff
I actually have one more thing before we go.
Okay, go on.
One more thing. So what I'm extremely excited to see is the European and the Western scene in general, they like to stay inside the zone. The Korean teams, they're very good at playing outside, making sure maneuvering outside the zone, playing in first, second, and even third circle outside the zone because it doesn't do that much damage. It's a very small circle, but it doesn't do that much damage because it's Sanhok.
Scary, though, because trying to get in later on can be very treacherous on Sanhok, surely.
Oh, yeah, definitely. One thing I actually want to see is that we have people like Pio or Duckman that will spread out far from their team sometimes. I want to stick together with the team for this map. This is the time you want to come as a full force, taking any fights you can.
All right, those are great opinions, and I'm not going to let this go. Where do you sit on Barn?
Where do I sit on Barn?
Yeah, Barn. Do you like Barn, or do you think it's bad? I need to know if you agree with me and the Froz.
Barn. I thought you were saying the barn. I like keeping my animals in one.
Why?
I hate Barn. You should never be on the low ground when it's specifically one of the best high ground compounds in the game is right above it.
Fantastic. 3-1.
You can loot there, though.
Yeah, all right.
You can loot there, but get the out.
This time, but we're going to game number 4 of the day. It is Sanhok. Let's head over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, guys. We are on Sanhok, the wild, the crazy, the electrifying. Xenox predicted Corey. I think because he's from Australia, he's looking at the map upside down, and we are going to have a Northwest Island finish.
Also, what are your opinions on Bond? I'm going to say get out of Bond. I don't like Bond.
Yeah, it's fine to loot. Get out.
It's the worst.
It's in the middle of a bunch of hills that have perfect vision on it.
Yeah.
You just die when you're there.
Nobody likes Bond.
No.
Get out of Bond.
Terrible. All right.
Now, Hatin, that's the place.
Hatin.
That's the spot. Don't be hating on Hatin.
I like any edge drops myself. I think Kampong is really nice because there's some hills on the outside of it you can get up on, get a decent amount of information, and there's quite a bit of forest to work with on your way towards Quarry. Now, when you get to Quarry, that's when things get dicey.
There's the boys from Rascal Jester feeling pretty confident about things, sitting in 7th place going into our Sanhok game with Tempo just behind them in 8th. We have check in about halfway through here. Our kill leaders overall. Ghost McCoy finding themselves in the lead right now with 11, followed by Joy, 8C, and Uba with 8.
I think going into this map, and I think you and I talk about this a lot when we were doing the PKL, this is a map that seems to favor teams that are nutty fraggers. I combined like 3 words into one there. This is so the teams that have been struggling so far, like Armory Gaming and Ifty, I really think this could be a situation where they can turn it around. Not only can they, but they need to, because we are halfway through this already. As you are facing elimination into the group stage, you could go to that Sunday match. You don't want to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that we got used to seeing here on Sanhok in the PKAL was double-digit kill points, so 20-plus point totals picked up off of the Sanhok map. But do you think that that's something that we're going to find here on this international in this international group? I mean, when the most points we've seen so far today, FaZe with 19, Ace with 18, T1 with 17. Do you think that we'll see a 20-plus game coming out of Sanhok?
It doesn't seem likely. There hasn't been many teams so far today that have just gotten blanked. Yeah. Everybody's kind of showing up and putting their best foot forward, of course. And we're not seeing many teams just absolutely get 0 kills and not at least get placement points. So I think it's going to be really, really challenging to pull off one of those 15, 16, 17 kill wins that we have seen from time to time across the leagues.
Well, if nothing else, that means that you've got to get your points where you can get them, because it is going to be more and more difficult to get a stack here in the last couple of games. So now is the time, if ever there was one, as the plane has come across and we see where everybody is going to be dropping here as we fly over Quarry.
And we're switching maps for the first time, so we really got to keep our eyes on this early game. See if any teams are going to contest spots, if there's going to be some early fights over boot camp or something like that, or Pine On, spots that a lot of teams really tend to favor right now in the current Sanhok meta.
We're seeing a lot of contention in scrims leading up to the event. Now, before today, a lot of that contention seems to have been worked out to where, you know, everything kind of ended up being okay. And it looks like Armory Gaming has earned the right to call boot camp their own. Well, we see Tempo and Infantry right on top of each other there. T1 looks like they should be all by themselves, though.
Yeah, and I think we should talk a little bit about Armory Gaming in this situation. They're very good at boot camp. We saw them in the scrims, and oh boy, all right, Longsker is going to grab a gun as it is a 2v2 right now near this crossroads here, and Ifty, Longsker has that M4, but there is the double barrel from Zampa. Can he get it going? Circle looks like it might be Corey. All right, I guess Sanhok was looking at the map correctly after all.
Ooh, Sharky does get picked off by Lin, though, here. And now that leaves Zampa all by himself. He does manage to pick up an Uzi, replace that double barrel shotgun, but Longsker just holding down this angle, waiting for him to peek. Zampa not going to bite into it anymore. He's just going to try to get on out of here.
Yeah, I think this is smart by Zampa, realizing that without any support, that is a very dangerous situation. DJ Boy, he's creeping down the hill. There is a member of Ghost. It's McCoy, who I think hears him, and then in fact Summers with him as well for VC. So McCoy holding this angle, very aware that people are coming down, but it is going to be Summer who's going to find him with the UMP, and that is a quick loss for Ghost.
Actually, Moody picking off Yanis here as well, so a lot of teams finding themselves landing right on top of each other. Little 1v1s happening all over the map here as McCoy unfortunately gets picked off. So that's going to be Ghost's roughest start of the day so far. Sharpshot on the bridge is going to find Lin.
Excellent shooting by Sharpshot. Going to get that headshot. That is one member knocked for Infantry. Zampa is going to be the one to finish it up for Tempo Storm. And let's see what Longsker wants to do. We know this guy was nutty.
Boy.
One of the top fraggers in the Chinese leagues this year. Let's see if he can get it done with that Vector, which is a very powerful weapon on close range.
Take a look at your mini-map. You can see Boliang is on the south side of this, trying to make his way over to provide some level of support. Zhang on the other side, Xiao Yang on the other side of the river. Not gonna be able to do much. Yeah, Zampa going to take him very, very low. Only 19 rounds in that Vector. Not going to be enough to finish him off, but that will.
You can aim down the sights really quickly with that Vector, but ooh, Sharpshot finds the angle onto Longsker, and he is going to be taken down. So far, a lot of damage traded between these, and you're right. Here he comes with that UMP.
We got to say, this is a fight that's been going on all weekend now. Is Sharpshot going to get taken out? The double barrel is going to come into play. Bolang is going to get pushed back to the wall. Zampa's going to have to try to get a res here, but Milux get taken out as well. So now it's all down to Zampa with the micro Uzi. What can he do? Nothing. Infantry gonna win the fight again, and Tempo Storm finds themselves in 16th place.
So a nice start for Infantry, but at what cost? Losing 2 members, including Longsker, to this. And VC heard the fighting, looking to see if they can pick off a member of Infantry. And there you can see our Toby eye tracking showing us a great view of what the players look at. I love this because it gives you a good idea of how you yourself at home can improve your looking. And DJ Boy gets caught by Shrimsy though, by Ghost. So Ghost is able to return the favor onto VC.
Infantry, the fight with Tempo is something that Infantry's been wanting. But right now, Infantry, you're sitting in 16th place with 4 kills. You need to be staying a little bit, keeping 4 alive, trying to get to the late game, pick up more kills if you're going to find yourself in the top 8 here. Unfortunately, down to 2 here, and VC is just feeding on there, just trying to find an angle here. Na'Vi now actually trading some shots back and forth with Gex. We want to see if Na'Vi can get their ship righted after Erangel has been very, very tough on them today.
Yeah, definitely one of the very surprising teams here today that isn't finding the success. I'd say there's 3 teams that are on the bottom of the standings right now that I thought would probably be one of the 8 to make it through today into the semifinals, Poro.
I got to tell you, Colleen, I mean, this is a world championship, though. I mean, any of those teams that are in the bottom part of the standings, I could say I'd be surprised at, because these are all the best of the best. But Na'Vi not having the best Erangel maps here today. Hopefully they can turn things around here on Sanhok. If not on Sanhok, then maybe on Miramar. Summer is just going to rat it out here. What can he find?
Oh, he's waiting, good patience, but isn't able to connect the early shots, so Ghost is going to be able to pick him off. Vegas takes a little bit of damage, but that is another kill for Ghost, as that is 2 for them so far this round.
Vegas is a very nice, very polite young man, but I have to imagine he cussed a little bit there as Summer tried to come and bite his ankles out from under him, but it wasn't going to be enough. As we see Akkad holding down the bridge here. This could be trouble for Tide and Domu as they make their way across.
Really interesting stuff from T1, opting to do a bridge camp, and exactly what you were talking about, Poro. Tide coming across. Akkad is so good. Look at that recoil control. Tide had no chance. And Domu is like, nope, no way, no way.
The hardest break check of 2019 is Domu is going to get on out of there. Adder's going to land a couple of shots into the vehicle, but none into the body. And Domu going to stay alive here for a little bit longer. The rest of the squad, nowhere to be found, I don't see. I think, is he the last one up?
He's the last one.
He is the last one up here.
Yeah, they tried to do that 2-2 split, and they ended up fighting Infantry and Ghost, so they lost some members. And Infantry is now this is the replay here. Look at that control from Bolang. That is really, really good.
Clean fight coming out from Infantry. You know that they're feeling good about having those 4 kills. But, you know, in most cases, traditionally, in league forms, I've always kind of said, if you can come out of any Sanhok game with 5 or 6 points, no matter how you get them, then you're doing okay. But given that it's short form here, given the weight that's on all of these games, I got to feel like these guys want a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. This is such an intense format. You really just want to rack up as many points as you can. Give yourself that cushion to find yourself avoiding elimination in that Sunday match. You want that day off. We heard some of the teams talking about encouraging their players, saying, hey, if you can get top 8 today, you get the day off on Sunday.
Ooh, nice day off on Sunday. You'd love to see it. As Gen G taking some vision, seeing if they can find anything here on to G2. Brexco and PO just trading back and forth. Worth noting that this QBU across all regions is considered to be an absolute laser, a monster of a DMR. Everybody loves this weapon. You can see it's Chris and Brexco both operating with that thing in hand, as Ghost trying to make their way across the bridge here very late on the...
They're heading towards ruins.
Yeah, they're heading towards ruins. This is on the very far western side, so this is going to be multiple bridges that Ghost finds himself having to cross. They do have 3 up still, all 3 in the vehicle. So this is not ideal, but it could work here.
I think this is a pretty smart rotation by Ghost. Come across. There's that bridge that's on the very southern end of this circle that they could potentially work across, as no one is really interested in gatekeeping it. I don't think anyone would expect you to come that far down and in. They had to stop to heal up a bit. Here is Uba looking into Vendetta. Vendetta is having an amazing day, as is FaZe Clan. Both of these teams showing a lot of spirit here today. Of course, Uba, no surprise to see him fragging out as usual.
One thing that we are seeing when you look at the map here, a lot of these squads opting for these compounds, the safer play, the safe bet. You know, in leagues, we've kind of started to get used to seeing teams spread out a little bit more, try to get a little bit more information, work the hillsides, work the edges of the circle. Not so much here at the international play, as now G2 is going to run into Gex, and that's going to be Brexco getting taken out.
A big loss early here for G2. Gex is strong up on the hill. They've got Kane out there, so doing a 3-1 split for themselves, and G2 found the backside of this, the stronger end of the Gex split. Nellaz and it's Chris, the only 2 left for G2, and they are going to back off. But Duckman's heard this, and is he going to try to push up on this? He's got the other members of Armory Gaming with him this time, so the format for Armory Gaming is just a little bit different here on Sanhok.
Yeah, Armory Another team in desperate need of some big-time points, and this is where they can find it. Leo's going to get taken out by Duckman, and now they're going to start the push here. But now this is being overseen from range here by FaZe Clan. Not going to be enough as Duckman will finish off the kill. Gex is going to have to retreat over the top of the hill.
Yeah, and maybe Gen G could have potentially gotten involved in this as well. Pio was able to see into this fight. You can see Duckman, he just wants to see what's going on behind him, make sure they are clear as they decide how they want to move forward. Are they going to try to push through Gex, or are they going to rotate around this? And right now, they're kind of a little bit more deep center than Gex, not by much, but they have a little slight position advantage.
I like the positioning here from Gen G. They know that they have control over this northern side. They've been collecting information for the entirety of this game. Pio creeping down a little bit more here, but not overexposing himself, not overcommitting, making sure he doesn't go down. So Gen G just really figuring out where everybody is before they start poking.
You can see Pio looking through, and he hasn't seen much because Gex is hiding inside of these houses. The doors are closed. No one's really finding themselves anything up in that northern end of the circle as of yet, as we look to see where this one shifts, and it is going to go west of Quarry and right on top of FaZe and Navi.
Why wouldn't it? Because why wouldn't it go on top of FaZe yet again? They are already, the rich get richer here as we see Ghost making their way across the river, finally getting into the circle from the south side. Should be okay until they find them, maybe run into red canids here on the very, very southern part of this circle. But for right now, they're going to be a little bit safe as SKT doing what they normally do. But look at this, Rascal Jester coming right on top of him. Quick shots from Rad are going to take out Mushamaru. Is that going to be enough? Wesker going to try to get his way, put a rock in between him and then
Oh boy. Yeah, he's getting
enough here though.
He's getting a lot of damage into that vehicle, but not much has gone into the body. Jeff Laka is going to confirm the kill, and another one as well for Akkad. So Rascal Jester falls into Bond. What we were talking about earlier, not where you want to be, especially if you can't get your vehicle through that corner there by that giant pot-looking thing. Yeah. And here is Nalaz. He's going to find Moody first. He just wants to try to get the point because this has not been a good round for G2. He does confirm.
Yeah, he needs that point. Pride's going to go ahead and finish him off. But unfortunately for Envy, that's going to be Moody going out and getting flushed out pretty quickly. It's Chris on the other side of the quarry right now. Pio going to get just handed a kill here from Rascal Jester. Wesker, that's fun to say, Rascal Jester. Always enjoy that. Shinobi now the last one up for Rascal Jester. He's still outside in the blue. Got to be careful here about SKT, but he is going to be soloing it out from here on forth.
Well, can Shinobi be the hero once again for Rascal Jester? Only 4 kills going into this game for Rascal Jester. Yes, they have a second, a third, and a sixth, but that puts them in 7th place overall going into this match. That's just not enough.
They are in danger of sliding if they don't manage to step it up here on Miramar, or at least manage to salvage something here on Sanhok. Right now, he's just going to hang out in the blue as SKT is slowly making their way in. Envy have not opened up on this just yet. They don't want to give their positions away. Nope. Interrogate's going to find a quick headshot, but it's not going to be enough to get the down onto Mr. Adder.
Yeah, Adder's got 2 trees to work with on that angle, so he's okay for now. The other 3 members of SKT are going to get some information on where Envy is. Pat Caps hanging out in that single door shack. Pride in another one onto his south there as Adder is going to put some shots in. Smokes are coming down as they're going to need to cross this road. The circle is closing in behind them. Akkad and the others really smart here, putting the smokes in front of the buildings that Envy occupies, completely blinding them.
Absolutely. That's what we call those offensive smokes. Force your defending position, your defending team to have to reposition and not be able to use the sight lines that they want to. Instead, they're going to have now to reposition themselves. SKT does lose Adder. They're going to trade it out with Interrogate, but Jeff Laka is going to get taken out as well. So now it's all down to Akkad.
And Akkad.
And Akkad. Yeah, that's it. Just Akkad.
He is the only one left, but we've seen him do absolutely bonkers stuff in the PKL. He can surely 3v1 a team if he is given the right situation, but Pride's gonna come through, try to get a grenade onto him. There's another battle breaking out between Ghost and Red Knids up on the southern end of the circle. Akkad took a bunch of damage on the bottom left. He is very weak and healing up. Pride has to do the same. So this is a 1v1 battle down here as Pat Caps is still stuck kind of to the north of all of this and seems to be kind of backing off.
Red Canids coming up clutch against Ghost. They managed to wipe them there. Ghost going out in 15th place. Andy FPS, the last one alive, but Vendetta was breathing down their necks. I'm not sure how he's going to get into this circle. This is all going on the very far southern part here. Infantry as well. You can see Boliang and Zhao Yang eyeing this from range here. Na'Vi in a position where they can gatekeep this, but Vendetta still 4 strong, making their way in. Akkad is still alive. Looks like Envy has pulled off of this. So T1 going to stay alive a little bit longer, but oh, look at this. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Akkad is not in an ideal situation. He's in a building that is about the worst that you can find. At least he has cover. And look at this. Alpaca with the 6th sense just knows that Akkad is there and takes him down.
The Molotov in there for added measure. He likes to eat his food cooked. As Akkad gets a little bit burnt there as Ace is moving quickly through this compound just off to the west. While Envy has to stay alive a little bit longer. Vendetta now turning their attention back towards Andy FPS as they have a nice little gatekeep going on, an M249 in the hands of Non-Reg.
Yeah, Andy is taking a lot of damage from these circles, but it's going to be Zhao Yang who comes through and steals this, gets some more damage into Non-Reg, but he's in the circle and he is going to find himself knocked from critical as well. So Edge, he is going to move forward. Now Baolong trying to get some more shots over here, and he gets a little bit of damage into Non-Reg, who's in the circle as well. So coming up along the edge here, and Navi's here to gatekeep, like you were talking about earlier, right on the southern edge.
Oh, this is what they needed, but look at that. Only 1 kill going over into their favor here as Non-Reg is going to go down to the circle, and Boliang actually going to go down to Mexi. So Navi getting points robbed from right out from under them here.
Yeah, Entis Ace is getting torn apart by the circle. They took some damage from Envy, I believe, as well. So now we're going to find the next one, and Navi's compound is still in it. So a little bit of a fortunate situation for Navi here. 2 members of FaZe, though, left their compound and moved ahead. I think a nice, wise leapfrog by FaZe, taking advantage of the fact that Navi was busy gatekeeping the southern side of this circle.
Absolutely. 200 IQ rotation early on for the FaZe boys. Got to keep an eye here on the north side, though, as we have the full 4-man squad of Gen G trying to make their way in, but they have the full entirety of Gex, I believe, still in the compound, and Armory Gaming right behind him as we check in on the quick shots there from Pio as Rascal Jester Wesker, my new favorite name to say, gets taken out.
Well, Gen G, this is an important moment for them. They are on the bubble right now for being one of those teams that could find themselves on Sunday, and they are going to have to go through Armory Gaming, who is already in the circle, and 4 strong as well. And look at this. They are prone in the grass. You're going to see this a lot on Sanhok because of all the soft cover available.
Yeah, Skeet is going to hide behind the Rocky. Here's the footsteps of Taman. Taman going to take the shoe shot. Esther actually going to get dunked, man. Skeet going to turn it around quickly, take out Taman, get the flush. Pio is very, very low coming up from the backside. He's going to get taken out by DMG, and Gen G is falling apart here. Esther and Loki are kind of sandwiching the boys from Armory here as DMG and Tanawat still alive. But look at this, Gex now coming around here to 1 apiece.
Loki trying to pre-fire, couldn't find anybody there. They know where the down is onto Skeet. That grenade is a stun grenade, and so DMG comes right around the corner, finds Loki. Gen G goes out in 8th place. A solid defensive effort from Armory Gaming.
But how much more does Armory Gaming have in the tank here as Global Esports X-Set are going to come up over the top. They get a few shots into Tanawat. Not going to be enough. Fuzzface actually getting it down onto Skeet. Is FaZe now wanting a piece of this?
3 members of FaZe rotated up into this, just looking for the points and the third party, and they are finding it. The mollies are down. DMG taking so much damage, and the grenade is going to get the knock onto him as well. Now a member of Gex is fallen to 8C. Look at this. FaZe is just tearing apart these Asian teams.
Welcome to Sanhok, where it's not a party unless it's a third party. Fuzzface Uba, Etsy, and the boys coming up over the top. Tanawat is just outside of circle. He's going to stay alive a little bit longer. Kane and Sophia from Gex still managing to stay alive as well, but we have to go and check on, looks like Vendetta and G2 still fighting it out just off to the west of Quarry.
Yeah, and here you can see Na'Vi is forced to move out of their situation as the circle has gone west. Looks like Edge is going to find Icon's res. And this is another late game finish for Vendetta. Can't talk about them. Rang is trying to pick up some points. What a spray! He is going to find Icon, going to pick it up. Ooh, he misses that shot with the Car 98, and the circle is right on his behind. He's going to have to get moving. Opts to go up the hill because he knows that the circle is now on top of Icon, and he is gone and out, so it is just Edge left for Vendetta.
Rang's got about 70 total bullets in a dream here as he's got to push into this circle with the blue right on his back. Edge coming up on the backside as well. He's going to take a little bit of damage. Looks like FaZe is going to find Tanawat. That's going to be it for Armory, as they now have pretty much control over the center of the circle here. But actually, no, they're taking some long-range shots here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Senya looking to do some damage with the Mutant. Not much landed there. And Uba still up and running, and that's big here for FaZe. Edge taking a bunch of damage. Pokes up over the hill, but the circle is already on him. He isn't able to get in time. So FaZe has center circle, but Na'Vi is 4 strong. They've got Gex on top of them, as well as Rang, the sole surviving member of Entis Ace. Another big placement for Entis Ace.
How many times, Clinton, how many times in PKL have we seen this solo player from these Korean squads come in clutch, stay alive to the last second, and manage to take home a win here out of nowhere? So keep your eyes on Rang, everyone.
And if you're Entis Ace, this is the guy you want there, the top fragger for them. He is absolutely the person you want in this situation. The blue is pushing him. He is trying to find something. Gex is up there. FaZe, Fuzzface is trying to clear out this angle. And it is going to be Rang who's spotted out by Sophia, as it is going to be a 4th place finish for Entis Ace, but a huge day so far in the first half for them.
Not this time, as will PKL manage to pull out the solo heroics. Fuzzface going to manage to get himself another kill, but Senya going to trade it back now. Na'Vi coming alive. They've got the center of the circle. FaZe maybe batting off a little bit more than they can chew, and Uba is taken out, and that's Na'Vi with the big 6-kill win.
Na'Vi needed this so desperately, and they played it to perfection, gatekeeping the southern side so well, being patient. FaZe took an aggressive maneuver up to the top to pick up some kills, and I think that was wise for them to do that. They were going to have a bit of a difficult time keeping Na'Vi at bay, and they just got the points where they could. And Na'Vi, 6 kills, 10 points, 16 for them that round.
You know, I say it's a big 6-kill win. You're looking at me like, 6-kill win? Are you crazy? Well, for Na'Vi right now, yes, absolutely. This 6-kill win is absolutely huge. They came into this game in 14th place with only 6 points to their name. So now they managed to pick up 16 more. They should be above that cut line for right now, and they're going to be in a good position going into Miramar.
Absolutely, and Entis Ace, FaZe, and Vendetta continue to establish themselves as the top teams here today, looking very, very good as we have passed the halfway point.
Yes.
And looking forward, they are, I don't want to say they're in it for sure, but it's looking pretty darn good. Overall, I think the big takeaway to go to this map is something we talked about before. Nobody really exploded onto this because the level of competition is so high here.
And that's the thing we can look forward to as the weeks progress here in the PUBG Global Championship. Is Sanhok is not going to be that spot where you can just pick up a whole ton of kills, a whole ton of points. It's just not there. The teams are just too good.
It's wild. They're all just so good. I mean, nobody's really just getting zeroed out too often. Now, Rascal Jester, the first 2 rounds were pretty good for them. Yeah. They did some really sneaky stuff. And that's not good enough. They're going to have to get it together, find better rotations. This Japanese team, who I thought at the beginning of the day, hey, maybe. But Sanhok was once again a struggle, as was the last game of Erangel.
Well, guys, that's it for Sanhok. That's it for us. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to talk about what happened here and set us up for our final 2 games of the day.
That's right, Na'Vi get themselves back on the road, and I've just noticed a hashtag of Na'Vi Nation, which I've never seen before, but there you go. That's part of what we're seeing there. They get themselves the win on Sanhok, so great stuff by them. Not the most amount of kills by any means, but they were able to move through and steadily get that victory.
I mean, the reality with Sanhok is 6 is sexy, right? If you can pick up 6 points on Sanhok or 6 kills, it's a good amount. And the win bonus will make them look very, very good. But that's just the nature of that map. It's so hot and cold based on circles. You just never really know what you're going to get.
All the points are so much more linear, right?
Yes.
It's you see all the bottom teams always get like a few kills, and then it goes all the way up. Some of the middle teams, they will go out early, but they have probably picked up 6 kills because they've been fighting on the edge. But nice to see here, Na'Vi, 24 points now. They're going to be very close to kind of the cutoff, statistical cutoff.
All right, well, let's speed towards the highlights here from Sanhok. And speaking of speed, of course, this tournament is in part brought to you by HyperX, one of our SSD providers, which is one of the correct sponsors for this tournament. But we get into things, and overall, very fast and furious to start off things.
This is a moment where we see the biggest nope, I think, in PUBG history here. We get the burn down on the bike, and then the rest of the team just says, nope, not crossing that bridge.
Well, that happens, and that's why we saw some of the teams actually avoiding the bridge. Ghost Gaming, for example, even though they were really late, they went on the south side, and they went south of the bridge instead.
PO with a nice burn down. We saw G2 in that chat. Chris did last late into the game, but G2 just seems to be off. And it seems like every rotation is just not Chris. They have one guy surviving, and Chris is good, but Chris is not going to win these games in a 1v4 scenario.
I mean, to that point, though, they're going to be a little bit concerned about their road currently here at PGC, surely.
They have 2 new guys on the roster. Those 2 new guys doesn't have as much experience, and that's hitting them right now.
Sure, especially on the international stage, I suppose, when it comes to all of this.
There was 5 teams left, and Fuzz still had no optics, by the way. Just to throw that out there.
Yeah, he had no sides. It was RNside's M4 spraying down, still killing a lot of people, but with this, with FaZe getting 3rd, looks like they're already through, to be honest.
I think they're just hyper-focused on making those positional plays, getting to a good spot, and they're thirsty. I mean, you saw them go up there and try to get third-party kills. Match results, though.
More even spread of the points here for Sanhok to get things going. And when Na'Vi up towards the top, 16 points for them with the 10 points from the placement. So very important for them to get those points under their belt, especially since you said 2 of the big 5 names from PEL were not looking so hot. And now Na'Vi with the 16 points.
Yeah, you know, maybe they need a little fire up, right? They're all right, Toffees, we'll show you.
Motivational speaker Toffees to Na'Vi. He's going to go down and whisper in their ears. Make sure that they come through high here. Nice to see from these guys. Yes, they have to continue this. As we're talking about, I would think the statistical cutoff will be around 30 points. They need 6 more to make sure on 2 maps.
A big potential jump up for Gex as they get themselves 9 points for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for them right now, but they still have 2 more maps. It's going to be on Miramar. As we can see, Gex moving up to the 7th place there with 20 points right now.
And to the point on the overall leaderboard, that's a big jump for Na'Vi, right? With the 16 points under that.
I mean, let's say 30 is sort of this theoretical cutoff, right? The right side of that leaderboard is still incredibly stacked. The guys, Na'Vi down, has to be stressed out. Envy picked up a good amount, 7 kills on that game, even though they got a bad placement.
And look at this, guys. Honestly, I would nearly say that FaZe 10, OG and NCSA's Vendetta and Ghost Gaming are through. They have 37, 9 points down to T1. I think they're through. I think they literally have avoided elimination groups on Sunday.
But look, from 6th place down to G2 on 14th place. It's only 10 points apart. That's just 1 win itself, not counting the kills.
Yeah. And that is that when it comes to the overall standing so far. And that's Sanhok done. We're just there for 1 visit, guys, and we'll go later on. It'll be fine. But now we're going to be moving on to Miramar here, which, for all intents and purposes, throughout the year for me, as much as Erangel is our first love, our first baby, Miramar has been extremely entertaining throughout the year. I think it's fair to say with the amount of fights that have been going down and the nature of those fights that have been occurring.
And it's grown in popularity. I think at the very beginning, it needed a little bit of love, and PUBG has been great about that, adding new features, making sure that the parts that struggled are actually some of the most popular, and players are really starting to embrace it. The fact that you can get in and out of fights very quickly, there's cover everywhere, it's become a real test, I think, of medium-range fights and skill and understanding maps.
Well, I'm sure you guys have a lot to say, especially for us, but we can't do that right now. We have got to go to a short break, and when we return, we are going to Miramar. There's 2 more games to go. Stay tuned. It's the PGC.
exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
I tried, but it don't feel right. Can't erase you from my mind. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately. Wake up in the bright sunlight. Why do I feel numb inside? I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately, yeah. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately. I tried, but it don't feel right. Can't erase you from my mind. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately. Wake up in the bright sunlight. Why do I feel numb inside? I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately, yeah. I tried, but it don't feel right. Can't erase you from my mind. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately. Wake up in the bright sunlight. Why do I feel numb inside? I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately, yeah. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately. I've been feeling lost lately.
We're ramping things up here once again at PGC as we move on to Miramar for games 5 and 6. And we have all of these teams getting good to go. Froz, Miramar, talk to me about the desert, my friend.
We got a little bit of changes because we're playing on the live patch more or less. We don't have the vending machines, but we do have the ramps. That means a little bit more cover to work with. Also, some escape routes if you have a bike.
Yep.
Or if you want to style on everybody else, you do some backflips off.
I thought you were giving me a strategy assessment of Miramar here.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Miramar, rotations, macro. If you're good at that, you prevail. You will do better than the rest. I'm looking forward to see G2 come back from this because they're actually, I expect them to be in El Asaha and have the whole northeastern side to themselves. If they have that, and if they get a decent circle, and if they manage to get in a really good macro rotation the first off, they're going to win that game.
If the circles do what they did in the first 3 and they keep migrating to that side of the map, yeah, G2's right back in it. But if we see what tends to happen when playing PUBG in this particular arena, that circle is going to go to the opposite side, and it's going to cause some trouble for a team like G2. Remember, rotating on this map from side to side horizontally is very difficult. It makes way more functionality. Like vertical is way easier. At G2, I think would have a very hard time playing Western circles at the moment.
Well, so far so good here for our top 5 killers. McCoy is actually able to take that very top spot up there. So maybe home ground advantage. What do you think?
It's good to see him back on top. Remember when there was a time and a place in the earlier days of PUBG when we were always talking about McCoy, his performance, top of the kill charts, and he sort of has been tapered off for a while.
The fanny pack.
It's the hair.
Yeah.
The fanny pack.
You know, he toned it down. The fanny pack, the Infinity Gauntlet, all these sort of gimmick things he used to do are gone. Now it's just McCoy, like pared down to the raw skill, and it's showing. And I'm super happy to see it.
Well, Ghost have definitely had a decent time throughout the day, it feels like, when it comes to how much they've been able to put up on the board. But likewise there, we also saw 2 FaZe members in that top 5 as well, who have been fragging out and have been getting some top spots for us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we are that surprised that we see both of them up there. AT and Uba, but also seeing Joy and Akkad up there as well. I mean, these are some of the top fraggers from the leagues themselves, so we expect them to do what they do best, and that's killing people.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So as mentioning, Miramar will be our next destination. Avenger, as you look forward into Miramar towards the desert, what are your thoughts?
Well, as I said, I hope we're going to see some different circles. I haven't seen a Campo Militar circle to this day. I want to see something like that. Or, you know what, throw me a good island circle as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to our commentary team once again. It's Miramar. We're at the PGC here, in part brought to you by NVIDIA GeForce.
Thank you so much. My name is Matcham, back again, joined by Xenox this time.
Yeah. Always good to see you back on the international stage, man. You're our OC representation, and you got to be feeling pretty good with how Vendetta's playing.
I mean, I don't want to be biased, obviously, coming into this event, but hey, I'm pretty happy right now with how the day has gone for Vendetta. Of course, one of the Oceanic representation here at PGC, the other being Atletico in group number 2, but top 5 so far. After every single game played for Vendetta, I don't think they could have asked for a better day so far.
They've had a great performance. Also, big shout out to Ace. They had a little bit of trouble in that last game, managed to salvage it up, get into a decent position, made it in top 4 coming into that, if I remember correctly. I gotta give a shout out since, you know, I gave you the OCE one. There's a lot of banter that's been going over there on that analyst desk towards little North American teams, but Ghost is doing a great job today. And again, I gotta say, McCoy has just been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, 11 kills for McCoy, leading the damage as we saw, or the kills, I should say, as we saw before. But Uber and 89 each from FaZe.
Damn, that's all I can say is just, damn, the team is so good. So much fun to watch, but you can see Blaine is taken off, and we are moving into match number 5 and getting these first Miramar games of PGC up and going. I gotta say, I love some Miramar.
I'm excited coming into these Miramar games because it's almost like a fresh start again, right? We've had Erangel, 3 maps of that, and then of course we had Sanhok. Now, to close the day off, we get Miramar. We haven't seen Miramar yet with this group, and it's going to decide, of course, who is going to be making it to next weekend.
And that is such a huge factor. Remember, it's 3 games this weekend for the qualifying rounds for PGC. So everybody that's in the top 8, that's why you keep seeing that teams on the cusp. Who's in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These guys automatically qualify for the next week. Don't have to play on Sunday, but today and tomorrow, the bottom 8 teams
come back again and have to play on Sunday for another top 8 spots.
Yes, but of course, fortunately, they will carry their points over to the Sunday. So if you do finish 9th, for example, Matchroom, you're not going to be too upset compared to the team that's 16th.
Yeah, and that's there's a couple of teams that I wasn't expecting to be in 16, down towards that bottom. Big surprise for me has been Armory Gaming. They had a much better Sanhok game, but I was expecting a lot more life from that team coming in.
I was expecting more from Duckman. I mean, is that without saying?
I'm on record. There's a video being like, oh yeah, I love Duckman. He's so much fun to watch. I think I caster cursed him before the event even started.
There's still a long way to go. Still plenty of games, of course. For Armory Gaming, it's looking likely they're going to play on Sunday, though. It'll be a different lobby, different teams they'll be going against. And for Duckman, they'll be able to go over the VODs and see where things have gone wrong.
And that is so huge. You have to split. Oh my God, let's just keep the cruelty running up. Tons of water in this far southern circle. And there's a couple of teams in, but with the plane path, not a lot of teams really far north. So there is at least a light at the end of that tunnel, so no real crazy long rotations.
A long way to go, obviously. Yeah. It's only phase 1, but you're right, South. We've had some pretty interesting circles, really, throughout the entire day so far, and it just keeps coming.
Think about that. We have a circle that is south of Picado. That does not happen too often inside of PUBG.
Yeah,
all of it's down there.
Smack bang inside of that phase 1 circle as well, but it's also Entis. And we're seeing sort of a pattern already beginning here on day 1 of the same teams, Matchroom, are making it towards the end of these games.
100%. Ghost did go out a little bit early in that last round, but I gotta say, whoever did the hair dye for McCoy, just keep that going. Every single week, just refresh it, because that seems to be whatever the new lifeblood comes in with this. I mean, this is a really strong team. We're expecting to do pretty well inside the MPL. They had a little bit of struggles inside of phase number 3, but whenever it comes to this international stage so far, they have just been a different team. And oh no, Duckman's making the rotation, getting spotted out, a little bit of damage coming through, but Andy doesn't manage to connect with all the shots. A little bit more damage, but I think Duckman's got to catch the air. Is he going to take him down? No! Manages to make it to safety, sticks the landing off of it, but you can see the tire popped on the front of it, so that's making it a little bit rougher to drive through here, as now more people taking a couple of those shots over here, and Duckman's on no life. Does manage to find himself a rock, but this is early game. I don't think he has any meds to work with right now. Yeah, he has absolutely nothing.
I think this summarizes how today's gone for Duckman so far. Stuck behind the rock, he's got no meds.
Yep.
Surely Psycho will be able to finish him off eventually. He's still got the bike, it's still available, but
it's kind of available. It's not what you want to take through the rest of this terrain.
You definitely do not want to be starting your matches on Miramar here. And there it is. Psycho does get the knockdown onto Duckman, and well, for Armory Gaming, he is the one that generally gets them going as a team.
He's the playmaker. Yeah, he is the playmaker for them. And so you can see the tire popped out on that. Duckman's, it's just the woes for Armory Gaming.
It's coinciding with the reason why they're currently sitting in 13th position there on those live standings. And for Duckman, it will be Sunday for him.
It's starting to feel that way. We talked about the fact that you could maybe have one bad game, maybe 2, depending on how lobby goes. I was actually talking to a couple of players in a little bit of break between games, and they were saying about 32 to 34 points is where they figured was going to be the top 8 in these 6 games. And we're seeing a lot of these teams already break that point, but teams like T1, Navi,
well, the top
Gex,
4. Yeah. So you would say that the top 4 now, probably, with 2 games remaining.
Pretty safe,
yeah.
I would say. Now it comes down to these teams that are like Navi, around 22, T1. They've been doing a pretty good job about accumulating points. Now, really, if you're like Infantry, Red Canids, G2, Armory Gaming, you got to get some more points, because if you're going to be playing on Sunday, you don't want to come in with like 20 points.
No, exactly right. So even if you fall short of the mark, you at least can take points into Sundays. Edge is going to make his way down this hill towards Alpaca. He's going to be careful here. They've had a decent start to the day for Vendetta. They come to Miramar. It's actually one of their better maps as well. Nice shot. Rain's going to get the quick elimination as Edge is welcomed to Miramar, and he's sent goodbye pretty quickly.
Icon says he wants to go a different direction. Now, on the other side of this, you can see Joy looking back over towards Shinobi. Ace caught up in a lot of little skirmishes across the map. They do tend to stretch out a little bit more. That's one of the things we have noticed about the Korean teams, is they don't necessarily hunker down into one location. On Miramar, specifically, they'll spread out a little bit more, try to get a little bit more information. Problem is, when half the first circle is water, there's not a lot of real space. Everybody's going to be encroaching in on that, so that split gets a lot more difficult to control.
And you've got to be careful as well. If you come down to the south with this circle, it's the mountain ranges, everything's open. And if you put yourself in the wrong position, you could have 3, 4, 5 eyes all looking at you. Shinobi in the house, Joy above, has the nade primed, decides to throw it down, but straight to the road.
I feel like that's just buying a little bit more space for him, give him time to maneuver into this spot, throw down the grenade, force whoever was there back into the building, into the cover. As you see, it did come out, was effective. So now he has more space to move away from this. Since everybody's playing a little bit more defensive, now he can get away from this, make it back over towards his teammates.
Looking at the live replay of Psycho getting that early elimination onto Darkman, so you can see how close he was to making it that shack, but unable to do so. Can Armory Gaming find a way without their star player?
Breaking in. Okay, manages to right it. You can see it was rolling down the hillside, the bottom right there, but Psycho's got himself that 1 kill already, but
that was his first kill so far of the day as well for Psycho, so on the board.
Always better to end up with at least 1 kill. Yep. Yeah, that's the way it goes there. FaZe, the unstoppable force that has been inside this lobby on the move, and we can see that these guys have been on the hunt very early, very regularly. And I want to say a lot of times people are like, oh, FaZe gets the circle again. These guys move into positions. They know how to read how circles are going to come in.
Well, they know how to rotate.
Yeah, they're so good at it.
That's what is going to be effective here on Miramar, and that's what FaZe are effective at.
So you can see they've decided to take their claim. They moved through about 2 other teams to get to this point, coming in very little damage. Fudge FaZe just got a little bit of damage over towards them, but nothing really to be contended with. So they've already managed to make it towards their position. Gex, Sophia already in rotation as well. And I'm kind of curious with the updates to Miramar. We haven't seen it really in competitive so much, with the ramps becoming a little bit more of a factor and how everybody's going to move through that. I hope we see that at some point during this.
Well, I'm very curious to see whether or not this is going to slow down a bit. I was keeping track of the Erangel games, and Sanhok to a degree. We know Sanhok, of course, is sped up, but the Erangel games, as we played through them, they just sped up. Each game, we were seeing less and less alive by, say, the 20-minute mark, for example. Will that continue on Miramar, or do teams bring it back a little bit here? Obviously, new map, different.
Through the group stages, I feel like that's going to be a thing. Everybody's going to come in, especially the first game, be very hesitant. You don't want to go out early. You don't want to be the first blood. You don't want to be the first team eliminated. You want to try to see if you can get a little bit of motivation moving through the rest of the day. But as you get more comfortable, you start getting thirsty for a little bit more points, or you start being a little bit towards the top of the leaderboard like FaZe. You buy a little bit more aggression that you can buy there. G2's Nelix taking a little bit of damage. The rest of G2 runs up the hillside there. Nelix down inside of this, but Infantry Gaming looking back over towards G2, and Nelix is in a bad spot.
It's not where you want to be.
Yeah, this is early days of PUBG. I remember one guy just floating in the water really early, but
it's a lot easier to land these shots, though, as Longskirt throws out the nade. Nelix tries to breach the beach. Unfortunately met by Longskirt and Infantry. Picking up the first kill there onto G2. Brexco, of course, knocked down as well.
So G2 looks like they're just going to go ahead and pull away from this. Chris, Yanna's just going to go ahead and go a different direction. They've got the blue on top of them, but got a little bit of space to work with. They're going to rotate back up around, maybe go back probably a little bit further north of Los Leones, but that's going to force them to take a little bit more blue damage. And that's one of the things we need to talk about a lot more, especially on this map, is the attrition war. Burning off body armors, making people use smokes earlier, make sure that they're burning through those meds. Once you do that, it makes them much more vulnerable in the late game when you're taking these long-range shots.
Because you're going to get those long-range knockdowns, but it's not going to be able to be confirmed all the time, right? You get a knock and then they kind of drop below a defilade or a ridge line. But as you said, you want to be damaging those vests and those helmets, taking away those meds.
Every single time you get a little bit more utility burned off of somebody, you're forcing them to play a little bit more passive, more defensive, and then you can take more and more control
Make your bullets
over the
worth
game.
it. Going into phase number 2 now for the first game of Miramar today, and that's going to continue our southward trend. South of Los Leones. Decent zone, at least, for Tempo Storm to begin with. Now, Maxi's going to go down to non-reg, and Vendetta and FaZe so far for the entire day have just been going toe-to-toe. And it's great to see from Vendetta that they're not scared to take it up to the big dogs of EU.
I almost wonder how much everybody running around wearing the PGC gear, because a lot of these players have their own fashion sense whenever they come into it. We see the yellow, whole bunch, everybody running around the banana suits,
skins.
But different people have different hats and use different models. But whenever everybody's wearing the same stuff, now you're just kind of playing how you feel you should be playing, and you don't know who you're going against until you get that first down and the information fed over towards you in the kill feed.
Over to Ghost Gaming, who's spotted out Gen G. They get spray onto team in Vegas.
He gets away with that.
Though from Atsta.
I thought he was going to go down there. That was a lot of bullets coming back his direction. So Gen G now forced in between Ghost and Vendetta. This is a little pincered position, and you can see they're just having to hunker down right inside of these hills, taking a couple of shots back over towards Ghost Gaming, just trying to buy a little bit more space and some breathing room.
Vegas going prone. You have to be careful that they don't get pinched if a team like, say, VC, who are north of Los Leones, or T1, if they come down south here from Los Leones, this game could find themselves pinched eventually, maybe further on along the line in phase 3 or phase 4.
I was expecting a lot more out of Pio so far. I mean, he hasn't had his big standout moment at this stage. Damon does go down. Are we at some point going to get that big Pio moment whenever he walks up? Yeah, and gets those 3 knocks and just turns a fight, because we're so late in the day, it's got to be this time. These are the fights that you have to show up on.
It goes to show, though, at least for Gen G, that he's not the be-end-all for that team, right? True. We're kind of seeing Darkman struggle and his team struggling. Gen G haven't at least had to rely on Pio so far today. Wesker spots Na'Vi rotating by. It seems like that's what all they've been doing today. A couple of shots in the butt, that's all right. Friendly fire is friendly after all.
That's why you need a pan right there. See, everything would have been fine otherwise, but they'll take a couple of shots back down. Rascal Jester does manage to connect. Shinobi does manage to connect onto one of the Na'Vi players. Gets them knocked down there. Doozy's just going to pass by, so that's just going to probably be a free flush or a bleed out. Nothing too crazy coming in play. Actually, Na'Vi's making a push back over towards the north. One of their players has hopped out. They might be trying to go for a reposition around this and see if anybody goes for a little bit of a greedy play.
Yeah, I think that's what they're expecting. They're expecting Rascal Jester to go and get the flush on the Bestaloch. And Aduzi's moved up north. He can rotate and he can actually come in from behind Wesker. They could collapse on this and pick up a double onto Rascal. Smart play from Na'Vi, but they're not committing to it, right? They're playing this passive right now. They don't want to rush it and make a mistake. But they do realize they're going to lose their teammate regardless.
A big part of this is all about how the reposition is coming out for the down player. Crawling up that hillside, trying to make it very hard to have those angles. Finally, Mushroom does manage to connect with it. Drassel gets another headshot with that bolt action over towards Pio. Drassel has been really great.
Here we go, though. This is where Na'Vi want to collapse onto Wesker. They've played it well. They didn't realize that Na'Vi pulled up north of the mountain, and now Wesker's having to run down the mountain. It's not how you want it to play. They could pick up a 3 versus 2 here. Although we did see Bushimaru, who was the one who did get the elimination, he has got eyes on Na'Vi.
This is a full role reversal. We saw that Rascal Jester was in that high ground position looking back down towards Na'Vi earlier. They've now made their way up that hillside. With Rascal Jester being separated out across, they do have a little bit of control, but it's very hard to overextend inside of this, especially on these hills in this part of the map that we're going to be playing on. As we saw the new circle pop, there's just so many hills, little trenches, different interesting paths you can take.
So in the end, Na'Vi realizing it's maybe not worth the risk. They've got a decent phase 3 here. They want to move up, get decent position. So prioritizing position inside of the circle, then a risky fight. I'd say that's a smart play from Na'Vi. As we go over to Vendetta, we've got Gex pushing on them. 3 kills for Vendetta. They've had an amazing day. They're in the top 4. We think they're through.
But I don't know. There's some trouble coming their way right now. Off in the distance, you can see Ghost still taking those shots back over towards Gen G as they're making that rotation through. Vendetta has a lot of friends hanging out right on top of them, but non-reg off to the side. They're still looking over at Gen G as well. So you see the trouble with this. Whenever you make these very dangerous rotations, there's just team after team lined up, just peppering in shots. More and more damage comes through. So now Gen G is looking like they might stop along this hillside, trying to get a little bit more information that goes through off of this, but maybe Critical Motion can make it away from this. He knows the fact that he's got a lot of friends right now, and he just wants to make it back over towards non-reg. But Jaiwei might have a backside angle on him. I don't think he was looking through that door. He finally does spot him out, spins back around, goes for the shots. That's a very difficult shot to hit right in between those metal pieces, so now Critical Motion in a lot of trouble.
The question is, can non-reg actually help here? He's kind of got this Overwatch view. Critical Motion is actually going to avoid the flash grenade as Jaiwei throws it out the window. Kane's still there for Gex. Critical Motion instead wants to hold now because he realizes if he runs away, he's just going to give up the angle anyway. Kane plays it careful, but it's Pio with the third party, gets knocked down, crits down to 8 health though. Needs to get the heal off as Kane will get flushed by Pio.
Now we got Ghost on the move back over towards T1. Exchange back and forth across the hillside. That's going to be Howland going down as well. That's 2 down coming out for T1. They're still kind of pincered back down inside of that corner over there. See that they do have one building to play through, but there's only 2 players. Ghost out in the open having to use those ravines, use those rocks to get a little bit more control, but eyes are on Drassel right now. He's still back behind them. Depending on how he moves, he might play this a little bit more aggressive, try to move back behind T1 since they know they have the numbers advantage, but they also just might opt in to play to safety and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, T1 had the position inside of the circle. They actually allowed Ghost Gaming to just walk straight in, basically get 2 free kills. And I gotta say, I think T1 should be playing that a bit better. Jeff Locker, though, and Anna still alive, holding up north, and we are 30 seconds away from phase 4. It is the phase where you do want to get fed.
Infantry's trying to do a little bit of gatekeeping back over towards VC right now, being aggressive. Longster stepping out a little bit more, trying to get information. They can hear those vehicles moving around them, trying to see if maybe they can cut off any pass, any movement. He does spot out the vehicle, looking back over, sees him out in the blue, waiting to see if he can line up the shots, goes for the spray back over towards him. A little bit of damage coming through, but they're just going to run back down that hillside. The thing though, that forces them in a longer rotation out and through the blue, and again, more meds burned.
Well, good pressure as we do get ourselves phase number 4. It's a decent zone for Na'Vi. Of course, they pushed here earlier after they decided to not take the fight with Rascal Jester. And, well, they get their reward.
They should be thanking Rascal Jester. It's like, thank you for stopping us, because now we have a great position inside the circle. So Envy taking a couple of shots back over towards, it's going to be T1, and they're still having a little bit of trouble. They've got Ghost off on one angle, and it's going to be Envy on the other. A lot of gatekeeping coming in the circle right now.
The north side's where we're going to see a lot of the congestion coming in now for phase number 4. It's where I expect to see really a lot of these fights take place. You've got a little bit of action out to the west as well, maybe with FaZe and Red Canids.
So one thing to note where we're looking right now, Ace has a spread across those fields, can look back over on this angle. 3 different teams are going to have to figure out how do they make an approach through this. There's hills, and then there's this kind of empty area. So that's why you see a lot of these teams stacked up on top of each other, with Red Canids up towards the top, FaZe inside of their building complex, but they're not inside the safe zone right now.
Raspu's got the perfect angle onto FaZe. He's the one that can actually watch them coming out of this compound.
Now, what's going to be
He's also inside of the circle as well.
All right, looks like it's full send it. We got T1. They know that they're in trouble. Going to go back out around through the blue. Tempo Storm's off on one angle. Ghost making the same play at the time.
Oh, no.
Trying to cut through Gen G and Envy. It looks like they did manage to find one angle, but it's going to be Aster that has a line over towards him. Tries to connect, doesn't get the down. Spins back over towards him. Nice shots coming out. And look at that. McCoy decides to give a little bit of love over to Drassel as well. It's like, hey, you're getting some headshots?
He's that bloodthirsty. Picking up kills today as Adder and Jeff Locker go down to me, Luke. And Tempo Storm pick up the double. McCoy picks up the kill onto Esther. Now FaZe are on the move. They don't take the fight with Red Canids. They go further north across the road. They might have to deal with Armor Gaming as Ghost Gaming have just been wiped out.
There's a lot of trouble going off on this angle. It's all these positions. Everybody already posted up waiting. It's a very difficult point to use cards to try to cut through, and you can see it's very detrimental for a lot of these teams. Vendetta still on the outside. FaZe right up next to Armory Gaming. Buzzface already down. Looks like he's about to get flushed out. And there you go. Skeet starting to move into a more aggressive position. Is he going to find an angle back over towards Atzi and Uba, who's going to spot it out first? Looks like they're aware that Skeet might be making that approach. They've got the grenades out and ready, but they still need to make their way over to say so.
This is super important, though, for Armory Gaming, more so than FaZe. FaZe have done enough. They've got 46 points, but Armory Gaming need all the points that they can muster up here. Skeet spots Atzi, but not quite the angle he would have liked, as Tanawat actually gets a knockdown onto Joy.
He's in grenade range.
He's got one. Does he make it count?
Too far off to the side.
Throwing that way off to the side.
That gives away
almost
position.
Bounced back. That was close, actually. Uber with a nade.
So
you give him a nade and a dream, and he can make anything happen. He could get a double here. And he has got a double! Uber!
Big throw coming out from Uba. They needed that space. So now AG just has one, and that's going to be Tanawat. Look back over towards Vendetta. Now it's going to be a little bit more dangerous off on the side, but look who wants to join in the fight. It's Critical Motion, gets a line back down towards Uba. Going to get the shots off now. AT back behind this, still playing inside the smoke. Got to figure out how he's going to make this approach. He's just caught on every single angle. So many third parties coming into effect right now.
He's got no one behind him, though. AT can hold here at the rock for now, but the blue zone's bearing down on him. He's running out of time.
Oh, let's add more. Let's add more. Gex is walking down here. Looks like they want to join this. Look, going to have the angle for this. Is he going to spot out Vendetta? I mean, he's going to move forward. He's going to stop whenever he gets the safe zone, and he could third party back over towards Vendetta. That could buy some space for AT to make his move back over towards this. Uba's still bleeding out back on that angle. New circle pops. Nowhere around the edge of the right now.
I don't think Chaiwei wants to take these shots, though. He wants to hold that position for as long as possible. If he gives himself up, Chen Ji could look at him. Of course, he's got to kill Vendetta. Otherwise, he goes down. There goes AT and FaZe Clan out in 13th position as Vendetta continue to almost have their number today.
Jaiwei now finding himself in a lot of trouble as he's been spotted out by Red Canids. Now then, Vendetta's back behind this. Everybody's going to have to push back over towards this new angle. Gen G also kind of encroaching in this same position. Everybody's trying to vie in for that internal spot, try to get inside the safe zone, look back on everybody that's coming in, pick up those kills. And Vista already on the move as well, flooding around a similar angle, and it looks like we have so many teams just stacked over towards the northwestern part of the circle.
Now V, of course, very happy with their position inside of the circle. They're going to have to find some kills, at least later on. Right now, of course, they've only got the 3 players. It's hard to spread around and use that advantage because they don't have 4.
Did Pride see him? I don't know. Yeah, okay, he did see Jaiwei. But information's fed over, and there you go. Gex is now taken out. Nice shots coming out from Interrogate.
And now it's full on go time. Just hop in the motorcycle,
Where
one in front of everybody. Let's just see how this goes for them. Looks like they're trying to find any little cover piece they can.
The shack?
G2's off the side. That's a dangerous shack to take because there's a lot of front angles that could be open to people, especially off the point where we see a lot of these teams pushing. So I like this. They're playing the backside of it instead of going inside.
I like this spot better than the shack for critical motion. This is much, much better.
Now, Envy looking back down, heard the shots coming out from Gen G as they took those shots back towards Vendetta. PO looking up on this angle. They've got 2 kills, trying to see if they can connect, get some damage back over towards Pride, but doesn't get the down onto it. Envy still needs to make their way forward. Loki is already inside the safe zone coming out for Gen G right now. Really, it's just about how long PO can hold this, and it looks like he wants to come back to safety as well.
Yeah, I think this is the smart option. If he holds that spot there, he could get overwhelmed. Loki's a bit further back inside of the zone. He wants that position. That was what I thought was going to happen. PO knocked down by Moody.
Big shots coming out from Moody, and that gets them a little bit more control, and they know it. They don't know there's only one member back holding this angle, but they know this is the direction they have got to go. It's time to commit. Just start making your way down. Try to cover each other's angles. Look around for this, see who's inside the windows, who's holding what angles. Rascal Jester also on the move. Look at that mini-map and how many people are playing right along that line.
Southside, Rascal Jester, VC, got Red Knids down there as well. Loki trying to hold on here against NV. He's got 4 of them. I don't think he's got this in his back pocket of tricks. He might get a knockdown or 2.
Gets 1.
Actually, a bit of help from Sharpshot. He'll make it a 3rd. Never mind, Moody. Clean up the stairs. Needs to go back and help out his team because they're getting knocked from third parties. Poker Molodoy with a knockdown as well now. Envy getting torn to shreds.
Everybody has so many angles on this position. As they made that aggressive push, Envy just got peppered from 3 different angles. They do manage to get control inside of this. New Circle moves very far away from them, though. Na'Vi in a great spot. G2 as well. Envy's going to have to make a push through a very difficult location, but you can see Na'Vi's just kind of looking around right now, but I think that it's Ace that's pushing back over there next to them. Yes, it is. Trying to get a little bit more control. And here we go. Back over in this. We knew this fight was about to break out. Knids are holding the angle back over towards Rascal Jester. A lot of damage come out, but don't forget VC's back behind this. Grenades rolling back down that slope. So now Rascal Jester, we've seen Shinobi show up big. This is the time to do it. Gets a little bit of damage off, but he has to be so careful of those grenades.
Yeah, they haven't even been pinched really either. VC are more looking at Red Knids. Wesker can't get the heal off in time. Knocked down by Tide. There is that pinch now. Shots coming in as well from Na'Vi as they look down to the south towards VC. Shinobi, last one alive for Rascal Jester.
Here's the problem.
So close to the bubble now as well in terms of the top 8. Vendetta's eliminated. Rusty's Era taken down by Shinobi. 3 more to go for Red Knids.
They have to move the Blues right on their heels. That's going to apply the pressure that allows Red Knids to take down Rascal Jester. Now, VC was being a little bit more aggressive about that. You see Summer looking back over on that angle. They can't wait too much longer. They have to be on the move. Tempo Storm now looking to push back around where G2 is already in position. Summer feels like he's got control over this. This could be a sneaky angle. Nobody from Knids is expecting this. They feel like they've cleared it out. He could just pop up right back behind them and absolutely destroy this team. Summer creeping up, slow, steady, goes for the shots, doesn't get the one down. He goes down off of it. He had to hit that. That was too aggressive, didn't get the shots, and it blows back up in their face.
He wanted to transfer, but he didn't get the initial knockdown because he goes prone. Well played from Red Knids. As we are down to 7 teams remaining, only 2 left alive for VC. Tempo Storm, 4 kills, a decent game for them. They've had a really good second half of the day so far, and they're continuing that. The nade too far. Sharky looking for the revive and a sharp shot.
Just trying to get that res off. Chris moving away from this, realizing it's a little bit too hot in this angle. Tempo Storm still playing off on this. Gonna get the res, move back up to 4. Knids woes, man, they're just in a lot of trouble. So many people are looking back over on this angle for him. See, Andy has managed to make it inside the safe zone, but just narrowly. He's got like a little ridge that he's playing right now. You can't stack the whole team up back behind that. At least you don't want to.
Na'Vi, only the 2 kills. You wouldn't have expected them to get many kills from this position. And that's all right, but they will have to start getting kills soon. That is for sure, as we're 20 seconds away from phase number 7. Still 4 alive for Entus Ace as well.
Massive respect to Na'Vi, though. They had a little bit of a rough start in their rotation. This is what we talked about whenever you adapt. You have to deal with the things that PUBG throws you, what these other teams are going to do to you. Figure out some way to make a win condition off of it and make the game yours. Na'Vi have managed to do that by keeping control over this, denying people to come in, encroaching back down from the south from them. New circle pops, no surprise, still staying on Na'Vi.
And keeping control of themselves as well. They could have been aggressive. They could have made the risky play and took the fight with Rascal Jester. Instead, they made the smart play and they got rewarded for it as VC Gaming find themselves with the blue on their backs. They've got very little room in front of them. It's all open field now for them.
One thing to note, we have Infantry Gaming all the way down in 16th. They've only got 12 points. They do have 2 kills right now, and they have several members alive, and they're going to be moving into the eastern part of the circle with
G2
a lot
as
of
well,
control
at
that they have
15th.
angle of. Yeah. This is some big games from some teams that really needed it right now.
And it puts pressure on the teams that are, what, around 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 going into the final game after this.
So here we go. You can see a little bit of movement. G2 does have the center of the circle with a little bit of contention coming out from Na'Vi, but they don't have a lot of members to work with, so they have to be really cautious. Ace has managed to get a lot of control back over towards that west, but they're going to have to make their way towards this. It's going to be a little bit too compacted. 20 players up. Psycho does look back over towards Ace, sees the approach. They're just hopping through, trying to see if they can get the flush onto it. Psycho's taking a little bit of damage. Andy's holding off on another angle, but keep an eye on Mickey. Mickey's going for the outside push onto this. He can pop up and get a lot of damage off. Grenade's going to land right back behind Psycho, take him down, and now it's all just on to Andy. Got to be very, very cautious off of this one. Trying to play around the smokes. He's he's further up and ahead. You can see he's right up next to Ace, but now he's put himself between them
G2.
and Tempo Storm and G2.
Chris is going to go for the underarm throw. It hits the tree. Does get enough damage? No. Andy stays alive for now, and while Chris doesn't get the information he probably wanted there.
He's got the ghillie suit and the shade that he can play with right now. That could buy him a little bit more position. Chris looking back over towards Ace, hits a couple of shots, but it's going to be Tempo Storm that shoots him in the back as he was peeking through that doorway. Through the window back there. So that's kind of how Miramar goes. You have to be so cautious. Yeah.
Nowhere is safe.
Not with these teams right now.
Not even inside of the buildings you're safe.
All of these teams want to get as many points as humanly possible. They want every single kill they get. Ace maneuvering through this. Ace is having a great day right now. They're kind of the one team that's still holding up towards the top, still in second. And I love the smoke wall just kind of popping through, trying to get a little bit more information. But Chris still holding that angle, does get the down on the rank.
There is a crate that just dropped south. VC, if they want to, could actually push that, not to loot it, but maybe for a bit of cover if required. The way DJ Boy is moving, though, I'm not sure he's going to get knocked down anyway by Longsker. Infantry playing this well, but they're pushing right onto Pokemolodoy.
Tempo Storm, look at them. They're getting active. They're getting more aggressive. They're starting to see all these. They're starting to try to third party in on this. This could be the downside, depending on how much information they have. They're right back behind what's going on with G2. G2's Chris taking those shots back over towards Ace. I don't know if they're going to hear this because I don't see anybody from that team looking back over towards Tempo Storm's footsteps.
Massive game for Tempo Storm, sitting in 9th position right now, tied actually with VC, who are still alive. One game to go after this. Are you playing Sunday, or do you get the reprieve? Sharky has the angle as Alpaca's eliminated by Andy, doing well for Red Knids, giving them a lifeline and a hope here as he holds on, but he's got so many players around him. He's not even inside of the circle anymore.
This is just the one area of the map you do not want to walk into. Infantry was trying to approach onto it. There's 4 different teams, all within about 15 meters of each other on this angle. I would say maybe at max 40. Everyone is so stacked.
They're making the push. So how far will they get? As Chris is going to be eliminated by Zampa.
You can see Senna just holding this angle. He can hear the footsteps down below him. He knows it's got to be very, very cautious. Infantry is pushing back over towards Na'Vi. V still playing on the outside of this. Luke's going for the peek on this. Yanis gets a little bit of damage off, but Luke does come up with that, and that's going to be G2 eliminated. Now just down to 6 teams, 15 alive, and there's so many different angles on this. Andy's trying to look back over towards Tempo Storm, goes for the peek, looks back the other direction, and still Senna just holding this angle back onto it. As you can see, Ace moving around down below them.
5 teams remaining. Na'Vi, OG and Entis, Ace, Tempo Storm, Infantry, and VC holding on down south with Tide and DJ Boy, which I'm surprised they're even still alive in this game. As Vicky got down by Senya. Rang, though, is going to be able to get the trade and eliminates him from Na'Vi.
But Tempo hears it, and look, they know that this is their opportunity. They're looking back down off this Pokemolodoy on one angle. Tempo Storm's caught up, looking back over towards Ace. A lot of damage coming out, and that's going to be Ace getting eliminated.
9
Tempo
kills.
Storm moves up to a ton of kills, and now looking back across this, Tempo Storm is getting more control over the circle. Infantry actually retreating away from this fight that they hear.
Yeah, they're more concerned with VC than Tempo Storm. I think that might come back to bite them here, Matrium.
Oh, Pokemolodoy hiding inside the smokes. Tempo Storm running right on top of them. Pokemolodoy could come up big off of this as nobody from Tempo Storm's not holding the angles. Look, Sharky's up on top of this. They're getting the shots back over towards Infantry. This is a grudge match for Tempo Storm. They want to do this damage back over towards him, but Pokemolodoy is just watching, waiting for the moment, goes for the shots back over towards it, gets it down onto Sharp Shot.
Can he get the second one?
No, he cannot. So Tempo Storm gets more control, looking back over towards Infantry. Another down. Look at this. Tempo Storm coming up with 13 kills and murdering the world at the end.
Wow. Tempo Storm might have started slow, but they are coming home hot right now.
always feels that's how Tempo Storm does. Usually it takes them like a week or two, but this time they don't have that time. They've got to evolve as fast as possible, and that is a huge game coming up for Tempo Storm. They needed that.
They have had 2 games today where they finished 16th.
Yes.
Now they pick up a 13-kill win. Consistency, not quite their strong point here today.
Big shout out to Luke as well, walking away with 6 kills. He's their shot caller. Everybody else is supposed to be the fraggers on the team. He's just calling out where to go, and he just managed to find himself in the right positions at the right times. And I loved the aggression in the late game, pushing onto the fights, trying to get involved in it, and it pays up big for him.
I feel like Infantry was so tunnel vision towards the end, focusing on VC. They were so worried about where they're hiding, and then they gave up position to Tempo Storm. We saw them push past Poco Molodoy and get on top of the roof, and like at the end, it was a slaughter fest.
Well, just so you guys know, there was a little bit of back and forth inside of the scrims as we moved in the last couple of days. I usually don't like to talk about scrims, but the Infantry and Tempo Storm rivalry that was kind of happening inside of scrims, I feel is pretty important because they were hot dropping each other back and forth. Actually, it was Infantry doing a lot of hot drops over towards Tempo Storm. Yeah. So Tempo Storm coming in and getting the win off of killing Infantry, that's a huge moral boost to them.
Oh, yeah, confidence boost. Going into the last game as well, they weren't even inside of the top 8 going into this game. Now they are. Yeah. They pick up the win. They're going to be feeling very confident.
Well, also got to mention, Infantry was not sitting well in the leaderboard. They needed a game themselves. They only got 4 kills, but second place helps out. Also, Na'Vi coming in. Nice game. Good performance coming out. They do only walk away with 2 kills, but third place helps out. The big thing for me, Ace. 5th place, 4 kills on rank.
For Infantry, though, going back to them, I feel like you can just sum it up as missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Right? They needed to get more out of that game, especially not just to give themselves a chance of making top 8 in the next game, but to get points if they do, in fact, fall to the elimination stage. At least they got some extra points under their belt, and they really let that one slip.
It's going to hurt any one of these teams to be in the last place spot. If you're in 16th and you go in on Sunday, that's just a moral mountain that you have to climb up. You have to be like, okay, we can do this. We can push our way through this. We can make back up the 20, 30 points and then move into the top 8 and get in those positions. It just makes it so much more of a Herculean task to make it to next week.
Yeah, and I think now going into this final game, you probably got, 3-4 spots available. Tempo Storm right in that race now, but that also puts pressure on the teams around them, right? Yeah. If they're going into the top 8, someone's going out.
I mean, up towards the top, we know FaZe hanging out up there, Ace hanging out up there.
Vendetta.
It's really, Vendetta, sorry, I'm not going to forget you. I'm not going to forget you. But it's all about that cutoff at 8th for me right now. Who are the teams that are going to be able to come in, not have to worry about what's going on Sunday, and who are the guys that are just going to have to scramble and figure it out? Because think about the research that you have to do. You have to research this lobby, then not perform in it, and then do a massive amount of research tomorrow to come in on Sunday with a whole new set of teams.
Yeah,
that is hard.
That's why, in my opinion, I think you got to be focusing on yourselves first. First and foremost is you need to understand how you're going to play, how you're going to rotate, how you're going to handle the environment, which is PGC. And I think a lot of teams have been doing that.
So with this, let's go ahead and hear what the analysts have to say about that crazy ending moving into Miramar. So please, Galaris, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. I feel like you've said everything already. That was well, but we're back here. Tempo Storm is able to get themselves the victory here. And kudos to you, Avenger. Before this game even went down, you said Tempo Storm is going to make it back. They're going to have the good calls here, just like Plantronics had the great call to be able to partner here with the PGC. So what do you think about that, Avenger?
I think this is amazing, obviously. They're going to have 40 points now. Yeah. So they're going to be safe. So what's their next plan? Are they going to try to deny some of the guys that have been contesting them? Are they looking to make sure their Impalas, theirs? I'm excited to see what's going forward.
Let's be honest. Infantry has been dropping on top of Tempo. That's a team they don't want to have with them for the semifinals. So they might as well push them down if they can.
I think that they should, because I think that it saves them for the next, but I don't think they're going to. They're showing me a very smart play. They're keeping their head in the right place. They're not getting angry. You saw after every match that went badly, they were meeting with the coach. They were talking. The cooler heads prevailed. They weren't being distracted, and I think that'll continue. They're going to keep working on things right now so that they can take it to the next round and be ready for what's up.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from our first game of Miramar here for PGC as a whole. Very southern circle, which did limit some of the play area when it came to how much water was visible here, and already Infantry starting off early with some kills.
Yeah, Paper called this a PKL circle, that's sort of dealing with the south rotations, and we talked about the hardest rotations on this map at the start are north to south, and everybody had to make that move. And some teams made it early. Envy had a good compound, but ultimately it did not work out for them because with so little space, with such easy pushes, it can cost you big time.
Sure, Na'Vi might have won the game, but at the same time, I feel like this is not the Na'Vi we know. They're not explosive, they're not aggressive, they're not getting the kills. That's the Na'Vi we usually see in PL.
One thing that I liked about Na'Vi, though, or felt like Na'Vi at least, was their kind of southern position to then push up towards the north.
Overall, their positioning is actually really great, but they had 4 guys alive in kind of the center position, lost 2 players. I feel like they could have had a lot more kills. They could have maybe even won the game if they pushed back and made sure that Tempo Storm stayed outside on the northern side. But here, Pokemon are making the right choice. You have to take him out, try to push in. They still get third with some kills, so with a decent, like a top
Only 2 kills.
Only 2.
With a top 5 in the last game, with some kills, it's going to make them go through anyway. Sure.
I mean, it's good news, but the reality is Tempo Storm just took so many points off of that match.
Yeah, sure.
There weren't a lot of kills left on the board. I want to give a shout out to Red Canids. They pulled in 7 kills on that match. So another team that people were sort of looking past coming into today has been having some good games.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job by their Red Canids Kalunga with that 9 points coming in for them for that 3rd spot. OGN enters Ace, continues to kind of I was about to say impress me, but they had a little bit of circle favor in their way, but they still got themselves extra points when it comes to the kills, so that's nice.
I mean, 5 kills is nothing to sniff at.
No,
That's a good game. They had good rotations. They got the 3rd highest or 4th highest kill count on the map for that round, so you can't hate on them. But for me, the big issue I'm having is G-Who Esports, as they continually are on the bottom of this thing. I thought they were going to come out bigger and better.
Wow.
They had a hard time at the end of Phase 3, I think, in PEL, is fair to say, when it comes to how tumultuous some of their final results were.
I mean, even though they had a little bit of a bad time during the last of the Phase 3, we saw them early on in Phase 3 that they could do a lot of damage, even the new guys on the team there. But what happened?
I thought you were...
He's looking at Martin.
I'm just saying.
He's like, here's the score.
Look at the leaderboard, guys.
That's it. G2 at 13, Armory at 13, Gen G, who a lot of people were like looking at coming into this because of their performance last year, 18. I mean, the bottom of this bracket's a little surprising in a lot of ways.
Maybe so here. OGN Entis Ace, though, takes the 1st place spot over FaZe in this current position. Again, it matters mostly to be able to get yourself in that 1 through 8 here, Avenger.
Matchroom is the next. They aced it. They said there's going to be about 3 spots open, 11 points down. There's 3 spots open.
Yes.
And it's up for the grabs for anyone. If you get a 13, 14, 15 kill win for the next one, even for G2, they're going to be up around in that area and take a spot from one of these teams that are currently sitting in that area.
Definitely so. Na'Vi, T1, VC, not entirely safe when it comes to that. VC Gaming was one of the teams that I had a lot of question marks revolving around my head when it came to how they were going to perform here. They qualified early, the earliest team, in fact. So see them in 8th place. They got to be a little bit careful, a little bit steady. Some of the rotations in this last game were quite late coming into the circle.
Yeah, they had 2 guys on the south side, but I mean, they did a good rotation. We saw almost everybody clumped up on the northwest side towards the end there. While VC, they just walked in on the south side. They fought infantry down there, though.
As we talked about, though, macro is what makes you prevail on this map. That's what Tempo did extremely well, managing to get all 4 guys alive into the late stages of the circle and just fragging out, meanwhile doing it.
I mean, look at when they pushed out towards G2 there. With Sharpshot and Sampa, they went up north towards the blue just to get another angle and get out Chris out of the way, weakening G2 so they can make a move from that.
Yeah, I think everybody's got to be a little bit aware Navi's having some struggles right now. Envy's a team for me to watch in this last game. They're always sort of consistently finishing in the middle with kills, and that's where that macro is sort of what they've mastered. They got 6 kills despite going out in, I think, 7th place that time. If they can do that again, and 1 or 2 of those teams, Navi has sort of a repeat performance, that's going to put them over that line and really set up a tough day for eliminations, because there are some very strong teams that are on the bottom of that right side of the screen.
It is the final map coming up here between all of these teams. Froz, going into our final game on Miramar, looking at our current bottom 8 situation, which are the teams that you think can step up, maybe make that jump into the top 8?
Envy is one of the teams, at least. We saw a little bit more life from them coming out. And right now, they're in 9th place, just 2 points behind, I think it was. So they got a good chance here to actually make it out from the elimination group. They don't want to be staying down there.
This was a hashtag Frostball prediction to pick the 9th team.
What do you want me to say?
No, I'll take it. I'll take it. How about yourself, Avenger? Are you going to pick 10th?
No. Wait, that's Gex. No. I want to pick. No, let's make an actual ball prediction here.
Okay.
I want to say infantry. Even though if Tempo does hot draw them, try to take the drops away from them, or whatever happens. I think they're going to prevail a little bit. I think they're going to have a good game. This get them started. They got a good second place. They had some really good macro, 4 kills to their name as well. If they manage to get a good start, get the snowball rolling, they're going to be jumping into that top 8.
All right, I'm going to hit you with the same question. Since I got those two...
I mean, I think I already kind of said it. I think this is Envy's map to potentially come in big on. I think that they thrive on Miramar, and their consistency is good. Infantry's been very spotty for me. I hoped to see more, but all I've really been seeing is sort of them getting caught in tough rotation. So Envy, I think if they can tighten up a little bit, look for those kills, and find a good center position to just lock up and hold, I think they're going to be advancing.
And here is Envy at the moment on your screen, looking poised and trying to push on through. What do you think, Froz? Obviously, you said that you think that they might be able to kind of push through into that top 8, and by what means would they be able to get themselves there?
So this is something we always see in the national stages. NA on NA action. They fight each other for some reason.
They're doing the interviews as well.
I know.
They only like to play the same spots, all of them. I want to see them to change that up a little bit, take some fights against the other teams, because you got to be able to fight everybody, not just the teams that you know and you normally fight in your league.
I mean, the reality is North America's hardest critics and North America's biggest fights are against North America. They're hard on themselves, and they fight each other. The rotations are very commonly lumped up. They think the same way. We literally saw Tempo and Envy on top of each other. Then we see everybody else coming in and Ghost right on top of them as well. So I think that that's the other thing, is get away from these guys who think the way you do and try to get outside the box a little bit.
I'm going to go outside the box, actually, and go bigger picture. For me, when I think about North America and esports and stuff like that, there's a lot of big personalities in North American esports. So you think that might be one of the reasons why they're always kind of butting heads with one another?
I think that yes, and I think that they've started to fix that. We've seen teams like Envy, who Moody used to be sort of a big over the top. McCoy was over the top. These guys have sort of learned, hey, this is a team game. Everything is about making it work as a team, finding the right shot callers, and working together.
Get some humble.
Get some humble pie, because that's the best dessert.
All right, let's get into it. It's the final game of day number 1 here at the PGC. Let's over to our commentators once again.
Thank you so much. 1 more game today, 2 more days to go for the weekend, 3 weeks throughout the entirety of PGC. But one of the questions I am keeping my eyes on, Ace is presently in first. OG and Intus Face is up at the top of this, and back behind it is FaZe. It's the first time we kind of seen that switch up. FaZe has been up towards the top of the leaderboard for quite a while. I mean, I thought we were going to be talking mostly about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, because that's kind of where I want to be keeping my eye at. Probably going to be our biggest talking point throughout this game.
I mean, we definitely will keep our eye on that.
But Ace and FaZe, that's going to be big too.
Yeah, look, you do want to come on top of your group, right? You want to show that you're one of the best here at PGC, win your group, but at the end of the day, let's be realistic here. You just want to make top 8. I think most of the teams and players here just want to make sure they make top 8, make it to the semifinals next week, and that's their goal. Now, we're going to have 8 missed out. Whoever's 9th at least is going to be going on to Sunday with a lot of points.
Speaking of points, look how close that is. Across the board, 7th through 10th right now is only 7 points, and there's just 2, 3 points between this. We talked about it earlier. 1 or 2 kills could be that break point between playing on Sunday or not.
I think looking at the rankings that we saw before, you could probably make a case all the way down to 16th, all the way down to G2, which surprisingly is in 16th. But hey, someone has to be, right? And all these teams at PGC are top teams. Now, they would have to have a big game. And I think on a more realistic note, you're probably looking at around teams from 6 to 13 or 14 maybe that have got a real solid chance of making the top 8. But G2's still in the race. They need a win, they need a big game, and who knows, maybe they could pinch a spot.
So to look at it, you get 10 points for getting first place. You get 1 point per kill. Right now, we're looking at 10th place with 21 points. We've already seen multiple 10, 11, 13 kill games coming in. One big game can get you those points that you so desperately need to get you into the top 8.
The other side of the coin, though, is the teams that are inside of the top 8. T1, VC Gaming, if they have really good games, that just makes it 10 times harder to get yourself into the top 8. But if they go out early, the other side of the spectrum, then it opens the door.
So here we go. We got SK Telecom T1 coming in. One of the most, I guess, storied names inside of esports, specifically when you look back over towards Korea. These guys are right on that cusp position. They're in now, but a bad game today, and this time will just be so detrimental.
Paper Thin keeps talking about Akkad and how good he is for T1, and well, so far they are doing just enough, but that's after 5 games. It's a matter of how they're doing after 6 games. That matters more than anything. Team Envy
The desk hit. Envy is so good on this map. They often kind of separate out, do traps around the northern part of Los Leones, and come up with big takeaways. They'll get a kill, maybe two. They've even taken down squads off of that rotation. Something to keep an eye on around Los Leones and how we move into this. But you can see, game is getting underway. We've got a very easy playing path. It's going to be starting off on the west, going to the east, directly through the middle of the map. So lots of opportunities, lots of good places for people to drop.
Yeah, exactly right. Final game of the day is upon us.
All right, so you can see early drops coming out. It's going to be Red Knit's FaZe, Navi as well. We also have Vendetta coming through. A lot of people pushing off on that western part of the map. It's going to be a couple of slow droppers through. One of the things I want to keep an eye on, talked about it earlier, scrims. We saw Tempo Storm and Infantry fighting around Impala. Let's see if that actually pops off on this. We do have Rascal Jester pushing off on one side of this, Ghost going back over towards this push. We often see them go back over towards Minas, no big surprise there. T1 making the push off the side, and a lot of people dropping off here.
And the thing is, what's so great about the points transferring over?
Uh-oh, look at what I see.
Oh, well, I was about to
towards
say,
Impala.
Maybe you wouldn't make a drastic play because your points do carry over. You don't want to go out with no points from this final game.
Think of how big the game could be if you do manage to eliminate them. You now have control over the entirety of the East, and yep, they're going to be dropping right on top of each other.
Risk
it's nosedive straight
reward
into
in a nutshell.
But we see teams like Infantry, they sometimes just throw Risk out the window. They're like, there is too big of a reward for this, and we want it. Tempo Storm, they just got a nice victory. They're looking back over this. They're pretty hyped. Looking onto it, Circle pops on the other side of this. This fight has to end so fast.
They just got into the top 8.
Yeah.
You say they just got a victory. They just got in the top 8. Maybe how quickly they could find themselves out of the top 8.
Zampa's looking around.
Infantry can wipe them here in Impala. This is so crucial.
Okay, so you can see Longsker looking around, seeing if you can find an angle for it. Sharky's trying to protect the rest of his teammates. Zampa's jumping back down, back behind this. Got to be so cautious. When you play this early format, you have to look back, get a gun, get a helmet, get anything you can just to get a little bit more survivability. You can see, we even have VSSs coming into play. I think one of the infantry players off in the distance had one of those. Now, looking back over on so many angles, it is so dangerous. To note, Tempo Storm is on the outside of this, and infantry is on the inside
But
towards the
Winchester,
circle.
2.7 times scope,
yeah, let's
of course. Could we see it in action?
I mean, it's a powerful
The
weapon,
VSS is old
especially
news.
very, very early game. So that's the play right there. Let's just double it up. Let's go VSS and Winchester. Okay.
It's old news. Let's look at the Winchester instead. But, you know, you were talking about finding a gun. And yes, fair enough. But you also want to keep an eye on where the enemy is. If you don't know where they are, you might just walk around the corner.
Think of how stressful this is. Whenever you're jumping in and you want to avoid playing on Sunday, you need to have a big game. And now you have to loot. And you know you have to cross the map. You have about 3 kilometers to at least make it to the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
So everybody's trying to loot safely. You can see usually one person will cover, look around, feed information over, let the other 2 kind of loot up. So that way you can kind of cycle this out. But it slows down the looting process so much. It's a handicap to both teams. If they don't actually get a clean kill and a clean victory out of this, it's going to make it very tangled, very long and drawn out, and a lot of damage with very poor looting coming into play, which is going to hurt them so much in the late game.
Of course, the Blues not going to be moving for another minute and 15 seconds.
Oh, Mickey's found himself in a little bit of fun as well. Rascal Jester, as you can see, looking off to one side. Mickey hears it, just waiting for the door to open. Easy peasy, goes for the spray, gets him. Going to go ahead and flush it out as well. So that's going to be 1 point going over towards Ace, who's, again, at the top of the leaderboard right now.
He only had 8 more bullets left. He almost didn't make it easy peasy for himself. Infantry.
Looks like they're getting a little bit of a line of demarcation right now. You can see that everybody from infantry is making their way back down towards the south, trying to get a little bit more loot, trying to get that road control, looking around for vehicles, trying to make sure that they can get separation out. They know where the vehicles are going to drop at, so at least take that. Deny it away from Tempo Storm, because then that makes the walk, while they're looking for more vehicles, that makes more damage. We talked about it beforehand. Make sure that you're inflicting as much potential attrition damage as you can. You might not get the kill, but make their life miserable.
You also don't want to stick around here for too long. If you're infantry, yes, you want to get the kills, and as I said before, it's risk versus reward, but if they take so long, by the time they find themselves pushing towards the circle, they're not going to have a space to even put themselves into.
I think that Tempo Storm is aware of what's going on,
I think it's time to go.
But it's too late back over here, because you can see if they managed to catch infantry while they were getting in this vehicle, spraying down 3 people inside of it, that would have come up big for them. So infantry is just fine, jumping in here, separating out.
Well, you say they're just fine, but like
we talked about, like, okay, like, they're alive. We'll leave it at that.
Yes.
But
hopefully
I feel like
they can find a vehicle along the way.
This feels like an international rivalry we have brewing right here between these 2 teams, and it's just the first day of PGC.
I don't know if Tempo Storm's got a vehicle close by.
Not a lot to work with.
Infantry is going to be stealing up all of them along the way.
I mean, there's a couple of them that are around them, but they're not on easy rotation points that they want to go grab right now.
In saying that, 40 points for Tempo Storm. Look, I think they will be fine, even if they were to go out with...
They're probably pissed. I would say that. They're like, okay, yeah, you come in, you drop in, you take our vehicles away, and they're running in, and they're going to get the better position because with that Western Circle, we didn't even get a chance to talk about coming in late means the fact that all the territory is already going to be claimed.
Yep.
So it's almost like an inadvertent, like...
Well, look, they might be upset, but at least they're not playing Sunday.
Like, yeah, that's true. I mean, but infantry is probably driving away, like, giving them the bird as they go.
Probably.
So Tempo Storm looking back over towards this, you can see
Look
Envy
how
already on
contested
move.
it is.
Yeah, everybody's playing center on this circle. They know the fact that it's going to try to shift away from the water. There's the river that's inside there, so most people are going to be playing north, back over between Monte Nuevo, back down towards the river itself, canal, I guess I should say. And so now a lot of teams already in movement points. Talked about Envy, they like to set up, try to get a couple of kills early in positions around Miramar.
I like Navi's spot if it does continue to go out west towards that Death Valley. They got a decent spot. North of them is Gex, but besides that, they've basically got the entire western side of the zone to themselves as we see Armory Gaming pushing up to Monte Nuevo.
Most of the big plays I feel like we saw internationally coming out from Armory Gaming were on Miramar. It was playing these high positions with... We saw Duckman's feeding so much information over to his team, taking shots at like, I don't know, 500 meters at teams and hitting them, buying more space for his team. But a lot of these circles haven't favored the way that they like to play in those high hill locations. Now, I think the Toffees hit it a second ago. When we move over towards the west part of the part of this map, everything goes north-south. It's so hard to cross east to west, and so that's why you see a lot of these teams trying to figure out, okay, how do we make this push? It's those roads coming out of Valdemar make it so difficult to just run directly one direction west.
That's why you see a lot of teams fat wrapping and going down all the way south, for example. You got NV down there as well. DJ Boy.
He's had himself a great day. He's had a couple of standout moments right now. I want to say he's been a big powerhouse for their team.
A big reason why they're sitting in 8th right now. 25 points for VC Gaming.
Gex also making their push back over towards it. They're in that 10th place position, just 2 points back behind Envy, who is 2 points back behind VC. So Gex looking to try to have themselves a big game as well.
And I just say, if Envy could find their way into the top 8 here after this game, you'll have all 3 North American teams.
Thank you for saying it. I didn't want to say it.
Oh, you were sitting there the whole time.
I was sitting there thinking it. It was in my head, but I'm like, I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to let somebody else say it because then there's no regional bias. But yes, there is that chance that we're going to have 3 North American teams push on forward. Yep. But I mean, we already have OCE sitting in a good spot, so hey, love it.
We're all happy. We're all happy.
Well, we are, but Analyst Desk might not be so much. All right, so a lot of people centered up right now. A couple of late rotations coming in. We knew it was going to be Tempo Storm. One thing I do want to note is we do have Navi that's taking those shots back over towards Gex, and Infantry did stop in the southern part of Los Leones, which means that they might actually be in a position, depending on how Tempo Storm rotates, to kill Tempo Storm.
Yeah, it's a great spot that Senya's holding, actually, just holding further back just to make sure he can see any teams that are around, like Aduzi and Pokemolodoy, for example, who are a bit closer to the edge of that Death Valley. So really smart play, good hold. They've been able to spot out Gex. They've got their location now, and that's just Navi playing it really smart. 50 seconds till phase number 2, and this is going to really determine how this match is going to play out.
I mean, this is just Miramar in a nutshell. You can see long-range shots coming through. Again, everybody's going to burn off that armor right now. Everybody's done their looting phase. In this area, there's going to be some loot nodes out and around, but most of them are already going to be taken. So if you can manage to knock off somebody's helmet, easier to kill later on.
Tempo Storm are still in the blue. They're going to be taking a while to make their way to the circle, but they will at least be able to have some vehicles, as Infantry actually only just made their way in now.
I mean, with Tempo Storm, we had to expect it. They had to go vehicle hunting. They had to finish out their looting process.
Yep.
They're always going to be the tail end of the circle, but one thing to note about Tempo Storm, that's the way they play. They often come out in the blue very late and then make a very southern rotation moving through, so going to have to keep an eye out on how many people have done research and are aware of that.
Any final wacky circles
I'd
play
say,
out?
Oh, let's just go Valdemar. I like it.
I don't mind Valdemar.
Let's make it a little bit spicy here, because one thing to note, there's a little bit of that island down to the south still in play, so guess what could happen?
Well, you say could, but it's probably not going to happen.
It's probably not going to happen. Let me have my dreams.
Don't get your hopes and dreams up, not just yet.
Dreams.
But if you are NV, I love this circle for them. They could just push in along the south coastline.
Oh, a lot of rotations coming in. You can see NV already on the move, but there's going to be a couple of teams dropping down right next to them. Infantry is going to be coming up across that hillside, so we have a couple of vehicle skirmishes depending on how they rotate through this. A lot of teams already on the move. We could have a Mad Max style moment where there are tons of teams just stacked on top of each other taking pot shots back and forth.
There's some Tokyo Drift from Pat Caps there in the truck. This is not too horrible either for Tempo Storm when they're coming in late here, because they're coming from the south side.
Yeah, everybody was expecting Cinder.
They might actually meet back up with infantry.
If they actually opt to go back down south and go towards the island, Prison Island, then they'll have tons of space to work with because a lot of teams don't want to push into it.
Potentially more NA versus NA action on the card.
Oh, shots coming through. It's like you called it out before it was going to happen. Tempo Storm getting some shots coming at them from Envy. Tampa's going to be able to make it out and away from them. Does manage to make it into the safe zone, but he was kind of the forerunner for his team. The rest of them are way back behind them. Infantry hears those shots, going to make their way back down towards, Prison Island themselves. FaZe on the move. They've got Na'Vi up above them, and it's going to be Skeet that actually gets taken down from good shots from Mix.
Mexi's not done either, though. He's looking for DMG. He tries on by, as Miramar Gaming will continue to go past FaZe.
The next wave is kind of set up, looking through them, and you can see using those bikes, trying to make their way through the hills, using the trees to get a little bit more cover, a little bit more space off of it. Tenawat's going to be coming back behind that. I don't think that he's on the motorcycle, so going to be a little bit more dangerous for him. DMGs get caught up in a shots with Ace. He does manage to get the down and the flush onto one of them. Looking around, seeing that second's going to come through. Vehicles are just crashing down around. Tenawat wanted to come in and go for the save, but instead Joy just tears him apart.
Some party tricks coming out from Tenawat, unfortunately. He gets sent packing, though. Mickey and Joy hold on at the edge of Valdemar. And I think you're not going to want to have, at least for phase 2, too many teams inside of the city. It's such a passive play.
Valdemar is so
you want to
crazy.
hold the edge.
If you think about the way the train, we don't see very many circles end up around there, but look at it as we're looking through from critical motion off to the left. You saw that there's so many different levels of this, so many different points that you have to play around. You can see that so many people are playing
this
these
is
spots.
still,
it's so hard.
Still very likely to shift away from Valdemar. Onto the far left, it's got that mountain range. It's considered water for the water setting. So it's not guaranteed just yet. If you go into Valdemar, it's so hard to come out of it.
100% true. I mean, there's a couple of like sneaky paths that you can try to use. Maybe try to get the bridge and use it for cover if you decide to shift back over towards the west.
I think
there's not a lot of driving west, really. But I mean, this is everybody's been talking about we want to see evil circles. Well, we're getting a good one right now. So 59 alive. I know there's not been a lot of death and destruction, but
it could get really evil.
It's going to be the next circle is whenever everything's just going to go chaos incarnate. And looks like T1's Helen still having a little bit of trouble making their way into safe zone as VC is doing a little bit of a gatekeeping position as well.
Yeah, 59 alive. Only 5 deaths inside of the first 12 minutes.
And
in 12 seconds time, we head into phase 3.
And the circle's only about 2.5 kilometers at this point. You can see on the map, everybody is just stacked up. It is just everywhere.
Do it. One time.
I tried. Okay, but look at how much we still have the canal in play. That's going to be a big factor for it. Infantry still has a little bit of play on that one smidgen that's still inside there, but that's the bridge that they'd have to cross.
Infantry's going to cross the bridge right now and get inside of Valdemar. Like, that's the only play.
It's almost any point that they choose to move now is going to be very, very risky coming out for them. So, nice shots. You can see, look at the lineup going through back this. Ski just runs right into
He wasn't even going for Ski.
He's like, I'll just go and take that in the air. Oh, God, FaZe, you guys are so good.
It was not even shooting him.
Well, I mean, that's just
driving into the sight lines, that's just horribly unlucky. It really hasn't been Armory Gaming's day at all today. Darkman's, well, it hasn't been his day either.
So we do have the Toby eye tracking popping up. You can see he's just hearing all the movement around him, trying to figure out, okay, where am I vulnerable from? What's going to happen next? Just hammered up right against that wall. Circle did pop up in towards his favor, so he's back towards the western part of the circle. Valdemar still being a part of it.
This has worked out amazingly for Tempo Storm.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're actually pretty centered right now and in a pretty decent position as well. You were talking about how many teams are going to opt into crashing into Valdemar. I think that's going to be a big factor because once you move into that spot, you have to know it's just going to be a catastrophe to try to leave.
Infantry is the only one that's so far had to have done it because they were, of course, on the South Island and they had to cross the bridge going inside of the city. Rascal Jester's just holding the edge on the east coast of the city. So, I mean, that's fine. They're not really inside of it. They got an easy escape point. Entis Ace, of course, are on the north side. And well, Duckman's is by himself. So
I do like this rotation from BC where they just come down. They know that nobody's going to be back over the west. So you have to think about funnel points whenever you think about circles, right? Okay, if you start moving back down to the south and the west over and over again, making that move over towards the west, you know that's where the least amount of players are going to be at. But that means not very many kills to be had either.
Yanis creeping up close. You actually don't really see this sort of close fights this early on. I guess on Miramar, we saw the knockdown from Draskell. Are they aware of his position? I wouldn't be entirely certain of this. He's been a bit of a ninja.
He's so far away from his teammates. He's about almost 200 meters away, probably 150 meters bare minimum.
Yanis really wants to get this, but the moment he takes the shot, he has got to lean into this hillside and hope that his teammates have cover fire.
Oh, he's got to be so careful of Vegas, though. If he takes a shot onto Shrimsy or Drassel, Vegas has got the higher, better position. He's going to go
lines it up.
It's greedy. He get the second one onto Shrimsy. Even if he does solely from above, he's only got 2 health. There's Vegas, but it's actually Moody who's going to get the knockdown onto Yanis. Still damage done. 2 knocked onto Ghost Gaming.
Oh, FaZe getting caught up in a little bit of a skirmish with Gex. You can see Uba looking around, 1 down off on one side of this, so FaZe still running the numbers. Jaiwei's in a little bit of trouble. Leo looking back down through those bars. Got to be very careful in that banister when you're taking those shots. Mixie, we already saw that beautiful kill he got just a second ago, looking around, trying to figure out how the approach is going to be coming through from Gex. Jaiwei in a lot of trouble, but 8C still way off in the distance, so it's really a 3v2 right now. Red Canids is kind of supervising the fight, taking shots off onto one side of it. New circle's going to pop. Wow. We're going to move back over towards the east, so this fight is going to be very, very dangerous. Needs to end pretty quickly, as Red Canids are still posted up around it, so everybody's just kind of taking a second, figuring out what's going on around them.
And this is where that congestion around Val del Mar and the eastern side of this city is going to come into question now for phase number 4. Great feed for Vendetta. They're going to love this position inside of the zone for phase number 4. As FaZe looking to finish off Gex. Mexi from the stairs will get the knockdown. And he'll go for the quick flush as well. FaZe Clan looking to finish off the day strong, and they will eliminate Gex.
With this, now they have to be very careful of Red Canids, but Red Canids still caught up looking back over towards Gen G. Nice shots coming out from Aspu, gets the down onto him. Got to be very cautious of those. Looking around, knows the fact that whenever you're playing the tops of these hills, your silhouette makes you very, very vulnerable. So when you take those shots, you need to retreat back. I know he wanted to get that point. FaZe is trying to make that push through. Fuzzface just narrowly gets out of that vehicle before it explodes. You can see Red Canids still looking back down there, but it's going to be a COD that actually takes down Rusty Zira and gives more space for FaZe now. That is so huge. That's going to give them the opportunity to move. Psycho's taking a lot of damage, and Haspu, he's not off on this angle right now.
Yeah, they're in trouble here, Red Canids. They had a 2-2 split, and they got pushed from both T1 and FaZe, both on the 2 splits. So now they're just completely outnumbered on both sides of the coin here. And he's going to be stolen by Critical Motion as Uber finishes off Rusty Zera.
5 kills, about to be 6. This is FaZe Clan on fire right now.
Sunday it is for Red Canids.
I mean, this is going to be really rough for Haspu. He's got to figure out what he's going to do next. They were really trying to capitalize on 2 different teams at once, and it felt like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Now, FaZe looking off on one angle. T1's got this. Infantry still looking back over towards Rascal Jester. Look at how many teams now crouching in around that little piece of Valdemar still in play.
Infantry have had a very interesting game so far.
FaZe making their push on foot, has to be very cautious. That's going to be Ace next to them. I mean, we've only got 3 kills on Ace right now and a ton sitting back over towards FaZe. You can see the leaderboard is presently tied 54-54. So if these teams end up scrapping, that could let us know who our leader is going to be. And FaZe looks like they want to push along this angle. So Joy's got the front portion position, looking back down towards it, but T1 wants to be involved in this. Ace gets the shot back over towards Mickey, does manage to connect back over towards Fuzzface. Now everybody on FaZe kind of stops for a second. They see inside the kill feed. They know who they're going against. You can see it's utility galore coming out. They know that this is going to be a tough fight. Ace has the positions, looking back down towards it, and it's going to be VC that's actually mopping this off. It's going to be Tide that's approaching from this other angle and just doing so much damage over towards FaZe. It's only Uba alive with 1 hit point right now.
Darkman might save the day. He's going to get the knockdown onto Tide. It was coming from behind. Never mind. That'll be the end of FaZe Clan in 15th position. And I think you can say that will mean Entus Ace into first, 55 points. It's not over yet, though, in terms of the battle for first. Vendetta still alive. Great spot for Duckmans. 43 points. Duckmans goes down to Domi, and that's Armory Gaming in 14th, and unfortunately means they will play on Sunday.
So with this, you can see VC still trying to make the approach up. They managed to help out Ace by quite a bit, but now finding themselves in the exact same spot that FaZe was at. There's a lot of people taking those shots back down towards them. I think it's only 1 member alive, and that's going to be DJ Boy trying to figure out where to go, and Navi's peppering all off to one side. Now he's got to figure out, okay, what do I do? He is right on top of Ace. If he makes any movements, they could potentially hear him. I mean, if they even peek further, a little bit further forward, they can see him.
Yeah. Phase number 5. Edge in a decent position for Vendetta, but they want to still hold on top. They know that T1's close by. They know that Entus Ace is close by as well.
T1's trying to make the push back down here. Raspu, last guy alive. T1's moving around them. He's not inside the safe zone. The blue is about to start forcing everybody to push down along this line. So Raspu could find himself in a spot to maybe get 1 more kill. You never know. He could potentially inflict enough damage to get some more out of it, but...
It's only 2 here for T1 as well. It's only Jeff Walker and Hallen.
They're not even looking through the windows. They're not expecting this. He could turn up, do a ton of damage. Hell walks through, goes for the spray onto it, follows it up as he's going. Does manage to get the flush. Now he's been given away. Shots are coming through. Jeff Lockett can't line up onto it. Hasbro didn't take a lot of damage out of that. Goes for the peek back through the window. Gets the spray, a little bit more damage. Is he going to see the third one? No, he is not. And that's going to be Red Canids taken down in 13th place.
Wow, really thought it was going to get the knockdown onto Jeff Lockett, but all that shooting now is invited. Enters Ace over to the party. Joy beeline straight over towards T1. They want to clear that northern side before pushing south into the circle, and then eventually dealing with Vendetta. Ada with a knockdown onto Joy though, and that will halt their progress for now. And DJ Boy from VC in the map, you can see in the mini-map, is actually pushing him behind Enters Ace.
One member down for Ace. You can see Ghost also caught up in that skirmish with G2 for quite a while now. Tempo Storm also looking back on this direction. So Envy also in this location. A lot of people stacked up on top of each other, and that's just how this part of Miramar can play out. Got to be super cautious. Drassel trying to go for the shot back on that. That would have been a beautiful one, but goes a little bit wide onto it. Gen G now crashing back over next to Vendetta. Edge is just holding this line. Is he going to see it? Goes for the spray, and he is instantly dropped.
Yeah, 3 left now for Vendetta. You can see in 8th position right now, Na'Vi 29 points, still alive. In 9th, it's Envy on 23. They're going to need to start finding points here. As we get towards the late game, they need to catch up. And because Na'Vi's still alive, it's going to make it harder if they don't start finding kills.
There's so many teams right along this. Nelaz is going to have to walk through. It looks to be about 14 people bare minimum in order to make it inside the safe zone. Envy is playing the low ground right outside of Ghost's complex. So the moment that Ghost has to move out of this, they can just catch them, pick up their free points. But Tempo Storm is thinking the same thing about where we see Envy's position at. T1's trying to make their push through. DJ Boy's trying to get the spray back over towards Alpaca. Does manage to get the down onto that, but he has now given away his position, and he's got the blue right back behind him. Does manage to get the flush onto it, but it's going to be a dangerous run from here on out.
VC Gaming picking up some very valuable points to keep them inside of the top 8. They were 8th coming into this game. Icon, no, he's got T1 pushing up to Cat. He gets the knockdown. Icon can't stop him with the rock. 2 remain for Vendetta. Non-reg and Critical Motion. They're a bit further back south as we're going to see Nelos go down. G2 Esports will go out in 12th. Following very quickly is VC's DJ Boy. They hold on to the top 8 for now, Matchroom, but will they finish in the 8 by the end of this game?
One thing to note, look at Pio's position up to the north of the rest of his teammates with Gen G. He was right over there next to T1. He was trying to get a little bit of information, hear how this was playing out. This spread is going to give them a lot of information control. Look at Pio. He has these angles back over towards Envy, can take the shots at them. As they move down this hillside, all of these teams are going to find themselves in a very difficult position as Gen G is holding the high side with 1 person and 3 holding the low. So Envy, Ghost now caught up in that skirmish. As you can see, Ghost has moved out, now starting to get a little bit scrappy over here as Tempo Storm is hearing this, thinking about participating as well.
All 3, of course, all 3 North American teams.
I've never seen this happen before, ever. North America killing North America at an international event, but it's like Envy, they need those points, and
Envy
they
needs
know
to get rid of Ghost, like right now. Nice shot
Good
from
shot.
Pack Caps onto Drassel. And they follow it up though. They need the squad wipe. They need the points and the kills that come with it. Shrimsy and McCoy's still alive. The blue is now starting to move.
So Moody's playing the front position on this, trying to get the grenades up, does manage to flush out Drassel. The rest of the guys on Ghost realize, nope, we don't want to take the risk onto this. We want to make sure we hold a great position. We want that 3rd place spot, so they're going to make their way down this hillside, but that's into the sight lines of Gen G. They have to be so cautious. Catch a little bit of air time. They're going to bounce.
Too much air.
There's so much shots. The vehicle explosion takes down Ghost in 9th place.
Oh, they gave the points over to Gen G rather than Envy, as Damon now with a knockdown onto Moody. Moody actually found a knockdown onto Sharpshot, so they're really in the thick of the action here against both Gen G and potentially Tempo Storm. And Envy's still got to keep finding a spot inside the circle. Pio's just been knocked down and finished off by Wesker.
Envy was trying to get those points onto Ghost. They needed them so desperately. Now they found themselves in a terrible spot trying to run down this hillside. Pride has somehow managed to make it down through this, but he still has a little bit further to go. Tempo Storm just waiting off to the side of this. Maybe they can clear out a path for him. Maybe they won't spot him, but he's just got to creep up back behind it.
31 points. That is the mark that must be reached now for the teams in the bottom 8, because VC, of course, are out. Na'Vi are still alive. They're still picking up points slowly but surely. Non-Reg knocked down onto Jeff Locker, but a nice trade from Ada will get Critical Motion. Non-Reg, no, he's clean with a headshot. Never mind, a CAD. He's going to be cleaner. And in the end, Vendetta go out in 8th. But still, what a day for them.
So now, Gen.G still holding that lower position, getting a little bit more aggressive, moving up the hillside. They hear the violence that's happening around them. They know T1 has taken a little bit of damage. They are going to try to capitalize off this move up, maybe get an extra couple of kills out of it, but that means the fact that they are surrendering a little bit of that lower ground position. I don't think that's too bad. The high ground feels so strong inside of this circle, gives you so many great sight lines. Esther, off to one side, Team in, slowly creeping up. Seems like everybody from T1 is aware of it. Smokes are out. Has to be cautious. Grenade does come through. One down comes out from Gen.G instantaneously. That's another one. Gen.G is starting to take control over this hillside.
Are making a huge climb for the top 8. Can I just say, they're into the top 10 now. At one point, they were 13th. Matrium. Where has this come from for Gen.G? They've left it to the last game.
It's all coming down to this last moment. They are just dodging bullets from Tempo Storm as they're running down through back to their home that they've been living at for quite a while. With the high ground position, they have to make it all the way towards those buildings. Like, they have to be right on top of them to finally deny the sightline onto it. A lot of damage coming through. Look at Esther just on one hit point somehow coming through this. Meanwhile, Infantry Gaming, they need a big game of their own. Yeah. So looking back over towards us, slowly creeping up, it's going to be pushing over towards Tempo Storm. The rivalry continues. These guys seem to just absolutely hate each other. Is Tempo Storm aware that they're going to creep up onto this? Looks like grenades are starting to come out. Flashbang's going to give away their position. Tempo Storm shifting away from this right now.
Tempo Storm are going to be through to next week. Infantry Clan need to find kills as soon as possible. Might get a chance here against Zampa and Miluk. Never mind, they're able to get over the ridgeline, so they're safe for now. Zampa ditches the bike, turns around, tries to get shots on the Infantry Clan. There's no cover. And the rivalry continues, but it's Infantry Clan who's coming out ahead.
2 members on Tempo Storm already down. The other 2 were in the lower position that Infantry could not find. So there's 3 members of Infantry making their way down the hillside. Grenades are going to roll, but not far enough. So now Infantry is going to have to look back down this hillside. There's not a lot of cover pieces to play around. Sharp shot. Miluk looking back up towards the sharp shots, running around that grenade. Pretty good. Be very cautious onto it. That's going to be enough damage to drop him. Now it is just Miluk, but there is an exchange. It is a 2v1. Tons of smoke coming through. Gen.G's taking the shots. Tempo Storm is eliminated, and it's going to be Infantry Gaming running down with 1 member. But what type of victory is it going to be, as it's going to be Infantry also getting eliminated?
Yeah, straight away they bow out in 5th position. They were close, but not close enough. Gen.G 3 points away from a top 8 position. A cat gets the knockdown onto Pokemon. That's all it'll be. Best of Watch will send T1 packing, but Gen.G have absolutely climbed a mountain here.
Well, let's not forget Na'Vi was also needing a pretty big game themselves.
Well, so Na'Vi is safe now. They're in the top 8.
Yeah, they're feeling good, but this is going to be a very fun game. And let's not forget, Rascal Jester Whisker, which is one of the hardest names on the face of the earth to say, still alive, holding that 3rd place position.
You can see it on the live rankings. RJ 25 points. I just don't think there's enough points there left for them to climb above VC, but for Gen.G,
1.
Well, it depends on what the kills have. A tie break, but 2 points is what you want.
Yeah, so it's really just getting those extra couples. So can Na'Vi hold the line and deny Gen.G those points they so desperately need? Is anybody going to spot out Wesker at this point?
Wesker.
Yeah, and that's going to be Esther that picks it up. That's going to be really big for them.
That's it.
That shifts them up
into the top 8.
They got that 8th place, so they're perfectly fine right now. So now what do they do next? It's just Na'Vi and Gen.G, and I feel like this is... We've been putting a lot of pressure on Pio and on his shoulders, saying the fact that this is kind of the feature player for Gen.G, but the rest of the team is performing so strong right now. Look at these shots they're hitting onto Na'Vi.
Dozy finished off 3 up for Gen.G, and it's 3 for Na'Vi. 3v3 for game number 6, the final game of the day for Group 1.
Look at the positioning and how they're playing this. You can see Gen.G is just trying to make a line through the center, where we have Na'Vi that's pushing off to the side of it, but that's going to put a little bit more pressure on the movement for this. So now Na'Vi has to be super cautious. They have to watch every angle. Loki getting that high ground way off in the distance. Esther on the other side of this. That could put him in a pincered position. Na'Vi has to fight their way out of this. Demon's trying to get the shots on one angle. Na'Vi is right up on top of each other. They have to be so cautious. Flashbangs come out, trying to line up anything off of it. That's going to be one down on a Pokemon all the way. That's going to be Loki on the high ground. Demon's just holding this, buying so much time. He's holding the aggro of the entire team.
They can't deal with Loki, but they got Esther now down to 2. Nice shots on the team, and the nade to follow from Senya. Perfectly timed and perfectly placed. And Na'Vi are now down to a 2 versus 1. Loki, can he come up clutch for Gen.G and come away with the win to close off the first day of PGC?
Loki needs to look back down towards the left, see if he sees anybody that's weakened.
Gonna instead takes his shots back over, back down to a 2v1. It's back into a 1v1. Loki's looking around. It's a peak battle back and forth. Instead, gonna go out for the Molotov's. Gonna go a little bit far. He just wants to get the kills that he can get. Pokemolodoy, Loki playing around this hillside. The blue is coming in. We're in the last circle right now. Loki patiently waiting to see how's this peak gonna go through. This is so nerve-wracking for both players. Loki's wanting to play it aggressive, while Pokemolodoy is just trying to play off the smokes. Kill the player, so that way he can't feed information based off of his positioning. So now, it's just looking around. Pokemolodoy is trying to find the angle. Does manage to spot up towards Loki. Loki has to be so cautious, but the reposition does pay off. Going out for another flashbang. Just trying to get a little bit more space off of this thing if he can get it. That is a ton of flashbangs out, but it's back behind the rock for Pokemolodoy. Loki's just going to flush out another one. So Pokemolodoy, Loki still playing around this hillside.
Still a lot of time here with the blue. Pokemolodoy doesn't have to rush this. He's still got the rock, but Loki ever closer, creeping towards the center. Headshot in range here for Loki, now at the tree. Pokemolodoy and Loki both out of utility. They've used everything they've got here. Only the 2 times on the 416 for Loki. Lands the headshot. Does he have the heals though? Loki's pushing out. Loki picks up the headshot win. 3v1 in the end against RV. And what a way for Gen G to close out day number 1. 12 kill win into the top 8.
Gen G, every single time you doubt them, they just turned it on, and a big performance coming out of that last game. You can see sighs of relief, feeling like, okay, that should have gotten us there. That should have been enough. Doing the quick math inside their head, but great performance coming out from them and Na'Vi in those last couple of circles.
And for Na'Vi, not just that game, but the last 3 games. First, third, and second. A great way for them to finish off day number 1. Of course, they'll be in the top 8 as well, Matrium. And I think for Gen G, at one point, or at least from what I saw on the rankings and the live rankings, they were 13th position. That was during that game 6, the last game of the day. They are now in the top 8.
But that's what you want from these teams. We're talking the best teams in the world. You want to be able to rebound. You want to prove the fact that, okay, sure, we had a bad game. We had 2 bad games, but we can still turn it on when we need to. We can get as many points as we have to at any given stage. We are a world competitor, and we can play in those clutch positions. Think about it. We just had an international for PUBG come down to a 1v1 between some of the best players in the world. That is just one of the hardest positions to play from.
In reality, it was a 3v1.
True.
in the end, Loki had the decent position, and look, for Gen G, they played the risky play. The 1-1-1 split ended up working. Na'Vi were a bit closer, looking for the rock, and in the end, it backfired, but it was close. It could have gone either way in the end, really.
That's a huge play come out from Loki. And remember, he was the high ground guy. He had to move back down into that position and then find it out.
That did help out, though.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Na'Vi was expecting that first down off that angle. They were just like, wait, the other guys were over here. Where did that one come from? But great performance from both of those teams. I really love to see that Na'Vi turned it on there towards the end. I know Sim's been pushing for Na'Vi, saying how amazing they are, so he's going to be super happy watching that. And Gen G, again, just coming out whenever they need to in those clutch positions.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi showing more of that consistency rather than the flair. They just got the job done when it mattered in the end, and that was the way they sort of slowly built into the day. And on the other end, they came out at the right time where you want to be inside of the top 8. For a team like VC Gaming, for example, started strong, and then they find themselves outside of the top 8, right?
I'm kind of curious, are we starting to see these, we alluded to it a second ago with like Infantry Gaming and Tempo Storm having a little bit of rivalry. We're starting to see that come out with maybe a little bit of Ace and what's going on with FaZe as they were going back and forth there. A lot of these teams start to feel like they've been scrimming for a week, so they kind of get a feel for each other, but now it's starting to be a little bit more than that, it feels like. It's like we know we can take these guys, so whenever they get it down, they'll make the push.
Yeah.
They're playing a little bit more aggressive towards what they feel that they can win. And I love that we're starting to get a little bit more of a storyline develop out from the history of PUBG now.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see that tomorrow, of course, with some of the other teams as well, from what we've seen behind the scenes. Might be happening there for Group 2 as well. So, look, what a day overall, really, to sort of summarize Matrium. I think we really saw amazing PUBG.
Yeah, 100%.
The only thing we missed out, I wanted to see, was someone throwing a pen.
Why did we not see that? That was every single time.
Someone
had to bring out at least hit him whenever they're already down. And we saw like 3 or 4 times. You could have just like taken them down or at least thrown it. You guys got the tools now. But speaking of people that got the tools, we got our analysts that are set and ready to go to give a breakdown on what is an absolutely phenomenal game. Take it away, guys.
Definitely so. Loki manages to deceive his opponents in the very final moments there for a Gen G, getting themselves in the great spot. And the victory, 13 kills going their way. That was a sick 1v3.
It was a solid mythology reference, too. Oof. I liked it. It was a solid 1v3. Gen G, 12 kills. Like, what? That was awesome.
They came into this game with 18 points only, and then coming out from this game with 40 points in total.
Did exactly what Tempo Storm did. Jumped down from a very low spot straight into the 40 plus. This is nice to see. It was extremely close. Infantry nearly did it as well. If they survived a little bit longer, got some more kills, and got into the top 3 with potentially to win, they could have taken it as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of today, we picked 4 teams to feature because we expected them to advance with no problems. I would not say it was a no-problem advance. It got a little desperate at the end. But ultimately, T1, Gen G, FaZe, and Tempo Storm, our start of the day sort of teams to watch, made it through. And that's why we choose them. These are the teams that when their back is against the wall, they know how to come up big times.
And speaking of teams to watch, when it came to this 6th game, Tempo Storm versus Infantry was something that we were keeping our eyes on at the very beginning and got a little bit potentially down there. So that could have ended a bit crazy for Infantry. They did not manage to get themselves into the top 8, but
they decided not to fight.
Fault. Yeah.
They decided not to fight, but if they did, if they took out Tempo Storm early, they would have had a lot more space. They could have potentially taken a much better position. But look at this, the match result, guys.
And 22 points coming in for Gen G. That is the current record here for our PGC so far, as 12 kills and the first place will put them solidly in a great spot. Navi, 12 points under their belt, but big discrepancy here between the leaders in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, that's what it's going to come down to is the teams on the bottom, I think, had a hard time putting points together. And that's not good news because tomorrow's group is very strong as well. And going into that sort of that elimination day with so few points for some of these teams, I think no more than 9 total is going to be a huge struggle for them.
I think it's going to be pretty even in the next group we have tomorrow. Seeing all those teams over there. So they're going to be the teams that don't make it, that goes to elimination, they're going to have a lot of points there.
I think there was a big spread in the forecasted rankings in this group. And as you say, tomorrow's group, I feel like it's a bit closer when it comes to that. So as you say, the points could be very, very close when it comes to
But at the same time, anything could happen. I mean, we did not expect OGN and Ace to be on the top after today.
I mean, that's the reality, but we thought the easy ones were... They're not on the bottom.
Here is the top 8 that will be moving up into the next semifinals phase. And of course, our bottom 8 here will be moving on into that elimination day at the end, Avenger.
For me, this is just, these guys can go home, get some nice food. They can chill for a whole week. Until they have to go into the next games. It's amazing, though. On the other hand, on the right side, J2 with 14, with VC with 30. That is scary. Being 16 points behind, going into the elimination stage is going to be super scary.
Not only G2, Armory Gaming as well, 15 points. Not what we really expected from them. I feel like for them, at every single start of a game just did not go their way. They would be losing Duckmans here and there during a lot of these games.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was going to be the tournament where Duckman's really sort of turned into a swan, but his play is been ugly. His rotations, he's getting picked off. We know that he's a superstar when he gets up in these sort of late game 1v3s, etc. But you got to get there. And Armory just hasn't had the weapons to do that.
He's acting more like an untitled goose that hasn't been able to steal a pitchfork, I suppose. It's been a bit difficult, gentlemen. We're going to head over to the interview here for a moment to hear from OGN Enters Ace, who take the first place spot here, moving through into the semifinals.
What an exciting opening day for PGC, and a lot of pundits were looking at Korean teams to kind of take a lot of the top spots, but one of those teams, not so much been said about them, is going to be OGN Entis Ace, who are taking the top spot of Group 1 with 54 points. I'm here with Joy and Hangul, the player manager, who's going to help me translate. Now, Joy, you guys just barely qualified for this event, getting first place in the, I guess, the last chance qualifier for the PKL. What were your expectations coming in onto this day, on the very opening day of PGC?
이제 한국 팀으로 6번째 시드 쿼리파이어로 겨우 이제 올라왔는데 이제 오늘 그룹 스테이지의 기대치가 뭐였나요?
우선 기대치는 뭔가 한국의 저력을 보여주고 싶었고 우리가 여태까지 준비한 거를 제대로 보여주자라는 마음이었어요.
Our expectation was to show the strength of Korea as a region and show the strength of our team.
Well, you certainly did that, coming out really strong from the very beginning. Is there any team, though, that you played against that really surprised you, that really shocked you on how good they were?
오늘 그룹 스테이지를 하면서 이제 좀 의외로 잘한 팀이나 이제 놀랐던 팀이 있나요?
저는 의외로 놀랐던 팀이 페이지 클랜이 너무 잘해가지고 좀 많이 무섭고 사실 무섭고 두렵기도 했어요.
FaZe Clan really stood out. They were really good, and we're actually looking forward, and we're actually scared. We're also scared.
All right, well, you guys have already advanced to the semifinals. You have a couple of days off, actually, over a week. Of course, you're going to be relaxing, but what exactly are you going to be doing to prepare for the rest of this tournament coming up?
이제 세미파이널 무대가 남았는데 그 전에 일주일 정도의 시간이 있는데 이제 그 기간 동안 뭘 어떻게 하며 준비를 할 것인지 말씀해 주세요.
우선 다른 팀 경기를 보면서 다른 팀 경기랑 다른 팀 조를 보면서 분석을 해보고 뭐 여태까지 저희가 준비한 만큼 최대한 더 보여줄 수 있도록 저희 넷이서 잘 이렇게 의사소통을 좀 더 해서 더 잘 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We're going to look at the other teams' games and analyze their games, and we're actually going to prepare more what we prepared for this tournament. We're going to work on our communication and just in general, just prepare for the semifinals.
You guys look really good so far. Congratulations, and good luck with the rest of this event going forward. But for now, though, I'm going to toss it back up to the analyst desk while they wrap up the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Let me tell you something. I've covered a lot of esports. I've seen a lot of Koreans win in those esports. And even just from listening to that interview, seems like Joy, very articulate, very charismatic as well when it comes to those answers. So great to hear from him as well as they do now advance on into the semifinals. It's not just them, though. We have 7 other teams that will be moving on in FaZe, Tempo Storm, Vendetta, Ghost, T1, Navi, and Gen G. Tomorrow, of course, we have Group 2 on the way. We restart things, we get it going again. It's Erangel, Sanhok, and then Miramar. And again, when we look at this group, there is a huge wealth of depth to this group, Toffees.
It's wildly deep. We have one of the most talked about contested drops probably in the history of international PUBG right now. It started all the way back in London and has carried through in sort of the Genesis Liquid face-off. I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. And yes, we've got some of the best teams, I think almost all the best teams in the world. Atletico, remember everybody wrote them off at GLL and they came out and they got second place. These guys were fire.
I love to see them at GLL. Also, I love to see how they put everybody else to shame. GLL is not a good event for the North American and NPL, but I love to see how well Ghost were able to play today. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. What I've seen from the scrims, what I've seen from the kind of banter coming from the Genesis and the Liquid camp has been amazing. I want to see that continue tomorrow.
Let's be honest, we got a little bit surprised by teams like Vendetta, OGNAs, and Ghost Gaming today. I can't wait for tomorrow and see what the teams are gonna bring there.
Yeah,
a team like Rumblers, they did not expect to play here until a few days ago. Now they're here, they're ready to frag out.
A lot of fortunate stories for today. One unfortunate story, though, for me, is kind of Rascal. They're a great start to the day, but kind of teetered off towards the end. Obviously, they'll be going down to the eliminations. I've kind of got high hopes for them, considering some of their Erangel games from today.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they'd get a little more. I think they needed a little more circle love to sort of keep up with the rest of the field. And I think that they are in a much better position going into the elimination phase, right? This is a team that I think needs some time to adjust. Similar to the OCE region, it's not nearly, their league's not as competitive, I would say, as some of the others. So some of these teams need a little more time to get that international footing under them. And maybe that's what the key to this weekend is. Maybe more time played will ultimately be better for a team like Rascal Jesters.
I mean, if you look at Rascal Jesters, they have really good rotations, but they need to be a little bit more aggressive. They take really good positions in the center of the circle, but they're not making anything happen from there. And that's why I want to see them do in the elimination stage.
And also, I think they have quite an advantage. They're going to be able to go back tomorrow. They're going to come back, watch the games. They're going to prepare for what they had for their 7 other teams they're going to be playing against in the elimination stage. And then they're going to be looking at the games tomorrow and really pick apart how do they play when it comes to the elimination stage.
Yeah, and that basically does it for day number 1 here. Obviously, a great day of games. A little bit surprising for me in terms of kind of some of the results that we actually saw here. OGN Entasays getting first place here in the OGN Super Arena. Will tomorrow we see another OGN Entas team top the charts? I'm sure that some people out there will be very, very happy about a kind of result coming up like that. And Force come in as arguably the more successful of the OGN Entas team. So they may have a little bit of a target on their back.
Yeah, I mean, I give a huge shout out to Ace for sort of being, I don't think considered the underdogs of the two, if not much of the region, and they come out here and they play out of their minds. Tempo Storm, we joked about the Tempo and how bad their start was, but they end up in third place. I mean, today for me, other than FaZe, it was a story of sort of redemption, fighting for what you deserve and proving you deserve to be here. And I was impressed with a lot of the teams and how they were able to step up and do that.
Froz, your thoughts going into tomorrow?
Going into tomorrow, I mean, there are so many teams to look out for that it's kind of hard to say what to look out for right now.
Sure.
As we saw today, teams will surprise you. Teams will do stuff that you don't expect as well. Look at Gen G, for example, from today. In the last game, how they were doing so many splits towards the last game.
Yeah.
Literally splitting the whole game. And going into last fight, they literally had a 1-1-1 split throughout the whole circle. And that's kind of stuff that we don't see too often. We haven't seen it too much today. And we'll see tomorrow.
Well, I'm glad, Froz, you got the last word because I put you up about 6 times throughout the day, and that is going to be that. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you very much to everyone tuning in around the world, and thank you to one of our final sponsors here in Zowie that are actually providing all the monitors down there for the players here at the PGC. That does it for day number 1. We're done with Group 1. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place for Group 2 to find out who moves through into the semis and who goes down to elimination.
Left 2 guys. Okay. Nice. Just three guys left. 2 left. One more. Let's go!
Let's go, boys.
great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
sweat for battles. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, then it's time to stand up. It's up to the fear, it's time to rise up. Now is the moment, now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united. We have to scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here. We win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad.
过来了5年正面在跟小鹿的 pick， 又是一丝血没有 pick 过小鹿。做排查，鲨鱼来了！哎呀，好兄弟又见面了。
机会高大，
把血打起来，一泽这一颗手雷过来，但是角度好像差了点，一个3倍镜，扫描也是被补掉。我直接冲过来2个雨帝和跳跳，我这是开车往脸上扎了一下，结果正好架枪，但是这个距离太远了，400-500米的一个架枪，很难有机会。嘎德维也放倒一个，
突袭拉出来开始抢分。
这个雷有了，漂亮！和手雷炸车的同时补上2枪。其实这一局是 4M 的机会，
对，尾神一颗雷过去，这个，哎呦，一雷2响，爆！
have an idea that there's someone around there, but you don't know clearly.
They have to be able to trade effectively. This is the mark of a very good team. They'll probably lose out on the first. There's a trade. Really effective, really well played.
On me! On me! I see him. Oh, one upper face. Take my smoke. I'm going. One guy, that's it. Face there. Woo, let's go. Jimbo, let's go. 7 kills, Papa. I'm healing as well on the smoke. Blue is right on us, by the way. We have to go. Go away, both left side. I got knocked. I'm going left side now. Don't worry about me. I got one left. I'm going left. Go left. Chilling. One more. Nice. Chilling. One at balcony. 2 up. One up. Chill. Reset. I'm healing. One up. Go with something. Come here. Go together. Come left. Let's go!
Both desperate for a both. So the chaos that was going on in Miltipat, Jeems on the flank, Jemty lands the knock. This is a big play. Gonna go for the shot. Oh, he catches back in dark as well. Ibby's going over in the car. This could not have been timed any better. Jeems around the back with the barrel. Will take one down. Goes for the spray onto Fex. Fex gets a lot of damage down. Fex gets around the side, but he runs straight into Samty. What a cross play from Team. Out of a peek of it. Boom.
Just don't do it. Just don't peek him. Just don't.
Well, I have some nades there. Oh, Rustamar just got a good slice of health.
Hold on. That's a big nade.
That's a nade coming in. Minox dodged it. Does it catch anyone out? Lixie gets caught out. Team Liquid, look at Ibby. Ibby's right on the backs. Team Liquid come charging in. 60 around the side. Ibby goes down. The nades are raining in. Rustamar gets Minox down.
FaZe and Jemty just found 2. The angle, the high ground, it's Jemty all day long. Just wipes out FaZe.
The former FaZe man comes in and puts pate to them in the ditch. That is...
Always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Lift me from the ground.
me from the ground. From the ground, lift me from the ground, lift me from the ground.
Miramar is vast, open, deserted areas, long, empty roads, kind of a post-apocalyptic landscape, gives you this badlands feeling.
서바이벌 패스 5에서는 어떤 것들을 보여드릴 수 있을지에 대해서 저희가 고민을 했었고요. 많은 플레이어분들이 미라마의 밸런싱에 대해서 피드백을 주셨어요. 그래서 미라마를 개선하기로 했습니다.
Season 5 title is Badlands, and it revolves around the Miramar.
제가 시즌4에서 아쉬웠던 부분은 처음으로 PUBG의 이야기가 공개가 됐는데 게임 밖에서 이루어졌다는 부분이었어요. 이것이 게임 내에서 유저분들이 자기 게임 플레이와 혼합돼서 즐기실 수 있으면 더 강력한 즐거움이 될 거라고 생각을 했었거든요. 미라마가 흥미로운 점은 에란겔과 사이즈가 같지만 훨씬 더 커 보인다는 점이었어요. 따라서 미라마에서는 지나가고 탐색할 공간이 훨씬 더 많은 것처럼 느껴지거든요. 그래서 우리는 이 넓은 미라마에서 플레이를 할 때 숨은 물건 찾기 요소를 더하면 재밌을 것이라고 생각했습니다. 플레이 중에 디스크를 획득을 하게 되고 모은 디스크는 커뮤니티 미션에 쌓이게 됩니다. PC, 엑스박스, PS 플레이어 모두가 모은 디스크는 한 군데에 쌓이고요. 그렇기 때문에 커뮤니티 미션도 동시에 진행이 됩니다. 디스크가 플랫폼에 구애받지 않는다는 것이에요.
The most important consideration was making sure that it is convenient to use, fun, fast, and responsive. Yeah, we wanted to make sure that the feature can be used in multiple situations, such as stealth approach to the enemy, to finish off opponents which are knocked down, or even use in drive-bys. Basically, have as much precision as possible by allowing you to throw weapons through the windows or tight gaps.
황무지에서는 총알을 찾기도 어려울 때가 있겠죠. 그럴 때는 바로 옆에 있는 근접 무기라도 써야 될 때가 생길 텐데요. 근접 무기라서 꼭 가까이에서만 공격할 수 있는 것이 아니라 멀리 있는 적을 맞추면 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했었고 황무지라는 컨셉과 잘 어울렸던 것 같아요.
I was improving our projectile code to fix bugs in grenade movement. At some point, this refactor made it possible to launch even big game objects with proper physics applied. Just for fun, I replaced grenades with frying pans. Then we've had a series of playtests to see how this feature would fit the game. and it was amazing, so we immediately turned this into an actual feature.
처음에 근접 무기 던지기 기능의 프로토타입 영상을 저한테 보여줬을 때 와 재밌겠다, 이건 꼭 미션으로 만들어야 돼 라는 생각이 들었었습니다. 그래서 시즌 미션 트랙으로 근접 무기 트랙을 만들었고요. 보상으로서 특수한 근접 무기 스킨을 얻을 수 있습니다.
You may find that melee throw range is too low to be used outdoors. In our early implementation, the range was higher, but it looked ridiculous and it was breaking immersion. A human being cannot throw a cast iron frying pan as far as an apple. So I added more complexity to ballistics, and then to get the right look and feel, I was tuning the 3 parameters: launch velocity, air drag force, and even gravity. As a result, frying pan travels so fast that it looks like it actually can kill someone.
In terms of item throwing, this is a feature directly related to our mission to improve the teamwork aspects of PUBG in duo and squad modes. The most important thing was to improve the quality of life of the players. We hope to help in those incidental situations where you would get locked up under fire and unable to move from your cover. This system basically helps you provide ammunition or medical items to those players who cannot otherwise move closer to you. Also, it makes you much more mobile and less locked down to a place.
시즌4에서 가장 즐거웠던 부분은 팬분들이 저희의 이야기를 가지고 확장시키고 추리하시고 새로운 이야기를 만드시고 저희의 의도를 간파하시고 그러한 것들이 굉장히 즐거웠어요. 이번 시즌에도 좀 더 재밌게 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고요.
I think it will bring a lot of satisfaction, grab a kill or maybe even a chicken dinner, as it looks both funny and dramatic, and especially looking forward to seeing some amazing shots being pulled off during drive-bys or crazy jumps with nice weapon throw finish.
많은 피드백을 주시고 그것에 맞춰서 저희는 게임을 개발하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
On from Crowcrowd, slowly stepping it up, but Ents could be the ones that come out on top. They get rid of Gemty, but oh no, Timmy and the cross there, truthfully caught in the open. It's a 2-on-2.
That cross was so hap-handed. Rustamar is banking on them, not expecting this off angle from him. Niket's going to try and get the attention for this, and now we have to see Rustamar deliver. And well, he almost missed the first, but he makes it up, and the trade comes back in from Temi, and wait, he adjusted so well.
Wow. Made it into the north side of Pachinki. Apologies if it's going fast because the game is matching that pace at the moment. It is crazy.
The nade is phenomenal. That's found 2 events and that's completely cut them off at the knees. And look at the push from Tixu. This man does not need an excuse to be aggressive. He loves a bit of it. Rustamar is holding back at a deeper angle, spots another victim, and the beast strikes. Tixu is so good at the moment. That's 3 kills, completely shutting down.
The caliber of teams stepping up in phase 3. This is what we're talking about. You've got Desperados, N47, you know. These Jimmy! Oh my word. Oh, Misa got the last one, but my god. Desperados are running out for an OP because the second that Yanis goes down, it opens it up for the rest of Crowcrowd to come flooding around the corner.
Here it comes.
Yanis has already eaten the blue. Misa going for the spray through. That was a big hit, but Miraku will go down. Yanis is finished off. The rest of Crowcrowd can come in. It's a 4v2. Gaxi's trying to get as close as he can. Knew they put a bit of damage onto Misa, lit him up, but it wasn't enough. And now look at this, Timmy and Co. all coming across.
That's the one thing. That's why Gaxi's dangerous. He can't actually see that ridge line at all. Spraying in, hoping for the best. It looks like Crowcrowd on the verge, unless Gaxi can do the damage now. Now the position's noted, you feel he's run out of options, and Nookie's got the angle. The spray comes in. Temi puts down Miraku. It's down to MBS and Gaxi here.
Not a lot they can do from this angle. It's looking like a simple execution.
I hope my boys weren't too hard on you. But I've been hearing some pretty disturbing rumors that you've been placing bids for my territory behind my back. Of course, they can't be true because you know Miramar belongs to me. I'd let you borrow it for your race. But that doesn't give you permission to make new deals on your own.
수류탄 차량 파괴. 뒤에서 한 대! 헬레! 제프로카 냈어! 아무것도 모르고 와요. 얘네. 그리고 디피지다 나와. 깜짝이 방어 성공! 했어요.
들어올 수 있는 동선에 지금 수류탄 뿌리기 시작했고요.
그렇습니다. 연막탄 믿고 하는 그런 땡겨! 올라오죠! 진짜 씩씩히고 있는 그런 기분이 들죠? 하나 더 갑니다. 하나 더!
숨 막힐 것 같아. 진짜 숨 막힐 것 같아.
I don't know if you can really follow that, but the fact that the statistics said that they have an 80% chance to make PGC for a tournament that's only 20 games, Jordan, that only has 2 spots. Yes, they're the best team in the region. We know that, but they have been
pushing forward. Juxi is going to spot him. It's actually going to be Extreme who does get that knock. He's going to get that second knock on the non-reg as well.
What was that?
Rock to confirm it as Enon peeks out from behind that rock. The hard cover, not enough. Juxi does trade it back. So it is a 1v1. Enon on this rock here. He's got the grenade out. Maybe a smoke. And Juxi's just going to hold the break, and Juxi somehow out of nowhere, Atletico pick up their first win.
That's what they want. That's the Atletico that we know.
Worst position right now if they don't move from here. Well, I think Reggie's got the information.
Oh, Extreme's going on.
That's an easy knock all day, easy for Extreme, and he's going to pick up Ronan. Oh, he's going to get White Kickaboo count. Oh,
yes,
rivalries ensue. Double kill for Extreme. Oh, B2.
He's alive.
Kill him. Oh no! Can Extreme do this? He is an absolute madman at the moment. You said you'd count him out in a 1 versus 4. Do you want to take that back before it's too late? Because just maybe, he might pick out a 1 versus 4 and shift if it all goes horribly wrong. If he jumps out this window though, Reggie's got the angle covered. Surely, you know, it's a death sentence. He knows not to. He wants to hold the angles inside. Just a little peek to his left just to make sure he's not being seen from a window, for example. B2 holds the angle. Oh, come on, I so want Extreme to... I actually so want him to do this. Legion, by the way, got all 4 up, and they're just watching from south. They're not getting involved at all. Neither is Velocity here outside of this building. B2 spotted, headshot, knockdown, Extreme! With some Extreme plays towards the end, getting in the 4K! Extreme! 2G! The 2G stands for too good!
She told me that I'm weak, alright, and I'm not trying to breathe, alright, she ain't never gonna leave, alright, right behind my shoulder, whispers that we're on the same team, yeah, know the shit she done is for me later, she says I'm being paranoid, but I'm not, yeah. And I say just go away, just go away, just go away. I'm wondering every day, every day, every day. Why can't I just force you out of my life? Why can't I just find a way, a better way to survive? No one really cares if you try. Everything you have is a lie. I may come and go for a while, but no, I'm gonna be here till you die. If only you were buried in my mind, pushing me to the edge of my decline. Try to keep my grip, but I'm falling off the edge, and I don't know how I'm still alive. I don't really care if you try. Nothing will change your life. Just know that I'm here till you die.
Miramar is vast, open, deserted areas, long, empty roads, kind of a post-apocalyptic landscape, gives you this Badlands feeling.
서바이벌 패스 5에서는 어떤 것들을 보여드릴 수 있을지에 대해서 저희가 고민을 했었고요. 많은 플레이어분들이 미라마의 밸런싱에 대해서 피드백을 주셨어요. 그래서 미라마를 개선하기로 했습니다.
Season 5 title is Badlands, and it revolves around the Miramar.
제가 시즌 4에서 아쉬웠던 부분은 처음으로 PUBG의 이야기가 공개가 됐는데 게임 밖에서 이루어졌다는 부분이었어요. 이것이 게임 내에서 유저분들이 자기 게임 플레이와 혼합돼서 즐기실 수 있으면 더 강력한 즐거움이 될 거라고 생각을 했었거든요. 미라마가 흥미로운 점은 에란겔과 사이즈가 같지만 훨씬 더 커 보인다는 점이었어요. 따라서 미라마에서는 지나가고 탐색할 공간이 훨씬 더 많은 것처럼 느껴지거든요. 그래서 우리는 이 넓은 미라마에서 플레이를 할 때 숨은 물건 찾기 요소를 더하면 재밌을 것이라고 생각했습니다. 플레이 중에 디스크를 획득을 하게 되고 모은 디스크는 커뮤니티 미션에 쌓이게 됩니다. PC, 엑스박스, PS 플레이어 모두가 모은 디스크는 한 군데에 쌓이고요. 그렇기 때문에 커뮤니티 미션도 동시에 진행이 됩니다. 디스크가 플랫폼에 구애받지 않는다는 것이에요.
The most important consideration was making sure that it is convenient to use, fun, fast, and responsive. We wanted to make sure that the feature can be used in multiple situations, such as stealth approach to the enemy, to finish off opponents which are knocked down, or even use in drive-bys. Basically, have as much precision as possible by allowing you to throw weapons through the windows or tight gaps.
황무지에서는 총알을 찾기도 어려울 때가 있겠죠. 그럴 때는 바로 옆에 있는 근접 무기라도 써야 될 때가 생길 텐데요. 근접 무기라서 꼭 가까이에서만 공격할 수 있는 것이 아니라 멀리 있는 적을 맞추면 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했었고 황무지라는 컨셉과 잘 어울렸던 것 같아요.
I was improving our projectile code to fix bugs in grenade movement. At some point, this refactor made it possible to launch even big game objects with proper physics applied. Just for fun, I replaced grenades with frying pans. Then we've had a series of playtests to see how this feature would fit the game. And it was amazing, so we immediately turned this into an actual feature.
처음에 근접 무기 던지기 기능의 프로토타입 영상을 저한테 보여줬을 때 와 재밌겠다, 이건 꼭 미션으로 만들어야 돼 라는 생각이 들었었습니다. 그래서 시즌 미션 트랙으로 근접 무기 트랙을 만들었고요. 보상으로서 특수한 근접 무기 스킨을 얻을 수 있습니다.
You may find that melee throw range is too low to be used outdoors. In our early implementation, the range was higher, but it looked ridiculous and it was breaking immersion. A human being cannot throw a cast iron frying pan as far as an apple. So I added more complexity to ballistics, and then to get the right look and feel, I was tuning the 3 parameters: launch velocity, air drag force, and even gravity. As a result, frying pan travels so fast that it looks like it actually can kill someone.
In terms of item throwing, this is a feature directly related to our mission to improve the teamwork aspects of PUBG in duo and squad modes. The most important thing was to improve the quality of life of the players. We hope to help in those incidental situations where you would get locked up under fire and unable to move from your cover. This system basically helps you provide ammunition or medical items to those players who cannot otherwise move closer to you. Also, it makes you much more mobile and less locked down to a place.
시즌4에서 가장 즐거웠던 부분은 팬분들이 저희의 이야기를 가지고 확장시키고 추리하시고 새로운 이야기를 만드시고 저희의 의도를 간파하시고 그러한 것들이 굉장히 즐거웠어요. 이번 시즌에도 좀 더 재밌게 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고요.
I think it will bring a lot of satisfaction, grab a kill or maybe even a chicken dinner, as it looks both funny and dramatic, and especially looking forward to seeing some amazing shots being pulled off during drive-bys or crazy jumps with nice weapon throw finish.
많은 피드백을 주시고 그것에 맞춰서 저희는 게임을 개발하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, yeah, it's time to stand up. It's up to the fear, it's time to rise up. Now is the moment, now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united. Undivided.
true champion.
Big Fight Feel is back here for PGC as we get down to the nitty-gritty things of day number 2. Yes, that's right. We are back. It's Group 2, going to be going down in just a few moments. My name is Kyle Laris, your desk host, and to my left-hand side, I have Toffees, I have Froz, and I have Avenger. Gentlemen, it is all going down. We've already got players already getting into the semi-finals, and now we've got to determine some more of them.
Yeah, yesterday was a day about upsets and top teams being upset that they've got to play in the third day. I wonder if it's going to be the same way today. It's a very stacked lobby. We've got some teams that don't have anything to lose that could be sort of that wild card that may cost the big dogs big time.
I'm more excited about the elimination stage actually after we're done with today because we'll know who the 8 teams who will be joining them and how many points that we're going into the elimination with.
I'm extremely excited to see all these contests going on. We've seen the memes, we've seen the Twitter banner. Now it's time to get down to business. What are you going to do when the first game starts?
That's right. Yesterday, obviously, we had 8 of our teams already moving through into the semi-finals. 8 of those teams from yesterday as well will be going on to elimination, which will be happening tomorrow. And of the 8 teams that we got through yesterday, not huge surprises in some areas. However, OGN Entus Ace getting themselves the first place spot yesterday was a little bit of a surprise to me, considering their performances throughout the year in the region.
I mean, a lot of people sort of, I don't want to say they wrote them off. They said these are a little bit more of a long shot compared to their sort of big brothers in OGN Entus Force, who's playing here today. They came out and get number 1 at the OGN Super Arena. That sort of blows this conversation open to, well, does that just mean if they're that good, if the second string is good enough to dominate the rest of the world, what does that mean for Force?
I mean, hopefully that was not all they had to give, though, because that was only a group stage. As long as you got top 8, that's all that matters. So they got to bring it up. They got to bring it back for the semifinals.
For me, I could have been a little bit worried that it indirectly put some pressure onto Force. And I got to say, I still think they're going to contest Genesis, Liquid, potentially in Pochinki. And that's 3 of the games. So if that doesn't go well, they might flop and go outside the top 8.
Don't you worry, boys, because normally I'm quite high on the Korea train, and I feel Force is probably one of the best bets for South Korea here at this time. We'll see. We shall see. Let's take a look at the top 5 from yesterday, though, as we have plenty of highlights to boot. Starting things off, FaZe going up against Red Kadid Kalunga to get things going, and FaZe was able to dispatch of them quite nicely.
I mean, this is the reality. FaZe started strong, and they just kept on rolling. Once that rock starts going downhill, there's no stopping them. They qualified by 3 games in, basically. And then from there, it was sort of feeling things out, maybe checking out where other teams, how they were going to play. FaZe just was absolutely dominant, and you can see that in the way they play this.
Yeah, you can definitely see they were standing up, taking every fight, while Red Canids, they were more on the ground crawling around.
If you weren't on the Uber hype trend before this, you were after yesterday.
Oh, for sure. Let's take a look at our moment number 4 as well, as T1 was able to eventually dispatch of Ghost Gaming. And for Ghost Gaming, they were stuck between, I was about to say a rock and a hard place, but it was a UAS and a grenade place, unfortunately.
They defended against Entus on the other side. They ran out of utility, and then they just sort of got pinned down as that flanking play came out. And ultimately, we know how this goes down at the very end.
You bouncy, bouncy, a little nade.
There it is.
With the windshield nade for the end. That was fantastic.
You know, we used to joke, we used to yell Kobe all the time, and like, but that legitimately was good. That was like a playing horse, right? You got to bank it off the crate, off the windshield, and then get the shot.
An expert at miniature golf, yes. Third, we have Tempo Storm being able to clean up towards the end of their game on Miramar. Avenger, this was the game you called that they would do well on, and this is where they really stepped it up yesterday.
And I had the pleasure of talking with them yesterday, and overall, how they played this was just the clinical, perfect play from Tempo. They had all 4 players live for them, Jerks at the time, played together, made sure they had a flank when they're needed, and a 13-kill chicken in our highest yesterday with 23 points, more than doubled the overall points for them, and made sure they were qualified.
Coming in second, we have Genji Loki, the deceiver himself. And overall, for me, this was my moment of the day. It does come in second here. This duel towards the end for us was fantastic.
Yeah, Loki did a really good job, but Genji overall stepped it up in the last game yesterday. Before that, it didn't look good, but last game, they got themselves a 12-kill win.
I mean, they won this fight, and they did that because they made a really smart decision before that to push up on T1 and take them out and make sure they could secure their advancing, and then it sort of frees up less stress at the end of the game. You know?
Very important. He got 2 before that. And then, of course, here at the start of the day, FaZe going up against Ghost Gaming to be in dispatch of them. We had Mexi starting off the fight, but Uber closed it out.
Mexi did a wonderful work here, holding out 2 of the guys, actually 3 of them, before he went down himself. Uber came in with the support later on, but before this as well, you had Fuzzface going down to Ghost Gaming, actually.
I mean, Mixie literally dropped half the team there. Now, it was because Shrimsy got knocked right before that. Like, a lot of people were like, why was Ghost going around in sort of that weird stack?
Yeah.
They had to get the res, and that just made it easy for Mixie to go, I know exactly where you're going to be.
I mean, it was also perfect peek, taking cover, and peek
beautiful.
again.
Yeah, the jiggle peek in there from Mexi was what made this whole play work so well. It's nice to see.
Very well done indeed. Ace, FaZe, Tempo Storm, Vendetta, Ghost, T1, Navi, Genji were able to go through. That was a mouthful, but let's move on to Group 2 to get things going for today. We have 6 games coming at you. We'll start on Erangel. We have Sanhok and Miramar later on. Gentlemen, this group has so much depth. I would argue this group is closer than group number 1. Is that fair to say, Avenger?
I would definitely say so. It's closer, and it's much more linear in terms of skill. I think we're going to have a lot of upsets. I think some of the teams that we expect to go through, personally, that I expect to go through, I'm a little bit worried for them because there can be so much different playstyle that can hit them, and they're not going to expect that, I think.
Yeah. There's more wild cards for me in this one, right? Like, you've got Detonator, who I think Paper Thin calls his sort of wild card, his breakdown of the scene. I would say Rumbler is kind of my wild card. Crow Crowd is outside the big 5 in terms of how you look at PEL, but could still upset some people. So I think that's where this is an interesting field for me, is everyone has the potential to catch everybody else off guard.
I just feel like this group is so much more even than yesterday's group.
Taking a look at our first team here, of course, it is Team Liquid to be able to take the spot. And for the most part for us, they are one of the teams that throughout PEL, they had the Kickoff Cup. They were able to completely dominate that. They didn't quite get themselves a phase, but a lot of people expected them to.
I mean, that was the only win they had lately. Except from that, they got 2nd places, 3rd places, 4th places. They want to get the win. This is the day. They need to step it up. They got to do it now. They have Samty, as we can see here, and he is the MVP, I'd say, right now at least.
They built this roster for PGC.
Yes.
They're here to prove and show that Liquid is the best team in the world. And I'm excited to see this stage going off and see these guys start. And the picture up in the top right side, it's actually Gemty.
Imagine that. Twins look the same.
Yeah. Twin life. Should be interesting. I mean, will they go to Pachinki is my big question for the first 3 today. During scrims, we saw them choose not to go there, and they yielded up the battle. Will that carry through into the matches today? I don't know, because the official statement I got from the coach is everyone else is trash, and they feel like they can just dominate. So are they going to live that, or are they going to actually spread out?
Is that what 17 said too?
Yeah, he said it's an official quote from Double Lift, and it's the stance of the entire organization.
All right, well, fair play. Of course, we have OGN Entus Force. First place coming in here from our Korean region when it comes to the PKL global points as it does stand. And again, we saw Ace being able to prevail yesterday. Will we see Force prevail today in a similar spot?
If they're able to play like they did in PKL, just a little bit, they're going to absolutely dominate this lobby.
Well, we also saw them in phase 2. It didn't go too good. They got a 10th place, but it's not about how you fall. It's how you step up and go back on your feet, and that's what it did for phase 3, winning it all.
I mean, I think something that does stand out for them, especially someone like Indigo, but the overall roster as a whole, Toffees, is that 11 major and premier tournaments, they've only ever come 4th, 5th, and above. So that is huge, apart from one tournament, which you mentioned, of course, was phase 2 with that 10th spot.
I mean, the reality is these guys average 8+ points per game on Erangel and Miramar. They put the numbers down. Their only weakness is Sanhok, and I've got good news for them. We're only playing it once here today. So if they can even clean it up just a little bit, they're in a great position moving forward.
Let's take a look at Africa Freaks Fatal. When we last saw them on the international stage, mostly kind of the global summit I'm thinking about here, it didn't quite go their way. However, in Korea, Froz, they've certainly been more powerful than the global summit showed.
Oh yeah, and something you want to watch out for is on the map itself and see how they're splitting up, because these guys are greedy. They like to split a lot and take a lot of ground in the center of the map.
But they're doing things a little bit differently. So we talked about scrimmages a little bit earlier with Liquid and sort of how they were dropping. These guys approached it different than any other team who practiced today. They dropped 4 guys on 4 corners of the map and basically just long dropped and watched where everybody else went. They took the scrimmage to make books on their opponents and figure out what's open and what's not. I like that mentality. I like that cerebral approach. I hope they take it all the way through.
With that, you get yourself a lot more drop points, and also you'll also know when the other teams are rotating from those positions.
It also means they're confident in their own play, which I completely respect. I'm expecting to see kind of a phase play style from them when we come out of Erangel. We'll see how it's going to go. I think they're going to be doing better after our first 3 games compared to the Force, because I think Force will still contest them. We're going to see a lot of early game action in Pochinki.
They get around 8 points, like 7-9 and 7-7 in terms of their play on Miramar and Sanhok. Erangel's their weakest map with around 5.7. That's bad news considering we're playing it 3 times today. So they're in the opposite position of their friends at Force, where they really have to clean and make it big on the first 3.
Let's take a look at a quad of, annoyed gentlemen here as we have 4 angry men coming in. Excited to see them be playing here on the big stage once again. Just in case anybody is unaware, Godv at one point does actually also go by the name Valus. So it's nice to see that once again he is back here on the international stage along with 4AM. It's not the same 4AM that we had at PGI in 2018. A different roster too then, of course. So what do you think, Avenger?
Oh, well, I'm excited to see these guys. A big fan favorite, obviously. There have been an extreme amount of support throughout from a long time. Even back then. I'm excited to see these guys come out, especially this guy on screen with a little wink there. I'm these guys, if they come off strong from the beginning, they will easily qualify for the Grand Finals.
I mean, if you go look at the pick'ems, you'll see just how popular they are right now.
Quite popular.
They have a huge fan base, but that can be a blessing and that can be a curse. If they come out, they lost CPT at the start of the last phase. They've been sort of finding this adjustment. And while I do think the Xiaolu and ZGG make a really great 1-2 sort of punch, I think they're still finding the rhythm, in my opinion. And that fan base, it can be fickle. If you have a bad start today, will they stay with you?
It's fair.
I mean, it's fair, but at the same time, they have a lot of pressure on them. This is time, though. Put that aside. Don't think about the pressure. Focus on your game. You got 3 games of Erangel right now. That's the main focus.
The good thing is you can't revoke your vote. So the support is already committed. It's already there. And I'm excited for these guys.
Getting themselves PKL first place in summer was fantastic for them. And for China and a lot of the organizations in China, it's something that's massive to do well in that region because the prize pools there are big. They won about $100,000 on that tournament alone. So that's got to fill them with some kind of a boost, a confidence, especially since they've sat atop of the region for quite a long time, to say the least.
I mean, it makes you comfortable with that risk-reward scenario, right? I mean, you're playing for a lot. It used to be playing for $1 million. Now it's up to significantly more at this point. And they are comfortable with that pressure. They've been here, and they're being led by a leader in the form of Godv that, like you said, has the pedigree, has experienced this stress, and can take them to that next level. I'm expecting big things out of them.
They're the most consistent for me, honestly. We don't have a 17 gaming here. We don't have a OMG here. They're here.
Exactly.
They're the most consistent.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about some of the other teams here in Group 2 as well. I want to look at Atletico because, of course, they come from a region that is, once again, 7,000 million miles away from any other location on the planet. But they, for all intents and purposes, in their last 5 majors and premiers, have either been first, second, even at the Grand Slam. Absolutely knocking out of the park Avenger on an international stage.
I was excited to see them play there, honestly. If they are able to play on an international stage, get second like that, they must be feeling confident. But they got beaten in their own easy qualifier at home by Vendetta. So how are they going to play here? Is that going to... they're indirectly competing, right? They have to do better than Vendetta. Vendetta did extremely well yesterday.
Well, they also lost one of the key players, I'd say, as well. Luke 12, he stepped out of the way and went to Lazarus instead. So, I mean, that's something else. Instead, they replaced him with Jokesy.
I mean, when it comes down to this team, they said there's a few things here. They think they should have won GLL. They said they chalked up to a few bad decisions that cost them the whole thing. And regarding the qualifiers, they said we're better than Vendetta. Vendetta got lucky. They picked up some good circles there at the beginning. They were in a good position to start, and then we had to chase them. But they say we train, we practice, we believe that we're the best team in the OC, and we're going to prove it here today.
Very important. They look focused and good to go. And as you said, you know, they could have been one of the teams to actually disrupt that kind of phase level of dominance that we've seen whilst this has been going on. Of course, Froz, you did mention that Luke 12 did leave them and go over to Lazarus. Let's talk about Lazarus here for a moment. Back when they were shoot to kill, obviously they had that second place at Global Summit. It's a little bit of a different roster for now, but Lazarus here, do you think that they're one of the better hopes here for North America? What are your thoughts?
For North America? Sure. I mean, of course, they were the runner-up for Phase 3, and they also added a new coach to the team for this phase alone. Machine Gunner, he's now down there. He's done a wonderful job with the team, as far as I know. I heard that from the players. But, I mean, Alo, I think he's one of the key players. They need him to frag out, him together with Luke 12.
I mean, for me, it comes down to Purdy Curdy's leadership. One of the things that Gunnar will tell you is he's blown away by his memory and his commitment. So Gunnar goes in and he makes jokes about, I know one of my opponents used the bathroom. Like, they studies rotations, drops, favorite compounds, and he shows those to Purdy. And I said, so is it like Purdy sitting in a bathtub with flashcards, like studying these things? And he goes, no, I show him once or twice, and he really sort of remembers. As they're rotating, he goes, oh, they prefer this compounder. There's going to be someone here, which is a very different style to sort of Ghost yesterday, which told me those kind of preparations don't work in a game like PUBG. So I'm curious to see today, does Lazarus with a preparation forward style perform at the same level?
Does the bandana lead to victory?
For me, there's two things with this roster here. The amount of positive energy and vibes that comes off these guys. And number two, but the most important, the lust and need to make everybody else unhappy. Purdy Curdy wakes up in the morning, literally tells himself, I want to make fans unhappy, and I want to make other teams unhappy. And I asked him, so you woke up, I saw this tweet this morning, woke up feeling good. And what kind of good feeling is it? It's I want to make other people unhappy. I want to destroy their careers.
Well, I'll tell you something. He made me happy because I've made it, guys. Purdy Curdy followed me on Twitter 2 days ago. Yes, I'm happy with that one. Let's move on. Of course, we've got a lot of other teams to talk about with limited time, very limited time here before we actually get into that first game. Crow Crowd, a team from PEL that does not sit in the Big Five. However, they're making a case when it comes to the last couple of weeks to make it maybe even a Big Six. But that's a little bit ahead of ourselves here. What do you think about Crow Crowd's chances? Because the last 2 days of PEL, they completely won them, Froz.
Yeah, I mean, last 2 days, but at the same time, that doesn't matter. Now we're here. This is where they need to adapt themselves into the style of the other teams here. And the addition of Misa, the Bloodhound, I mean...
The Bloodhound, yes!
That's something I feel like made the team much better.
Oh, yeah.
Also, they picked up Selkie, the new coach of the team. Together, they can make some wonderful things happening here tonight.
I think overall it's also just a step up from the whole team. Tixu proved himself extremely well as well. Again, Tama has made a massive step up. We saw some 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 throughout PEL. He's become a very good player, very confident in himself. And I think that's what they're gonna make them prevail here in this stage.
I mean, they come from Winland, right? And
that's
but
correct.
In the past, I've expected great things from all Finnish teams and been let down horribly at international events. So hopefully they don't follow suit. Maybe they've learned from that and come in with a good perspective. They've been quiet. They've been focused. They haven't been sort of out and about. And you can see that when they walk into the room, that they are laser focused on winning this thing.
All right, gentlemen. Well, do you know what that means? Do you know what time it is?
Yeah. It's go time.
It's go time. We are getting into Group 2 right here, right now for PGC. We are done here. We're going over to the commentator team to bring you Erangel to find out which of these teams is moving on into the semi-finals.
Yes, thank you very much, Kalaris and the boys on the desk. Game 1 coming up very, very shortly here. My name is Xenox, of course, joined by Paper Thin. We are into day number 2 now with group number 2, and it's certainly going to be exciting. I mean,
we've got so much to talk about throughout the day. Of course, as Colaris even said, there's just not enough time.
There really isn't. I mean, especially with so many different storylines emerging from yesterday. A couple Chinese teams weren't able to make it through. They're going to Sunday. They're going to face elimination. Can the other two Chinese teams turn it around? The Korean teams performed well. We saw a couple EU teams perform well. Some did not. So a lot of the higher expectations we had were not met. Now going into this, we have a lot of interesting things to start out here because this one I think is going to be a lot more spicy to start today's NRs.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw 2 out of 3 North American teams go through. How are they going to go today, of course? What about the winners from yesterday? I think we've got to touch on them. OG, Entus, Ace. Now they've got their sister team in this lobby, of course, with Force, and you think they're the better team.
Absolutely. Force was incredible, very, very consistent throughout this year. They finally broke through and had a very big phase in Phase 3, winning that phase. Their sister team, Ace, yesterday, playing to their strengths, diving for early center positions, doing aggressive 2-2 splits, covering a decent amount of territory, not a ton, but a little bit, and then collapsing around Phase 4 or 5 when they should, and team fighting from then on out, and it proved very successful for them.
Game number 1, Erangel, and we are expecting potentially some spicy drops here. Pachinki, firstly, that's what we've got to be talking about. Genesis, Force, where's Liquid going? We think they're going maybe to Watertown, Paper.
Yeah, in the scrims, we've seen a little bit of variation. We've seen 3 teams fight over Pachinki, and right now, I see a lot of parachutes heading in that general direction.
Yeah, that's where we're going to be keeping our eye on. There's also Roshawk, Athletico, and QM both dropping there. Athletico's parachutes are, as you can see, just south of it. QM going away from Roshawk? Are they giving it up?
It looks like maybe Athletico has won that territory for themselves. You can see QM definitely has gone well past it, and it looks like just 2 teams are going for Pachinki. As far as I can tell, Liquid is pulled off.
Yeah, and this is what we are going to want to be watching early on. OGN, Entus Force versus Genesis, right smack bang in the heart of Pachinki here on Erangel. K-Mine with an M16. I think he's going to find a different, better weapon than that.
Most likely they're going to be looking for something a little different than that. You can see a few scars being picked up there, and we're getting our first circle heading up to the north. So the Sun Sisters, one of the Japanese teams, right in the dead center of all of that, and we move back over to the fight here in Pachinki.
Scarf and Earth. Scar for Indigo, and he's probably the one to watch for here for Entus Force as one of the better players. But let's be real, as a team, as a collective unit, Entus Force, they are a force.
Pretty well balanced overall. Indigo, the slight leader in terms of average frags per round, but across the board, they're a very strong team, and they team fight very, very well. They like to work in twosomes. Ooh, Wicked's got the VSS here. Misa, can he hold it? No, it is the automatic spray with the VSS, and that's going to be our first kill of the game.
Yeah, first death, Misa from Crow Crowd. It's Wicked from Detonator. Will kick us off for day number 2, match 1. And for Detonator, that's the start you'd like to see. Every kill is going to matter. That's crucial. We saw it from yesterday. It can get pretty close towards match number 6. It comes down to 1, 2, 3, or 4 points. That's the difference.
And Detonator lives and dies by Wicked. If he can lead them well, if he can get some kills early on, get the team into good positions, he's going to be out there in a 1-3 split, typically leading the way, calling the shots for his team. Unfortunately for them, from time to time, he gets himself in bad situations, kind of like Pio. We see this with these 1-3 splits, where the leader is going to find themselves too far out ahead and they die, and then the rest of the team kind of struggles to get it together from there, but that's a nice little start for Detonator.
And Shadow as well for Afrika Freaks is a bit of a lone wolf at times as well. The Koreans do like this sort of risk versus reward playstyle.
Yeah, Shadow you're going to find in the very back end of everything Afrika Freaks Fatal does. He's going to play the safest positions. He's going to have a sniper in his hands and try to cover them from long ranges. And he is often going to be the last man alive for them, just trying to eke out position points. Typically, Afrika Freaks Fatal has been a positioning team. They're looking to get points through those situations. They don't frag out a lot, but this past phase was their best fragging phase I have seen from them.
You can see it Biza on the minimap halfway here between Pachinki and School and Apartments for Team Liquid. They had a couple around Watertown, Ruins as well still with Sampty, but it's still Entus Force and Genesis inside of Pachinki, but it hasn't quite kicked off just yet.
Not just yet. It seems like the teams are kind of feeling each other out here. We've seen it be pretty explosive in the scrims, but Entus Force looks like they're opting to make an early exit from Pachinki, trying to get those vehicles and potentially get better positioning early on, make those earlier rotations.
As we've got Sosnovka Island down to the very south. That's where TSM are located at the moment, Paper, and they've got obviously the longest journey to go here for this first circle. At north, it's a long way towards Severny at Petrol Station. Uncivil with a knockdown onto Easy.
Easy indeed is going to get taken down by Uncivil from Lazarus. This is an NA team I definitely have my eyes on. There's a lot of hype buzzing around about them, and an early kill will get the fire going underneath them.
And I wonder if this is going to be a tough game for QM. Most of the scrims they've been playing have been dropping in Rozhok, and they decided game one, they're going to change it now. So they haven't really been able to practice their rotations around this area, and straight away running straight into Lazarus, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, where they dropped, there's a couple garages where you can pretty likely pick up a vehicle, as well as a lot of spawns on the road, so it's not a terrible location in terms of getting vehicles. The downside to the drop they chose is that their loadout in terms of guns and utility won't be quite as good had they been able to take Rozhok, but they abandoned it. The Atletico conquered it.
Easy will be finished off by ZGG, though, of 4 AM. Nice kill still for them. So that'll be the point that matters. Of course, it's getting the elimination, not just the knock. Beer Chat for Sun Sister can be spotted by Cherry Poppin, and of course, Rumblers. Well, any Rumblers in chat, because of course they're here. They're one of the, well, basically the last team to technically qualify.
Well, they're here. You got the chance. You got to make the most of it, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Dropping up on the north side, and they're getting a favorable circle to kick things off. So this is a team that can be dangerous, because when you have nothing to lose,
yeah,
you know, you're playing on free money, you might as well just make the most of it. Go all out.
It's only 6 games as well. I think Froz was making the case yesterday for Rumblers. Like, at 6 games, you have a couple of decent ones. Really, you could even have a couple of bad ones and still make it through. We saw Tempo Storm yesterday actually finish last in 2 games. They picked up a really big win, and that was to sort of supersede the, you know, consistency. And in the end, they made it through, even though they had a couple of bad games. So Rumblers, I mean, I'd be keeping an eye on anyone on this lobby. Really, anyone could make top 8.
Yeah, we saw Na'Vi come back from a very disappointing start.
Slow start for Na'Vi as well.
Yeah, any team. It just takes a couple games. You get 1 win, and you basically are going to be really close to the points necessary. Most of the players I was talking to were saying around 30 points, and ooh, Wu Fang, a bit of an accident here for QM. So another unfortunate situation for them.
GYY is going to be picked up, though. They're safe. Liga's there as well. Genesis on the move. So in the end, really, the Pachinki that we were kind of expecting, the Pachinki Bowl, didn't even end up happening.
Nope, no Pachinki Bowl today. It was a bit anticlimactic. We thought we might get some.
Neither did Rozhok either, for that.
Yeah, Rozhok, I was a little excited for that. I thought that would be a real good fight. I didn't expect either of the teams to back down from the Rozhok fight.
Halo and Uncivil are going to be careful. The 4M just pushed up. They haven't even realized that Halo's going to be knocked out immediately out of that Dacia. Uncivil trying to find an angle, but all he's going to find is 4 angry men outside his doorstep as Wayless pushes up. It's actually Atletico with the high ground Overwatch vantage point of the petrol station. The nade from ZGG is going to be primed and thrown in. It's perfect. It's in, but it's not in the right room. Uncivil changes position, but really, Paper, I think it's a matter of time before he goes out. Headshot onto ZGG. Can he get anything more from this?
That was a great headshot, but Wayless comes around the corner. He is going to find Uncivil. A bit of a strange situation Lazarus found themselves in. 4 AM had to push onto that compound quickly because of the pressure from Atletico.
Lazarus were holding that 2-2 split. Now they're down to just 2 players. Not the start that really, for a lot of people, thought North America's hopes would be with coming into today.
Yeah, definitely Lazarus and QM. Lazarus had been playing well in the scrims, but that doesn't really mean much. A lot of times you're going to play well in scrims and it doesn't carry over into the games. The pressure is different. The feeling is different. James coming up on Juxi here.
Juxi hasn't shot yet. Not just yet. Oh, James has got it with the seat swap. Welcome introduction to the big stage for Juxi as he sat down by James and he takes the doubles for Team Liquid.
And how often have we seen the members of Liquid do this, where they're able to get kills from vehicles? They do it on their streams. Now they're doing it on the pro scene. Incredible play from James.
Sting, Divine Esports, it's Nicky who watches him go inside of the building. That's decent information. They know the doubles is taken now. James, though, has got the location for Team Liquid. Atletico down to 3 players, and we're 30 seconds away from phase number 2.
Well, it looks like most of the teams have made their way in. Detonator swinging way around the northwest. Genesis came in near the containers of Pachinki and are kind of set up around that quad compound there. There's AFF on your screen coming up from the Mill to Power area, making their way in. TSM's down on Potato Mountain. So right now, I don't expect too much more to pop off unless some of these teams try to position for that middle positioning a little bit more.
Talk us through what Detonator and AFF are doing here. They're coming in extremely late, even with the blue to a degree. As we get that circle pop, it's south. We go back towards Roshok. A lot of teams over that Roshok River, but AFF, Detonator, really slow with these rotations.
I think they saw how these teams wanted to position. The meta yesterday was very center circle centric. Everybody wanted to do that. So we heard from the analyst desk earlier that AFF wasn't even really trying to drop anywhere. They were just watching what other teams were doing to detect their movement patterns. Look where AFF is. They have a lot of room on the circle. Detonator would have had the circle stayed more north. There was nobody up there, but the circle hard shifts south, so it's going to be a much more difficult situation for them.
This is the live replay of James pulling in, and you'll see the seat swap onto Jukesy. Now, it wasn't a silent pull in, but hey, still flashy, even through the tree. Really highlighting the skill level required there for James. Now, he did get knocked down. This is going to buy some time. Well, unfortunately for Team Liquid, buy some time. They're going to have two still remaining up north, as we're going to see over towards Skull. Wu Fang with a knockdown onto Lu from 4 AM as Forever pulls up. Maybe wants to try and get into the Skull.
Yeah, China versus China situation here. Forever coming around the wall. Wu Fang's got that angle over there, but there's two other members of 4AM, and a great grenade from Wayless is going to get him. God V getting things kicked off. He's got two names now. He's that good.
JYY getting pushed in as well over towards apartments as W Click. Atletico driving around the School area as well, south of Rostock, almost at the hill.
Yeah, this is Liga. Liga's trying to hold the angle. Wayless coming up the stairs now with ZGG as backup. Let's see if he can get this M4 to connect with a 2X.
There's no rush here, though, for QM, but down to just Liga and GYY. They haven't got the numbers compared to 4 AM. 4 AM playing this well, although they are also down to 3 themselves, losing a player.
Yeah, this is not the situation if you're a fan of the Chinese teams that you wanted to see, and Hikari has found himself knocked. I suspect there was a motorcycle floating around somewhere there. Usually when you see a player down out by himself in the middle of nowhere, there's typically a...
You just zoom out a little bit and you'll see the motorbike somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Or a rolled vehicle potentially somewhere behind him. So looks like they should be able to get the res. We're in phase 2, so we should be able to get the heals off as well.
So nice aggressive start for 4 AM here for match number 1. Obviously, we all know about their pick'ems. Number 1. I think it's about 55 to 60% of the votes, and well, they're pretty happy right now with the way things are looking for 4 AM.
Yeah, 4 kills already, so that's 4 big points. A nice start to the day. Obviously, they'd like to clear this compound out, but you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Not sure if they know exactly where the other members of QM are, and here's that accident right into the front left tire. Ouch.
He's probably wondering, GYY, why are you just jumping around like that? Like, come on.
Well, you got to be careful there. If you're the, I blame the driver.
You blame the driver?
I blame the driver.
You probably should blame the driver. We've got a couple of teams still late rotations into the blue. Rumblers at Shelter currently at the moment. Detonator still rotating. That's all they've done so far here for game number 1. 4 AM slowly but surely clearing out Skull. I think Liga and GYY have played this pretty well, though. They're just holding their nerve, holding their angles.
Yeah, they have to. They're in the odd man situation.
Forever. So quick.
I was trying to talk about it, and then Forever just insta-downs GYY.
I mean, he picked that for like more than 1 second, and he was down. The nades aren't going to quite finish him off, but I think he bleeds out here. There's no way he's going to get the revive, and for QM, down to 1 player remaining. As we do get our phase 3 circle paper, it goes south again towards Pachinki.
Yeah, you can see W Click making an aggressive rotation into the center of that circle. So the Lat AM team trying to get some early position advantage for themselves. Now Lazarus has taken up some of the compounds on the eastern side of Pachinki, on the opposite side of the field. And here's Luke 12 from Lazarus, gonna get the knock onto Rybo, and Purdy Curdy's gonna finish off Ragnar.
Yeah, 2 for Lazarus. Silzen just has to keep going past north of Pachinki Fields. And Harold as well for W Click. They're down to 2 players remaining. Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy doing a decent job of holding their compound. 2 kills for Lazarus. Flood in the kill feed goes down to KL from OGN SS Force. And they're on the board now. They've got 1 as they got breached by Atletico.
Yeah, Entis Force hasn't really had to move too much. They've got a 2-2 split across the compounds in between School and Pachinki, and Atletico's trying to push in. In fact, they have breached. You can see Zoidmate and Extreme are here with Indigo and Kale, but Indigo's going to ramp up that buggy and back it up a little bit to make sure it's safe.
A lot of teams now starting to consider Pachinki as an option, especially if you go south. Genesis just holding Church. AHQ have actually gone to the center of Pachinki. Indigo and Kale are happy to hold this by themselves. Sungjiang and Doya at the other halfway house, just southwest. So they'll hold the 2-2 split for now, and it goes to show that the nerve they've got here to just take this 2v2 and back themselves in and not call for reinforcements.
All right, Fatal's rolling up on the Potato Mountain with Sun Sisters up on top already. You can see Fia-chan coming up around the side here. Now the low ground has been seeded by the Sun Sisters. NN trying to jump up, see if he can see any members of Sun Sisters down there. You can see Gabba very weak already. He's flashing in that white health.
Yeah, Sun Sister though pushing more towards the blue here. They're getting really aggressive with this position, but it's a bad aggressive. They're down below. Afrika's got the high ground. Afrika's got the better position inside of the circle if they move more towards the west as well. So I'm not exactly sure what Sun Sister are trying to achieve here.
Yeah, they're trying to get some kind of flank, but Afrika Freaks Fatal already has the circle and the high ground. This is a really tricky situation for Sun Sister. Going to really have to out-duel AFF and the Rumblers looking to rumble.
Let's see if they're going to join this party. And who they're going to pinch would most likely be Sun Sister. They might get spotted by Afrika, though, who have got the high ground. Shadow holding at the rock, making sure they're not getting pushed from the blue, but it's not going to be coming from them. It's Fia-chan with some damage onto the Rumblers. Cherry Poppin'. Nice tap, triple tap from Cherry Poppin'. That'll sit them down, and Sun Sister down to 3. Now they're getting pushed as well by Afrika Freaks, and then knocked down. Style will get Crazy Sam, and it's all going horribly wrong for the Japanese team.
They're on the backside of the hill, a perfect position to get flanked on, and they are getting torn apart between the Rumblers and AFF, and that circle hard shifts southeast once again.
That phase 4 circle right onto the Pachinki field, right onto the warehouses. Gendetsu knocked down. There's 2 down as well for Fatal. It's only Lambo and Shadow that remain. Gamma with a nade is the last one alive for Sun Sister as well. Is it a great nade? Not quite, but it's forced. Shadow at the rock, pushes forward, is aggressive in a 1 versus 3 here. The last remaining player alive for his team. Not going for the revive. I don't think they have the time either. In 30 seconds, that blue moves. I think wants to try and finish off the rest of Afrika.
Yeah, and we're into phase 4 circle, so if you are downed outside of this, you cannot heal yourself up enough in time. There's a Molly here. AFF getting really aggressive, and they are going to take down the Sun Sisters. They're the first team eliminated.
Gabba got the knockdown onto NN, but it's all that will be. Waldo gets the elimination onto Wicked. They had Detonator pushing in from behind them. Rumblers certainly are rumbling early here for game number 1. 2 early kills. Cherry Poppin' and Los HD. Detonator, of course, they're down to 3 now. Rumblers have got the advantage here, numbers-wise.
Yeah, it's going to... Ooh, but a nice shot from Hikari. It's going to get Micro Fry with that SLR. Great knock. Instantly, the smokes are coming down from Waldo. It's providing a little bit of cover fire here as well. There's another fight breaking out between Liquid and oh my goodness, there is a grenade from Jeems. I think it's just a smoke, though, to buy Jempty some time.
Sting Divine versus Liquid. Jempty hiding at the bottom of the triple. Oh, wow. Big nade from Hikari in the kill feed. I'm sure we'll get the replay of that later. Jempty's going to be knocked down by Nikki. Ibiza holding out sides, tries to get some shots through the window. Unable to connect and unable to save Jempty. James are taken down as well. 2 immediately eliminated for Liquid. A Sting Divine are coming out ahead here pretty comfortably. They've still got 4 up.
A big fight here for Divine. The other SCA team that came through Armory Gaming had a miserable day yesterday, and they're looking to try to redeem their region a little bit, but that's a mistake there. It's like there might have been a mishap with a grenade. I saw Levi's is going to finish off his teammate Turtle, and back over to the fight between Rumblers and Detonator. You can see Waldo is knocked there. Grenade coming through from Sungjong is going to find Extreme.
And that's going to be Atletico taken out in 15th position. Not a good start for the other Australian team. It's not looking good for Liquid either, though. Sapti knocked down. Only Ibiza remaining and standing for Team Liquid. This would be a horrible start for them.
Yeah, definitely not what they're looking for. You can see Michael has spotted out Isco. Isco's head is available to be shot, but he's not going to pull the trigger, opting to get the position situation going for themselves instead. And here is Isco getting in that buggy. Going to start moving up as the other members of TSM trying to regroup with Iroh down in the sushi houses.
TSM certainly have been the beneficiaries of these circles for game number 1. Warehouses at Pachinki Fields. They're sitting comfortable, but getting kills is going to be proving to be difficult, I think, for the remainder of this game, at least until the later stages, to the later phases. 25 seconds until phase number 5. Asempti goes down to the blue. Only Ibiza remains. He's pushing in near church area of Pachinki. He has been spotted as well by Genesis. I'm expecting to see him pop up in that kill feed, and for all the wrong reasons.
Ibiza trying to heal himself through this blue, see if he can find a sneaky way to get into the west side of Pachinki. Genesis has solidified themselves on the northern side, so it looks like if he has enough heals available, he should be able to at least get into the city, but the circle has shifted over to the east, and that means we've got about half field, half forest in there.
And I wonder, for Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy, of course, only 2 for Lazarus. If they might get breached by a group of 4, that could be their downfall, holding this decent position inside of the circle. But hey, what else are you going to do? They've got to defend their territory now that they've got here for these later stages. It's looking good now for Lazarus after a shaky start.
Yeah, Lazarus, I think, has one of the best, if not the best, position in this circle. They've lost 2 men. The good news is they have the great position and the defender's advantage for themselves.
So far, total rankings, it's 4 AM topping the charts with 5. There goes Ibiza. H-Wing will put an end to his misery. Only 1 point gained for game 1 for Team Liquid. Now, Lost HD with a nade towards Aqua 5. Oh, that's a perfect nade! Knocked down onto Aqua 5. Isco spotted as well at the tree. Lands a shot back, though, with the SLR in the 4 times. Last one standing for Detonator. And that blue is now moving as well towards him. I don't see Isco getting out of here alive.
No, this is really desperate here for Isco. All the angles are pretty well covered on him, shooting out the tires just to make sure he can't even use that buggy to retreat there, and that's a really awful situation. In fact, there they go. Rumblers are going to take down Detonator in 13th place.
What did we say about Rumblers? What did we say? They can cause an upset here, coming in as one of the last teams. Genesis push up just outside Pachinki. There's a great nade that's thrown towards him. It bounces, but doesn't quite bounce far enough. They're holding a decent spot away from their vehicles. Now they can move back to them, knowing that they've already exploded. Good position hold from Genesis. Now they can also catch teams coming outside of Pachinki. CC and SR for AHQ are trying to eliminate them before they push right on top of them. There's another smoke thrown right in front of SR's feet. There's 3 up for AHQ, but I think they're out of nades.
Wow, SR with an amazing push here. Coming up, he might just catch Genesis completely off guard. CC avoiding critical damage. He takes a bunch, but Genesis does find SR. They're going to finish him off. So a attempt at a sneaky play doesn't pay off. They're going to get Teme on the backside. So at least picking up 1 kill for AHQ.
It is a slaughter fest outside of Pachinki. Profi was knocked down. They'll get the revive. Crow Crowd are still trying to make their way out as well. They're going to lose Nookie. It's Tixu that all that remains now for Crow Crowd, as well as Milk for AHQ coming out of that Pachinki slaughterhouse. TSM have just been sitting pretty this entire time, and soon you'd think phases 6, 7, and 8, that's when they're going to start roaming, looking for kills, and to capitalize on this game as Tixu finds Milk. He'll get the first spray, he gets the second spray, but the blue will finish him off. Crow Crowd out in 10th, AHQ in 11th.
Hey, at least Tixu made some of it. A good shot with the barrel, catching the head of Milk, and that's going to be those 2 teams eliminated as our next circle is getting ready to show itself in about 5 seconds here. Entis Force, Kale has been knocked, but it looks like they should be able to potentially get the revive on him, and we're just going to center right up, and Lazarus continues to have that great compound, but will somebody try to push it?
9 teams, 24 alive at the 22-minute mark of game number 1 for day 2. Group 2, Harold last one alive at W-Click. 19 health has forced back. Actually forced towards Levi's of Sting Divine, who's still alive as well. We've got a couple of really injured teams here still in this with some solo players. QM, W-Click, Sting Divine, all with solo players. Purdy Curdy knocked down by Gustav. Now TSM need to start moving and gaining control of this next phase now for phase 6.
Yeah, that's a real unfortunate situation for Lazarus, taking that headshot. See if they can get the revive there on Purdy Curdy. Levi's playing the sneaky snake as Genesis trying to hunt down Harold. H-Win almost able to get a shot in there with that SKS, but going inside the bunker hill is Harold for W-Quick, and here's Levi's, he pops up, he gets nerf in the head, has to immediately prone back down, isn't able to get a knock, and he's going to be taken down himself.
Goes down in a blaze of glory, but unable to find a knock and do any damage to Genesis. H-Win eliminates Levi's. Now the bubble. We've got 8 teams remaining. Nice nade from KO. That'll finish off Harold. And instantly down to 7 from 9. It's still 22 alive as K-Mine spots in to go with the rock. Now Genesis can actually feed on Enter's Force here. They're stuck. They're up the north side with the blue at their backs, and they need to push up this hill. It's dangerous. They've got 4 AM looking at them, and on the other side, it's Genesis.
Yeah, this is a real do-or-die situation for Enter's Force. They're completely getting torn apart. H-Win gets Sanhok. Forever gets Indigo. So 2 members already knocked here. Forever trying to confirm. He does get Sanhok. Doya's trying to hold down the angle to give Kale a little bit of time. But Kale is very weak. Doya taking some return fire from Genesis. Going to try to cook a grenade. Ooh, Propty gets taken down and flushed by Kale. A nice move by him, but he's going to pay the price for it.
Yeah, H-Win's going to get the trade. Doya, though, with the trade back onto H-Win. So it's pretty even so far. Although OG and Enter's Force down to just Doya remaining. It's 2 standing for Genesis. K-Mind and Nerf. They go for the revive onto H-Win to try and take 3 into these further phases. They're going to need as many players as they can alive because the teams that are alive, TSM's got 4, Afrika's got 4. There goes Liga. Finished off in 7th position for QM. Doya doing everything he can. He has to reload. Nerf is very, very low. H-Win still not revived either, but no nade. The nade would have been perfect here. Wants to try and floss H-Win. It's Enhen who stalls the kill for Afrika Freaks.
Oh! Doya is going to get K-Mine. Can he outduel Nerf as well? No! It is going to be Shadow from Afrika Freaks Fatal that finds him. While all this is going on, Afrika Freaks Fatal 4 strong, rolling up the northeastern side and is cleaning up what is left of this fight.
Yeah, Genesis are going to go out here. It's Lambu who finishes off Nerf. Afrika Freaks Fatal are certainly cleaning up here in terms of kills. TSM on a donut.
TSM, though, had a great position covering a ton of ground here. They do have a little bit of circle for themselves. And Lazarus, the circle continues to go on top of them. Can they hold this out? They do have a knock under their belt. So if Purdy Curdy gets hit again, he's going to go down a lot faster. Red's coming through, but Afrika Freaks Fatal does not want to let that make any difference. 4 AM going down in 4th place.
12 kills already for Afrika Freaks Fatal. Lazarus with only 2 kills, but you kind of give them a reprieve. They were down to 2 players for the majority of this game. For TSM, though, 0 kills. I understand the wariness of holding the position and getting fed. You're not going to find the kills. But at some point, you've got to come out and play, and I just don't think they've done that early enough. Now they could actually find themselves in a position where they could actually go out here with 0 kills.
All right, a big fight going out. Rory gets the first knock onto Lambu, and Purdy Curdy spots NN out as well. NN, I think, is taking some damage. Yes, indeed, from Rory. So a great position here from Rory behind these rocks. He has found a great angle onto AFF.
They are going to be well equipped here in terms of nades and smoke grenades as well, because TSM have not been fighting here. So they should be well equipped to finish off this game. They've just got to start getting these knocks, and you saw that from Rory. Was able to pick up 2. Style trying to move down the hill. I think they want to try and get to Lazarus's building. Gustav as well probably wants to do the exact same thing. Nade thrown in, and it's not going to be enough time for Purdy Curdy to realize that Luke 12 remains half health. Not a nade thrown in. Never mind, bounces off the front doorstep. As Gustav continues to pepper, and as I mentioned, they've got the utility here. Luke 12 hides and holds on for now.
Exactly correct. TSM now has the win condition. Purdy Curdy is going to be flushed out by Gustav, so it is going to be 1 member standing for Lazarus, 2 here for AFF. Gustav trying to spray in there to get Luke 12, but Luke 12 safely behind the wall for now. Rory trying to get in there, using the shots from Gustav to be able to position himself a little bit so Luke 12 won't get the information on where he is. That grenade does catch a little bit of Luke 12, does a bit of damage. Now Rory's cooking another one.
Really smart from Luke 12, moving from room to room, but unfortunately too many nades to deal with and not enough rooms. Rory will finish off Luke 12. Lazarus in 3rd. TSM now to finish off Style. It's 1v4 territory. Style spotted immediately, though. The shots already continue to land. This will be a TSM win for game number 1. 6 kills. Not the most flashy game paper, but hey, a win is a win.
Hey, they took the right position early on. They got center circle, split 2-2 in those compounds, which are very powerful around that area. You can control so much of the zone from there. A lot of credit to Lazarus as well for taking the compound north of where they are. That is very powerful in that situation too. So those 2 teams deserve some credit for taking that. AFF, though, with a ton of kills. They were monstrous that round.
Absolutely monstrous. They're going to be the ones to potentially walk away with more points even than TSM there. And wow, big start for them. TSM, of course. And we know it doesn't take many games. Really, 6 games. You have maybe 1 more performance like that, and you could be finding yourself skipping tomorrow's games.
Easily. Another big game like that, another double-digit kill game will basically guarantee yourself a spot in the semis. This is what we saw from AFF at the beginning of the Face It Global Summit. They played really well. They got a couple wins early on. But as time progressed, it was harder and harder for them. They kind of started to fall apart. This is what I want to see from AFF. Knowing the rotations, they took the area that did not have a lot of teams early. You were asking about that earlier, right? Why are they doing this so late? Because they know where everybody's going, and they're going to take something safe. And from there, they got aggressive and just worked the right positions.
And you say it worked. In the end, it did work, didn't it? And they took their time. They didn't rush. They played a really passive style in terms of the rotations. But when they got to their spot, they were aggressive. And that's what we kind of expect from these Korean teams at times. So you couldn't have asked for a better start. TSM, though, obviously 6 kills. They got the win. They're the ones I guess we should probably be talking about. They got fed. It happens every time. You know, someone has to get fed every single game. In this game, it was TSM. 6 kills towards the end. I give that a pass mark. I think that's all right that they ended up with 6 kills because the position they were in, they were never going to get more than that.
Yeah, you got to give somebody credit for taking those positions. That's a really strong compound to take. There's no reason not to go for it if it's available, and you deserve the credit for that. You got the points. That's the game.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, winning's winning at the end of the day. And look, 16 points, we have sort of seen, at least from yesterday, what the point marks, right? You're looking at in terms of top A is maybe around 32. So you're almost like halfway to that after one game. So that just gives them that confidence now going into the next 5 games. Hey, we can hold our own. We can get the points that we need here. We're looking pretty comfortable.
Right, you average 3 points a game through the next 5 games, and you're basically really close to in, most likely. So this is going to be a good start for TSM. I liked what Lazarus did. Going down early, losing 2 members in that fight up by the gas station, north of the river even. They rotated all the way down to that compound on the northeast side of Pachinki and held it for a really long time. Not the easiest compound to hold either. It's pretty breachable from certain angles.
Yeah, well, let's throw it back over to the desk so they can break it down even further.
There's nothing else to say, you guys. Once again, keep going, I suppose. But there you go. One of the Big 5 is able to take the first victory of the day. The Big 5 from PEL, of course. TSM with the victory. Some scary control towards the very end there for us.
I mean, yeah, they had a lot of control. They also sent Iroh out on the field, but it all started a little bit crazy for them. They went Mill Island, actually, together with AFF, and they both kind of looted it. AFF, they went towards Milta, but both of them made it to the end, actually, and they were the first 2 teams that actually touched the Mill base island.
TSM was a little bit happy for the 3 southern hardships.
Did help.
When they were in the military in a really off spot. Yeah. If that one went north, they would not have gotten this amount of points and gotten into good position. They did move a lot. If you look at the micro, how they started moving, they tried to move up behind a Freaky Freaks Fatal. Yeah. Decided not to because they decided, okay, we're actually going to be able to play from a better position here, so we don't want to risk it. Try to play from there. So a lot of micro decisions made them to get into the late game like they did.
Well, actually, even, you're saying that the 3 shifts towards the south did assist them and help them out, but I think the first one might have been even one of the more important ones because it's shifting away from it having to be at the top of above the river, which obviously, if they had to rotate up there, it would have been very difficult.
I mean, we saw the replanning, right? All of the middle teams had gone north. All of these southern teams, the 2 who went to military, that makes sense, had a southern part of the circle. And when it came back south, they were like, well, I guess this is now our game, because we saw 4 Angry Men started in the school, went north of the river, and when it came back down, they went back to the school and thought, oh, this will be a great place for us, and then ended up getting into a huge fight that cost them big time. So that shift did have a lot to do with how the game ended.
Frozy, thoughts overall?
Overall, something that was quite surprising was Rumblers, I'd say. They got themselves 5 kills at 12th place. Not maybe the best start, but at the same time, they did some really good rotations. They dropped at Stahlberg. They saw the first circle. They went towards north side, towards Severny, took something there. But then when the circle shifted towards the south, they actually went out in the blue and made a rotation. Take some damage, but that's what we want to see from the teams.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from our first game of the day. Group 2, of course, to try and get themselves into those semi-finals. No, the Bloodhound died first. It's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate, but he was also extremely overextended. Also, Lazarus, they have to be happy for them getting this amount of points because they lost 2 players extremely early by being in a greedy 2-2 split. Nice try from Uncivil, though. Got 1 player down, but didn't manage to connect the next one.
I mean, it was a good attempt at defense. They ended up getting very deep, like you said, considering their losses. They fell into a good Lazarus defensive style of play. And then we sort of saw the fights going out from here. Rumblers, a team that managed to pick up 5 kills in a very Rumbler-esque style. They either get 5 kills in 12th or, 3rd and 12. Like, that's just the way they play. Is they're looking for fights, and they did that in this match.
I mean, you can look back on Rumblers at the GLL Grand Slam and how they did there. They had 2 terrible games to start with, but they came back strong and got themselves 2 wins. Same here. It could happen later
They're a team with a high upside in a 6-game series, in my opinion. Genesis, you saw, they started in Pachinki, they rotated away. They had to fight their way back. They ended up finishing, I think, okay. They got themselves into a decent spot with an okay kill count, but ultimately getting back into Pachinki hurts ya.
To round things out, TSM even getting themselves the strength of the position here and eventually finishing off the remaining members of Lazarus and Africa Freaks Fatal.
I do want to give a shout out. I feel like we haven't given enough love to Freaks on this game. We were a little bit worried about, you know, they are consistent. Can they put up big numbers on Erangel? And I think the Freaks are officially off the leash as they came out with 12 kills in that match. That's a big start. Even in second, I think they're probably going to still take the point lead on that match.
Well, they also didn't do too many splits in the center, though. It was more the edge play they did, but they also took a lot of control with that, with the 2-2, 1-1-2 splits.
And that's the way they work. They like these big spreads, and they like to control a lot of area, and I think we'll probably see that on the map.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at how all of these teams dropped in the first game of the day. Obviously, a little bit of a feel out here for the first game of Erangel. As you see Tempo... Why do I keep saying Tempo Stop? I don't know. TSM and Africa Freaks Fatal over towards Millie Base. And as you already mentioned, Africa Freaks were moving away from that location as they do head on up to Milta Power.
Look at that rotation.
Whee!
And that's it. You can see Freaks stopping, scouting, looking at what their options are. Both of the teams who finished 1 and 2 started there in the south and never had to rotate up past Pachinki, which every other team you saw in the circle right there had to make their way back down. So they did avoid some of the challenges many of the other teams had to meet.
I mean, it really speaks to how much migration there was from that first to second circle. So many people in vehicles, so many people trying to find themselves a spot generally further south than actually trying to jostle for things in the north, because that would have been a death trap.
I mean, we had 11 teams on the north side of the ribbon. Only 5 of them were south. 2 of them, TSM and AFF, they were far south. They were really late into the rotation. But because of that hardship, they actually managed to do really well.
Martin, do you prefer going north across the river or south when that shift requires it?
Well, it depends where I am at the start, obviously. If I'm in the south area, I have to stay. If it's a 50-50, you stay in the south. You want to avoid migrating. You want to avoid rotating if you can. And try to bet on the safest bet here. But if you're in the south and it's a 50-50, you stay in the south.
I always enjoy his diplomatic answers. It depends. It's a game of many options.
Yeah, but this is a game of chess, right? And that's why you saw TSM 3 times go out of their compound, considering going up, third-partying the Rumblers fight, third-partying the Freaker Freaks fight, or go back and take the Lazarus out and then take on the Freaker Freaks afterwards.
That's what you do what Liquid did. 2 on the north side, 2 on the south side, and then you group up together later on.
18 points coming in for Africa Freaks. Fatal up towards the top with those 12 kills. They make a big, big difference. And as they were mentioning on the caster desk, if you're putting up points like that in single games, you're almost guaranteeing yourself qualification through.
Remember what we said during the pre-show, Kylaris? These guys thrive on Sanhok and Miramar with 7.971. Their biggest struggle is 5.7 average points on Erangel. They're starting their 3 Erangel games with 18 in the bag. That means they can really donk the next 2 and still hit their normal average. So that's a big start.
That's the scientific term, donking. Yeah, there you go.
Or you just keep it up and keep dominating the other teams.
If you're not donking, dominate.
We saw yesterday, 38 points. That was the threshold, 8 and above. So you want to get yourself above that, but at the same time, I think we got a little bit more even group, so maybe a little bit less than 38.
There's a little bit of a caution as well down. So the 9th was 30 or 32. And so it's that area we're looking for. So if you get 35 plus points, you're basically safe.
Yeah, definitely so. Looking at this first game here, Team Liquid only in 14th place. A bit of a surprise, I suppose, but how do you look at that, Froz?
Well, they got pushed out of particular. They chose not to go there because you have Entus Force, you have Genesis going there already. They don't want to be a 3rd team in there, so they went north side of it instead, into poor man's Pachinki.
Which is actually very interesting when you think about 2019 as a whole here, Toffees, because we've heard multiple times from Team Liquid in international events, etc., and things like that, that they are going Pachinki. They are going to fight people in Pachinki and try and claim it for the global finals. And we're here, and they're not doing it right now.
I mean, remember Face It Global Summit where they said the whole point of us sort of not having a chance to win this and just committing to Pachinki is to secure it for the World Championships, and now they've walked away. But sometimes the willingness to walk away is the better part of valor. Will it pay off for them as we go through this day? Will they prove to be the bigger men here? I can't wait to see.
It's a mature move. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are heading over to the commentator team once again. It's Erangel as we get into game number 2 here of PGC Day 2.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. We are back here at the console desk, and we're heading into game number 2 very, very shortly. Game 2 for Day 2 of Group 2. Told you I'd do that.
It was a little surprising there for that first game. We were expecting maybe a little more fighting early on, but it seems like a lot of the teams kind of realizing the pressure of this moment were playing it a little more safe. Liquid backed off. We saw QM back off. So a couple of teams that weren't really willing to kind of, you know, roll the dice and go for it.
Fighting in specific places too, right? We thought we were going to see the Battle of Pachinki. We thought we were going to see Atletico and QM in Rozhok. In the end, QM actually decided to vacate Rozhok. Not that it did any good for Atletico. We actually saw pretty interesting circle shifts. Obviously going up north for phase number 1 and then back down south and south again for 2, 3, and 4. So anything can happen, anything can throw up. But these guys were amazing. A Freak of Freaks Fatal. They were aggressive after their very passive rotations. Once they got to the spot they needed to be, they did the work.
My big question going forward for the Freaks, can they maintain this? Can they continue to do this? I've seen them start this way before and then kind of falter as time goes on. I want to see them continue to put the gas pedal down. Just keep going. Don't stop. I love what I'm seeing. I loved their idea of figuring out where teams were going and really going for a studious scrim instead of just competing for location, because I think they're pretty comfortable dropping in a couple different spots throughout the year. They've done the Mill to Power area. They've done Ferry Pier. There's been probably a few others that I can't remember.
Yep.
But, you know, they're comfortable dropping anywhere along that southern coast of the main continent.
So TSM, 4AM, of course, OGN, Entis Force, who were amongst the action as well, down to the late game. Indigo, it's Kale getting amongst it too, which is probably good to see for them as a team, that it wasn't really like Indigo leading the way. He wasn't sort of overshadowing the rest of the team and the rest of the roster. We are underway now for game number 2 here today for Group 2 of Day 2. Let's go.
And it's when Force is at their best, to continue with that, is when they're fighting as a team, when they're working as a unit. It's not going to be one player that's, you know, making a splash for them. It's a lot of times going to be an all-around effort. And 8 points for them, that's basically their average on this map, so they're playing right about where they should be.
I mean, if they can get 8 points average per game, history says that's more than good enough for qualifying into the top 8, realistically speaking. 5 or 6 points a game is required to make the top 8 towards the end of the day. Currently in 8th position right now is 4 points. So for those that are in the bottom 8 right now, still a lot to play for, obviously with 5 games remaining. Yes, you had a bad game number 1, but now you've got to turn things around here, because if you don't turn things around here for game number 2, you're going to find yourself going into the halfway mark game and not looking good.
Absolutely. It looks like we are going to once again have Genesis and Force contesting Pachinki. Now, Kale's down there pretty early. A lot of times we saw in the scrims Genesis out-parachuting the other teams just a little bit, but it looks like Force has adjusted and gotten themselves down just a little bit ahead of Genesis this time. And this is Atletico still, Rozhok all of themselves. Sanhok,
yeah, again, QM have decided to vacate Rozhok, and yeah, look, they weren't winning. QM were not winning the Rozhok battle in scrims, so it's not too much of a surprise. And for Entis Force and Genesis, like, it's been pretty friendly, at least off the first game. We'll see if that continues here, although Doya taking a few shots down the main street. Entis Force ended up just sort of vacating first after looting for a while. But I do wonder if they get close enough, if it could really explode into a proper 4v4, or if it maybe turns into one of those things where it's like whoever steps out of line and crosses the other team's territory, they get taken out, and then everyone sort of just dissipates.
Right, it's like those situations in those comedy movies when you're 2 kids growing up and you gotta, you know, tape a line down the middle of your room, and you're like, you can't cross this line or else I'm gonna like punch you or something like that. I'm gonna beat you up.
Don't need to be violent.
I'm not, well... This is PUBG.
That is. TSM down at Sanhok Island once again. And we do have our circle. We haven't really spoken too much about it, a bit more on the eastern coast, so we will get something a bit different here for match number 2.
Well, this is going to be interesting because our plane path was very western and the circle has gone east, so not many teams were dropping inside of this circle, only a couple. So you're seeing some aggressive early rotations from QM. Rumblers were up by Kameshki. They're already making their way even all the way down to Lipovka. Microfry is down there, and you can see we've already got the warehouse here for QM. So I like what QM is doing this time. They're just trying to get center circle early, you know, gain some territory, regroup from that disaster of a first.
And not just Lipovka, but Mansion, Prison, Split, and even Shelter to a degree, although Weifeng and Liga are there. Milta completely open. There's only Ribo at Farm for W-Click and no team in Milta Power. So yeah, that entire eastern coastline of Erangel is certainly open. It's going to make things interesting for any teams that want to sort of fat wrap down south and come in. They're going to want to look to come out to the east side. This is really good for TSM because they've got the Milta Bridge completely open as well. Michael's able to already come through to the Milta Beach, and they can actually push up to something like Lumber Mill, for example, and it's completely open. So I think this might end up being another good game for TSM and really utilizing the military base looting to their advantage here.
Well, if no one else is going down there, it's not the end of the world. Nobody's really going to bridge camp too often early on in games because teams don't quite have a read on how you're rotating necessarily. You can't rely on scrims to decide if a team is always going to cross this bridge at a certain time or not. You have to wait until you see what they're doing in-game to try to make those reads. So early on, you can have a little bit of free access, especially with these southern, ended circles.
Genesis are going to leave Pachinki first, and they'll take all 4 of their boys inside of the UAZ and head on out. It's always nerve-wracking when all 4 are inside one vehicle. Fortunately, not too many players around their vicinity, although Sungjung close by to Potato Hill. Genesis are going to push right up here. I mean, this could be pretty disastrous for one or the other. I mean, if Sungjung can get a decent spray potential opportunity, it could go horribly wrong for Genesis. But I think they'll eventually sort of pull up and then they'll all get out and spread around and try and take Potato Hill.
Yeah, I think wisely there, Genesis just going to roll along the edge of the hill and easy.
They'll keep going.
Looking for some shots onto Lou. Nothing connecting there with that SLR, so just a few pot shots at him, just a little warning saying, hey, I'm here, but you can go.
I'm here. I'll give you a pass, though. Genesis keep moving. I think they potentially want to keep, obviously, finding more vehicles along the way, although they might get to a point where they might not even need them anymore. Profi will scout further up. Team Liquid just east of Potato Hill. Antis Force now making their way out of Pachinki. You can see all the way up north Stalba for Afika Fakes, and as we were talking about before, it's going to be, I guess, considered normal for them to come in here really slow and really late.
Yeah, this is totally what they want to do. Of course, dropping in a very different location because of the plane path. They kind of bullied the Rumblers a little bit here out of Stalber, and they will loot up, take their time. One thing that I want to notice that I've been kind of noticing, Xenox, that's kind of interesting, is I've seen a few more bolts already in the hands of players. Now, I'm not sure if this is just because of loot randomness or if people saw what Drassel did yesterday with those bolts and they're
copying
thinking,
Drassel.
Maybe we can do that too, because he had one heck of a day.
Yeah, I think it was about 1,600 damage, if I remember correctly off the top of my head.
Something around that.
Something around that.
It was a nutty day, and the bolts, obviously, it's going to be a lot harder to secure those kills and secure those points, but the trade-off is you can, open up a lot of space for your team.
Typically, you can have space on the team for one player to run a bolt.
Yes.
And the other 3 run the DMR. If you want, of course, run a bolt. But you're not going to have more than one, generally speaking. Michael inside of Milta. The rest of his team's going to slowly make their way over. Rory on the bridge. Gustav and Iro still at the crossroads on Sosnovka Island. 2.5 minutes till phase number 2. It should slowly start picking up as the game continues to progress. 4 a.m. in a decent position in the center of phase number 1 circle. Freaker Freaks are coming in earlier here, although they're up north. I wonder if they're going to go for a really long wrap down to something like Lumber Mill, all the way along the coast, past Lipovka, past Milta. Would that be something they would be interested in doing?
If they feel like they can get away with it, sure.
Or
But I think they're going to be slow and methodical. That's what we saw in the first game. Is they kind of have an idea of where the teams are, and I think they might have even heard the Sun Sisters driving in front of them across Yaz. So I think that might have got them to kind of halt up and realize that, okay, we're going to have to maybe not be as greedy as we would like.
W-Click just north of Milta, so TSM might have some company shortly. You can see Robo on the minimap, very close by to Michael, almost neighbors across the road. 1.5 minutes till phase 2. Total rankings, 18 points from that first game that was played already for Afrika Freaks, 16 for TSM, even though they got the win, and then 10 for 4AM, rounding up the teams that are already in the double-digit points. The teams that are theoretically 9th to 16th, this needs to be a good game for them. It's a slow start, probably the slowest start we've had in the game, maybe all of PGC so far, because we haven't even had a death so far in the first 8 minutes.
Well, it's interesting because the circle shifted so far away from the plane path. Sometimes teams will kind of catch each other in transition, but the things just played out where that didn't happen. So right now we haven't had too much action at all. We still have all 64 players alive, a few shots taken here and there, but nothing major has happened, yeah.
And you say that's probably the case for the fact that teams like TSM, Rumblers taking safer options rather than more aggressive options. TSM going down to Sosnovka Island, Rumblers around the Povka to try and avoid that mayhem that might have happened from that plane path based on the circle. And so avoiding that means we get that start instead. 30 seconds till phase 2. Should really determine sort of the vicinity of where we might be heading. Of course, phase 1 and match number 1 sort of gave us a false hope of a Severny finish, and in the end it went back down to Pachinki.
I really like the setup that 4AM and W-Click have here, these 2-2 splits. Ooh, Tixu though, uh-oh. He is all alone out here. Detonator has him completely surrounded.
Oh my God.
They make short work of him.
Well, he did not stand a chance in hell. It was almost like they were hunting him down. Tixu will be the first death for match number 2 as we do get our circle pop for phase number 2. It's central. I mean, I don't think you could get more central than that. It's a nice clean donut.
Yeah, it's right in there. A little bit of water still on the southern end, but not much at all. And these two positions I was talking about from W-Quick and 4AM are going to continue to be very, very strong. Crow Crowd looking like they're going to try to regroup. Here are the Sun Sisters rolling across the front of Waldo with this. Oh, AK, he isn't able to really control the spray. Can he get the mini? No.
Wow, I'm surprised. I thought Kendesu might go for the run over. And Waldo unable to find even any damage there onto Sun Sister. He'll get in his UAZ and head off for Rumblers. They're around prison. I mean, you could take Pride Rockets available. It's a decent spot. I'm actually surprised that no team has actually taken Lumber Mill. Maybe a case of thinking that it's already been taken. Afrika Freaks on the move. They're going down south of Lipovka. Now they might end up rotating into it, like I said before.
Yeah, just like you were talking about, but this is a really, I think, nice move here by the Freaks, being methodical about it, not getting caught in transition, letting the other teams do their thing, watching them and waiting for their moment to take a position that might be more beneficial to them. And, you know, a little bit of fighting here and there, but still not much. We've only had one player taken out.
Yeah, decent from TSM. They've been really patient so far down in Milta, understanding that they've really got most of the south side of the zone to themselves, except for Farm. Farm's interesting right now. We've got Crow Crowd and AHQ both inside of it. You can just see it on the mini-map there. But of course, as we saw before, they lost Tixu, so it's only 3 for Crow Crowd.
Yeah, Crow Crowd, a team that coming into this had an explosive last couple weeks in the PEL, got themselves here, and so far we haven't talked about them much today, but we've only gone through one game, and to start off this game, the only thing we had to say was a little not the best for them.
No, not the best. You want to be getting the kills, not being killed. And before Afrika Freaks just pulling up actually south of Lumber Mill. They've just gone past Mini Milta Power. And again, it continues to be slow and methodical for most of these teams. Forever though, nice knockdown onto Ribbo, trying to get up to the top level of the Wizzy Tower. ZGG was the one who technically got the knockdown, but Forever did most of the damage. Silzen down below has the smokes, but the smoke doesn't cover the entirety of that top stairwell.
No, and these wizard towers are quite easy to get grenades in if 4AM felt like pushing up on it. Now, it doesn't even matter. Jeez. Forever again with an incredible splays.
And that's what I was saying. It's so risky. Yes, the bottom stairwell is covered, but you'll actually be spotted as you're just turning the corner. And it's so much time to then get from the middle section of the stairwell into the top of the Wizzy Tower. Well played from Forever. And now he can push up and he can clean them. And he knows there's only going to be 2 there as Harold tries his very best with the 3 times on the mini, but they've lost 2 there for W-Click.
Yep, and this is going to be Zilzen getting taken down as well. So 4AM continuing a strong start here, looking to be kind of the hope for China. They're the most popular team in China now. We kind of talked about early on maybe that Infantry might be a team we were looking for, but yesterday just was not their day, and I don't...
so he's trying to get, I think he wants to get the, so you want to get the smoke to land right where he's standing, basically, so that it blocks the top end of the stairwell so he can loot. but he kept bouncing out. Let's head to the map because 5 seconds away from phase number 3. I'm expecting another shift here, Paper. Does it come? Not
no,
quite,
just dead center.
Wow, 4am on Shelter are getting a decent feed here for match number 2.
Now, 4am, what are they going to do? Are they going to group up around Shelter? Sometimes Shelter can be a little bit dicey. You don't want to go inside of it because you can get trapped in there way too easily.
I mean, we've all seen a Shelter finish by now and how hectic it can be. Do you go in? Do you go up top? Generally, the teams that go underneath Shelter don't fare best.
No, it's hard because when the circle starts closing in, let's say the final circle is somewhere on top of Shelter, it's really hard to find a spot on the bottom that isn't inside a wall.
And Team Liquid in a Mad Max scenario right now. James cuts off Perdicote. He's actually going to get outside of the UAT, lights him up with the AK, but he goes prone. He actually doesn't get knocked down. Jemty fires back, but it's Alo with a knockdown onto Beezer with a headshot. James with the barrel, but 3 down for Liquid. Lazarus are about to send them backing in last place. Team Liquid have just been shattered.
Another huge disappointment for Liquid. Lazarus with a huge team fight, but 4am's Lou is going to make Purdy Curdy pay for it. Great move by Lazarus to pull up early. What a performance from them so far today. They do lose 2 in that situation, and here is the shooting from Forever. Another incredible spray from him.
That was Forever holding the angle. He was holding it almost forever, pun intended, but Team Liquid, not the start to the day they would be liking to have seen. But Lazarus, though, crucial points. If you go back to, theoretically, the first 10 minutes of match 1, it looked like a horrible start for one of the best teams in North America, and since then, it's been all daisy and sunshine. They're up to 4th now in the total rankings. They've cracked double digits, 11 points. And look who's in 14th on just 1 point. Now out of the game, it's Team Liquid. Long ways to go, I know, for game Paper, but for Europe's hopes, not good.
It's not looking great so far. Team Liquid, a historically dominant team in competitive PUBG. Another struggle for them. Here is Detonator. They are making long rotations from Primorse, so they're coming in late on the south end of this circle. They've got TSM on their right. They've got Crow Crowd on their left. Can they find an angle to maneuver in here? Looks like they might even try to bust TSM out of this position. You can see Aqua 5 rolling in. Those grenades are just too far.
TSM have got the high ground advantage, but for now, if they keep pushing up to the yellows, it'll make it more even. But Michael and the rest of the crew want to just back out of this, go further in towards the circle, get a better position, maybe even get more high ground. They'll give up the yellows for now. Detonator sort of bully them out of there as Atletico now push up to one of the Shelter entrances next to 4am. I like this push. It's aggressive. They can hold the entrance. You don't want to necessarily go and bury yourself too deep underground, but stay around that entrance point. Control it.
This is going to be a really important moment for 4am if Atletico continues to try to push on them, because 4am has opted to maintain this aggressive 2-2 split for this phase. Of course, we're only in phase 3, and typically it's around phase 4 or 5 where we will see teams condense, and I think now these other 2 members of 4am should condense back down to Wayless and Forever and maintain that position. A really smart, patient play from our Chinese team.
Yeah, they've played this really well. They'll group up, just like you said. Really, for Atletico, if they sort of realize this, they might want to move as well, because you do not want to be holding that top spot so far up north. But now Sting Divine have made their way here as well. Atletico, I think, are going to be in the thick of it maybe by the end of this phase. Nade from Michael. They've come back over towards the yellows. I'm not sure why. They had the position on the other side of the road, as you can see. Extreme with the knockdown onto Jet of Sting Divine. Like I mentioned, they pushed in. Atletico holding that entrance, gives them vantage point, and they got the knockdown because of it. Wicked pushing up towards Crow Crowd. They already had one exchange between these 2 teams. It did not go well for Crow Crowd. They lost Tixu.
Big moment here for Detonator's Wicked. He's all alone, as we want to know from him. Wicked coming up over the hill. Nookie is up there as well as Misa. Is he going to get the drop on them? Is he quiet enough? Or he's going to back off? He heard some shots, and I think he might have thought, I don't want any of this. And look, Nookie heard it as well. He's looking over there, and I think this is very wise by Wicked. Right now is not the time to get in a battle and regroup with your team.
It's almost like a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to peek who? In the end, neither. Indigo with a knockdown onto Profi, though. Enters Force versus Genesis, 2 of the big dogs, toe-to-toe. Nade thrown from H-Win. Sungjung, though, patient here, and this is where Korea generally shines. They are very patient in this scenario. They won't rush this scenario. H-Win, though, sees them. Sungjung, he held the ground. He got the knockdown because of it.
That's 2 knock for Genesis. K-Mine's going to find Indigo with a grenade, but Duya's going to find H-Win. Only 1 member standing, but now Genesis gets eliminated.
That was so clean from OGN enters for Sungjung. Did he panic? panic. He was in such an open area. A lot of players would panic and think they could get spotted, but he held his ground, held his nerve, and in the end, Genesis stood no chance.
And he could hear all the footsteps from Genesis, was able to feed the information to the rest of the force. They span out, find the angles, and wipe them out almost cleanly. They only get one member knocked in the process.
I think we can now safely crown the winners of Pachinki. It's OG and Entis Force. Liquid out in 16th, Genesis out in 15th. Blood eliminated by Ligo as Duki spotted Wicked. That should probably be the end of Wicked. Hikari and Aqua 5 are close by. Do they engage on this fight, though, to save their teammate? He's already going to bleed out. Never mind, Nuki with the nade will finish him anyway. And kind of make the decision for them, although they might stick around.
They might want to take this fight. We'll see if they feel confident that they've got a good position. AHQ rolling up on the backside of Crow Crowd. Misa taking a lot of damage here, down to 23 health. He's got the boost going. It's going to help a little bit, but Lani comes in. He finishes out Misa. There is just Teme with a nice rip, though, to get a little revenge.
Crow Crowd running out of players, though. They've only got 2 left. Need to get the finish on Deganli. CC holding the back room. Milk, though, is going to get the nice flank on the Nookie. Oh, he falls at the wrong time. Milk double kill. And Crow Crowd fall in 14th position. A nice push in the end from AHQ.
That was really almost completely clean. They only lost 1 knock in the process. Should be able to get that revive unless the detonators push in on it. QM has now taken up a position of their own on the north side of Shelter, rolling in behind Athletico. You can see Detonator not really wanting to push too far in this. The Sun Sisters still 4 up. This has been kind of the name of the game for the Japanese team. Quiet but steady. Can they make this work better than their other Japanese team, the Rascal Jesters?
Look at that zone. It's actually decent as well for Rumblers, who have been off to an amazing start here for match 2 and day number 2. Currently sitting inside of the top 8, representing North America as the last entry team. TSM move up to Owizi Tower. They've been pretty comfortable pretty much for most of this game. The first 9.5 minutes. Now they'll start getting shot at.
Yeah, it looks like 4AM taking some shots at them. 4AM with a nice split here. They've got a ton of control over this circle. It is looking really, really good for them, Xenox. And now we've got Force. They have got to plow through W-click now. Herald's going out ahead and so much fire coming in. Good. You can see how much of this that 4AM can see. And now Ragnar trying to push through too, but he's forced out of his vehicle with a nice spray from Duya.
He's had to stop as well. I think he wants to heal. Now he's going to deal with the weapon support. Never mind. Xiaolu with the knockdown onto Ragnar. And Entis Force don't actually have to worry about him at all now. They might even steal the kill away and say thank you very much, 4AM. Of course, I don't think they realized just yet who was actually knocked down. Aqua 5 with the knockdown onto CC. You can see both TSM and 4AM looking over towards AHQ. As Michael will pick up the elimination for TSM. Aqua 5 inside of the blue now. 2 still to deal with in front of him. Gets tagged from Michael. That will be the end of Detonator in 13th position. 12 teams remain, 39 alive. Is easy, knocked down by Turtle. Up north, Athletico amongst it as well. Over towards Shelter. It's 2 down for QM, 2 up.
All right, can Athletico hold this position? Extreme has been knocked by Nikki from Divine. Zoidmate here trying to see if he can find a way.
He landed that.
He landed that shot. That was almost a knock. Just short of finding the headshot there. QM putting some shots into Lazarus as well. Uncivil going down.
Luke 12, last one alive for Lazarus. They've been very slowly taken apart as the game has progressed. 4 up still for QM as Entis Force continue to basically force their way into this circle. They haven't stopped as NN's going to be knocked down by Michael. Entis Force finally come to a standstill. The USC blows up right in front of them. CGG spots Doya. They haven't quite got the angles though. These trees are helping. Zoid and Duty for Athletico though are dealing with QM up north. Over towards the shelter entrance. Look how low both of them are.
Athletico is completely pinned inside of the shelter. This is why it is so risky to go down in there. Now, if they can find a way to push out, there's easy. He is holding down the angle, trying to buy some time so they can get GYY. A grenade from Luke, though, is going to clean that one up.
The old teammate of Athletico. Has he come to save the day, potentially? Easy. And Liga in the blue. Dukesy double kill. And Athletico comes scrambling out of shelter, but all they are met with is fire from even Luke 12, their old teammate. Turtle knocked down onto Dukesy. Zoid made it to the shack. He gets the heal off potentially. Athletico need points here. They only just then got off the bottom. They go out 10.
All right, Wayless taking some shots at Milk, one of the surviving members of AHQ, cutting across here. There has been a knock on day 4 AM. This is Songjong out-dueling Milk. A great spray with the M4. Great control at that 3x.
If you thought Entis Ace were good, these guys are even better. Paper. Songjong, though, goes down to Turtle. Rumblers out in 9th. 8 teams remain. We're into the placement points now for match number 2.
All right, Iroh and Rory versus 2 members of AFF. No, Style is going down, so just Lambu up. It is going to be a 2v1. Can he hold this? He's got the smoke on his left, but he comes over the hill and Rory outduels him.
Sun Sister are just above this as well. It's not over yet for TSM. They're not out of the woods. Although Sun Sister a bit further away. Up north, Doya still alive here for Entis Force. Sting Divine hanging around. So is Luke 12. Needs to find a position to move into this next circle. He kind of wants Doya's position.
Here comes Sun Sister, just like you were talking about, Xenox. A little slow on the push.
Nice.
TSM is going to get the revives here, but Kendesu trying to get some nades up and over. A little bit of damage done to Rory and Gustav. Rory almost going down there. Kendesu coming up. Viachan on the flank. Gustav and Iroh trying to hold this down. A decent spray, but he's taking a lot of damage. Viachan not able to get that.
Double knock in favor of Sun Sister. Nade throw. No, never mind. It's a smoke towards Viachan. Knocked down by Rory. He's got the angle there, hiding, prone, but he's not going to be able to survive much longer. Michael was all that was left, and Gabba spots him. Headshot. Sun Sister, clean and precise for the Japanese team into the top 5 because Luke 12 just got spotted for Lazarus out in 6th.
And that's got to be a big confidence booster for the #1 team coming out of the PJS. They only lose 1 member in that fight, pick up 4 big points for themselves, and they are guaranteed at least a 4th place finish.
Man, it's so top heavy right now. The teams that did well in match 1 at 4 AM are still around here as well. Look at the rankings, already 3 teams up into the 20s after just 2 matches. Crazy Sam knocked down, so is Gabba, Kendesu. All that remains for Sun Sister. 4 angry men are running riot here in Los Angeles.
They're waiting for the right time to strike. They held the position, and now they're going for third parties to clean up their angles. They are looking to eliminate the Sun Sisters here. Kendesu, good spray there. Is going to get way less. Can he confirm it? No, there were some shots coming from his left. CGG is going to prone right down. Kendesu tries to pre-fire, is not able to land it.
He knows he's close by. That's why he was peeking and pre-firing, but he didn't know how close. Now he spots him prone. Double kill for Kendesu, and Sun Sister up to 7 kills now, and they've just wiped out half of 4 AM. It's now down to just 2 angry men. Never mind. They might actually get a revive. I might have gone too early.
I thought maybe Wayless was going to go down here, but both teams are going to opt to trade the revives, but Angry Men do have the position closer to the circle. Let's not forget about Divine at the top.
Well, at first, he was actually running with Forever towards the Wheezy Tower. Then he thought, actually, you know what? If Wayless says it's a safe res, it's a safe res. They get him back up. But for Sun Sister, they get the revive on the Crazy Sam as well.
Yeah, this is really nice play here from Sun Sisters. 4 AM continuing to control the middle of this circle. Can Divine find a way to spoil this? From the excellent play so far from 4 AM, some really good shot calling from them, some really good decision making overall. And yeah, Godv, Wayless, same guy. They're back.
Sting Divine into the top 8 now with the points that have been tallied up for them. Can they find any more here? Wayless, though, got revived. Sun Sister may not be aware that he's actually held this position. He's just inside of the circle. Crazy Sam and Kendesu need to keep moving forward. They basically have to move straight past him. And Forever and Xiaolu are going to have the angle as well. They're watching from that Wheezy Tower. It's going to be very tough. Oh, Kendesu spotted him in the grass!
I was just about to say, how good is the Sun Sisters map knowledge? Very good. Kendesu knew right where Wayless would be.
They knew they got the revive, and they knew that he would stay there. And now it is definitely down to 2 angry men. It's Forever and Xiaolu that remain. The crows are in hand as well for Forever. 3 up for Sting Divine, and so it's a 3 versus 2 versus 2 here for match number 2. Day number 2.
All right, here come the smokes, the last of them for Sun Sisters. A lot of utility spent, but are there any inside of this crate for them? Didn't quite to get to see if, okay, Kendesu does find some more smokes here. You can see him. He picked them up in his hand, so that's a nice little find for them. They're going to be able to build a bit of a bridge for themselves with those. Lu trying to hold down the angle, and Divine just continues to try to hold the north side of the circle, maintain this ridge, and keep high ground advantage.
Well, Forever can't watch both angles. So they've got to decide, do they go and look towards Sting Divine or Sun Sister? 8 kills now for Sun Sister. Oh, Kendesu knocked down by Xiaolu. They needed that. Condesu's been the one that's got them even towards this scenario of a top 3 finish. I think this will be the end for Crazy Sam and Sun Sister, and unfortunately their dream run comes to an end here in match 2. 11 kills now for 4AM, and now find themselves in a 2 versus 3 with Sting Divine.
Well, I tell you what, the sprays have been really crisp from Lou and Forever. They're looking really, really strong. If they can find an early knock somehow onto Divine, they could absolutely win this 3v2, but Divine still has a bit of utility left. How much has 4AM spent here? That's the real question, because they've been battling out for a little while now.
They have been. Utility would be low. No nades for Turtle. No smokes either. As we get that next circle pop, necessarily speaking, doesn't favor anyone too much, in my opinion.
All right, Levi's is going to try his last frag. It comes up short, but he's still got a couple smokes there. You can see Forever's got that ghillie suit, finding that crate that was on the back end, so that's a lot of nice utility, getting those level 3 vests, and he's got, oh boy, look what he's got in his hands, Xenox. That's a great gun to have at the end of this.
Certainly would be. If it gets close to it, there is a crate out in that field as well. The Toby eye tracking just to see how Forever is going to be scanning the field. Sees the smoke, spots the head of Levi, but he can't take it off. It's Nicky who lands the shot onto Forever. Down to half health, goes for the quick heal. SLR with the 4 times is quite deadly, and now Turtle can move up because they know they're getting the heal on Forever. Xiaolu needs to help out here and probably push up closer towards Forever. He can't deal the 1 versus 2 by himself, or maybe he can. He's pretty good. That's going to be the final nade. No, never mind. It's a flash grenade thrown in. It might connect. He's got Xiaolu at the back of the Wizzy Tower. Well played from Turtle. Gonna get the double as well. Yes, he can. Turtle comes up for Sting Divine Esports, and they will pick up their first win at PGC.
I was wondering if that Grozo was going to come into play, but no. Turtle just gets it done quickly and efficiently. A great wrap around the south end of that circle there for Divine. Divine. And it is going to be a win for them, but I got to give a lot of credit to 4AM. 11 kills. I thought they played that incredibly crisply.
Oh, certainly so. 4AM not too upset with that performance. They had 11 kills. They finished second place. They would have got more points out of this game than even Sting Divine. A similar scenario to sort of a Freak of Freaks from match number 1 and TSM. And 4AM are now sitting comfortably in the top 3 after 2 matches. I'll be happy with that.
I loved what we saw from the Japanese team. Took a couple of big fights, getting a ton of kills for themselves here. That was 8 kills for the Sun Sisters. The best round we've seen from a Japanese team so far here. And they got to be really happy with that. I want to see more of that. Yeah, Condesu. Wow. Some amazing outplays from him. And Entis Force right up there once again, just consistent. That's what they do.
And what's interesting now is how this lobby is sort of taking shape. We thought it was going to be more spread out. In reality, it's now starting to look a little top-heavy, similar to our Group 1 from yesterday. And that spells disaster then for some of the teams that are sort of struggling so far after 2 games. Teams like Team Liquid, teams like Atletico, teams we thought would be inside of the top 8.
Yeah, the PEL is not doing so hot here right now. The Asian teams are really playing really, really well. You can see the top 5 from that round, all from Asia. So right now, this lobby looking really strong for those boys.
Lots to break down. This time we'll throw it a little earlier to the analyst desk. Over to you, boys.
Well, you know what over there? You know what, Paper Thin? You think the PEL's not doing very well? You're not wrong. We're back at the desk here. Shh, be quiet. Of course, we have Toffees, we have Froz, we have Avenger. Guys, Sting Divine, they are a team getting this win. I'm very impressed. I like it a lot. They're one of the names that I feel should be a more household name than they currently are. Of course, they had their visas rejected at Global Summit. They get themselves the win here. Very powerful team, Avenger.
They won phase 1 in their region, and they're doing better than Amaru Gaming here at PGC. I'm happy to see them. They got 5th at PGL4. I know it's a year ago. It's the 3 of the core players that are still together. They have an amazing amount of experience together, so I like to see how well they're playing already.
I mean, I think the fact that they got the win is big for them. They did have Turtle step in here because of some visa issues, so they're working with a sub that, you know, that's never optimal. So that's a big boost to come out and get yourself a first place finish. But 6 kills, I think a 6-kill win is acceptable, but it's not what you're sort of looking for when you're talking about putting big points up in a 6-game series. They're going to have to still do this at least one more time.
Do you know what time it is, Froz?
No.
It's time for the highlights. Look at it here. And I'm even going to let Froz talk. Froz, take it away. Tell me about this game.
4 AM. I mean, we saw him do a lot of great splits even early on in the game. They had a 2-2 towards the shelter and towards the south in the flat top. But this is what it came down to. Liquid versus Lazarus in that drive-by. And one of the key things was that I think Luke, he stopped early on, making sure he could take another angle on Liquid when they took that fight.
Are you okay, Toffees?
I mean, that was fun. that was my highlight for the entire game. It was awesome to watch. They took the fight. Both teams just committed, and it was too much fun. So much fun.
There you go. Too much fun, Avenger.
It was.
Too much fun.
It was not too much fun. It was the appropriate amount of fun, in my opinion.
Welcome to Denmark, where everything is sensible. It was the appropriate amount of fun.
No, overall, what I really liked was Sunsister third party on TSM after they were done with cleaning up. Honestly, it was the perfect timing for them. It was nice to see, and it's nice to see this from Sunsister. I not expect this kind of play style from them and aggression, so it's nice to see that they also managed to get some push.
But also finding Wailers straight away after that as well. That was an important thing for them to go on in the game there.
I was very happy to see that Sunsister seized the initiative to push on to TSM after they'd had a bit of a battle and then try and kind of cripple them even further to the point that they did. They did.
I mean, they came out hot looking for it. They got 8 kills, but at the end of the day, it all comes back down to Sting Divine. 6 kills, a big win. You know that their fans watching are going to be super happy. They represent their region, and it was exciting to see them do so well. On the other side of the coin, Team Liquid is on the bottom of this bracket again.
0 points coming in for this game. First place, though, will be taken by 4 Angry Men, thanks to the 11 points that they get from the kills. Froz, they were popping off.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we kind of expected from them, right? We wanted them to do good.
Yeah.
We wanted to see them pop off, and they did that straight away here.
27 points already, guys. They are basically already in. Unless they... There's no chance they're going to get 4 0-point games.
There is a chance.
Yeah, but they're small. But if they continue this just a little bit, they're going to be looking so strong and living up to their hopes of the fans, guys.
Which is super cool to see. I got to give a big shout as well to Entis Sports. They had sort of these middle dropouts on both of their games, but their kill counts are absolutely phenomenal, putting them in a really good spot there in 4th. Divine in 5th is a little bit of a surprise, I think, for some people at this stage of the game, as is Sunsister for me in 7th. I thought they had potential, but they are playing way above what I sort of expected to see them when they came in to start today.
I mean, it's still early on. We still have a lot of games to go, so it's not over yet.
It's not over, but like Paper said, where's PEL right now?
Well, TSM is sitting at 24 points, second place.
No, hey, listen.
Clutching onto one team,
We're just used to your regional exceptionalism up here, where the big 6 are the kings of everything.
All right.
And there's some struggles.
All of you, go away. It's time. We're going to a short break here, and when we return, we have one more map of Erangel coming your way here for day number 2 of PGC.
Brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
On from Crowcrowd, slowly stepping it up, but Ents could be the ones that come out on top. They get rid of Gemty, but oh no, Timmy and the cross there, truthfully caught in the open. It's a 2-on-2.
That cross was so haphazard. Rustamar is banking on them, not expecting this off angle from him. Mika's going to try and get the attention for this, and now we have to see Rustamar deliver. And well, he almost missed the first, but he makes it up, and the trade comes back in from Temi, and wait, he adjusted so well.
Wow. Made it into the north side of Pachinki. Apologies if it's going fast because the game is matching that pace at the moment.
Tiksu,
It's crazy.
the nade is phenomenal. That's found 2 events and that's completely cut them off of the knees. And look at the push from Tiksu. This man does not need an excuse to be aggressive. He loves a bit of it. Rustamar is holding back at a deeper angle, spots another victim, and the beast strikes. Tiksu is so good at the moment. That's 3 kills, completely shutting down.
The caliber of teams stepping up in phase 3. This is what we're talking about. You've got Desperados, N47, you know. Jimmy! Oh my word. Oh, Misa got the last one, but my god. Desperados are running out for an AP because the second that Yanis goes down, it opens it up for the rest of Crowcrowd to come flooding around the corner.
Here it comes.
Yanis has already eaten the blue. Misa going for the spray through. That was a big hit, but Miraku will go down. Yanis is finished off. The rest of Crowcrowd can come in. It's a 4v2. Gaxi's trying to get as close as he can. Knew they put a bit of damage onto Misa, lit him up, but it wasn't enough. And now look at this, Timmy and Co all coming across.
That's the one thing. That's why Gaxi's dangerous. He can't actually see that ridge line at all. Spraying in, hoping for the best. It looks like Crowcrowd are on the verge of this. Gaxi can do the damage now. Now the position's noted. You feel he's run out of options. And Nookie's got the angle. The spray comes in. Temi puts down Miraku. It's down to MBS and Gaxi here.
Not a lot they can do from this angle. It's looking like a simple execution.
너무 들쭉날쭉한 경기력을 보여주고 있어서 야 이거 앞에 맞아 이기 위해서 네 거의 뭐 500m 가량 되는 그런 거리에서 성공을 해냈어요. 자기장은 중심에서 살짝 서쪽으로 잡혔습니다.
디토네이터도 슬슬 살아나고 있는 건가라는 생각이 들어요.
그렇습니다. 들어가서 여기서 마무리까지 짓고 자신감이 부쩍 올라갔다는 생각이 들었거든요. 지난주 토요일은
경로를 계속 생각하고 있는 상황이거든요.
이렇게 되면
이거는 제대로 당했네요.
네. 디토네이터. 오 이스코가 하나 백업해주고 3대5. 7발. 지금
디토네이터.
히카리. 또 있어요. 히카리가 근데 이배율.
근데 이거는 히카리가 이미 회복을 했는데요. 히카리.
회복한 히카리가 이겼어요. 또 들어갔어요. 자 그리고 이거 굉장히 어려운 상황이 됐습니다. 인디고 선수도 기절 위에서 잘 쏴요. 2명 기절. 와. 아쿠아파이브 국대의 위험을 한 번 더 보여. 와 3명째. 디토네이터 다시 한번 일어섭니까? 찍어 눌러줘야죠 그럼. 위키네. 잠깐 기절시키고. 자 3명 닦고 있어. 우르사. 그리고 봤어요. 아쉬웠던 게 많은 우르사 선수가요. 네. 오늘 슈퍼 플레이를 보여줬습니다. 그렇습니다. 정말 디토네이터 입장에서는 정말 천국 같은 치킨을. 맞습니다. 나 위키드 오늘 기피코 치킨 없어요. 안 올라갑니다. 이카리 치킨 가져갑니다. 디토네이터.
推到了蓝圈的外围，
看给不给分了
还是要刚一波正面，恭喜 QM。
只有这一颗雷才能起到破点的效果，而且形成人数上的比较接近的平衡。一颗雷下来，没有产生有效的伤害，而且伊德是把老局给放倒了。博良1打4、1打3能不能成功？
我要是博良，我会选择先走，但是他走不了，
对，
他离队友实在是太远了，他这一波。散开的太早，因为这个圈型还没有完全的。
南部 ARK 的博雅是已经进入到蓝圈当中，
没掩体，而且龙已经倒地了，没什么急，刚上车，
漂亮，炸下来一个，而且九菲菲开着一辆烈焰战车，
冒火了，
补一枪直接结束。
And we are
are back for the next 2 games. My name is Matcham, joined by Porosaurus, and we are ready to get everything kicked off. We got a little bit of information to go over, but this just feels so right, doesn't it? I know.
This is kind of comfortable.
It's been so long. I missed you so much, man.
I missed you too, buddy.
But yes, Poro and I reunited back to do some casting in the OGN Super Arena. We're going to be going through another Erangel game and then over towards Sanhok, but it's been pretty feisty to get the day started today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you come into today and you kind of expected to see a couple of teams put on a show. So far, it's been the 4 a.m. and the TSM show, but you got to give credit to Sting Divine and Sun Sister maybe punching a little bit above their weight class right now, but they're looking like they belong.
I mean, we saw so many interesting points in that push-up where we saw Lazarus and Liquid just drive right up on top of each other. It was like a Mad Max scene where they just jumped out guns a-blazing. Somebody was just yelling, "Witness me," at the top of their lungs as they were going there. But I mean, huge shout out to where we're seeing a lot of aggression. I want to say that's kind of the theme. Yesterday, these teams that are going for at least 4 or 5 points off of kills and then whatever placement they can get next, that seems to be the ones that are performing well and moving up the leaderboard in these 6-game days.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday. We saw it from Gen G in the last game. You know, it takes bravery. It takes that courage to put yourself out there to take those high-risk, high-reward type plays if you're going to make it to where you don't have to play on Sunday. And, you know, for the teams that we see at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, some of them may be a little bit more surprising than others. Cough, cough, Liquid cough. Erangel is not the end of the world. All right, we saw it yesterday. You can have a bad Erangel day, or you can have a bad Miramar day. You can't.
But it makes it so much harder.
It does. It does.
You need to get all like 30. What it was 38 points was the cutoff yesterday.
Yeah.
That means that you have to get it in like 2 games, and that is so hard. But the plane is up and in the air, and we're moving into our last Erangel match of the day. And let's see if it maintains that spicy nature that we saw last time around. Plane path coming up from the north, back down towards the south. Pretty much everything on the table if you want to go for the drops, but I know we're going to be keeping an eye over towards Pachinki because that's where a lot of the fun has been occurring.
Yeah, indeed. And we saw Liquid pull off a little bit towards the north here in game number 1, and game number 2 deciding to fight a little bit closer to Pachinki. We'll see where they decide to go this time around. Looks like Genesis still has no reason to want to pull off of where they've been dropping. And Entis Force as well feels comfortable, but that is a lot of names right there.
That is a Crow Crowd member right on top of that. Are they going? Is he going over and potentially going to steal away one of those vehicles along that road? Is that his goal that he's going for? Atletico kind of mixing it up with Liquid as they're going for the drops. Everybody's kind of fighting over vehicles. Once you move into this area, it gets a lot more difficult. So everybody's wanting to claim those as early as they can. See EB hitting the ground, going for the roll. Going to get picked up probably by Empty there. But now we've got Genesis making their drop as well as Force fairly separated out. Wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of friendly off the get-go when already getting that vehicle and getting under control.
Yeah, both Genesis and Force playing this really, really carefully, playing it close to the vest, not overextending. You see a couple of shots being traded.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want to see.
Let's
right
take it.
There. Move it back down towards military. Make it spicy for me. Make it evil. I want to see these guys sweat.
And of course it had to be in game number 3, our last game here on Erangel before heading over to Sanhok. We're going to see the Wicked's already making his way over there, but checking on.
I got such a big kick out of that.
You got a big old smile on your
like
face here.
All of the audience being like, yeah, and you heard all the players be like, oh, at the exact same time. So easy rotations for the teams that were playing back down towards the south and were the late droppers based off the plane path. But teams way up towards the north, like Sun Sister, they're going to have a trek ahead of them.
Look at AFF Lambu, actually. AFF with a really late drop here. Looks like they might actually be long stretching it over to Novo to get a foothold early off. I mean, we know that TSM in Milta, but yeah, eyes right now on 4 a.m.
So with
currently
this,
leading the lobby.
Do we still call them 4 angry men? With the amount of votes, I feel like we need to call them like 500,000 angry men at this point. They are just getting so many votes on these PGC's pick'ems. But AFF slow dropping back over here.
It's almost 3 minutes into the game and Lambo's still in his parachute, man.
Hey, he's just wanting to take in the scenery. I mean, you know, whenever you come to LA, you got to take in the sights.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He is taking it in. He is going to be joined up by his squad mate NN. And just off to their west, we can see Michael making his way over to secure TSM a foothold.
I like that.
At the intersection. Yeah, I like the aggressive behavior here, the foresight here from TSM to start making their move over even before they finish the looting up in Milta.
So most of the teams are going to be making the gamble that it's going to be going towards military base. We have seen it end on bridges sometimes with circles. Oh, close to bridges. They can't end on bridges.
Man, how evil are you?
That evil. I mean, I'm that guy, but you can see TSM, they're still up in Milta with 3, but they did send Michael back down south across the bridge to go ahead and claim that crossroads location, which can be quite strong, especially if you're trying to get kills. Most people are going to try to avoid the bridge as much as possible, but there's always going to be that one team that gets caught on the other side and eventually has to make that push over.
Yeah, it's not like we're above bridge camping here at the PGC group stages. We saw T1 pull that off in Sanhok yesterday, so see if Sanyang actually making a move over here, seeing if he can maybe get a cheeky couple of shots into Genesis. The shots are coming out. He's going to land a couple, but not going to be enough to get the down, and Genesis getting on out of dodge.
This is very common for them. They like to rotate very, very early, force them to be a little bit latecomer inside that.
It's 2 cars, too.
Yeah.
That might be why Force was pushing the issue.
I mean, with the amount of teams that have been dropping in this location now, since Team Liquid is playing a little bit further towards the north, that makes cars a lot more of a commodity for anybody that's around that Pachinki area, because we did see also Crow Crowd taking a vehicle off on that western side, so that's just going to make it more difficult for Force to make their way through this.
Taking a look at the boys from Latin America, W-Click, currently sitting in 14th place. They need a good game here. They've already made their way to the going to be joining up with the rest of their squad. Michael actually has abandoned the intersection and headed in towards the military base, so TSM maybe deciding to opting to play from a different position here.
There are a lot of strong positions you can play back down towards the southern part of military base. That's no surprise. Alo making the trek over here on the boat. A fun fact is he's the only one in that boat. Everybody else is still around Yasnaya right now, so I think he's trying to secure it. Everybody else is going to grab a vehicle real fast and probably meet him along the coast, maybe around Lippo, but the way he's moving, I don't even know if that's going to be the strategy.
Yeah, he's definitely out in the middle of nowhere. Rumblers, meanwhile, have gathered here in Lipovka, found the one boat, and they're going to start their trek.
We're just going to go ahead and do a full Navy battle.
Yeah,
looks like everybody's just going to be in boats this game, cutting across here. Another boat. That's kind of the theme right now, but that means every single time one of these boats drops away, it's going to make it much harder to cross that canal that's north of military base. So this is vital information. I love the fact that we're seeing every single boat that's getting claimed, because these late teams in rotation are just going to have less resources, and it's going to make it much more difficult. They're going to have to make some hard choices on how to handle the circle.
Already worth noting that Sun Sister looks like they might have come up just behind Lazarus and not have found a boat. So Alo managed to get the one that was up there. We check on Genesis, making their way across the bridge. W-Click not in position just yet, but Detonator already has a nice 2-1-1 split here. They got 2 at the intersection
and we also have W-Click that has moved into a position on that hill. So that's going to be 2 different teams that if anybody goes across that western bridge have to contend with. So Genesis early rotation out of Pachinki paying off big for them, as nobody was really set up yet to full defend that point.
And they still got left with a pretty decent location to hold here with the hillside just to the west of that bridge. We check in with 4 a.m. as they made their way across AHQ. They're going to find a boat in Primorsk, and they're going to go 4 deep. They do have Crow Crowd making their way around just on the other side of the coast, though, so have to be careful. TSM has actually already made their way all the way to the southern part of the island, so not really sure what TSM wants to do. Sun Sister.
We got Sun Sister holding the angle back. We talked about the fact that one of their members from Lazarus is already inside of a boat. That's a tire going out. That's going to spin out the UAZ. Shots are now coming out from Gabba, trying to get more damage. Civil's going to go down, but Gabba takes a lot. Purdy Curdy is trying to provide some form of cover for his teammate. Get some covering fire off this. Kandescu going for the reposition off of it. Gabba still going for the shots on it. Low on life. Trying to find the angle, but the UAZ eats the bullet. This is very difficult. Nice shots coming out from Purdy, but he is so low at this point. It is very, very dangerous. Smokes are now starting to come out from Lazarus, but Sun Sister, Lazarus both have to be so careful. The blues coming in. Purdy is in a lot of trouble with this. He does manage to get off the first 8, but Civ does go down.
Yeah, meanwhile, the rest of Lazarus are all in boats. They're bailing on this. They're trying to get into the next circle. The car's on fire. Will it be enough to blow it up? No, Faishan is going to go ahead and get the down, and that's Curdy down. And once again, Lazarus losing some early. Now they have managed to make their way to late game and collect quite a few points, even with losing some early. So,
and here's Luke just hanging out, waiting for the, I guess, boat Uber to come around, as Alo's going to be approaching in just a second. But The problem that I see with that is Sun Sister stayed for that fight. They're now out inside the blue. This is a very hard circle to rotate in, and that's going to make it very problematic for them. They're just going to have to be done. They just have leftovers at this point as far as terrain goes. They probably are just going to go ahead and stay on the main island itself and not push down towards military base.
Yeah, I would imagine. They don't have a boat. They still have they all four have vehicles, and they just got a nice little influx of meds. So they've got some time to eat that blue. As we check in with the Crow Crowd boys. Happy birthday to that organization, by the way. They released a tweet earlier today saying that this is their actual birthday. So hopefully we see the Crow Crowd boys turn something around here. Not having the best days so far, but as we said, there's still plenty of time.
And this is a big problem, I want to point out, with a lot of these teams that grab boats late, since the early boats and rotations came in being a big factor in this. There's a lot of these teams like TSM that are playing along this coastline, just on the hunt for people in boats, trying to get something out of it. There's also a little bit of congestion up on that western bridge. As you can see, it's Team Liquid. New circle pops. We are going military base, and it's going to be pretty violent. Looks like Force could find themselves in a really bad spot.
Look at the split coming out from TSM, though. They have 3 on the southern coast, and they've sent Rory to the middle to secure a compound. So I imagine that we'll see the TSM boys probably make their way in towards that compound here shortly. Yeah, Michael already in vehicle.
Oh, QAM, this is not where you want to be going right now. 4AM has the trap set. Bullets starting flying on both sides of it. You see vehicles starting to bounce into each other. Easy's in a little bit of trouble as he does spin out just a touch. Damage coming through. Look at that. 4AM gets run over. QM is just cutting through this thing. No, we want nothing to do with it. We're out of here.
Such a good camp set up, and in the end, they don't really get much for it. They get 1 down, and now they're going to have to turn around and get the fight going, but we're checking with Liquid. W-Click pushing right on top. It looks like Ragnar is going to pull off of this. 4 Angry Men still taking shots at Ease.
They're quite angry right now. They want some vengeance back on that one. That was supposed to be their kill, and instead they get somebody knocked off of this. So position comes in. Easy did stop over next to 4 Angry Men, as well as the remnants of Lazarus in the similar position from this. Who's taking some long-range shots at him, still at range, connecting with it. Gonna at least make his life very hellacious and gonna have to drop down to his belly. Is he gonna be able to connect with this shot? It's just continuing tap. He has to use smoke and utility now. Waldo's now also on a hunt for Easy off of this. A little bit of damage back and forth.
Yeah, the Rumblers boys came in from the south side of Novo. Looks like they managed to come up and see Easy here. No other of the lines of sight here. I don't know if they realize that this is basically a 4v1.
QM got the moral victory of making it across the bridge, but having to cut through 4AM separated them to the 4 corners of this island. So it's a lot of 1v4 fights that they're having to contend with. Easy's not having the easiest life right now as Waldo's still holding down. I think Cherry Poppin's starting to figure out, hey, there's only 1 guy shooting us, so let's just go for a high reposition off of this, and there's going to be nowhere for Easy to hide. Shots are now coming through. You can see the blue as well. Doesn't actually connect with that, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and pull away from this, get into a different position off of it.
Yeah, this is taking Rumblers way too long to deal with this problem. They have the positioning right. They did send Cherry up top. They sent Waldo down low, but no joy just yet. As Layla is going to try to find Forever, but Forever's going to get the better of him there.
4 Angry Men continuing their killing spree. These guys have been so violent in the early games. Waldo's still trying to take down Easy. Finally does manage to get it. Going to go ahead and flush that out. But Rumblers on the tail end of this rotation as well. We mentioned it earlier with Sun Sister. Whenever you're on the tail end of this due to a long fight, that's very problematic for your rotation.
2 hours later, Rumblers finally finishes off that fight. 4 AM, as you said, already in vehicles making their way in. Sun Sister finally making their way across the bridge. They still have 4 strong. They're running right past Luke.
He's
on foot. Yeah, he's just trying to stay alive here. I believe he might be he's the last one up here now for Lazarus once again. So trying to see if we can make it a little bit further here.
Okendesu.
Sun Sister.
Got to be very careful. Down to 5 life. Runs over next to 4 Angry Men, and those guys are real mad right now. Still shots coming through. Can he manage to make it through it? No, he does get dropped off that motorcycle, so that's going to be 1 down. Sun Sister now has to readjust off of that. Has to be cautious, but Luke's going to catch out another one. That's 2 members of Sun Sister down.
I mentioned that Sun Sister might have been punching a little bit above their weight class in game number 2, and it looks like it's playing out not as much in their favor this time around. Rumblers going to get a little bit fortunate, make it past the Crow crowd as a new circle has popped, and we are going far west again. about 30%, maybe 40% at most playable here.
Still so much water inside of this, and it's also a very interesting point to play. There's that big hill that's just to the west of the military base. Crazy Sam finding himself in trouble. 4AM's going to go ahead and get that one as well. Sun Sister still reeling off of that late rotation, now down to just one. Rumblers do manage to go ahead and stop around these airplanes that are wrecked off to the side of it, but everything's still further ahead. They are not yet inside the safe zone, so I guess they're just regrouping at that point.
See the rest of Athletico making their way across the water. They've already got Flood securing the compound for themselves, so nice little come up for them. Surprising that that compound that is actually pretty much dead center of this circle was still unoccupied at this point.
There's a lot of splits that are going on in the circle right now, and with 55 people still alive. Oh, Ibiza gets spotted out. Vehicle's now rolling back down. James has to be very careful about that as he's looking back and forth. There's a lot of players at W-click on this. You can see reinforcements from Team Liquid are coming around one side of it. Zilzin's trying to get the outside push on this, but EB does go down to the grenade. Zilzin trying to play low ground. As you can see, Team Liquid trying to hold the high ground. EB's just trying to get... EB's dead at this point. It's James that's trying to find the right angle for it, but it's all about W-click. Playing around these trees has to be so careful.
Oh, and Genesis now going to get involved as well. It took a little bit of time for the Twins to come up over the top, Samty and Jempty, to provide James a little support, but that's going to be Indigo from range, getting both shots on both of those players. James now the last remaining player for Liquid as their struggles on Erangel continue.
And remember, it was Liquid that was gatekeeping out Force on this bridge, so Force is coming in late to this, but that provided the perfect angle to do so much damage at Team Liquid right now. We have W-click with so many members up and alive. James is just trying to figure out, okay, where do I go? He's got a couple, got one last smoke that he can use, but you can hear bullets are just landing down around him. He's getting shot from so many different angles right now.
8 health left. He does manage to get the heal off. Going to try to run up here. It looks like Jempty is going to bleed out. And the shot, can he break line of sight? Nope. Harold's going to come up over the top and find him, and that's Liquid out in 15th place.
Force in no rush now, playing the high part of the bridge and the low part of the bridge, trying to get a little bit more control over the situation. Long-range shots just connecting with W-click, as well as Low spotting out one of the members of 4 Angry Men. Going to go ahead and flush out Forever, and that's actually going to be a couple of shots going back and forth between them, as now 4 Angry Men only has 2 members up. Rumblers have the inside track, and 4 Angry Men isn't inside the safe zone yet. They have that little bit of a wall they can play, but that's just a death trap if they have to stay there.
Yeah, Southside's been going a little bit nuts here. Crow Crowd, you can see, was also coming around to get involved in that fight as well, but we're going to cut back to the north on the bridge. Silzin is going to get taken down by Xiao Yang. This is a good fight for Entis Force coming in here, and we see the circle has popped again, and Genesis now coming over the top, maybe feeding off of all of this.
They're back behind this. They're looking back down towards Force as well as W-click. They have the high ground, but they have to be so cautious on those peaks. Indigo is still making his way across the bridge. The other members are just trying to get any form of cover they can, so Force slow creeping around this. We do have Doya that's trying to make the cross off the side, but Kale does get spotted out. Got W-click's Ribbock still alive, taking the shots back down towards Doya. He is the last member, but he is going to get it down off of this. He's kind of holding the line for Genesis on the low ground right now, and Force is finding themselves in a lot of trouble. There's not a lot of terrain to play around, and they are not inside the safe zone. They have to push this direction.
Heck of a shot by Rybo there, and that's going to do it for W-click. Now Entis Force can turn their full attention onto Genesis, but Detonator. At this point, it might be too late.
Detonator's coming off the side of this. Look, Wicked is creeping up back behind Genesis. We see that they like to play this style. They like to get aggressive, separate out, get as much information as they can. They have another person playing that other hillside. So every time Genesis gets a little bit more aggressive on this, they have to be cautious. Wicked's still playing around this, trying to locate where are the shots coming from. Nerf. I think he's got an idea. Something could be going on. Wicked does spot, take a couple of shots, gets it down on one of the Genesis members. So now Nerf trying to figure out, okay, how do we recoil from this? We've got Force back behind us, and now we have Detonator on the other side. They're getting pincered in the trap that they set up themselves.
All right, cutting back down to the south, you can see TSM is taking the shots at 4 AM as they try to make their way across the street, but you got to figure at this point it's either going to be Rumblers or TSM picking this up. They actually make it into this building, get the down on the wall though, but that's going to be it. Cherry popping, picking up 2. That's 6 kills for Rumblers. They coming alive here on the south side.
We got plenty of Rumblers still inside this game. I wonder if there's any of them in chat right now, but we do have Force that's still trying to creep up along the side. You can see Genesis has said, okay, this is too hot. They've backed away. Force now has a little bit more space to play around, but look at these shots coming out from Indigo on this. This is so far away. He's still on the bridge. Look at the map right now, and he's just laying into Samty.
Just absolutely filthy. Absolutely filthy, but great shots. Unfortunately for the Liquid boys, that means that their day on Erangel is over. They're going to check back and see Rumblers now pushing up over the top. They're going to find QM, and that's another team dead in front of the Rumblers.
Rumblers are just walking across the southern part of the circle and killing every single thing that they encounter. And I gotta say, they're racking up a ton of points. That's going to do so much for them inside this leaderboard. But up towards the north, it's still very contested. We haven't necessarily seen the Freaks be very active yet as of the stage. They're playing back down towards the south, and nobody's really contested that area yet. But you can see it's all about what's going on up in the north right now. Genesis couldn't move too far away from their earlier position, so it has to be very cautious.
This is kind of vintage Fatal, though. They do like to kind of hang out, play it close to the vest. A little bit slower towards the early game, but then come late game, they start to come alive. As you can start seeing they're making their moves towards the Rumblers. We check back on the north side here. Intus Force making their way into circle. K-Mind has a nice little angle here on the Xiangyang.
But that's the tail end. Though. That's the tail end of the Force push on this angle. K-Mine's down on the lower part of this hill all by himself, and that's the angle that Force is wanting to go for. Everybody else from Genesis doesn't have the easiest rotation back to provide much support, and with the hills, those three members of Force could just come back up right onto K-Mine and make this a 3v1. New circle pops, and it's going to favor Atletico, AHQ, and Sting Divine. So a lot of these teams that are playing on the outside walls are going to have to make their way even further west.
All right, Intus Force does use Songjang. Doya now has moved up a little bit closer to the K-Mine compound. Nerf was providing him a little bit of support here. Detonator has not made a push to provide any or put any pressure onto Genesis just yet, but we're going to check back with the Rumblers fight. As we said, a Freak of Freaks Fatal starting to come alive, pushing into this circle from the south side.
They have the inside track on Rumblers right now. Rumblers has to figure out how they want to adapt around this. They've been killing a ton of teams by being the team that's getting ahead of them.
TSM.
Now, TSM joining in the party as well. Force still trying to make that push back over towards K-Mine, but he did get the drop on Doya, so that's going to go ahead and provide him a little bit more space. But Nerf is down as well. Profi's just trying to run back over towards the smokes, get the res. Indigo still holding that outside angle, and Detonator is still hearing this, and they have to walk along the same path.
Should be able to get that res, though. Indigo has to leave this tree side here. K-Mine has a nice little line of sight on him. Only 21 health. Yep, and that's going to do it for Intus Force. Genesis coming up with the win there, but Detonator has now repositioned to gatekeep this squad out.
So it's going to be very difficult for Genesis to make this push across. They've denied a lot of cover with that reposition from Detonator, so Detonator just has clean sight lines back, but K-Mine taking the shots back on that similar angle. Freaks still trying to hold out TSM and Rumblers, as Rumblers are just trying to take shots at TSM in their rotation. They're down to 2 right now. Los gets dropped as well, so now it's just Cherry Poppins that's holding that outside position. Freaks are still just trying to get inside the circle and try to gatekeep out TSM off of this position, and they're kind of separated out. They keep hearing the firefight more down towards the south, so TSM's moving around towards the north.
And there goes Genesis, as we said, picked off by Detonator. Detonator still 4 strong. They have great positioning. TSM going to try to wrap around this. A Freak of Freaks Fatal not wanting to over peak this. They don't want to lose any for free, but in doing so, they've kind of lost track of TSM.
Whenever you're playing the eastern side of this circle, that means that you are gunning for kills. The teams that are playing towards the center, towards the safety, they're just wanting to go ahead and have a position that they can hold. But not a lot of kills. HQ hasn't been able to stack up much, neither has Atletico. But these guys on the eastern part of this circle are just constantly scrapping. Rumblers getting eliminated there. Cherry Poppins does get spotted out, but TSM and a Freak of Freaks Fatal are right up next to each other, trying to crest this hill, going a little bit of a peak battle.
It looks like AFF is going to pull off of this just a little bit. They realize TSM does have the better position here, but they can only pull back so far because AHQ is just downhill sending shots at their rear.
Everybody's just trying to play this out, figure out, okay, it's kind of a cat and mouse game. So peek out, see where everybody's at, then go for another reposition, because you never want to peek the same spot twice. Not in this lobby. That is the easiest way to die.
5 4-man squads still up. AHQ is the only one with 3.
So we have AHQ that's holding that. Looks like a Freak of Freaks starting to reposition back down. Detonator and TSM starting to get sight lines back towards each other, but still kind of more of a difficult terrain back towards the east because that hill is still predominantly inside of play. But back down towards the lowlands, nobody really has those clear sight lines until they have to start moving into this circle. It's just going to be people cresting up, and you can see that's how come a Freak of Freaks is just trying to bounce from terrain piece to terrain piece while covering each other.
Looks like TSM, knowing that AFF is to their south, might be trying to wrap up to the north here. Little do they know Detonator is ready and waiting. Isco going to take the shots, and that's going to be Rory going down to Wicked and flushed immediately. as now Aqua 5 is traded out by Ira.
You can see there's just no cover along this path for either one of these teams. They know they have to annihilate. One of them has to come out as the king of this fight. Aqua 5 still down back behind that. Gustav managing to stay alive off of this, but he is cowering behind the thinnest tree I have ever seen inside of PUBG and somehow clinging to life.
All it needs is to block one bullet. That's all we need it for. Aqua 5 does get res. Detonator up to 6 kills now. Michael has made it across the street, but Gustav and Ira still have to make their way across.
Oh, got to be careful when you're throwing those grenades around those trees. Sometimes they can bounce off of those tree limbs and catch a different angle for it. See Detonator still just trying to hold this out. Isco's trying to see if he can go for a peek onto it, but there's just damage coming in from multiple angles.
There we go.
Nice grenade coming out from Michael. Going to go ahead and get the drop onto him. You can see TSM starting to feel more control of this fight, getting a little bit more aggressive onto it. Aqua 5 still looking around the lower end of this, but no clear sight lines back over towards TSM. This is a lot of utility being used by TSM, but they have got to do it. They have to figure out how they want to play around this, but that hill is stopping everything. Now shots coming out from Freaks as they're looking back on the similar angle for it. They have a line back over towards Detonator and TSM, and they see all the smokes.
Ira was absolutely huge in that push for TSM, but unfortunately the res do come out for Detonator. Isco looks like he might bleed out now as AFF just going to take shots through the smoke. Yeah, Isco has gone down.
Everybody can see each other in this valley now. Once these smokes start to dissipate and people run out of utility, it's just going to be shots going back and forth everywhere. Detonator still playing up towards the top of this, but you can see TSM still looking around for it. We have a freak fatal that can look off of this angle, and everybody has to be so cautious. Everybody is just behind one, maybe two trees for the entirety of their team. Kari stepping up to one side of it, going for the spray, doesn't get the drop onto it, still just trying to hold back anything he can. Starting to move along this line. TSM now finding themselves in a rough spot as multiple teams are starting to take shots at him as their smoke dissipates, and yes, TSM is eliminated.
Unfortunate for the boys from TSM, but really what else could they do? They were pinned from every which angle. Athletico, you could see, trying to come in here and get a third party onto this, but they're going to get pushed back a little bit. But not before getting it down on Aqua 5.
He keeps getting dropped, and that just means he's going to take out even faster. So you can see Wicked tossing out the grenades, trying to get a little bit more space. Atletico's going to have to make a little bit of a push back over towards their last member. We've got a little bit of a building
a push from AFF
play. So it's a lot of these teams starting to get aggro. They want those third parties. They want those kills. AFF starting to come back down behind this. Not playing it too aggressive as of yet, but the res is coming through. If you can see Freak spot this out, this is going to be easy kills. There's one, two down already. But the spin comes back around on the angle. Wicked's down, still on that low ground position, and really cannot provide the support he so desperately needs to.
Levi's from Sting Divine actually getting involved there. As we see NN and Shadow trying to pull off of this, they realize that they have now gotten into the line of sight of the Sting Divine squad. Wicked, can he get the res here? It doesn't look like it. That circle's pushing in. Hikari's probably just dropping some meds for him.
Looks like they just want to go for it, get the flush out, get that extra point. Pushes them up to 9 kills now. Getting a little bit feisty back down towards the south as it's going to be Sting Divine and HQ taking a couple of shots while we still have Afrika taking those shots back over towards Wicked. Not a lot of cover pieces to play off of, and there you go. Detonator's going to go ahead and go out in 5th place, but now you can see Atletico starting to spread out inside the circle, trying to get more control. All these teams are burning so much utility. Nicky's looking back over towards AHQ. Still, he's the only one that's still up for his team right now, and Shadow is just cutting a path straight over towards Atletico. Grenades starting to come out as they move into that range. That's one member from Atletico already down and flushed.
Yeah, Sting Divine was 4 strong, but seconds ago, but a combination of Atletico and AHQ has now run them down to just Nicky. He's got 26 health left, healing in the smoke. Afrika Freaks trying to move in here. They're playing the angles, staying out of the line of sight of Atletico for now. It's down to just 3 to the boys from Oceania.
Deep crawl right now. You can see Freaks just trying to have a little bit more info. Nicky's holding that line, but he's going to go ahead and get dropped, and that moves us down to 3 teams remaining. AHQ back down towards the south, Afrika over towards the east, and Atletico with a big chunk that they're trying to hold down, but Extreme does get tapped off of this. He is right on the edge of the blue there, so trying to figure out what they can do. I think the Flood's trying to move into a position to see if maybe he can get in grenade range. Does manage to get Shadow down, and look, the moment he drops, Extreme starts going for the run on this. That's going to be Freaks getting taken down. Now it's Atletico looking back over towards AHQ as Flood has spotted them out.
3v3 set up here. AHQ finally having to leave their compound. They did take care of Sting Divine. They're trying to get into a spread formation here, but SR and CC already being taken out. You can see multiple lines of sight here as they are just trading shots back and forth. Nobody can get any flanking position here without the other team seeing them.
It's just clear sight lines back and forth, people playing around trees, trying to kind of reposition as much as they can without getting spotted, seeing if maybe they can get a different angle on the person hiding behind the tree on this. Nobody has control of what would be the center of the next circle as everybody, there's no terrain really that is easy to move through, so it's going to be the blue forcing these fights here in just a second.
CCSR, Yan Lee haven't had the best of days so far today, but they were currently sitting in 8th place coming into this. Now they've set themselves up for a big win here on the last game on Erangel if they can pull it off. But Athletico, some strong fraggers. We've seen what these guys can do at the GLL Slam. Can they pull it off here at PGC?
That's a confidence play. You can see SR sitting on the sniper rifle. I guess living up to his name. When your name is SR, I feel like you got to run the bolt at this point. But this is very close range. We'll have to see if it actually ends up capitalizing. As on the other team, it's DMRs. We have the ARs out. Everybody's getting ready for those close range fights. Extreme knows where SR is, but that's a very dangerous peak to take off the side of that, as they'll make him vulnerable from the other players of HQ.
Ooh. One issue right now for Athletico is they have nothing but really soft cover. They've got angles that they can work and hills that they can play around, but the boys from AHQ have hard cover. They have the trees, they have the rocks. You can see CC getting taken down a little bit low, but he has somewhere that he can hide now to get that heal off.
All right, 10 seconds. The blue's going to start forcing everyone to move, and this blue is going to tick for a ton of damage. CC is probably the closest to the blue right now, and you can see Athletico trying to creep forward an extra foot or two to see if they can make sure that HQ moves before they do. Yan Lee, I think, is probably the closest towards the center, but that also makes him in the most dangerous spot. Smokes are coming out everywhere on HQ side now. That's going to be a wall to provide more cover. They're starting to move in towards that centralized location. Yan Lee's starting to feel a little bit more pressure as grenades are bouncing around him, but due to the smoke wall that's come down, CC's trying to get those shots off to the side of it.
Oh, that's
Yan
a good
Lee
one.
still having to use that tree. Once these smokes start dissipating, he could be in a lot of trouble. He's just trying to get any grenade he can off, trying to stop the push coming out. Athletico still playing the high side, but now Yan Lee decides he's going to go aggressive, try to walk up onto this. He's just going to walk on the side of the tree. That's going to be one of them. He does manage to get dropped. He's going to go for the flush. Now we're in a 2v3. Flood looking back over towards the tree. That's another one for Yan Lee. Is he going to be able to stack up another one? Flood is all by himself now, looking back towards 3 members of AHQ. He is surrounded. The grenade's going to roll down, and that is AHQ walking away with the win.
That is the cleanest 3v3 that you'll ever see here, as AHQ just absolutely took Athletico to school. Unbelievable play. Great working the angles. Arguable that Extreme may have caught himself a little bit out in the open there with no smokes, no cover, no anything. And he just got kind of roasted, but you know, can't take anything away from the Athletico squad. They come in here with 4 kills and a 2nd place finish, which is something that they desperately needed as they were sitting in 13th place going into this.
That's why I love military-based games. They're so just good to watch. There's so many repositions, especially when it ends off over towards the west, when everybody's having to play around those hills. God, it's just so fun to watch the top teams play in a very hard environment.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some of the great mechanical skills of these players that we have here today on full display. I mean, some of the shots on the Samty and Jempty from the bridge were just nuts. I mean, with the DMR.
That is so crazy coming out from Indigo. That was a very long range. I would say probably, what, 2, maybe 250 meters, somewhere around there?
Well, there's a reason that Indigo was the PKL MVP. And I mean, shots like that are a reason why.
Now, here's the thing, though. We see the fact that yesterday, Ace was so great. We know that Force is good, and the desk alluded to it. I wonder how much pressure that now puts on them, that they feel like they need to be such a dominant force. They come away 3rd position there. They get 6 kills. Not a bad start to it. They're feeling a lot more comfortable. But now we're moving into Sanhok. And when we talk about, I don't know, military-based games being a little bit chaotic, Sanhok, that's where everything just comes off the rails and it moves real fun, real fast.
Just a little bit chaotic. Just a little bit, but you know, I mean, if nothing else, this game was fairly chaotic in and of itself, just with having to make some split-second decisions, especially with the hillside of play.
Well, I can see the analyst desk over there. They're talking back and forth. They want to talk about this game, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to the Chloris and the rest of everybody on that analyst desk.
That's right, AHQ, after dominating PUBG Masters League in their region, constantly 1st and 2nd places all year long, gets themselves the first victory on the board here for PGC. Good to see AHQ getting that. My money was a little bit on Athletico. Bold prediction, I thought they were going to get top 3 for quite a while during that game. It turns out they did. However, AHQ put a stunt in their plans a little bit.
They did. A big shout out to this team coming out of Chinese Taipei. I think they've really have stepped up here. It was kind of a tale of two teams. I feel like online these guys have been good. They go to LAN, they sort of underperform. And part of that is I feel like they don't respect their opponents sometimes. They play a little pell-mell. But I think that worked in their favor on this one. That push against Atletico was sort of like throwing caution to the wind. They just came forward. They said, we're going to take the aggressive push on this 3v3. And you could see Ath was caught off guard when they got that flanking move. And I think it worked.
I mean, Yanliko going out with the Iron Sight M4 actually in the last fight. That just shows how little they actually looted before they went over to the military island and then took themselves in a good position there.
Yeah.
They did take it very passive though, until towards the end there when STV was basically next to them.
In my opinion, Atletico should have pushed a bit earlier to take the advantage to their side instead. It ended up in a 3v3 in the end. If they had pushed maybe out earlier, third party some of the fights, they could have had a bigger advantage. I know one of them tried, he got out in an off position and died early, but obviously you have to try to do something like that to open up the fight and put the advantage on your side.
It's time for the highlights here for our game 3 for the day when it comes to Erangel. And Avenger, normally when I ask you about, you know, these games and how they do go down, where you want your circle to be, at PEL you say...
Millie.
That's what you like. And you got it for the first time here this tournament.
Yeah, it's good to see. Now we got one, so we don't want to see too much many more. But I like this one. This is it's good to see.
Yeah, definitely so. So let's take a look at those highlights now as we get into everything. So here we go. And obviously a lot of teams have a little bit of a harder time trying to get over to that position. But for Sun Sister at the start of the fights, it was all right.
I mean, they shot out the tire here. Lazarus did the best with what they could in that situation. They didn't expect to get caught on this road. Remember, it was a military shift, so they didn't expect 4 people to be sort of waiting for this late rotation in the Jeep. Fortunately, they had some players already in boats, and they ended up getting taken down.
Boris, thoughts?
Overall, yeah, as you said, unfortunate for Lazarus. Also unfortunate for Liquid. They got taken out here. Very nice shots here from Lugan. Nice reactions time. But overall, we saw the center compound on the top hill being very open for a long time. Again, Atletico was on the western side for a very, very long time. Just chilling out there, passive. They should have prepped with third party this fight. This fight here, DTN against the Africa Freaks, they should have third party. They try to get some points from that as well.
They were on the way to actually third party that, but they decided, let's fall back. It's not worth it. We see the new circle, want to make ourselves get into a good, better position first.
And it's that flank we were talking about as Yanli comes around and finds them in an offside. They make it a 3v2, and there's just no cover left once he takes that solo tree that was so important. But you're right, they had the push potentially. They could have third partied, but I think it was the right call for Atletico to say, you know what? This circle, the way it came back to the hard edge, we can guarantee a top 2 and maybe a win if we just fall back and we play as 3, and I respect that. But again, AHQ, 7 kills, comes out, gets a nice big win. These guys, particularly CC and SR, have been playing together for over a year now. It's got to feel good to get this win on the big stage.
One of the biggest organizations in their region, a very, very storied organization indeed. Let's take a look at how that plane went, as well as where everybody was dropping. It's going to be interesting to see overall how people were able to rotate, moving on to Military Island, of course, because it is a little bit tough sometimes to traverse to. We saw a little bit of fighting here or there, some of the crossroads.
I mean, as we start, I want to point out where AHQ's drop point is all the way on the north side of this map. So for them to come out with the win on such a difficult rotation, not easy. And look how they did it.
They went to Prim, they took a boat, and they went down on the southwest side of Military. And they just chilled there for a while. They didn't need to actually do anything because the circle kept on going towards the west side.
Their first rotation was on point here. African Freaks, they're all over the place.
They work for it.
And yeah, they work for it. And that talks to how well they're able to maneuver around this. Their macro is on point, and that's what's going to put them through this group stage.
What I loved about African Freaks at the very beginning was their very late drop, but mostly late actual drop with the parachute, just to be able to adapt to the circle.
He pulled the parachute early to get some overview. Is there anybody Novo? No, we want to go there. Send 2 guys there early to take control, and then they had the whole eastern side to themselves.
Well, TSM, they sent over Michael straight away as well. And Labu, though, since he was in the parachute, he had all that information. He relayed that to the team, and we also saw the others coming in with boats later on.
You got to remember, they've been changing up their drops. They're doing different things. They're playing flexible, and it seems to be working as we get a chance to look here at the overall match results.
Absolutely. 17 points coming in for AHQ here. So big points pushing them up the leaderboard as Detonator, Africa Freaks, Fatal, and Atletico both all get themselves double digits here. Rumblers, 9 points for them, 8 kills coming in.
You know, I think Rumblers is probably, there's a good chance they're right there on the cusp and might likely advance because this is what they're doing. They're not getting the placement, but they're putting up good kill counts consistently, and we're going to map maps, in particular Miramar, where their style of play really fits.
And I'm excited to see them now. But going into Sanhok, it sounded I talked to them, and it sounded like they're going to be having their drop spots to themselves. They expect to be contested, so they might be able to play that kind of smash mouth style and get some more kills from this map here.
I want to see what Liquid is going to do.
Yeah.
We know that people want to drop on them in boot camp. At the same time, they did leave Pachinki. So, I mean, what's going to happen? They haven't done anything yet.
I think they'll drop in the area, maybe on Quarry area in general.
Yeah, probably somewhere in that area. I mean, the reality is they have 1 point. 3 games in on a 6-game day. I mean, Team Liquid.
Yesterday, Tempo showed up and
they had more than one.
On Sanhok? Oh, on Miramar. On the last 3 maps, they really showed up strong.
And hopefully they do. I just am saying this is shocking.
I see what Avenger's doing. He's trying to rationalize the poor performance of Team Liquid.
No. There's no excuses. They have to start showing up now, or they have to come back tomorrow and try again.
I mean, I don't think anybody would have predicted after 3 games Team Liquid would have had 1 point here for us.
Well, you can see that they changed up their game. They don't drop at their normal spot, but at the same time, military games, their signature move is to move around 2.5 to 3 minute mark. They're already crossing the West Bridge. That did not happen in this game. They were super late and kind of stuck on the West Bridge.
We've been to a lot of qualifiers over the course of the last 2 years where teams have chosen poor man Pachinki in a RERUN split because everything else was taken. Those teams very rarely make it to the final round or perform well there. So I think Liquid will hopefully survive. They've got the skill, right? I think we're going to see them next weekend, but they've got a lot of thinking to do.
A little bit of a letdown so far by Team Liquid, but something that is never a letdown is the SSDs powering the PGC, brought to you by HyperX. Feels like that. We enjoy it here for PGC. So thank you very much to join us on this journey as we have plenty more games and plenty more action coming at you, brought to you in part by HyperX. There are our kill leaders to get things going as well for day number 2, and so far 4 a.m. is popping off.
Xiaolu, 9 kills. One thing that is surprising me is actually Rory coming in down second place with 8 kills. He's typically not the fragger on TSM, but the other guys are.
He's the support player. Usually he's playing in the back line. He's making sure that everything is in order, and the other guys are the scouters. They're staying in the front. Here, him to get ace kills is very nice to see. I'm happy for Rory to pull up with
I think that speaks to the way this game has been going. They've been getting backstabbed a lot. They've seen late rotations from teams coming out of the blue. So in this situation, your back support man has to also be your fragger because he's playing defense.
And here we have a look at our damage leaders as well. Gustav is a name that we're not uncommonly seeing when it comes to the top damage overall. We see it a lot in PEL.
He's definitely not one of our unfamiliar faces. He's also recognized as probably one of the best players in the world, also being able to IGL and frag out. Not a lot of IGLs are capable of doing that.
You know, a long time ago, he tried out with FaZe before AT sort of joined the team, and I remember having a conversation with Mixie, and he said, I think Gustav's got one of the best upsides of any young player coming out of Europe right now. He's just not right for our team, and it's been cool to see him join TSM and develop so aggressively well.
The upside is he's Danish, right? Is that?
Yeah, it's a big upside, obviously. He's only, and also, he's only 20 years old. This guy, he literally just turned 20 years old. He's such a talent.
What is so good with Gustav is that not only being the IGL, but also being able to frag out and do a lot of damage. This is something we need to see from more IGLs. We have some that is a little bit more passive, but we're starting to see more and more IGLs that is able to make good calls, but also frag out.
On the opposite side of that, we saw K-Mind. It's going to be an interesting conversation to have as Genesis has been underperforming. And K-Mind said on his stream a couple days ago, he's looking for a chance to go play in Europe, so he's trying to make a good name for himself here during this tournament.
Africa Freaks Fatal with Lambo and Shadow also finding themselves a decent amount of knocks. And Africa Freaks Fatal, especially in that first game, were kind of really greeting and dominating a lot of the teams that they had to actually fight against there. So I think a lot of it probably comes from that. But when we look at their results so far, a second place, we have a 8th place, and then moving on a 3rd place. They're doing very well for themselves.
With 6 kills on the 3rd, so like they're putting up big numbers. They're representing themselves very, very well. And I think they're adjusting their splits to this new, more aggressive, frenetic style of the international play.
I really like how they're playing the edge play and actually splitting up a lot. And they're choosing, all right, we want to take this fight, we don't want to take that one, but they can take double fights sometimes. They fight against 2 teams at the same time, which is not optimal, but they make it work.
Look at Lou. 5 headshots, like head and shoulders above everybody else in terms of his stat. He's been putting up huge numbers. He's doing a great job of overwatching for his team. And For Argument has, like you said, let's keep an eye on him today when we got here, Kyle Lars. They're doing great.
3 heads and shoulders, in fact, above
3
everybody
heads.
else.
3 heads.
If you think about the numbers.
Yep, exactly.
That's how that's going to go. We're moving on to Sanhok next here, boys. It's an exciting time as we have the plane almost ready to go between all of our teams. Who are we looking out for on Sanhok, boys?
I am looking out for what happens with Liquid, right? I think boot camp is a crappy drop anyway. But the question for me is, how do they adjust? Can they pick up some points? And then can they start the big push?
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to go to game number 4 of the day here for PGC Day number 2, Group 2. Let's get into it. Let's go, commentators.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Didn't ask me, but I'll go ahead and say, team I want to keep an eye on. More for Angry Men.
More for
Angry Men. I want more of that. They're just so fun to watch.
They are. I mean, look, they've had a phenomenal day so far, 33 points overall. And, you know, all on Erangel. So, you know, they're in a position now that where they can feel a little bit more comfortable. And usually when we see teams in a position where they feel comfortable, we see them start fragging out even.
And one thing I do want to note, I need somebody to clip what was going over there on the analyst desk whenever they said, hey, Team Liquid just needs to be more like Tempo Storm. I come back for it. So, yeah, I'll take that one. That's a moral victory for me. But there we go. We've got Detonator. These guys have been on fire. They get aggressive, and they are walking away with a ton of kills.
Yeah, and these, you know, another team that you have to keep an eye on when it comes to Sanhok. They have been known to pick up a bunch of kills and wins here. They are on the cusp, along with Sun Sister.
And we've been seeing Sun Sister play very aggressive. I like this Sun Sister in the way
Yes, this is a Sun Sister that we've never seen before. And again, you know, looking at teams on the cusp, number 9 right now, Lazarus. All 3 of those teams, all with 15 points. The only thing separating them is total kills. Right now in 10th place, we have the Rumblers. In 11th, we have Genesis, both, and then Atletico in 12th, all with 14 points. So this is how close things are right here on the cusp line.
So here we go. We're making our way over towards Sanhok. So let's go ahead and get that plane up and in the air. It's Sanhok. I mean, you can drop wherever you want to on this, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's not far out.
I'll tell you who my eyes are on. Sting Divine.
Those guys,
Sting Divine has been coming to play today.
I'm going to be trying to see if Lazarus loses another member before the second circle finishes.
Yeah,
they've been having a rough go in the early game.
They've been definitely having the Erangel for the early game was not so great for them, but we'll have to see if things turn around here. They are predominantly known as more of a Miramar team, so maybe the second half of the day will serve them better.
They actually performed quite well on Sanhok as well, so we'll have to see how this plays out. Spreads coming through. A couple of teams look like they're making their way over towards the northwestern part of, well, northwestern island, I should say. Sun Sister doing a very large split. Look at that. They were spread all across this, but let's just go ahead and make Paradise Resort a feisty little place. We're going to have Lazarus and AHQ. Lazarus talking about the fact that they keep losing members early, dropping next to a team that just won a game. Not the good way to go.
Looks like they're actually bailing off of this too. Uncivil rather is going to get on out of Dodge. The rest of his squad providing him a little bit of support from range. Worth noting also boot camp, all Genesis. Liquid has decided to go over on the western side of the northwestern island.
Oh,
that's actually going to pay off pretty nice for him.
Okay, players are going to start hating me because I like the evil circles, and apparently we get 2 evil circles to go here. So it's going to be way up towards the north with boot camp just barely being inside this circle. So a lot of water naturally to the north and also with the rivers.
Yeah, another team that that actually is going to be feeling pretty good about this. Look at Crow Crowd up there on the north side, all very, very split. They could find themselves coming up with a nice little stack of points here, find themselves back in the conversation. As we check in on Afrika Freaks Fatal, they're just to the south of Rumblers. Looks like they are going to be working south of this more so than through the Rumbler squad.
I love the way the Freaks play. They get very aggressive. They try a third party, and it's been performing for them, but it also causes a little bit of trouble as they often find themselves in a third party that follows the third party they started.
Yeah, you know, another interesting thing about this map, nobody in Pine.
That is kind of interesting.
Pinon was
usually very contested.
Yeah, that was extremely contested yesterday. I believe we had FaZe and Tempo both kind of heading over that.
Silzen, you better be careful. Forever's just jumping around the top of these roofs on the hunt, looking for anything that he can spot. I'm pretty sure he's aware that somebody dropped next to him, so to be very careful. Did he spot him through that tree? You can see he instantly stopped off of it. Silzen's going to walk through this. This is going to be a vector and a bolt action to go back and forth to get this thing started. Silzen doesn't even seem to know. That's going to be one tap to get it started with. Now Silzen just playing back behind the tree. Look, Herald already on the move to come back over here and provide a little bit of support. Silzen has to be very cautious. He's going to go ahead and try to run to another rock. That's another hit coming up from Forever. Well, making his way down that hillside. But look, Wayless going to be coming back up behind this. Silzen's got reinforcements over towards the north, but it's going to be Wayless that's going to be coming over towards the west that could cause the biggest problem for him. Forever's playing this so aggressive, just jumping back down into his face. Not even a real big care on this. Now finally starting to hear the reinforcements coming. He goes, okay, now you got some friends. I'll pull back away from this for a second.
You had 2 chances to land a headshot there, Forever. You missed both of them. You got the bodies, and now you have to deal with the repercussions here.
Wayless has got that other position on this, so they could still choose to play this a little aggressive. The other 2 members of 4AM not in a position to really provide any reinforcement as of yet. So Silzen's kind of taking that back position. You can see everybody on double click is like, where's he even at right now? They're kind of trying to figure out where he moved to, but Wayless is playing this very patient, down, not trying to collect any information, just letting Forever pull away from this. And I like it, get a little bit of aggression out early, but Wayless thinks that he has the opportunity, takes shots over towards Herald, but does not get him down. The retaliation comes out big from Silzen there, so getting a little bit of vengeance back onto it. Meanwhile, it's North America versus North America. We never see this at internationals, but looks like Uncivil's going to try to retreat back away from this, and he was kind of separated away from the rest of his friends, but Wayless, you can see, does manage to take down and flush Herald in the kill feed.
Ooh, Civ just barely getting out of there in time, but he's going to have to stop and pull up at the rock now. Can he get support from the rest of his squad? It looks like Luke and Purdy are both content with staying inside of their homes. Uncivil is just going to have to be on his own right here. He does get a peek at H-Win there, but not going to take the shots.
Nobody else on Lazarus is really in a good point to actually provide any form of reinforcement for him, so he's probably just going to hang out here for as long as he can and hope that maybe Genesis decides to rotate somewhere else. Otherwise, him and this rocker are going to probably become friends for quite a while.
Yeah, you can tell Genesis not really wanting to take too much of a piece of this either, as we see TSM Michael going to get down onto Aqua 5 from Detonator. That's a fight going up on near the bridge.
This goes down as well. Gustav's trying to play a low position. He's got that vector out in close range. Wicked's got the grenade up, trying to cook it as much as he can. And look, Gustav just runs into it. That's the way you handle a grenade. Just run it right by. That's some good play coming out from TSM as look at this. Detonator is on their last legs. They've got a lot of damage that's come out their way. Grenades go out to the wrong smoke. Molotov's just going to go ahead and take that one down. But you can see Michael's playing the backside of this, trying to find the outside angle for it. Aqua 5 does get some meds off, but now it's going to be Iroh walking down to this. One member of Detonator alive right now, and it's Aqua 5 who's just trying to cling to life on that boat, and he gets dropped.
TSM is so damn confident right now. As you can see, they are just pushing into everything, and they just made Detonator, one of the best teams in Korea, look like an absolute joke force.
Lose 2 members to QM very, very quickly, and now they're just trying to run away. Headshot connects onto Kale, trying to make it along that hillside, but now it's just Doa in a really bad spot.
You can see Easy just kind of looking over the top, see if he can spot out ahead from Doya. Not going to peek that, though, as we check the replay from 4 Angry Men's Forever. Can he get a shot on it? Oh, that's a quick scope on Herald.
Nice. Rid of it. Trying to see a little bit more bolt action come into play. We were expecting a lot of DMR, but a couple of these players just feel it's really strong right now and trying to commit over to it. And so you can see guys from Liquid, they heard this fight going on. Looks like they're contemplating third-partying it. Finally getting themselves into a position, trying to catch TSM in the exact same spot that Detonator was just a second ago. There's not a lot of cover to be had on this. Look at the split coming out from Liquid. Nice shots coming out from James. Going to go ahead and force Iroh back behind that hillside.
Yeah, it kind of makes you kind of wonder if Drassel's performance yesterday on the boat for on the bolts for Ghost might have opened the doors a little bit for some of these other teams to give it a whirl. We see Rory is operating with the M24 there.
I like this. They have Iroh just trying to provide a little bit of reinforcement. A couple of repositions coming up from Team Liquid, trying to get higher ground. Gustav does get spotted out, crawling through that smoke, but he is not long for this world as he's just going to go ahead and go down there. So now, somebody's excited inside there. I think that was the retaliation kill coming back over for
now Liquid's got 2 points. We can get twice as excited as we have been.
You're going to go there already, for
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
All right, so we got a fight breaking out. Got Kale under fire here. Z's does get rezzed off, but Kale's in a lot of trouble. He's just trying to bounce from tree to tree. QM's trying to hold him back right now. 4 Angry Men's back behind this as well if they choose a third party, but I'm probably going to bisect around it. Kale's got to be so cautious. Another grenade lands back behind him, but And he's just kind of going for the peak. Every single peak, he just gets retaliation. Nice shot coming out. That's what you need in this position, but there's so many members of QM around these two members. That's going to be a grenade that takes them down. Now down to one. Force is now finding himself in a very difficult position. What do they choose to do at this point? And Sting Divine's in a boat. They've just opted in like, hey, you guys all fight over this. We're just going to go ahead and hang out. Just looked back down towards the beach. And
sure, why not?
There goes Kale. Sunsister taking a couple shots as well.
I mean, you got an AFF is still down at the very south part of the map on the blue, so a lot of
okay. We see you, Sunsister. I like it. That's some nice connecting shots. Go ahead and pick themselves up a kill.
He shot him from space.
It really did. This is like artillery being called down around Sting Divine. They're like,
the boat is on fire.
Doya is moving into an aggressive position over towards QM. We talked about, this is a long wait that they're having to do.
They know he's here.
How's he going to do this? He's laying down. They have to assume he's right on the other side of this rock. I think that they realized, no, let's play this a little bit safer. Trying to move around. Going to walk in the line side. Gets one of them. Can't he get anything else?
Ooh.
Does not manage to complete the flush. Gets enough damage off to at least make him sweat, though.
Super close. He almost got the flush off there on easy, but unfortunately, just one bullet too short.
Oh, hey, Sting Divine. Guess
Sting
who's
Divine.
that's right next to you? That's going to be Sunsister. That's feeling pretty good and hanging out in that position now. Sting Divine did manage to get themselves into a nice spot, but that split coming out from Sunsister is what actually got them that kill. You can see that there's 3 members here, but they have Kindesu way over towards the northeast that was playing along the coastline.
Yeah, I mean, the shots from Kindesu were the ones that, I mean, he almost blew up the damn boat. I mean, he was landing everything with that QBU. I mean, we talked about the QBU yesterday about how these teams, have such a high opinion of it, and you can see why, as they are just lasering people.
So Sunsister, I think that they're aware of where Sting Divine stopped at based off of the information from Kindesu. So he's still just trying to encroach in that area, trying to contain them. You can see, look at this. This is just a trap waiting to be sprung the moment that Sting Divine has to move. There is no access point out for them unless they opt into swimming, and then they're as good as dead.
Yeah, this is peak Sanhok, really. Just players lying prone on the hillside, waiting to see if they can see any hint of audio cue or head.
Looks like Turtle has an idea that maybe something could be going off on some of these different angles, but they're playing this so defensively, they're not getting a lot of information. So if they move out of this point, they feel like, okay, we took the long rotate around, somebody took some shots at us, but we're safe. We're on ground now. They're still a little bit hesitant looking around. And I told you,
that's the rock.
Man, okay, has he named that rock yet? At this point, they're just like best friends. I think he did drop his backpack too. They're just hanging out. This is just his home. What's funny is 2 of the Genesis members actually have moved past him, so you can see he's actually surrounded by Genesis right now.
Yeah, that was a move that happened just recently. Is now Liquid's going to be trying to push into TSM. Iroh going to take a few shots over the top, but he's not going to find it. He's going to try to pull off of this as Rory and Michael are in a position to really get some support.
This is too late. Iroh's just going to get sprayed down. Lots of damage coming back towards him. He's not going to get knocked out of the vehicle as of yet. Manages to use the hillside. Shots are going to be coming through, provide a little bit of cover for him, so somehow he makes it out of that. I thought he was dead.
Rory saved his life. That was clutch shots there coming from his teammate. You see Iroh going to get down to about half health. He's going to go ahead and heal up with Michael.
Okay. Man, nice headshot coming out from Michael there. Team Liquid, they're in some trouble right now. I don't know what's going on with it, but they're getting shot from Rumblers back behind them. They have TSM up in front of them. There's not a lot of places they can play at this point. Rumblers have a good sign line back behind them. You can see they've already had to drop smokes. Their moving vehicle is out. Jimpy's just playing back behind that tree right now. This is full-on damage control coming out from Team Liquid as they're just trying to get away from this and at least get to some safe point.
Where are my Bolt boys in the chat? We can see them. They're showing up in the kill feeds and the knock feeds. As we see the Rumblers still taking shots over it towards Liquid. Look like Liquid should be able to get out of this.
Well,
now it's empty though.
I think TSM's looking back down towards him right now like, hey, maybe we can get this. There's at least going to be a note. Sting Divine decided that they were going to go ahead and walk towards Sunsister, but we were going to let you know how that was going to go down, and I don't think that you missed much except for a nasty bloodbath of death and destruction. But all right, so you got TSM's Rory looking back over towards the top of this hill, down towards Jimty. Knows that there might be somebody here, but with the vehicle moving, they might not know that one's sitting there. Rumblers, they're going full on Navy SEALs right now. They're just swimming back down behind this and waiting to pounce. And with this fight being so close range, I don't know if anybody, look, you can see it on the minimap right now. Nobody's really looking that direction. Finally, I think they glanced that direction and might have spotted him out. 4AM has one member down up towards the top of the hill, and it looks like a Freak of Freaks Fatal might be going aggressive.
There we go. The shots coming out from AFF. They put push Forever behind the rock. Forever going to take that Car 98 shot back out there. That grenade's going to come well short there.
Okay, we talk about profiling sometimes when you're at the top of a hill. We have Forever standing on top of a rock with not a care in the world, just taking those shots back down towards a Freak of Freaks Fatal right now. That grenade lands, forces Style to move away from the res and instead go over next to the rock and try to go for meds. Lampu's just trying to crawl to safety. The Blues coming in right back behind him. 4 Angry Men has the high ground position onto a Freak of Freaks Fatal right now, and that's... I mean, he's just going over there and grabbing meds, being like, thanks, bro, I'm out of here. You will not die in vain, and just trying to get away from this position.
R.I.P. And we see Sunsister actually wrapping around from the north side here. Check in on the Rumblers. They have made landfall. Liquid Jempty going to try to send a few shots their way. Microfry is going to get taken out by a nice shot from Avitha. Is Jempty going to take a few more shots before having to make his run? Cherry popping here down to 5.
The Blue's going to get him. He doesn't have a chance to get him.
He doesn't have any more. Oh, he doesn't have any more stems going.
He's trying to get it off, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Nope. He goes ahead and goes down.
Oh,
now,
man.
The other 2 members of Rumblers did go south of Team Liquid, so it looks like they were trying to catch a trap off, maybe expect Team Liquid to move, but they did not. They just firm defended there, and Los just trying to use a little bit of that bridge for cover.
Cherry's stem dying off at the actual worst time, but that's good news for Liquid here as Jempty has now picked up 2 free kills.
You know who favors the circle the most right now? Uncivil, because it still doesn't have to move away from his rock.
I mean, the whole rest of his team is just completely abandoned. I mean, so you know what? You like that rock so much, we're going to leave you there.
All right, 4 Angry Men got themselves 2 kills. Walking along next to Athletico. They've got Freaks back behind them. Sun Sisters back onto the north of a Freak of Freaks. So it's going to be a pretty congested point as a lot of these teams are going to be funneling along to a similar location. You can see the HQ Lazarus already posted up over there, as well as Pro Crowd. Shots now coming over towards Athletico. That's going to be an easy down and flush coming out for 4 Angry Men. Pushes them up to another kill. Now Athletico's like, okay, how do we play this? But keep in mind, Sun Sister is still back behind this on the other side of Athletico.
And they were trying to play the ridge line just below 4 a.m. to see if they could get away with it, how long they could get away with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be too long, as now Athletico is going to have to turn their attention back towards Sun Sister. But they still are well outside of circle right now, so they have to finish this fight quickly.
Sun Sister taking the shots back down towards them. And just like you were saying, Poro, this is going to create another stall for all of these teams. It's just a wall of teams trying to get into safety as they don't want to be taking this blue damage. And it's so hard. You can see Freaks are like, okay, where do we go? We can't move in this position anymore. Now trying to circle back around towards the north. But that's a much longer rotation. That's going to be Samty getting dropped by Iro. Man, TSM and Liquid are just after each other right now. And Genesis taking a couple of shots. Stream trying to hold the angle. He's going to get dropped off as Sun Sister continues their push right up into Athletico.
I think Flood might be the last one up now for Athletico here. Nope, Zoidmate's still up. Yeah, well, it's... Of course, we have the 2 orange teams fighting each other, because why not? Freaks looks like they're going to just dip on this all together, try to come around the backside of Tapmock here, but W-Click might have had eyes on him.
Nice reposition coming out from Zoidmate, getting up on top of that. But here comes the push in from Sun Sister. Spray onto 1. He does get the drop onto him, but now outside in the blue zone, it's going to be Flood that's along the outside of this. Is he going to be able to spot the reposition off of 4 Angry Men, still making their push along a similar angle? That's going to be Sun Sister getting eliminated as everybody is just waiting. 4 Angry Men is just taking some shots into this as well, so Athletico is going to die for all that trouble, and that's more kills going back over to 4 a.m.
Mutually assured destruction, as 4 a.m. was in a perfect spot to gatekeep all of this. They had nobody really aggressing upon them. As you can see, AHQ just to the south in a compound, Lazarus in a compound. Everybody's very comfy in their current spots.
I need to get some Fs for poor Uncivil. Finally got spotted out. Him and his rock forever together from this point forward. But we've got QM looking back over towards AHQ. 2 members of Team Liquid still alive, and 1 member of the Rumblers still alive as well. So there was a lot of fighting back over towards the west. New circle has popped in. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we actually got 2 up for the Rumblers as Los has managed to make it into the south side of the compound. Waldo has his own little spot here, so North America still very well represented in this circle. Lots of compounds inside the circle. And again, we talked about them earlier. Crow Crowd still 4 strong up there in Tapmock.
But everybody has been fighting around Crow Crowd right now. They haven't had a chance to get in on the fun as of yet. But there's a lot of teams that could be encroaching along that sight line. There's Crow Crowd and Lazarus right next to each other. QM hasn't started their move in because I think that Genesis has been taking those pot shots at him and really slowing them down. And now they have 4 Angry Men pushing another side. So there's 2 teams that are kind of pincered between these points and trying to figure out, okay, how do we do this? AHQ is trying to find some weak point that they can start to make some type of push. Get some shots over towards Wayless. I guess they figured that's as good as they're going to get. So now going to go ahead and start making that push over towards QM, but QM heard those shots, already looking for the angle and just waiting behind these rocks. They have to move away from the blue themselves, though.
Oh, that was going to be a really tough push for HQ. I figured QM actually had a good spot, but they're going to turn away from it, and that's going to be GYY going down. He's going to try to take the shot back. Milk is going to get him, though.
Nice shots coming out from QM. They're just trying to hold the line now back towards AHQ. That's another member of AHQ down. Just one pushing back over towards this. That's going to be SR trying to creep his way forward. Nobody's inside the safe zone as of yet. There's still 4 members of QM looking back over towards this angle. Spray's going to come out, and AHQ gets eliminated.
QM clutching out that fight. Really well played by them. So we see 4 angry men going to take a few shots. Wayless gets taken extremely low here by Genesis. Genesis finds them all out in the open, and this could be a nice little pickup for them.
Everybody got caught in those fights off to the side. Genesis is fighting a ton of different teams right now, finding themselves in a little bit of a pincered location themselves. TSM taking a couple of shots, but that's actually going to be Crowd taking the shot back over towards Michael and gets the drop onto him.
Yeah, Liquid down to just Sampty now. Profi got the down on a B, somebody was stolen away by TSM, but now look, oh no, Sampty going to try to stay alive for a little bit longer.
He's got himself a pretty safe spot. I mean, Profi can sometimes decide to charge out somewhere. New circle pops, and it does favor TSM and to a degree Crowd. All these teams still back over towards the east, going to have to move yet again, and the bloodbath continues. But look at TSM sitting on 9 kills and pretty happy right now.
TSM looking great right now as Lazarus looks like they try to push out of their compound to go get involved with 4 AM. Sampty going to stay alive for right now as Profi doesn't want to push up too far and risk going down. And
you know, Profi wants to.
Oh, he wants to so bad.
He wants to, but
now Kmon's coming over. He's going to say, okay, like, this is a solo up here. We got to clear the snake out. Let's do it together. Make sure that we don't.
Now, the problem with this is going to put them in a vulnerable position over towards TSM if this takes too long. So they're starting to realize, okay, we've just got to make the push if we're going to make the push. But it's so dangerous in Sanhok whenever you're making these pushes up onto it. Looks like they've decided to opt away from it, already assuming maybe the reposition has come through. That could be very big for Sampty, as now he could just pop up right back behind Genesis and get a couple of knocks off of it. He's going to hear the shots starting to come out back and forth now. You can see Rory starting to get into aggressive position as well. And yeah, Sampty's starting to get a little bit more aggressive in his positioning now, not just hiding back behind that rock, realizing he might have an opportunity here very soon to at least pick up another point. So slowly creeping along the blue. He should have a sight line onto Kmon in just a second. But H1 sees him off to the side, trying to go for the spray onto it. Does get nerfed down. Gets a second one. He's down the blue. He has to be cautious, but no, he is going to go down.
But he might have just ruined Genesis's day here as he got 2 of them. And now look at this. Rory's going to push over the top. He's got to be paying attention to that kill feed. He's coming over a little bit quietly. H1 going to come over the top to see if he can maybe prevent the push. Does he see him?
Rory goes for the spray back over to it, and a grenade polishes it off, and Genesis just gets wiped off the map.
In the end, Sampty helping out his regional teammates in TSM as they stay alive. And CC Crowd still 3 up. Purdy Curdy has gone down, so it is an all-EU Final 2.
Exactly. It's going to be a 3-on-3. TSM hot and ready to go as they have been murdering the world on their path to this point. Crowd been able to relax a little
13 kills
looking on this TSM is they're just, look at that. Iroh sitting on 6 right now. Crowd does have themselves 4 kills to play with, but they did just have one of their members drop down due to the blue. He's trying to figure out where is he going to go, trying to use the smokes. That's another one down. Look at Rory's just waiting for him. Already in nice position, just waiting for Crowd to move out of this spot. Up on top of the rock. But look at that. That's going to be some nice shots coming through, but in the end, it isn't going to matter. 15 kills coming up for TSM.
TSM putting on a show today, and Ira putting out a call saying, I have eyes on MVP here. I mean, that is 7 kills for Ira.
I'll admit it, TSM, I wasn't expecting it to be this good for you guys today, and they are performing, though. There was no circle favor coming into that at all. That was guns a-blazing the whole way through.
That's been TSM's modus operandi all day today, really, is just coming out there, being aggressive, playing the kills. I mean, we may have given a little bit of a grief in game 1 where they got their win because they had, you know, zero kills, a little bit of circle luck, but in the end, picking up 6 and getting the win. But this time around, nah, none of that. Well, I mean, we're fragging out, boys.
And the rebound coming up for Team Liquid inside of that. Only 4 kills, but 5th place. It's going to be much better than they were moving into this. They're going to be able to net a couple more points. But I mean,
you got to start somewhere.
Only 2 games left, and so this has got to be the beginning of their uphill climb on that leaderboard.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. And Liquid absolutely having a decent game there. They obviously things not going exactly the way it's planned, but considering how the struggles and the troubles that they went through early on, they still managed to keep their couple of players alive till late game and stay on top of things. So, I mean, really well played by them. That's a good news going into Miramar.
And I'm still curious on one thing specifically.
Okay. What do you got?
What's the name of Uncivil's rock?
Rock
Rocky,
to kill.
I guess? I don't know. We'll ask the analysts. They are far smarter than we are.
We'll get toffees.
Boris, you guys, take it away.
Thanks. It's time. We're back. It's your boys. We're here for the PGC. This sounds like a rehearsal intro. Anyway, let's talk about TSM getting themselves yet another win here. Are they looking for the Chicken Dinner World Tour in one day? Froz, it could occur.
It could be. We still have 2 games to go, 2 Miramar games, and that's where we need to pick up another win to get the Chicken Dinner World Tour. Chicken Dinner World Tour, for those who don't know, is when you get 1 win on each map.
Wow, that wasn't self-evident.
Oh, really?
Oh.
No, I'm glad you explained it. That's why it
goes.
wasn't self-evident. And they're doing a great job. TSM, take nothing away from them. In fact, they are going to make eliminations tomorrow for whoever gets sort of stuck on the bottom in this group really difficult because they are sponging up so many points.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
It's ridiculous how many points they're taking off the board. If they do cook up this Chicken Dinner World Tour that you're talking about, that means the people on the bottom, like Liquid right now, are going to have trouble finding the points they need to get a good start going into tomorrow.
They have 49 points already after just 4 games. It's absolutely insane. Good to see from them.
Let's take a look at the highlights here as we have everything for Sanhok done for the day. And, of course, you were mentioning someone like Team Liquid down towards the bottom. I think they significantly increased their points coming in, but to start things off, Gustav with the Vector. Pop, pity, pop, pop, pop.
TSM playing the SMG fight, taking out Detonator straight away. Detonator not looking too hot right now.
Very unfortunate for them, but nice pull-up from TSM, making sure and basically denying them to get onto this point here. And then overall holding that. They got 15 kills. This is a new record, guys.
Oof. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Once they're able to defuse that team, they can move into a better position, start to lock up good area control, and then TSM just becomes unstoppable at that point.
A lot of the Chinese teams are playing the edge. QM, we saw them playing the edge once again. One thing they did do was holding the other teams out, but it did hurt them in the long run, though.
And now we do see some of this edge play right now is sort of Force and QM and HQ. All these teams have made these pushes from the outside of the circle. They're usually comfortable playing in blue. This feels a bit passive out of some of these teams. They're looking for kills more than looking for strictly wins.
I kind of like it, though. You're playing Sanhok only one time here during the group stage. You want to just rack up kills. You don't know what your opponents are going to do, and you can't look back at it and go for the next game.
Man, that was not the window to jump through.
Unfortunate, to say the least. Team Liquid?
Even more unfortunate for Sanhok. He actually got 2 of the knocks. Nerf and K-Mine went down. Got knocked out, but then Iroh and Roy here. Roy getting 1 down, but Iroh with a massive Kobe here. Stealing basically and denying the kills from Samty.
I mean, Samty had a shot right there to basically get double the points his team has gotten in the previous 3 games by himself. And Iroh comes in and says, no, I know we've got all the points already, but here's a nade, yoink, I'll take that one too.
Well, Team Liquid just increased their points by about 500 or 600% from the previous game, so that's nice for them. But of course, TSM getting themselves the win there. Let's take a look at the points racking up here for day number 2. TSM 25 smackaroonies coming in with 3 teams underneath them getting themselves
a lot
points.
of heroes here, considering this is Sanhok. Usually it's a lot more linear, but as you said, Toffee's a lot more sponging it up towards the top, and on the left side of the leaderboard are actually getting so many points. 7 from 8th place and all the way up.
And we talked about playing the edge. QM and 4 Angry Men sort of did that. They went out, I believe, in 7th and 6th place respectively, but you see them in 2nd and 3rd there because they decided to hunt for the kills when that rotation to the north clearly wasn't going to work out for them.
Another move that is quite big is Crowcrowd getting themselves 10 points on the board. Obviously, aside from TSM, we haven't seen PEL doing that well here in this group for us, but 10 extra points for Crowcrowd does help a lot.
Well, it was sort of home turf. We know that Crowcrowd like to play it by Tad Mock up there, and they were holding out W-Click up there as well, and basically got themselves into the end game, but it was not enough to take home the chicken dinner this time.
Yeah, I mean, when we came in, we said, what, 32-ish is going to be the cutoff, but when you got TSM at 56 points on the overall, it just, like, at this time yesterday, that 8th place position was higher, right? It was there was just so many more points available.
Let's just, if you look at Group 1 though, or Group A, it was Enter's Ace with 57 points after the whole day yesterday.
Exactly.
Pretty crazy stuff so far, especially since, I think, coming into Group 2, at the start of the day, the consensus between us was that this one was the closer group. Was that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the competition is overall close. It doesn't look like it now, though. It's very top heavy. I didn't expect TSM to do this well, but I'm extremely happy to see them pulling the big load for PEL.
Well, gentlemen, time for a short break. When we return, we move on to Miramar. The desert is on its way here for PGC. We'll see you in a few right after this.
Black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up. It's up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united. Got metal in my hand, we roll, yeah, you keep coming on. We have the scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here, we win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die, the moment you want so bad. Stand
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for PGC 19. It is, of course, day number 2 for Group 2. And we are heading into the final 2 games. Miramar to come up. And I'm joined by the lovely Sims.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been having fun so far.
It's been a great day so far. I mean, what we've seen from this group is total and utter dominance from TSM and, to a degree, 4AM, the 2 teams at the top. But the race is wide open for 6, 7, 8.
There were some powerhouse teams in yesterday's group, but today this is the one where the middle of the pack is kind of the tighter fit and the stronger areas. Qualifying for this one, it will be more difficult, but not because the teams that are in there when it comes to being high skill above them, but high skill evenly matched. So you did touch on it, TSM, 4AM, they are absolutely slaughtering this one. They've already qualified, leave them to it. For the rest of the teams, they're hoping they just go off in the corners and play with the ball, to be fair, because everyone else has got the fight of their life. If they want to avoid, it's usually a championship Sunday, but tomorrow it will be an elimination Sunday. If you want to avoid that, you now have to go as hard as humanly possible. Teams down at the bottom, regardless of whether they qualify or not, if they don't qualify, they will be taking, to be honest, potentially abysmal points through tomorrow's relegation side.
I got a team in my mind, and I think you would probably be able to read my mind of who that team is. It's Team Liquid, and what you're saying basically applies to them directly.
1 point in 3 games is not on. I'm sorry, but if you're a Team Liquid fan, you're going to be extremely disappointed, and it's not even disappointment at this point, it's shock and horror. We don't expect to be seeing 1 point simply over 3 games. Everything started so well. Gene's got the drive-by little pull-up straight out the back of the vehicle in game number 1 and thought, oh, well, you know what? it's all memes and dreams away. This is the Liquid that we expect to see, and from there, nothing else happened. They've just been battered on arrival every single time they've either been pulled up on or pulled up against another roster.
Yeah, and 3 points on Sanhok only puts them on 4 points now over the 4 games played. So, I mean, it goes without saying, 1 point a game is certainly not going to do you very well here at PGC. And as you were saying, then, not only that, it's not going to do them well if they play on Sunday, which is looking very likely. Now, in saying that, we saw from yesterday, Tempo Storm, of course, they were able to come back after finishing 2 games, both in 16th position. But focusing on TSM here, Iro, Rory, is there... The pickup of Iro is certainly complimenting, but Rory has been the standout today.
Yeah, I'm sure Brick will be extremely happy with his son's performance so far. 11 kills at the top, 1.5k damage. It's pretty nutty, and I've said this for TSM. Every European roster, don't get me wrong, I'll always stand by Wookie Bucky being an excellent marksman, an excellent individual player. But never before have I seen a roster take a look and say, okay, what do we need? We need impact damage. We need an impact fragger. Okay, you know what? DA. Yes, he was definitely a standout performer in the fact that Iro was just head and shoulders above the rest of Digital Athletics completely. But individually, this man has come on leaps and bounds from being a bit of a meme a year ago where everyone's questioning his ability. And honestly, the question is what he was capable of in his own house from his own computer. To pick him up, put him on this stage and just develop him. I mean, hell, he's even changed an individual person. You look at him, haircut, stripped down. He's been going to the gym. The man looks incredible. And that's only transitioned even further into his gameplay. TSM at the moment are looking like a world-class team that we want to see and what we expect of a name, of a brand, of an organization like that.
I mean, you kind of expect it from a team like Team Liquid. To note as well, by the way, that's top 2 in damage and kills. That's not just top 2 in kills. Does Team Liquid need to sort of find a way to replicate what TSM has been able to achieve? As you can see them on your screens, Jepty, Bees, Jeem, Septi. It's been a horrible day for those 4.
Look, if there's any kind of respite within this, between them and Genesis on 9th place, they're only on 21 points. That's essentially one game that they could take a huge jump on them. I mean, let me put it this way. We see some wild and wonderful things in PUBG time and time again. How insane would it be after all the banter, all the crap talk online, that Liquid were to beat out Genesis now, win 2 games back-to-back, and actually knock Genesis into an elimination and they qualify over them.
A Gen G style situation could potentially be on the cards, right? We saw it yesterday, the final game, Gen G 13th position, and yet they pulled out a 20-point game to clutch it out, as we are going to be dropping out of the plane very shortly here for match number 5 of day 2 with group number 2. Will Team Liquid turn things around on Miramar? We are about to find out as we start to drop out.
Instantly, we will see Liquid out of the plane, boots on the ground, trying to get out early. The knock-on effect of Genesis being in their home turf on several maps here, it's definitely shown. It has to be said, this is one of the main reasons and main factors. It's not their individual ability, it's not their teamwork, it's not their communication. It's the fact that they have to reposition. They're playing a different game than what they normally would have to in the PEL. Their home turf has been removed from them. North America has definitely done its damage in the back.
Yeah, Lazarus as well, keeping an eye on them. Thought they were going to go Hacienda, potentially dropping on 4 a.m. Maybe they've rethought this. 4 a.m., as you said, and put it kindly, they're through already. They can kind of just mess around a little bit if they want to, but Lazarus, a lot to play for. I don't know if they would want to be hot dropping, and from the looks of it, they will not be contesting 4 a.m.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way, all right? We've still got 2 games of Miramar to go. You have AHQ currently on 30 points. They're in 4th position. You run that all the way down to 13th, which would be Crow Crowd. They're literally 15 points, splits 4th and 13. It wouldn't be PUBG if we didn't have it in this scenario of a qualification process. Anything can happen. It will come down to the very final game of who we take through to the semi-finals, and unfortunately, who drops down to elimination.
Yeah, and I think you would probably find as well here at Miramar that it might start off slow. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a very passive style coming out early on. You know, long-range encounters is obviously extremely common. The Balties have been also very common throughout PGC so far. You recall that Card 98 buffed on this patch, and we're seeing a lot more of it. But what a perfect map for it to be utilized.
Yeah, a slight nerf to the M24 and a slight damage increase on the Kar 98. The level 2 helmets, they're no longer removed in PUBG, So they're not as impactful early game. You used to be able to just remove them from someone's scalp. And we've said before, it's not about necessarily the knocks when it comes to those. Yes, you can get a really good knock and it's good, but later on in the game, if you start removing utility from a team, you start taking away their helmets, you start taking away their chests, even forcing them to use their bandages, their meds that they've got for the later game, even to the point that you have to commit them to use smokes if they're coming out of the building. You can remove that from them. Well, people are still flying, but nevertheless, hey, well, welcome to the party eventually. At least you get a bird's eye view. Who else can? I mean, this could be a 9,000 IQ player for all I know, and he's just scouting later on to see who's coming this way. But nevertheless, with sniper rifles, there is a tremendous difference in which way you use it. SLRs, Mini 14s, the DMRs are still pound for pound 10 times better than a sniper rifle. But if you have someone like Drassel, who is going to hit the world every single time, you need to be a player that is going to hit the bullet time for time. Otherwise, you're a deficit to your team.
Well, we saw it actually on Sanhok with Forever and that quick double tap with the Kar 98 and how it can be so effective. But it's also sort of the backup to the DMR, like you're saying. If someone on your team's got a mini and you're starting to land those couple of shots, all it will then take is one faulty shot to land. As we do have our circle, it is on the eastern side of Miramar, favouring, I mean, Entis Force, QM are kind of around the centre here, but it's that west side that is going to be quite heavy. The eastern side's probably going to be more open. If it does continue to shift, like Impala way, I think you could maybe find a couple of teams will sort of fat wrap either the south going out to the east, north going out to the east, whereas the west is where we're probably going to see a lot of congestion, maybe around like Minas, Graveyard, by the time we get to the end of Phase 1.
We shouldn't see too many pull-ups. I wouldn't expect to see any really until around Circle 4, Circle 5 at least. It should be a nice, quiet and peaceful game. Generally, that's how Miramar will play out. You touched on the sniper rifles. You can get a scope. Maybe go for those long-distance shots, but overall, if you're playing from the edge, you're just going to give away your positions. There's no real reason to do it. You might as well get a mini or an SLR if you want to run some 7.62 and wait until people scout a little bit closer. There's many open areas that you can take control of and essentially bottleneck teams. It's the one strong factor of Miramar and how good Miramar teams play this is they have a bottleneck and put a stopgap on where teams can rotate. You pick a spot that's a very open area that they have to transfer across. You either kill them as they go by or essentially kill them as they have to pull up because there's so many open areas. It can be treacherous. The whole land in itself. When it comes to vehicles, yes, we have had vehicle adjustments, better handling, more damage that can be taken, but still, the areas that you do have to go across, the Rocky Mountains, the rough hillsides, it can be a really, really sloppy rotations, and that only adds to the pressure if you have teams waiting and gatekeeping you on arrival.
Not too many teams probably want to be getting into a gatekeeping position this early on. It's either center or coming in late in terms of how the current map currently looks like. Nice headshot land from Gustav. It's been TSM's day, and when it's your day, it continues probably on all maps.
He's flipped that. I think that's 2 flips back-to-back, essentially.
Tires are going to be popped anyway, so get punished for that, but Genesis do get to their position just near La Bendita. That's what Michael pulling up to the compounds just to the north. Just on the outskirts of La Bendita. It's a decent spot here for Genesis, and of course they're in 9th position right now, so don't want to be losing vehicles and having things go against them on Miramar, at least for match 5. You don't want to be going into that final game in a bottom 8 position with that added pressure.
Yeah, TSM probably were looking towards that one. It's not the, out of the 2 positions that you look between Genesis and TSM, it's not the best one for TSM, and maybe they go for the reposition. I'm already seeing Gustav looking elsewhere for the simple fact that you are at the foothills of the La Bendita crater, so people can lock you in, essentially. You are in a big open ball area and you're not in the crater, but it's just as much because uphill, that's all it is. There's going to be towering buildings that are looking down upon you, a few of them, few and far between, but still, it's not the best place that TSM want to be. They will go for a split and they'll hold Genesis stopgap for them. Need to be careful coming off the main road. I'm already seeing SDV on transfer. ENF's also just kicking it in the distance, AHQ to their right-hand side. Teams yet to make an entry point on this one.
Whoa.
Sun Sisters all the way out in Pozo. And not only you making a bit of a noise there because you're seeing a crate drop in, but I'm sure it always makes you a little bit happy when you see your boys picking up something good.
I just feel like it's that sort of gun, regardless of who's picking up. On Miramar, it's a gift, and it's something that any team would certainly want to be picking up this early on the AWM. Team Liquid actually just north of Al-Azhar, pushing in for the long rotation. I would be surprised to see Liquid play it slower here.
Try and just survive, look for position inside of the zone, maybe coming in late. Maybe try and play it more on their terms, starting fights, rotating in, rather than being pushed on.
So remember, there is now a points game kind of in, you know, there's always a points game in PUBG, but we're coming down to a point where these are the last 2 games of today. It's only a best of 6. So for instance, the knock-on effects can be catastrophic. If TSM, for example, take out Genesis, that halts them in their position where they were. They were out of the top side of the top 8. And then Liquid will say, well, you know what, maybe we can capitalize on this. Maybe we can take full advantage, pick up some points, get a bit aggressive. But you touched on it perfectly. They are going to play slow. They are going to play passive. I just hope they don't play scared, because other teams will pick up on that. And you think, you know what? If they're just cowering inside their little houses...
I don't think they play scared. I'd say I agree that passive and methodical, and just maybe change their approach up. Scared's a bit... probably not Liquid style.
No. But if other teams kind of feel that that's what they're doing,
that's
they think,
true.
you know what, let's just get stuck in, and then you're like, oh God, there's people knocking at my door. Where do we go? What do we do? They'll, for now, take the Eastern Coastal Road. I believe they're just lingering on the outskirts of El Azhar. There are 2 players. James is miles away out in the blue, to be fair. It's going to be a slow one.
I mean, Liquid have got to be smart enough that they look at 8th position as that gatekeeping spot. It's Sun Sister right now, 22 points. That's only 14 points to gap if we're looking at the total rankings here. It's doable. That's a win and 4 kills, and you're tied.
That's the thing. You have to, it's not just the wins. Even if 2 wins will only still bag you 20 points. Yes, it'll throw you up there, but you're then relying on other people playing horrendously and doing bad.
Yes.
You are going to have to pick up some frags along the way. Circle's pretty kind to them. It'll be a clear northern area, so maybe they don't go too deep. They kick it where they are, take residency in a better position, maybe just somewhere with a bit more line of sight. Down south, though, oh, it's going to be messy.
Oh, Gustav pushing in past Milk. Milk landed quite a few shots. Gustav survives on the bike. He's able to get the first aid kit off now as he pushed into Minas Generales. Milk in a 1v1. He obviously gave away his position, and the rest of TSM are coming in pretty hot and heavy. AHQ will back him up at the warehouse, I believe, but it's a matter of, can TSM catch out Milk first? He's actually going to run back towards CC. It's a smart play. I think he realized he had his opportunity, didn't quite capitalize, and now makes a run for it.
Gotta be careful they don't run into the open arms of 4am. I'm seeing him on the map kind of bouncing back and forth, a little bit undecisive here. It looks like they're going to regroup and maybe go towards the TSM. I think TSM have thought they've scared them off, so there's potential for a rude awakening. Take a bigger arms reach inside. SR and Yan Lee just trying to find a better position. QM eyes on the prize directly in front.
Headshot.
The headshot's there. Gustav gets caught off guard. This is what I mean. I think, I generally think TSM thought they left. These two decided to run away, bait them out, and then fall back. And it's, it's lost them a player, unfortunately.
I mean, TSM not sweating, 56 points. So they can afford to make mistakes. They can afford to live and let learn for these final 2 games of Miramar. And just force, they're not safe, that's for sure. But KO picking up the elimination onto Ragnar from W-Click. That will get them the early point. 2 early deaths now as Rory looking for revenge. The trade, CC. Oh, he actually is able to stand up there, and that gets the knockdown onto CC. Well played from Rory. Can he get the second? Has to reload. He's got Iroh for backup. The dynamic duo continue to dominate for TSM, and AHQ Esports Club are down to just Yan Lee and SR. They're sitting in 4th at the moment on 31 points. If they go out here with 0, they might just be a tiny, tiny bit nervous going into the final game. As Misa's eliminated for Crow Crowd, Profi for Genesis by ZGG. Michael and the rest of TSM take out SR, only Yan Lee remains.
There's a bit of a knock-on effect here for Genesis. By taking that small fight, all right, you've killed 1 player, but now they're in a bottleneck. They're up against the white, and 4am knows exactly where they are. They can hold them dead to rights. 4am's in quite a wide split, so if one of them does go down, it would be treacherous to go for the res. So they might not push this aggressively and just be disciplined, sit back, watch it all unfold. They've got a good foothold here for the next circle pop wherever it goes. The Rumblers have just rumbled in and arrived on time. Clean entry point for them, took the full road straight through the middle. Luke 12 has just copped eyes on them, has found a few shots, but they are going to be safe. Don't worry about them for now. Liquid spread 2-1-1. Taking one of the main compounds, a small stop gap just to the right-hand side with Jempty, Sampty and Jeems all on 1. Sun Sisters are above them in the hills. Freak of Freaks all the way on the eastern side. They do have Detonator lurking behind them, and I don't think they have that level of information how close they are.
I think a Freak of Freaks, though, would be the team that could potentially pinch onto Team Liquid. If they keep pushing in towards Abiza's location, then Sun Sister, you can see it on the map, along with the Freak of Freaks, maybe even Athletico Junkyard, could actually pinch Team Liquid, and they might find themselves in a horrible position. But there's that circle for Phase 3, goes back down south towards Rumblers. Lazarus as well in a decent position. Atletico able to hold Junkyard for now. They're now on the north side of this circle. I think you probably stay here. Too risky to move, and well, there are a lot of teams up north. They might be able to find a couple of knockdowns or kills in rotation. Liquid are going to have to move, and a Freak of Freaks might actually push down the Detonator, like you said before, just over North Impala.
Rumblers are in one of the strongest positions on this map right now. We get a lot of circle finishes because of how they do tend to now and again roll down the hillside. There's a bend in the road. It's quite open and brazen. I'm seeing TSM pulling up onto one of the members from AHQ. 4AM are also reading the same compound. They want to come closer to where the Rumblers position are. You'd expect a lot of people to start magnetizing towards that area. You've got all these really rough terrain areas. Some, essentially where the circle just physically cannot go due to the terrain.
Ooh. Well played from Yan Lee, but that's all he's going to get, outnumbered.
See, I know it's easy in hindsight for us to say this, but small kind of clearing, so to speak, and working as a unit in rolling waves, not to get, and you can go for the refrag instantly rather than getting the flush. Yes, they pick up the point, because when you're alone, Ranger like that, you are going to go for the insta-kill. You want that point. But now they lose one. Michael's down as well. 4AM actually might make an aggressive push on this. They'll have seen that one person's already fallen. They've got the knock, and honestly, they smell blood. They might just take this out, take the advantage, and really annihilate TSM.
It's not just to wipe out TSM, it's for the compound as well. So it's really two birds with one stone. Forever throws out the first nade. In fact, it's his only nade. 2 up. They got the revival of Michael. He's able to heal up too. Rory's playing pretty well. It's a 2 versus 4. Well, he's going to be tagged. It's actually third party. Lazarus and Rumblers shooting at TSM makes it very difficult. Makes it even more easier for 4AM, and the Molotov is going to go inside. That's going to probably be more than enough to flush out Michael and Rory out to the back of this building. The nades are in, and it's going to get the knockdown onto Rory. Michael is low, and that will be the end of TSM. 15th position, but as we've kind of alluded to, they've done the job for the day.
Team Liquid. Slow and steady wins the race, but they've got to be careful. Detonator is on both sides of them. Wicked here waiting to strike. Trigger discipline for now. 2-3 players go by. They leave James last man standing. Takes him out. Now he needs to turn on the rest of them. Will get the call for the rest of his teammates that he needs support.
Wow.
He's woken up the bear. The rest of them are here. There's only 2 players standing. And a Freak of Freaks from across. They will give support here. They'll be able to help them out, but Liquid once again in a very treacherous and sticky position.
You can almost count out Liquid in terms of avoiding the elimination stage if they do get eliminated right here, and you kind of feel like they're stuck in a hole. Jempty on 4 health is able to get off the first aid kit, but for how much longer are they going to be able to survive? Aqua 5, nice knockdown onto Shadow. It is a mess out to the east, and in 40 seconds that blue's going to start moving. We got phase 4, it's going to be a feed onto Rumblers.
I think for the rest of the teams over there, it's just time to get stuck in, because honestly, all the rest of the teams will be getting a good solid foothold in the circle.
They're getting these revives.
They're allowed to, because everyone else wants to get in. It's as simple as that. A Freak of Freaks eventually will say, you know what, we're miles away from this circle here. We're up against the blue Krakon, and the same goes for Detonator. They all have to move in. It's looking at your next fight and not this one in front of you. Do you want the points, or do you want to play for placement? Honestly, I think you should be going for placement this stage in the game. You can already hear in the distance, you do have this fight which is on your screen. W-Click enters Force. They did get pulled up on. W-Click initially holding down, but enters Force are here in numbers.
2 kills for W-Click. 9 total points in 15th position, a crucial fight, and against a very injured OGN enters Force. Kale, Songjang, all that remain. Harold trying to clean this one up. Kale holding the angle, might be able to get this knockdown onto Harold. He continues to jump and peek, but right, Rebo's got the knockdown with the nade. And well played so far from W-Click as they're defending their compound, but look who's just rocked up. It's Team Liquid. James driving by. Seongjung's actually not here for Enters Force. He's further south of this compound, so it's about to be Team Liquid and W-Click.
They've got to commit to it because this compound is not inside the circle. So they have to go for this because kill them out and then walk through and then you can maybe try and stay alive afterwards.
They just rocked up onto the shack of Akari. Going to be knocked down. Aqua Fire's got Overwatch, but that's all he's going to be able to do from the anchor position. Is not a whole lot to save his teammate. And Freaker, though, all of them inside that shack, it doesn't seem like a good idea, and it's certainly not a good idea, but it's at this point, and this is what Miramar can throw in terms of a curveball, is where do you go? As Zoidmate's going to be eliminated by Kendesu and Sun Sister. As you mentioned, Team Liquid, you got to take this fight with W-Click, then push out of this compound.
One thing you have to appreciate here, they have all 4 players alive. They shouldn't have done. 2 of them were down instantly from the knock that we saw all the way outside the circle. They do have to advance forward. Numbers are with them. Time is not. The problem is once you've done with this, you have to deal with the open row that's in front of you. Freaker Freaks have been pinned in, so they're taken away from the equation. And then they'll have to move on to SDV.
They've had one reprieve. As you mentioned, possibly, Team Liquid should have been down to just 2 players, but they got the revives, and to their credit, they're back up. So now they have the numerical advantage against W-Click. It's 4 versus 3, but W-Click are the one holding these angles, and James is careful here, but Harold is ready for the hip-fire spray. James has got that spidey sense. He feels like he's right next to him, and so he is. Harold's not going to change it. Oh, smart from James, though. Baited out to fire, and James can change his angle. Now they know that W-Click is still around in this compound as Rybo is going to be knocked down by Jepti. Team Liquid are playing this smart. What did I say? They would slow things down. They're not scared, but now they're playing smarter.
Try and run for cover, but I think he's outstayed his welcome there. One goes round on the flank. Jepti will get the cleanup, and this is the problem with this area because there's nowhere else to go. It's essentially a bottleneck. It's a stopgap for now. QM have turned up. W-Click still here in not very little numbers, but it could do enough damage. Samti is forced to turn and face. They'll discontinue the fight that they were currently dealing with. And now they have to face the oncomers that have arrived. So we've had 4 teams so far taking fights here. At the moment, there's just death surrounding them.
Samti spotting, actually, Aqua 5. Not necessarily spotting him, but the truck that's hiding him in front of the shack. QM rocked up. Silzen still hanging around for W-Click. 3 teams all around this compound. Samti spotted by Easy. Gonna get a second one onto Jepti. Yes, he can, but it's actually gonna be Wu Feng. Never mind, they cleaned up. The Bees up the high ground. 2 kills now for Team Liquid. It's certainly a better performance, a better showing from them so far here on Miramar, but is it too little too late? Are they gonna be able to get enough points over these 2 games to get them in the top 8? And then still, as you mentioned, the bottleneck, it's now come to an end. It's now time to move, and they've got a lot of eyes at their location.
What? Jimbo just got 2 back-to-back. He just knocked 2 in. They can actually push onto this and maybe get some kind of cover. They can work forward. They're already lacking utility. You could see they instantly went for the body boxes of the people they put in the grave, and the reason they did that, they were completely out of smokes.
Oh, Style, though. Realizing they were getting pushed on throughout the underarm nade, he got Ibby. Ibby was healing rather than pushing. They haven't been able to capitalize. James is down to 1 health. He's in the blue. He goes down to Team Liquid. No placement points this game either. They had their chances, it felt like, here on Miramar, at least for match 5. They're just not able to capitalize. And in the end, Silzen will also fall in what ended up being pretty much a death trap. That compound, no one came out alive.
The circle has been extremely unforgiving for anyone who wanted to go the way of the East. Hitchwin decides to kill himself in the vehicle. That one goes up in smoke. K-Mine falls, secondary. And so both of them do. That's a grenade instantly. Nikki says thank you very much. 2 for 1, job done. Genesis also. They do make it into the top 10 at least, but only just 9th position for them. I'm not sure how many kills they get. They're another team that is lingering on the precipice of the Elimination Sunday match, 4 a.m.
Sun Sister didn't really, I think they only got 2 points from this game, so they're on 24, sitting in that 8th position. It does give a lot of hope for a lot of other teams that are below them, that they only need single digits, for example, potentially, to make their way into the top 8. As we see Detonator now trying to push on to Lazarus, who have climbed up into the top 5 on 28 points. Seongjiang still alive for Enter's Force. Actually spots Aqua 5, lands a tag. Another one might just do enough damage to get the elimination. Purdy Curdy has been spotted as well. Playing this one out for Force.
And this is going to be really good for the likes of Crow Crowd, the likes of the Rumblers. When you're down in that 9 to 16 spot.
Sting Divine as well.
So they're in 7th, even still. 23 points. It's risky, but it's going to boost them up and maybe even secure their position in the semi-finals. Lazarus been held dead to rights. So they need to remove Aqua5 from the equation, and then if Pretty Curdy can actually find the kill, we'll keep an eye on the kill feed to see if he does. Otherwise, it will be the return favor, so to speak. It is an all. Aqua5, another 3-point for Detonator.
He's low health though. Aqua5 only 24 health, and Luke 12 and Alo are still just north of him. We'll get 30-30. Erangel, man, just make it into the circle. They're going to be ones to gatekeep Pro Crowd, potentially. Microfight going to get the knockdown onto Luke 12. Lazarus in a very difficult position now, down to just Alo. So look at the live replay of the nade that gets K-Mind and H-Win from Nikki. Well, actually, it was just K-Mind. Maybe just not aware of the surroundings to hear that one. Only 2 kills for Rumblers. Not many kills there either for Sting Divine. A case where you're getting these feeds, but it's all the teams that are trying to get in the circle that are killing each other, like we saw before with Liquid and Co.
This will be big for Crow Crowd if they can advance forward in the circle, but it's going to be difficult because 4AM is essentially just holding them, asking for the passports. Border Patrol on the edge of the white.
Lazarus fall on 29 points. Nade just in front of 4AM, not going to get Xiao Lu.
I suppose for 4AM, once these smokes are gone.
This is a big game though, as we said. Crow Crowd, Rumblers are going to be in a position where they're going now into the final game, where they only have to probably rely on themselves rather than hoping a team above them has a really poor game. 3 kills for Crow Crowd.
Tixu has gone for an extremely ballsy player, but he is behind 4AM. The problem is STV know exactly where he is, and there's 4 members up. Teme does fall to the wayside. It's rather unfortunate. Nuki is the last man standing all the way in the north.
Song Jang is still alive for Entersport. How has he made it this far? Makes it into the top 4 now as well, as Forever is going to be taken out by Waldo. Rumblers with 4. And I think from here they probably clear out the rest of 4AM as this game comes to an end for match number 5. 5 seconds from phase number 7. Is there a world where this man comes away with a win?
Oh boy.
Wow.
It's the only way it happens, where the solo snake could win the game. Just let everyone else beat each other to death in the circle.
I just want to point out his location in the hay bale shack. When was the last time we casted together and there was a solo man in there?
Let's not talk about Brazil completely bollocksing it up. We won't go there, Xenox.
Levi's, just be careful what you're doing in that truck.
Oh no, I'm just getting flashbacks now. It's PNC all over again. Oh boy. Well, 4AM, they're going to have a difficult run. They don't have any vehicles and they committed a lot of utility. I saw a lot of smokes previous, so you'd expect the Rumblers, because they're a hop, skip and a jump away from the circle, they'll make the run and basically just farm them for 3 points. I suppose if you want to win this game, though, it's how SDV utilizes this time that they've been given. The Rumblers will be so focused on 4AM.
Gonna throw this? No.
They can move into the circle, get a good read, get a good position, or at least a better position than the Rumblers on the opposing side, and then wait their arrival. The problem is, as you mentioned, the last player from Enter's Force. Can he be the snake in the grass? Can he do damage here to one of these rosters?
In saying that, though, he probably wants to keep his position quiet.
Yeah.
So, in essence, I actually don't know if he's going to be the one to actually cause some damage or get a third party onto either Rumblers or Sting Divine, unless he feels like he's definitely going to get points out of it. There's a nade thrown towards him.
The smokes are up, yeah.
So now he's given. Okay, now he's given away his position.
I saw Turtle's arrow just looking directly at him, so I wondered if he'd put something down just to cause the cover. And those smokes, once they go out again,
the mind games though, where they might feel like it's actually a member of Rumblers that's been able to get to this position, might mean that Sting Divine make a forceful play to take over that hay bale hut.
So there was 2 ways that the Rumblers could have done this: get inside the circle and really get a better read and a better position on it, or go for the points onto 4AM and come later. They chose the latter stage. They picked up a couple of points here and there, but now it puts them in a predicament where SDV have been allowed to set up. However, Waldo has a decent angle. A bit of damage is done. Nicky is
There's
going to overextend on his own. Circle pops towards them. They still got to keep doing the work. If Nicky overextends and gets caught off guard,
it's good as dead.
Could be pretty problematic.
Levi's and Turtle have got the superior position compared to any member of Rumblers. I mean, they're the ones, in my eyes, who've got more work to do, still holding behind this rock. Sting Divine even have vehicles here if they necessarily need to push forward and potentially breach a player like Sung Jang.
Loss of micro, need to get a wriggle on. That blue's going to hurt.
They really need to start trying to make a play here.
Blue is really going to hurt in this circle. Sitting there up against it and slow playing it will not.
They want the knockdown before making the push. The problem is, even if they do push, where do they go to? It's just nothing but open field. Rumblers probably want more than one knockdown. They probably want two at a time here before they make a desperate push. Microfire is low, and that's exactly what happens when you try and make a run for it out of the open. Oh, nice steal though by Song Jang. He's going to pick up Micro Jet with the knockdown onto Cherry Poppin', and it's kind of playing out how I would have expected it here. The nade now. The solo player of Ent is forced to try and pick up more points. Loss is close to it, but not close enough.
Oh, it's smoking. A few bullets and that thing's going up. In a ball of flames, Waldo decides to give it up to the grave. They do manage to pick him up, and that should be a GG in my eyes for SDV. They'll find the final few players. They'll tick off the final few points. And Loss HD. The Finn could get the win. He actually gets an individual one, but he's lacking a helmet. Takes the vehicle out. Doesn't get the explosion from any grenades that will be coming his way because he knows hell is about to be rained down.
He wants to try and flush this to get the confirmed point, and he does. Every point matters. 6 points at least for Rumblers here, but he's finding it very difficult. 3 eyes on him. Oh, 6 health, no health, gone. Rumblers in second at Sting Divine Esports with a 10-kill win for match number 5. And that's certainly going to do them a world of good going into the final game of the day.
2 wins and a 20-point game to wrap it off on game number 5. That's decent from SDV. That might just be enough. Depending on how the next one goes, it might just be enough. They're in 7 coming into game number 5, so I'd assume that locks them in, but like anything else on PUBG, I assume nothing until it's done. It's not done.
Until match 6 is in the book, we don't know anything. But what we do know is probably Team Liquid are going to need to replicate something like that we just saw from Sting Divine if they are to make the top 8. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm ready to count them out. But hey, as you said,
20 kills and a win. I'm feeling it.
Oh, well, that's a bit ambitious, I would have to say. Sims, calm down. Calm down. But one thing I definitely will say is we will have a cracker of a last game. It's still open. Spots 6, 7, and 8. I think, as you said, Sting Divine have probably got themselves a spot in that top 8 at the higher end. They should have potentially pushed into the top 5. Lazarus at about 29 points. They're on the precipice. Probably not there just yet, but there are a few teams that probably from 6 to 13 or so that are going into this last game knowing that a win with kills probably gets the job done for quite a few teams.
More importantly, regardless of if you are above the red deadline or if you are going, unfortunately, to relegation Sunday, you need to go get frags now. You need as many points. If you're not going to go through, frag out. Yep. Hot drop, get everything, do whatever the hell you can because you need those points to roll over to tomorrow.
PC Gaming finished in 9th position from Group 1 and they were on 30 points. So that kind of gives you an indication of where you want to be hanging around. And this is where we were talking about Team Liquid before. And what has been the thought process throughout the day is, yes, you can have a bad day, but you need to come back towards the last couple of games, pick up points going into tomorrow, for example. And it's going to be that case for probably a few teams in the end.
Absolutely. It's like anything else, PUBG, right? It's going to come down to this very last game, regardless who relegates or not. You've got to pick up as many points as possible. There's no other nice way of saying it. And Miramar is one of those more slower games, I would say, and slower maps.
Potentially. But what we do know is we're going to throw it over to the desk to break down match number 5.
That's right, Xenox. That's a big PUBG, and that's a big smile. We're back at the desk. We have 5 games down. Only 3 teams have won games here today for the PUBGs.
Yes.
Yes.
That is
Listen,
correct.
he's right. 3 teams have won. The team that I did not expect, I'll say it straight up, to get 2 of those, Sting Divine.
Oh, I thought
these guys
TSM.
No, I thought they'd do well. I didn't expect any. I mean, it's a BO6. I wasn't even sure we'd see a double, but
exactly.
great plays by them. And when they won the first one, we said, well, this may not be enough. And they were sort of on the cusp. They got to do it again, and they come out and they do it. They do it with an amazing, brave split, and it was awesome.
It was a big, greedy split. A 2 to split until 5th.
I don't agree on that, though. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that greedy because it was more or less just open field between
Obviously,
those.
yeah. But somebody could have breached them and taken the chance that potentially lose 2 players if somebody breached them.
Wait. I want a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Greedy or not greedy?
It was Scrooge McDuck level greedy, but it was smart. Does that make sense? Like, it was very greedy, but it was the right choice because...
This was the most political answer you've ever...
No. So they were on the cusp, and they were at that point where they were sitting at 8. The split does one of 2 things. Either it's too greedy and you lose 2, but you still get a good position and get yourself in a good place for the last game, or you're not punished and you get a really good spot to win the game out of. So smart, but yes, greedy.
It was 2 very good spots to actually hold out, and you can easily spot people from far away, meaning that you can predict if someone's going to come and breach you, and then you can just leave and join the other 2.
Which happened to Genesis. They tried to... and then
Wow. Noises. Let's take a look at the highlights here for our 5th game of the day, as we have only 1 more remaining, and it will be on Miramar in a few moments' time. It's going to come.
Highlights!
Boo! Got you. So I guess it's not Halloween anymore. Let's take a look at everything going down here. Avenger, what did you make?
The beginning here for TSM, they managed to get 2 kills in the beginning. Lost a player though, but overall, bit of the whole area in general. It's very open. It's very flat territory. Once you get into the area, Rumbles were sitting very comfortable in the middle. That's why they didn't get that many kills before until the end. But there was a lot of fights, and especially in the eastern side, a lot of big tension fights. 4 AM here pulling up on the TSM compound because they knew there was a party going on.
A party, yeah. That's true.
Wow.
Nice.
Great pickup for us.
Well, we had TSM and 4 AM fighting here. One thing was that we saw Molotovs being used. We did not see a Molotov coming in from, was it Ivy that went with a bike? What's the shack?
I'll give you... no, I don't know.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'll give you a sideways nod on that one.
I'll give you a sideways nod on that guy. I mean, at the end of the day, it came down to Rumblers had a good spot. They found that location in the middle. They sort of got a good amount of knocks, I think forced teams into awkward fights throughout that game. We saw that shack that just kept getting traded over and over and over, even to the point of Liquid trying to crash it. But every time there was nowhere to go because Rumblers and Laz were sort of like doing this crossfire, covering a good third of the map.
Well, guys, I'm glad we crushed that highlights for that game.
Nailed it.
Sting Divine Esports, double chicken dinner so far here for day 1 of their campaign. Of course, it is day 2 here of PGC. So great to see them being able to assert themselves. I said it at the top of the day, guys. I feel like this team should be more of a household name, and they haven't disappointed so far, Avenger.
No, and honestly, I'm happy to see these guys. Again, they were not able to get to face it. They won the phase 1 in the region, but they were not able to get to face it. Now they're here. They managed to get here, and they're showing us why they were number 1, why they've been a top team for more than a year now in the region.
Yeah, you say they won phase 1. I mentioned it at the start as well. They won phase 3 as well. Right? So it's like big wins for them in their region, and to be able to come here and show how strong they can be, it's got to feel very vindicating for us.
I mean, yeah, you're going to want to go straight to the semifinals. You can enjoy watching the other teams just fighting out tomorrow and also studying them. Look at what they are doing because you're not fighting all of them here today.
It was a really smart rotation by Rumblers down to the south side. But Divine, they found their spot. They moved around a lot. They finally were able to collapse, lock it up. I do want to give a shout out to Turtle coming in here on short notice. He's been performing very, very well with the rest of the team. And I do think these guys run 2 2s and 3 1s. Their splits are strong, but they're not overly inflated. They are able to defend against pushes like you brought up earlier, Froz. And then you see when it's time to come out and sort of finish the game, they're willing to get aggressive. They took that front foot against the Rumblers, and there was just nothing the Rumblers could do to sort of stand up against them once they had the territory.
I mean, basically, in the end, they're just splitting up, making sure that they have so many angles that Lost can't do anything. Basically, he's just forced to go down on the ground, and even there, he's getting shot.
Yeah, I mean, Lost HD was Lost honorable death here at this point. He just had to sort of give up, try to get a kill, try to get that flush at the end, but like, there's nothing you can do when all you're covered by is a burnout car and a palm tree.
For sure, for sure. A great opportunity to look at these replays and a great chance as well for one of our title sponsors in NVIDIA GeForce to be able to represent here with their graphics cards and everything being powered here at the PGC. So a big thank you to them as we continue on. We have one more game remaining for today here for Group 2, and at the moment, here are the points coming in. Sting Divine Esports, another 20 points on the belt.
And another big sponge, which means that our middle pack, our middle field is going to be extremely close, guys. It's going to make it hard for these guys, the top of the, like the right board, side of the leaderboard, because the other teams from yesterday, they took so many points.
They did. It's to make it hard for them to come into tomorrow, you know, but was what we mean by that. Because the guys like Envy coming in tomorrow are already very close to that cutoff point. So they're starting with a lot of money or gas in the tank at that stage. I am excited to see sort of where this comes with the big leaderboard right now. TSM is banging at 60. Rumblers is just barely in at 26, but look how close the rest of that field is. Also, I want to point out, the most points scored in one game today was 25. That means that Team Liquid, in this situation, if they put up the same points TSM did in their best game, they could move easily into the advance and not go to the elimination phase. So it is still wide open because of how spongy and porous it's been at the top of this leaderboard.
Same time, though, they're not looking exactly like that.
No, looking at them, they're not playing too well, but at the same time, they are once again forced out of their drop location. We saw them going on the northwest side. That's not their territory. They had to do a long rotation on the north. Not a Liquid thing either.
No, they're not playing their game plan.
While this thing is still up, we said this was a hard group, and the reason for that was teams like Genesis, Atletico, Crow Crowd, Team Liquid. We said these are phenomenal teams. We expect them to not struggle too much to get to the top 8, and they're in the bottom. It's kind of shocking to me. Yesterday we saw some surprises. Today I am shocked.
I'm also shocked. That's why I didn't say anything for 5 seconds.
I was like,
that's shocked.
A momentary pause.
Let's be honest. If you told me after 5 games, Liquid is going to be a dead bottom in this group, I would say you're completely wrong.
Wake up from your dreams.
Wake up. All right, let's get things going. It's the final game of the day here for PGC, day number 2, Group 2. Let's head over to the commentary team here for one more time for Miramar.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. On the desk, no 5-second pause here because we are amped up and ready to go for match number 6, the final game of the day, for day number 2 of group number 2. And Sims, we have got a wide open race. You were talking to me off air and you were basically saying Rumblers, they are the team to watch going into this final game. If they go out early, it opens the door.
They have a big old target on their backs now. 26 points is the crossover between life or death currently as it stands. As with everything else, it's a complete mathematical equation. How do they end perpendicular to all the rest of the teams once this whole game is said and done? Liquid, 11 points. Dead last, 16th place. What have the boys got in the bag? How deep can you go? What's the mental stability amongst the roster now to be able to just handle it? Literally, drop, kill, and qualify. They are only, let's be real here, they are only 15 points away. That's 15 frags. That's 10 points from a win and 5 frags. Whatever calculation you do it, it's only 15 points. It's doable. But how good do the other teams do around them?
And not just that, but imagine they get 14 points, they miss out, they finish 9th. They'll be feeling much more comfortable tomorrow rather than, let's say, they have another shocker game, which we've seen from them today. They get 0 points going into tomorrow with 11 points would be devastating. There's playing in the elimination stage with a low amount of points, and then there's playing in the elimination stage with like 30 plus points. There's a difference. You feel more comfortable. Of course, tomorrow's only going to be 6 games. We know VC Gaming, for example, has got 30 points. They've got the highest amount of points of the teams from yesterday that are already in the elimination stage. And we were saying the teams, I think, from today that are going to make it into the elimination stage, there's quite a few that will be around that 30-point mark compared to the other group.
Look, we focus on Liquid because it's such a big brand name and it's such a big team that we didn't expect to be in this position, but let's not count out all the rest of them that are down in that... Genesis.
Atletico?
America's shining star. North America's shining stars as a whole. Genesis should be up there.
Oceanic's shining star.
Look, Atletico, I've seen back, what was it now? I think it was for Face It. One of the Australian teams literally got some of the most points I've ever seen in PUBG on one single day. Was it something like 86 or 7 to qualify above a certain team and knock them out? It might actually be in Atletico. I actually don't think they qualified for that one. I'm sure they got booed out of it. So anything's possible for all these teams that are down here. It's not just Liquid that's on the line. Yes, we focus on them because of the names and because of the org and because of where they are. But for everybody else that is below the Rumblers, qualification is still within reach.
It's certainly so. Let's drop out of the plane for one more time today. Match 6 on Miramar. We are underway as teams begin their final destination, and we'll see if there are any surprises still to be had. Who knows? Maybe the teams in the top 8 sims just continue on their merry way and sort of shut that door in the face of all those in the bottom 8 and say, hey, too little, too late.
Crow Crown's a nasty little roster that could potentially scare some people or even shock here. I've also witnessed them, same thing as well, with the FACEIT Global Summit. They qualified in the last circle, on the last day, on the last game by 1 point for that major event. And then some other teams flopped and failed around, and ENS being one of them. NIP didn't make it through to, like, there were certain things where they made it through to the grand, excuse me, NIP did, where they made it through to the actual grand finals, and no one kind of expected to do. They're a bit of a quiet team, but they can shock and they can surprise. So don't count out Crow Crown for now.
Certainly going to be a very mathematical game.
Hit it.
Interesting circle. Pop for phase 1. And this is where you sort of pull out the calculator though, isn't it? Every kill, you kind of add it onto the tally. Every kill matters. Al-Azhar, the red dot on the dartboard here for phase 1. Genesis, Impicado. Do they just keep playing the same style to close the day out? Try and maybe be a bit more aggressive. You might see it from some teams to look for kills to be the thing that gets them across the line here.
Slight difference in adjustment, which could be deadly compared to the last game. This time round, Detonator is directly in front of Team Liquid's transition path. If they go to El Pozo, they have Crow Crown, but they play in the PL with them. They know that that's their home territory. They know it's a hot spot. Detonator's up in La Cobaderia, and they can't go through the main road, which means they have to traverse all the way through the crater field area. Samty is ahead of the game. He does have a vehicle, but still, pretty much when you look at this circle with you've got at least 40-35% of the map that's just unreachable. You've already cut it off, so there's only a small amount of space here and limited places that teams will be able to go without bumping into one another.
And Detonator's a team that's going to be happy to just stay in their city for a while. They'll slowly move. We saw them at Belladamar in the last game, and they took a very long rotation, so a similar style of play to a Freak of Freaks. And I don't know, maybe if Team Liquid get unlucky, I don't think they're going to push through the city. James is already far up north. Kari actually moving early, so starting to think maybe not much will come from that, fortunately for Team Liquid.
I wonder if any of them just go with the mindset of, you know what, we're going to elimination, let's take it as another day and another free day of practice compared to other teams. Yeah, it's another 6 games, and let's just farm as many points as we can, and potentially even,
that's just not it.
Yeah,
that's not where you pull out. I'm not sure what GYY was thinking there for QM. There's a way, though, of thinking about the elimination stages extra practice.
I mean, you look at FaZe
next weekend,
right? And the teams that qualified yesterday, they played the 6 games and they've got time off until next week. For the teams that are playing today, okay, they didn't get the games yesterday, but they get another 6 tomorrow.
There's no difference if you qualify from the top 8 tomorrow, for example, to next weekend. The only difference is you've just played an extra 6 games.
There's always a bright side to going in elimination, right?
There's always a brighter side to life.
You're just using up that extra life.
I think we're just being very kind here for the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're not, you should be ready.
The truth is, I think everyone definitely would want to not play tomorrow. As Neki with a nice knockdown onto Profi. That's not the start that Genesis were looking for here on Miramar. They might lose HWin if they're not careful. Turtle close with the mini.
They're turning and facing. They're committing to this res.
Well, this is where you think, okay, it's the final game. The Nerf has, lost his vehicle. Whoops. Sometimes it just gets away from you. That's life.
Well, Genesis have been halted for now. Damage from afar. gets the tag, not the frag. AHQCC will be fall as well. Luke 12 picks him up. That's an instant point in their pocket. So Lazarus, 31 points now. And we will be trying to keep track of them as much as humanly possible because points mean prizes, and it also could literally be a matter of qualification quite easily or relegation tomorrow. Reeboks will get tagged up from the back. Enters Force, finding him on transition. Where's the rest of the teams? I'll just bring you up to speed. Detonator, they've gone for the wide. All the way up in the north, they're heading on the main road through Torre, and just below now, Camp Militar. Michael goes down, 4AM find him forever. It's not a death just quite yet, but TSM and 4AM, they're going head-to-head. I can see it on the map here. They are at each other's throats. They're at the doors. Gustav onto Jailu. Michael goes down. He's confirmed. Forever finds him. So your top two teams at the moment, they're both qualified. I think this is just friendly banter between them both.
Yeah, of course, if TSM were to knock out 4AM right now, that all but certainly guarantees them top spot. Still a long way to go for 4AM if they were to overtake TSM, and that would certainly be saying something. And I think it's also fair to say going into next weekend and maybe for the rest of this tournament, TSM, 4AM, they are now two of the favorites for the remainder of PGC with the way they have dominated this lobby.
And I suppose for these two teams, if they get a bit bloodthirsty, you think, you know what, it's just a public game.
Well, this is just practice now to finish off the day.
The thing is that they could crush someone's dreams. They could go quite easily find a team that is down in the bottom 8th and kill them.
The funny thing is, you actually probably play better when you have all... The pressure's gone now for these teams. There's nothing to lose.
Imagine if there was some kind of like, in the back, you had the best analyst in the world who'd done his job, and coming into this year, you know what? A team that looks close to us is in this position. We don't want to see them in the grand finals or groups. Go and find him now and kill him. There is multiple angles to this, and there is, you know, looking at it from that kind of perspective. If there's someone who plays close to you, why not kick him out of this? Why not kick him while
because of the fact that points carry over to tomorrow. I think that's something you've also got to take into account. Now, let's say, for example, in a hypothetical world, and this is obviously not the case, but if points didn't transfer, we might have seen some hot drops in this game.
Yes, totally. Totally. But for 4AM and TSM, it's just open field there. So if anyone they don't like, if anyone comes close, why not have a go? Why not pick up some free points? I'm seeing Lazarus and Atletico getting a little bit too close to one another. Elazar could be the hot spot because it is dead center, but we don't ever really see circles there. James is on his own. All the rest of Team Liquid, they're just moving by the Oasis. Sun Sisters are not far behind them. Keep a track on that one. Crow Crowd up against the western side of the circle. All the way by water treatment. Down south we have a Freak of Freaks and Genesis once again going head-to-head on the main road. Rumblers, slowly but surely they will enter the point all the way down south, the furthest away for now. And Sting Divine, 2 wins in the bag, 10 kills in the previous one, and just below La Bendita.
Rumblers probably got that thought in the back of their head, but that is, you kind of coined it before, a target on their back. They might look to play a more slow style here, push in late, rather than going out early. If they can find a way to have 4 alive by the late game, it gives them an increased chance of holding on to their top 8 position on that 26-point mark. So many teams so close to them. TSM had spotted Atletico, which for the record, Atletico and Lazarus both taking shots at each other. No knocks yet, but actually looking at the map, Atletico are pushing onto Lazarus, who have got a 2-2 split. Hurdy-Curdy and Uncivil. Oh, James has spotted him. Hurdy-Curdy just standing still. It's a free target. It's a free kill for James, and maybe, just maybe, a beginning for Team Liquid, a platform to build off for the final game. It's, I know, a long, long way to go, but it's gone from 15 points to 14 points required.
Lazarus are up there, just in 7th, so it is a team that you would be wanting to take away. The danger for me is that James is completely, and I mean completely, disconnected from the rest of his roster. He's on his own in no man's land. Everyone else is up north.
This is an ugly circle for a lot of teams as well. There's just not much around this area. You said before, what, 45% of the circle maybe was unplayable, and that trend continues.
You keep him water in.
I would say about 50% is just about unplayable. Just about, really, when you consider the mountain range on the east side. I mean, you can maybe play, if you want, you could go on the other side of the road there. I just wouldn't recommend it.
It's a dip. It does fall off, but like the mountain is just inaccessible.
You know where this circle's going.
that's the problem with it.
It's going back out west. It's going back towards QM, Entus Force, AHQ. So when you've got that information, you know where it's definitely going to be going. Everyone wants to be there. There's just not enough space for phase 2 for 16 teams, and then further forth, phases 3 and 4.
Yeah, this is going to be rough.
You've got so many teams that are still yet to come in. Team Liquid has still got 2 of their players just south of Campo Militar. Sun Sister as well, long way out. Down to the South Grumblers and Sting Diviners. Alo and Luke get pushed on by Aqua 5. Gets the flush onto Luke 12. Uncivil will get the trade onto Aqua 5, but they do lose Luke. Wicked continues to push up. He's been aggressive, and Uncivil holds the window, holds it well. 3 kills for Lazarus. They're not going out without a fight. They've got a couple of more points now in their back pocket here for the final game of the day.
Between QM and Entus Force.
It's not good for Detonator, though. They look like to be the first team potentially confirmed that they will play from this group tomorrow.
QM, Entus Force and W Click, strongest position of the map at the moment, or now should I say. Central point on the map. Circle has a good tendency to come this way, given that there is inaccessible terrain for Final Circle that does linger around this in a circular area. So it tends to flood down. It will pull away from water as well. So you know exactly where it's going to... This is the thing. All these teams know where it's going to slide. It's, like a piece of the puzzle. It's only going to go to one place now, so they'll all be calculating that up. But it is risk-reward, because this circle is going to be so compacted with players. We have 56 alive, and one hell of a small circle to put them all within.
Make that 55 alive. Profi gets Nikki, although Jet with a quick triple tap. Luckily, Nerf's got the angle and is going to get the double knockdown onto Turtle as well. Nerf picks up 2. Genesis are about to go to 3. And for the time being, it will actually shift Genesis temporarily into the top 8. Once these are confirmed, of course. And this is where, as I said, calculators get them out. Harold with the knockdown onto Nerf. Jet will bleed out.
So the points keep coming through. The Rumblers will just hold them now. It comes down to kills as well and frags. TSM have finally been spotted by Liquid, just rolling up on them slowly but surely. We're out in the open. Samty and Jeems couldn't get an off angle here should they decide to get involved. Maybe come from behind to do damage to TSM. Jempty currently disconnected ever so slightly from the rest of the roster, but Ibiza, whatever you want to call him, is still there. He's long, he's tall, everyone knows his presence when he's on the map, and he can shoot, so you have to be really, really careful. But Jeems is still holding the rest of the teams down in the south. Oh no, this is a European massacre. I'm seeing Crow Crowd also rolling up to the backside of TSM. We're going to have a 3-way.
And it certainly will be the fun kind, as Crow Crowd maybe, though, seeing that next circle pop, might want to keep going up more easternly. Obviously for TSM, they can have as much fun as they want here. Team Liquid are the ones sweating. Ibi, the Murado trying to vacate the area. And with the Toby eye tracking, you can see how still Gustav is as he sprays down. Doesn't land a shot though. Now the spotted Crow Crowd.
I just love the little look over the shoulder. See you later, guys. And he's gone for now.
They're just making it to the circle. They're not much further, though. I mean, TSM are going to continue pushing towards Team Liquid. It's sort of a put it on hold, and we'll have our date tomorrow. Maybe walking back with shots. Oh, Sun Sister have just pushed right into 4 AM. It's Forever holding the right angle. ZGG holding the left angle.
Gabba goes down. I should instantly followed up as well. The grenades are going to come out, so more damage. They can essentially just push this one. They've got the initial knocks that don't get too great. Chemic. Oh, he hasn't checked his angles. The hip fire. Forever is punished hard. ZGG also comes flying around the corner, but Curse of the Caster as he spins around, unfortunately doesn't get the view on this one. You still have Sam up here just overlooking this. Maybe play a little bit of a spoiler, but I think, you know what, I'm last alive. We've only got 1 kill. We'll try and do what we can. Where was Sun's coming into?
They're sitting 10th right now on the total
so
ranking,
to stay alive. If he goes down, they're out.
That means they'll be out of the game, but also making sure they are out of next weekend, at least for now, temporarily. They'll be going to the elimination stage. Still a chance, though, with Crazy Sam alive, and that's why his life is very important right now. Every point matters. If you're AHQ, if you're Lazarus and Entus Force, even 33 points, it's not enough right now.
More quiet on the western front, not too many. There's not really that much of an engagement. It's just getting into the circle because it is rather compacted. You know it's going to pull from El Azhar. You do have that huge field as well, and you still got the cliff face in play, which again is going to push it more towards a centralized position.
Do they just push straight into Team Liquid here? Pro crowd.
Honestly, I don't really know what you can do. I don't even know if they got.
Oh no, not like this.
4 fins and a car. What can go wrong?
Everything can go wrong for Pro crowd here.
Everything can go right for TSA. Excuse me, for Team Liquid if they manage to blow it up.
Well, yeah, that'd be 4 pretty comfortable kills. They're going to try and hug the mountain as best as they can. Obviously, they can't go any further to the east because of it, and it actually works out because of the dip. In the end, it works out very, very well. Well played from Crow Crowd, and Hikari's just been spooked. Is he going to run back over to Isco? We're about to get that circle pop now for Phase 4, the ever-important Phase 4. And see who is going to get this feed, I presume. North, never mind. It's kind of south. It's central. W-Click, a freak of freaks. They hold the center positions. Everyone else, as you can see, especially out to the west, it's all just holding the edge.
Liquid, Crow Crowd, 4 AM, TSM. The last player from Sun Sisters all have to make an advancement somewhere in the north.
W-Click are currently in last position right now, as Team Liquid have overtaken them by 1 point.
At least there's some respite, I suppose.
They're actually going to move down south. They're going to try and take the compound instead of the high ground. Isco's knocked down by Lamboot. Levi's lost with a line for Sting Divine, but they've done enough. 43 points will be more than enough in terms of safety. They'll be our first team eliminated. Well, from winners to last.
And you know what? This is an interesting story backbuilding. Because now the Rumblers have engaged, Genesis have got the information that they are kicking it in the distance.
There goes Detonator, so they will be playing tomorrow. 18 points for them, locked in going into the elimination stage.
So W-Click are actually just in front of both Rumblers and Genesis. The question is, which team fights them first?
Well, it's a 2-2 split. Stream with a knockdown onto Jempty as...
It's a really important
Atletico and Team Liquid actually taking shots. Atletico have got the position, but Team Liquid are starting to land some knocks. They got Extreme. Zoid fights back onto James, though. Ibiza and Sampty. They need more points than this. Sampty sends it straight down. It's urgent time for Team Liquid. Can they get another reprieve? We saw it in the last game where they had 2 players knocked. They got the revives. They were able to continue further, pick up vital points. If they can at least finish at around 20 points going into the elimination stage, it gives them a platform to get back into next weekend. Wayless just says thank you for the 3 points. He even goes flying out of the vehicle. That's one way to close off the day for 4 AM. Of course, they're not playing tomorrow. They're going to next weekend immediately. Atletico need the points, though. And they just lost a couple, thanks to 4 AM. The nade bounced right on top of Jim. That's empty. Oh my god.
Oh no, stop. They're already dead.
Flood got him. And I think the rest of Team Liquid might just go down. Triple tap from James, though. Sends Zoid back behind the rock to heal back up. James is... Oh my goodness. It's all over, surely, for Team Liquid. I think we might have built it up more than it really was. They will be falling to the elimination stage. 11 teams remain, and all of a sudden, chaos has ensued on Miramar.
Sun Sisters gone, Liquid gone, Detonator gone. We'll see you tomorrow, boys. You're playing in Elimination Sunday. Genesis still
alive.
Chomping at the bit, yeah.
Rumblers holding on to that 8th spot on 27 points. But as you said, Genesis right on the heels. And if Rumblers do go out here on 27 points, it might not be enough.
AHQ, I was just about to say they don't have any kills. They managed to at least pick up 1, which does damage towards the Rumblers. Again, 33 points. It's still, it's risky, to be fair, if both of the North American teams decide they want to get involved here. But the Rumblers themselves, they are bleeding at the wayside. They're outside of the blue and they need to move forward. For AHQ, this is a really good point to solidify their position above them.
It's not just for AHQ, but it's everyone else that's in the bottom 8 that's trying to make their way into the top 8. Micro Fry's not going to make it past Yan Lee. 1 more to deal with. Still has Milk alive, who's watching his back. Cherry Poppins behind this tree. I think for Rumblers, it's going to be a nervous wait to see, but it might be 1 extra point. That could be the difference maker for Cherry Poppin. Can he confirm it? That is the question on Yan Lee. Milk throws out the smoke. It's not over yet for Rumblers.
They stole it away from them.
Can he confirm this point? It could be the difference maker. He got the revive Milk. SR's back up alive.
This is pretty good from AHQ. All they got to do is just keep on surviving, really. There's no other word to put it. Just keep on surviving. W-Click, 2 players back-to-back. Wu Feng with a 2-for-1 nade. That's all the way up in the hillside. So QM are making an advancement on this. I really like this while they've been focused and tunnel visioned all the way down the bottom, but there's a response. Reeboks needs to hold on. There's one, there's two. Third one's up top. Can he pull it and stay alive? This would be huge momentum for his team.
2 left standing for W Click. There goes Atletico in 11th position. That will be playing in the elimination stage tomorrow. Liga still alive. No kills for QM. Hasn't quite been the successful breach that they would have liked, but at least
they've jumped him.
Causing damage.
Genesis have jumped him, just got kills in a kill feed. If let's go out, that one last player, they've done it in advance.
Cherry Poppin, unfortunately, hasn't been able to make something out of nothing. It was always going to be a tough ask. He's out of first aid kits, and Rumblers, unfortunately, will fall out into the elimination stage. Genesis are making it happen right now. They're into the top 8, and it's on their own accord. They've got 4 alive as well.
There's still a few other teams down there within it. W Click. I mentioned Reeboks. That's all 3 players gone. Ira does step up. He saw some of his stats lingering a second ago. He does continue.
Crowd is the biggest threat now for Genesis.
I'm glad you touched on them because they've got all 4 players alive. But the problem is there aren't that many to kill within their vicinity. Genesis has been biding their time and picking up more points when it comes to kills. They need to get the win, but they more importantly need to get the frags.
Genesis pushing up behind Afrika. Afrika have got 4 alive. If they were to push south and take the fight with Genesis and wipe out Genesis, it might give it an opportunity for Crowd. But I have a sneaky feeling that Afrika Freaks are going to actually be trying to get the easier kills here onto Crowd because they need to cross this road and it's not going to be easy. Up north is Lazarus and there's Force. I think they're going to finish off Iro, who's still alive actually for TSM.
He just wants to get the full win, doesn't he? He just wants to be at the top.
He just doesn't want to have to sit there. He might as well just keep playing.
Why not? He used to do it with DA, so he might as well continue now. Crowd 21 points. They're really the only team that could jump Genesis here.
Yeah.
But the only way they do it is they play for kills. They're going on a 2-2 split. Afrika Freaks is directly in front of them, holding down the building. That will be an extremely difficult push to cross that road, especially when you're so disconnected. The big advantage for Genesis is the fact that, well, not only have they been given the circle away from Crowd, but they have the height advantage. They are uphill.
The worst case scenario for Genesis right now would be if Crowd keep wrapping south, pushing behind Genesis, wipe them.
Oh, and they don't know they're there.
That would make it actually just a 4-point gap.
Make it fun.
It would certainly make it fun. In saying that, while Genesis remains alive, it makes it extraordinarily difficult for Crowd. Because it's an 8-point gap.
What does AFF do, though? How does AFF play a part in this one? So Crowd can't be seen, but I've got a feeling that Nerf's just copped for them on the rotation. If AFF draws their attention, they look...
Genesis pushed onto AFF and then Crowd pushing behind and pinched them.
Honestly, dude, I am damn sure Nerf has seen them because they're now all rallying towards the edge of the circle.
But they haven't seen Tixu and Misa.
Yeah, he's got him. There we go. Okay, now this is the problem. You're going to catch these players individually. Oh, wait. You are 100% right.
Never mind, now they see them. They needed to get those. They needed those knockdowns. Misa with a knockdown onto K-Mine, but Crowd are bleeding players right now. Only Nuki remains. Well, it was, for a small amount of time, a chance for Crowd, and it all came crashing down. It really, Tixu needed to land those shots.
I think really they needed to go as a 4. If there had been a full 4 unit there, they only saw the last 2 stragglers, then maybe they could have hit them from behind and not had the information.
Well, now Afrika Freaks have heard what's happening, but obviously, unless Time and Nuki can survive, maybe pushing behind Afrika Freaks.
Oh no, oh, wait, what? Okay, I don't know how. Look, this is just kind of
Shadow
as it is. I don't know what's going to happen.
No, there's no way.
I honestly think that Genesis are just going to slap them from above, but things seem to be going well. Timmy does fall back. They're going to take advantage of this one. Nuki's the last man standing for me. This is a Genesis who will avoid relegation.
Well, 1 health, but then the heal for Nuki. Look, it's impossible from here. And then spots him as well.
It's dumb.
That will be it.
It's dumb.
That will also then be our 8. I don't think mathematically it's possible for W Click. I thought I'd touch on them, I guess, and technically QM has still got Liga, but...
I mean, these are live standings, so yeah. You could... If he gets 10 points for the... no, it's...
I mean, theoretically, W Click have got 2 players up here. It's
I'm going to say no.
Would be needing to wipe out probably Lazarus, Entis Force, Liga, Hope, a Freak of Freak, wipe out Genesis, and then W-Click would have to wipe out a Freak of Freak and win. Like, no, it's just not happening.
Long story short, they have to kill the server. That's kind of how it would be. They'd have to just slap the entire server now, pick up the frags as much as they can if they even want a chance of doing it.
In saying that, though, and this is the thing, again, where points transferring over tomorrow for W-Click, yes, they might just miss out. Yes, they might finish around 9th or 10th, but they're going to get more points here in this final game. That go from maybe 18 points to something like 25, 26 points, and that might be the difference for them going into the elimination stage, as Shadow is going to be finished off by Uncivil.
Look, I don't want to take anything away from all these teams that are playing here and now. They're all professional players, and we give them the courtesy and the respect as we would any other team, but we generally know who's going down. Can we just take a moment between ourselves to appreciate that Team Liquid is going into a relegation match tomorrow?
Are they lost?
13 points.
Are they going in with the lowest amount of points? I don't actually recall yesterday's group standings for points.
Well, I mean, to be fair, G2 also pooped the bed. So
G2 and Team Liquid are probably the bottom two. Well, they should be the bottom two because G2 was last, right?
PEL Monka S. Good lord. Well, we'll continue on with this one. That's all tomorrow's fun and games, and I'm sure the analyst desk can go a little bit deeper into it. AFF are disconnected between each other, NN and Style. One-to-one scenario, Nerf not quite centre of the map, Doyu also there. Entis Force might be able to round this one off, to be honest with you, with a win. Should the rest of the teams go for one another and maybe do a fair amount of damage. Profit, there is a response there. Unfortunately, K-Mine just drops dead in front of him. Might be able to get the revive here because H-Wing can hold Styles back while Nerf just maybe keeps the tabs on those in front. That's exactly what he's going to do. Puts an end to Ribox because he has been nothing but stellar during this game, picking up most of the frags for his team.
Not quite Gen G-esque from Genesis, but definitely the replica. I mean, 9 kills here in the final game. They weren't as far back as Gen G was yesterday for Group 1, but a similar scenario, and goes to show really, you know, with this 6-game format, all it takes is one really big game where you can get double-digit kills in a win, and that's going to be the majority of your points. That can end up being enough. You're seeing it with Sting Divine. They had 36 points from 2 games. The other 7 ended up actually coming from 4. So 7 in 4 games is horrible. It's almost Team Liquid-like. Not quite as bad, though.
It's nice to see HQ making it through. I will say that. We've seen them time and time again kind of performing on a world stage level, but if they would have gone down to relegation, it would have been disappointing. They're one of the teams that everyone kind of has an eyes on, especially even from a fan base perspective. Like, the fans that they draw in is, I know they've got a lot of support for the players out there, so it's good to see.
Yep.
Atletico, I think it's safe to say since Lu 12 has left them, it's a good team, but it's certainly not been the team that we saw. It's more of a, it has had its setbacks regardless. Crow Crowd, again, I've not seen the spark that we've been seeing within PEL.
I really thought Sun Sister and Rumblers, out of the bottom 8 teams, and rightfully so, the 9th and 10th, were the standouts from this group going into the elimination stage. But what's interesting is it's going to be VC Gaming from Group 1 on 30 points that will lead the way tomorrow as we kind of wind down match 6. Right, there's going to be eliminated. There goes Style. 10 kills for Genesis. And, well, we go back to sort of this. I was about to say you're kind of taking momentum into the semi-finals for Genesis, but you've got a week off now.
Am I right in saying, correct me if I'm wrong here, I could be, am I right in saying that only one Chinese team's made it through to groups directly?
You would be correct. It was 2 are in the elimination stage already in Group 1. So
a stronger and extremely developed region. That's quite a shocker.
Yeah. 4 AM though, I guess you could say are also now, after the performance today, one of the favourites. I mean, you can kind of start to talk about how the rest of PGC is going to play out. K-Mine knocked down onto Indigo. I mean, this is an interesting fight here between Entis Force and Genesis. Nice spray from K-Mine, knocked down onto Kale. Genesis want the win. They want to finish off in style. Doya is the last one alive for OGN Entis Force. The sister team won Group 1. But Entis Force will be more than happy to at least just move on to the semi-finals. A 4v1 would be an interesting way to finish off the day.
It'd be sick.
It would be pretty sick.
I mean, we saw it from a Korean player yesterday. There's no reason why we can't see the same thing now. Sweep and clear all the way up at the top. He doesn't have to give away any points because at this point it just doesn't matter whatsoever. Hitchwin has seen him, hits the deck for now.
Look at the other three all running straight towards him.
And honestly, that's going to be a GG. Hammer, Nail, Coffin, Genesis. Not only do they pick up, they win. They guarantee themselves avoiding tomorrow. It was questionable coming into game number 6 whether or not they'd be seeing Elimination Sunday. But that, my friends, guarantees them avoiding it altogether.
And for North America, quite a few teams avoiding the elimination stage tomorrow. Genesis left it to the last minute, left it to the last game, almost like Gen G did yesterday. But unlike Gen G, they got it done pretty early into that game rather than towards the very end. And not only did they win that game, 15 kills, a performance. 4 ended up being alive towards the end too. That's what you want to take going into the semifinals next weekend. That sort of confidence you can now sort of build off of. They'll feel good. They'll feel ready for next weekend.
It's an interesting one because I have to think, really, if Liquid would have challenged them on their drops, because they weren't exactly playing, you know, the best PUBG in the world. They've only just qualified in the very final game over 6. In the same scenario, maybe they were a little bit shaky. Maybe Liquid could have actually challenged them and hot dropped them and gone for their position.
Do you think you can fit 3 teams into Pachinki? Because, I mean, Entis Force obviously was there, Genesis, they had that line down the middle, and both teams were certainly friendly enough to allow each other to loot.
We've seen it before at Face It. It didn't go well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You add that third team in, and I think that's what Team Liquid realized, is there just wasn't enough room for 3.
I think they have to play their game tomorrow. I mean, thankfully, they should be.
I will say that.
Saying that, actually.
They will get Pachinki tomorrow, surely.
I'm trying to think who else goes there from elimination. Off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
With 32 teams, nothing's ever certain.
No, but that, I mean, to be fair, those sort of questions in terms of drop locations for the elimination stage, you're going to have some, like, for example, Atletico, or, you know, I know they got Roadhog today, but in scrims, the whole time they had been dealing with QM. Now they've got Roadhog in the elimination stage. Those sort of questions can be answered tomorrow, and it's certainly going to be very, very interesting tomorrow.
The points that are carried over should play, in my opinion, quite a big impact on those decisions. It's like, okay, we're at the top of the board. We can afford to lose a few points here and there if it means stamping our feet on our spot and taking it to control of it, you know. But if you're at the bottom and you're like, you know, 10 points away from someone else at the top, you're already starting off at a deficit and in a poor position. You might think, well, we've just got to start from the board here and just play a completely different game.
Certainly. So let's go and have a look at the highlights from that game as we see QM and OGN starting it off, and really going into this game, it was certainly all about the teams that were around the middle point of the rankings and how they were going to play out. And look, I don't think it probably lived up to the expectations I had for this game, but in the end, Genesis were, I guess, the team to come from the bottom 8 to the top 8 in that final match.
They left it to the very bitter end to actually qualify, but they've qualified nonetheless. They are going to be in semi-finals. The one thing we can take away from this, for the last 2 days, in fact, you know what, for this entire competition, is that for these 3 weeks, including yesterday and today, it's going to be a Shark Tank. Tomorrow will be just phenomenal, and unfortunately, we're on the road to what is a $3 million prize pool, and we have to lose 8 teams. We start to lose team now, and it really will become a reality to others that this could be very short-lived competition.
Well, I mean, as the teams decrease, the prize pool actually is slowly increasing as well, so it makes it hurts even more. And you don't want to be going home early. There's going to be, I think, quite a few players that will be sleepless tonight going into tomorrow, nervous. They've got to now watch the VODs. They've got to look at and not only that, but they've been scrimming against their respective groups all week, and now you've got 8 new teams joining you respectively for obviously both groups here. So it's going to shake things up. It's like a brand new day, but points are there already on the board, and that's what makes it very interesting. If it was, say, fresh points and everyone was on 0, I think it would have a different feel to it. But because the points carry over and rewards the teams that finish, say, 9th and 10th in their respective groups, well, they can maybe feel better going into tomorrow. Here's the match results for game number 6. And as you can see, Genesis 25 points in the end, their best game for the day. OGN enters Force certainly were consistent throughout the day without being flashy.
Sting Divine down in 16th, but honestly, when you've had 2 wins, it's not really going to matter. They've qualified regardless. Who cares at this point? Lazarus up there in 3rd. Good to see them getting some good points on the board with a total of 12. We're hoping from the North American rosters we received something special. TSM, we just saw Ira slapping at the end on his own. Only 2, I think it was only 2 kills. In fact, it's there, 2 kills in total, 3 points as a combination. But you will see the final leaderboard and the standings of top 8. And honestly, for North America, it feels like the same scenario as Tempo here, Xenox.
Yep.
Genesis from 0 to hero. Same scenario as Tempo, jumping up to 3rd from nowhere and qualifying to next week.
It's unbelievable, but I guess that's the thing, right? They were sitting on 23 points going into that game, and yet then they finish in 3rd position, and that's what one big win can do for you. Whether it's in the final match or in the first 5 matches, if you get a game where you're getting 25 points in one match, it is just so substantial. You can see it there right on your screen. And for the teams in the bottom 8, Rumblers, Sun Sister, Crow Crowd, I mean, they didn't play bad. Like, they didn't play poor. If we're talking about teams that played poor, that was noticeable, it was mostly just Team Liquid. Even QM, Detonator, Atletico, yes, they could have performed better, but they weren't horrible. At different points throughout the day, they had shown us a little bit of something.
One team I want to pick up on is the Rumblers. I mean, credit to them. They're going to take 27 points across tomorrow. They're only a few off qualifying. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, and everything else that could go into the mix. But still, we're only up until a week ago. They actually weren't going to be here. You know, they've come through as a wildcard team with little to no practice. They're going to get the scrims on there, but we already know that Loss has been looking at new avenues and so on and so forth. So the team, it'll be there for this because there's absolutely nothing to lose. But that's also quite a scary mindset going in tomorrow that they've got such a buffer of points and everything to gain, nothing to lose.
They are a team that has surprised, but they've also taken the opportunity that they were given. That's going to be it for us on the desk, though. We're going to be throwing it down to Kemi with an interview.
6 games of Group 2 are done, and I am with the kings of not just Group 2, but also of seemingly Europe. It's TSM, and I'm here joined by Rory Now, my friend. Got some fans in the audience. This is not just the PEL that you came to compete in. This is the 32, or at least in this case, 16 of the 32 best teams in the world. How did you sort of approach this competition preparation, or as well as how did you approach these games in particular?
Well, we did a lot of research on teams, which is normal, but we also need to take it a lot more slower in these games. In Europe, we're used to just playing in a rhythm, and we know where people go and we know what they do, so we normally just go from like step 1, step 2 to step 3, and here we just don't know what everyone's going to do in every circle. So it's definitely a lot more thorough, a lot more details, so that's been working out for us today.
I mean, you guys performed very, very well. It was scrappy, a lot of different moments for you. And I think you have the most points, obviously, in this group, but also overall from Group 1.
Yeah.
And this note, though, in international events and for European teams, is consistently eyes are on FaZe and Liquid especially. What's it like kind of performing better than them on the opening stage of PGC?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I mean, it's our first international event as TSM, so we didn't really know what to expect. We thought maybe we wouldn't be like up there to start with, but I mean, our team plays really good right now, so we know we can still win.
Now, speaking of Liquid, though, you did actually have a very nice scrappy fight against them in Sanhok up on the northern side.
Yeah.
That fight kind of lasted a while, though. How did you approach that engagement around the sort of ridgy lake area of the map?
We kind of knew what they were going to do, and we had like so much control, and we've played like so many fights there in PEL as well, so we've got experience of losing those fights there. So we just knew how to like play that and just eventually push themselves and just keep pressuring them, and then that allowed us to win the game. We just had such a good hill to shoot everyone, so.
All right, well, yeah, it was a great performance by you and the rest of the team. That's going to be it for us right now. I'm going to throw it back up to the analysts as they close up the rest of the day.
Yes! For once, Brits are actually good at a video game. It's rare. we normally get relegated to desks, and even there we're semi-competent. It's crazy.
I like how you're roasting yourself. Although there is 2 Brits there, so I think that's the absolute maximum for PNC. We saw when you have 4 Brits, that doesn't work together. But here, Michael and Roy, Ara and Gustav, of course, they played amazing today.
So that is our 16 teams that have now qualified through to the semi-finals. But this is the 16 teams that are going to elimination. Tomorrow is when we're going to have those 16 teams battle. It will be the same format as in the same maps in order of those 6 games. However, points will carry on through from day number 1 and day number 2 as they then go head-to-head to find out who the last 8 teams are going to be. Avenger.
And it's going to be all the way down from the bottom. Liquid on 13 points, G2 on 14, and all the way up to the top. VC with 30, Infantry 27, Rumblers 27. So basically have a pretty good head start to say, but it's a really even feel in terms of everything is possible.
I thought you were going to name every single team.
Thank God he didn't.
We have seen a lot of teams dropping at other spots in the normal spot because they are getting contested by other teams. I think tomorrow we'll see some contesting going on.
We will.
And people will return to the normal spot because it didn't work out when they chose something else.
The reality is it's a very stacked group, almost as stacked as some of the other stuff we saw recently. Liquid is back, Liquid is grinding, and you know, Sims asked earlier, will they be contested? Red Cannon spent the whole day in the same drops yesterday, so we're going to see it. I would expect them to be challenged, especially after the performance in the non-drops today.
And they're only going to have 3 scrims, 1 on each map, so they need to go in there straight up and show what they want to do. Like, they have to come in strong in the scrims already, and then we can see how well they're going to be able to perform when we get to the actual games.
Talking about Liquid and Red Cannons, though, there's 2 sides to the coin. Red Cannons, they got 21 points right now. Liquid, they got 13 points. But we will be playing 3 games on Erangel. And Liquid, they have been contested before in Pochinki. Red Cannons, not that much.
Red Cannons, I think, is a little less experienced, too. Like, Genesis got Pochinki because they found Center Compound. They really sort of trained it. Lazarus and Genesis, for the entire, like, month and a half after MPL, when they weren't scrimming, they did custom lobbies with the 2 teams, and they took turns hot dropping each other and trying to simulate like what would happen. And you could see that in the first 2 groups of sort of training for that. I don't think the Cannons have done the same thing, and that maybe gives Liquid an advantage tomorrow.
Regardless, a great day for today. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are done. As tomorrow we come back and we find out which of our teams are going. They are going home and no longer participating here in PGC to move on to the semi-finals next weekend. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, as we figure out who is moving on in PGC.
great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Like a hurricane, nothing in my way will make me be afraid. And I can feel it in my bones, yeah, I can feel it in my soul, yeah, I can feel it, no letting go. And I can feel it, it's getting close. I said, I can't stand by anymore, looking in from the outside. I know I can hold the phone, they can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on, and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Yeah. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I can't stand by anymore, looking in from the outside. I know I can hold the phone, they can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on, and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Like a tidal wave, like a hurricane, nothing in my way will make me be afraid. And I can feel it push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the border, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the border, screaming till I lose my voice. Like a tidal wave, like a hurricane, nothing in my way will make me be afraid. And I can feel it in my bones, yeah, I can feel it in my soul, yeah, I can feel it, no letting go. And I can feel it, it's getting close. I said, I can't stand by anymore, looking in from the outside. I know I can hold the phone, they can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on, and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Yeah. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I can't stand by anymore, looking in from the outside. I know I can hold the phone, they can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on, and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above.
Moving over to highlight 4, we have TSM, and suffice to say, Froz, TSM absolutely blasted yesterday.
Yes, they did indeed. And they were rocking it out with SMGs during this fight here. This was early on in the game, taking out Detonator in the 5-minute mark. That's super early. But that also shows the aggression from some of the teams and how they recognize that they need to get all the kill points as soon as possible.
And this exact moment, I talked to Gustav yesterday. When he saw the first circle pop, he said, let's go, guys. I don't care what guns you have. We need to get in this position because some of these teams are going to come in here with the boat and we need to gatekeep them.
Also, Michael tweeted out some of the great M24 shots that he had in that game. They went on to win that game. Let's look at moment number 3. OGN enters Force. Once again, they had a pretty decent day for themselves as the OGN enters teams have been able to thrive.
Yeah, I mean, Force came out strong, and we're watching them sort of take it to Genesis. I think Genesis learned some very big lessons in these first 3 games from teams like Force that they were able to sort of utilize towards the back end of the day. But Force was teaching a master's class in team fight, I think, and really showed why they were the favorites, even though their brothers and Ace sort of did a little better.
Lazarus versus
Oh my goodness.
in the road rage here, both going up towards the Maple Leaf tree, and I mean, Lazarus, they won this fight, but they didn't play well as well. They didn't really lose anyone during this fight, but they got third-partied afterwards as well, though.
There was a firefight. This is like the purity of a firefight, Avenger. 4-on-4. Big shout out to Luke pulling up early at a disadvantaged position and saying, I've got to get the first bullet down range, and it worked for them.
And number one coming up from yesterday, AHQ managing to seal the deal in some of the final moments here, going up against Atletico, Avenger.
Yeah, it's a big push for Jan Lee. He really opened up this fight, taking down two of the players, pushing Juxi here, making sure they got him down, and another knock afterwards secured them the win here and really pushed them through.
This was the last fight, and Jan Lee was still using iron sights on his M4, as you can see. That's kind of amazing, but it also shows how little they actually looted before they got into this fight. But they did prevail with the little utility they had, and they won the game.
Nothing makes up for the lack of a red dot, like 3 or 4 extra grenades, right? And that's what they did. They found position, locked in utility, and they played that very well.
Indeed, they did. Let's get into game day 3 here, though, of course, for PGC, as we have elimination. Our matches, we have 6 matches to come here, and these are the 16 teams that will be entering today, but only 8 will remain after this. It's very important to note that 8 of these teams will be done in the World Championship here for the PGC today.
2 members of the PEL's Big 5 in the bottom 2. Atletico, second place at the GLL Classic in the bottom here. Teams like Infantry, Envy catching us very off guard. It's going to be a very smash mouth game style today.
And remember that the points did carry on from the group stage, and currently VC Gaming is on the top, Liquid is in the bottom. There's 17 points behind them between them right now. That's literally a full game with a win.
Exactly. Look at this for me, honestly. This could be an international 16-team event. Yeah. This is literally super stacked. It's amazing teams, and it's going to be so hard for the half of these teams to actually make it through. I'm extremely excited, guys. To be honest, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, there's some regions in here like South America and Japan that all of their hopes for the entire event are in this elimination round. So I think that their fans are really going to be rooting, and there's a lot of pressure on those teams to make sure that at the very least one of them gets through to represent them in the next stage.
Yeah, we just saw Atletico there as Envy as well, getting warmed up and good to go. For a team like Atletico, coming off the back of their last international performance of a second place, arguably they believed that they should be able to win that. Now finding themselves in elimination, got to step it up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they lost Luke 12, and they said it didn't affect them, but the reality is I felt like he was the guidance chip inside of the missile that was trying to destroy GLL. Like, he was a big voice in what to do, how to do it, and make those moves. They're lacking that, and you can feel it in the way that they've been playing.
It shouldn't affect them that much, though. At the same time, they did get Juxi instead. Juxi's not a bad player either.
All right, here is the starting point for today. All of those points, as these gentlemen previously mentioned, have carried over from their group performances now into today. We don't want to discredit their performances from the games, and this is the perfect way to reward them to start off at the beginning. Think of it as that placement lap at the beginning of a Formula 1 race here to get them going. At the moment, VC Gaming sits at the top. Team Liquid and G2 do sit at the bottom. It's an uncommon characteristic for us, PEL boys, admittedly, to see them that far down. They're going to have to make up a lot of room, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, it's close though. 21 points to the cutoff line, but all these teams are so close. I'm thinking it'll be something along the rounds 55, 60 points to make it into the top 8. But then again, if you start off strong, get the snowball effects going, you're going to be looking very good.
Or if we see teams on the top sponging up points like we did yesterday, that could cause some problems. The reality is for these 16 teams, they are playing in a best of 12. They played their first 6. They don't have a lot of excuses. They got to come here and they got to play their best. But like you said, the gap is not as big as it could be. And some of those teams on the bottom, one big one, and they're right back in this.
There's a huge opportunity for shake-up. As you're mentioning here, Froz, as you say, just one game could quite easily propel someone to the very top here. And we've already mentioned it, the caliber of the teams, anybody has a great opportunity of making that top 8.
Definitely, and most of the teams that is playing here today, they got most kill points, not as many placement points, because, I mean, they did get out early. Now, on the other hand, Rascal Justice is one of the teams who got a lot of placement points, but very little kill points. Only 8 kills, but they consistently get themselves into really good positions. Really, really, really good rotations.
How good?
Really good.
I
mean, I want to see them utilize that. When they get into those positions, start spreading out, take control over the area, and start killing people.
I mean, if Rastal Jesters is the yin, then Envy is the yang. They're the opposite, right? They struggled for placement, 2 placement points the whole time, but a ton of kills. I think 23 of them or something ridiculous. So they're the opposite side. And this really outlines to me the different styles of plays and strategies that are going to really make this elimination round very difficult.
Popping off already. VC Gaming looking to come in currently in first seed for this group as a whole and representing. I like their jackets. I want one of those. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can't miss them. When they walk through the room, you're like, oh, there's VC.
Yeah, for sure.
VC Gaming were on the cusp. I mean, it's going to be an easy way for him to get into the semis in my books here. They're sitting on the top currently with 30 points so far here in this group. And we said, what? The cusp is going to be around 55, 60 points?
They look,
2 games, they're probably set.
They looked extremely strong. 30 points is not, like, they were close. With this advantage here going in and how, like, the firepower that these guys have, easy.
To my surprise as well, a little bit, because when they came to the tournament, they were the team that actually qualified first year for PGC. So they have had a huge waft of time to be able to soak in all of the information from all of the other regions here, and it does look like they haven't squandered it, even though they're in elimination. They're at the top.
I mean, I'm going to take the position with these guys that I think that they had a blaster of a first match when it came to their game day. I'm worried because as the day went on, they sort of fell off, and honestly, they're not one of my picks to advance here today. I think that they need to have a big first game and sort of really pick up their performance. If you look at their placements and their kill count sort of combined, it a lot thrived on that first game or so, and they need more than that.
I'm going to go with a hashtag Frostbowl prediction there. That was interesting.
I'm not sure what that means, but it's bold. I don't know. I don't know. I'm worried about them.
Let's move on. We got Infantry coming up next as well here, and currently they sit with 27 points, tied up with the Rumblers at the very top there. So, yeah, a lot of people thought that they might be able to have some big, powerful performances for us. They didn't quite live up to that, but they still have a good potential here.
At the same time, Erangel is their best map, and we're going to play 3 Erangel games here to start with. So if they get that good start, it's not going to be any problem anyway, because Sanhok, Miramar, sure, not as strong, but it doesn't matter if you have 3 good starting maps.
And also remember, they're not going to have Na'Vi contesting half of their drop spots, so they're going to be looking at a lot more space, a lot more car spawn, so I think that these guys are looking very good coming into the
I like that stuff. That's the kind of stuff I want to hear here, because obviously from lobby to lobby, that kind of shakeup is very important.
It is. It's going to give them a little more freedom, but on the other hand, Envy was sort of following them as we saw the first day and, you know, giving this constant threat of backstab throughout their games, and Envy's right back in this lobby. So depending on where those circles drop on the first 3 Erangel maps, if Primorsk is in play, then they're going to be chased every step of the way.
Let's add another team into that little pool there, and that's Detonator. They're also going to be on the same spot down on the southwest corner and trying to take a little bit of control, take all the vehicles. So, I mean, we might see some big fights happening really early in the Erangel games.
There are also some very good spots open for nobody has been looting them. So seeing that Enver is very good at flex dropping in the first group, I think they will be flex dropping in some of the open spots as well. Infantry, remember, Tempo did hot drop in the last game on Miramar. They're not going to be contested by Tempo either. So they are looking very good, in my opinion, here, Infantry. One of the top teams to go to the semifinals, in my opinion.
Three big spots that is open right now. Milta Power, Yes Naya, South Georgia Pole. 3 very, very wanted drop spots.
Powerful locations.
Yeah, but no one is dropping there so far.
Yes.
We might see someone drop there today.
Let's talk about Sun Sister here for a moment from the PJS. These guys, I actually didn't really have many expectations for them coming in. However, they slightly surpassed my expectations yesterday. 26 points right now from Group B. They've finished in technically with the amount of teams from Group B here. There's only 3 teams in the top 8 from Group B. They're the second one so far.
They're a team that I was hot and cold on. I thought maybe, you know, when they play in their home leagues, they sometimes show these spurts of really quality aggression that I think is good for them and shows some real skill. And I didn't know if we'd see it at this level, but that push against TSM we saw at the end of yesterday, where they just took the fight. They basically got spotted, and you could basically, Crazy Sam went, they're going to start throwing grenades at us. And you have a choice. You back off or you get under the grenades. And they did that. They pushed and they made the play.
Very strong opportunists in that moment.
Also, Condes, we saw some amazing shots from him. He took some of the guys out that were sailing
on the boat.
On the boat. His long-range fights are on point, so I'm looking forward to follow that throughout the day as well.
Definitely so. Froz, your thoughts?
I think that their fragging power is better than their rotations.
Okay.
And they need to rely on that, and then they want to play edge. We've seen them play a lot of edge. So if they can take the right fights, determine, is this the right one or should we back off from this one? That's how they're going to win today.
I'm good with that. Thank you. Atletico going to be another team we're going to be keeping an eye on here because, again, you know, it bears repeating at the beginning of the segment. I said, guys, last time they were at an international event, it was a second place. They could have even won that against a huge swath of the big, strong regions in the world.
I mean, I asked their shot caller, Zoidmate, what is the key to victory for you here? And he said, we can't repeat the hot, cold start that we had at the regional qualifiers.
Right.
Unfortunately for them, there's been a lot less heat than there has been chill at the start of this so far. So we need them to turn up those burners and really kick it in because this is a team that I expected to easily kind of push through in the 8, and now I'm really worried about it.
I mean, guys, they're from Australia. They should be able to deal with the heat, no? What is this?
Well, the heat is only going to be on Miramar, though, right?
Yeah, true.
So, starting off from Erangel, they weren't too strong on that map. But they do have Sanhok for himself, hopefully, today.
Which in the last group, they had a lot of people around them. The liquid spread. They had 4 angry men right below them. They are isolated this time.
They still have QM kind of close to them, so we'll see how that's going to go out. If they're going to bully each other or if there's going to be a hard line between them, they're going to already split off from the start. As you said, Frost, Naya is open, so if QM decides to go in that direction, it's going to be looking very good for Atletico.
Yeah, but at the same time, Sanhok is such a central point on the map that it's so easy. If you get the vehicles, you can easily start rotating very early and get yourself into a good position no matter where the circle goes.
I mean, I think Atletico right now leads to light some incense and hope that one of these first 2 circles is on that northwest part of the island or the landmass because they have nothing standing between them and quick positioning and probably some good kickoffs. So that would be a great way for them to start this tournament.
A circle ritual, is that how that works? That's just the norm, I guess. Nice.
I mean, you do what you got to do to win, right?
I guess so, yeah. Detonator going to be another one of our teams here coming in from South Korea. They haven't had the easiest of roads whatsoever. But someone like Aqua5 has stood out in the past. You can think about something like PNC, for example. When we saw him playing for South Korea, I was happy to see him there. What are your thoughts about Detonator coming in? Hopeful, not so hopeful? What are your thoughts?
I'm hopeful. I also saw Hikari tweet today. He's very proud, of course, to be here.
Yeah,
and he's looking to, of course, perform. They know that the last team from PKL, they want to make sure that 6 out of 6 of the PKL teams go through to the semi-finals today, of course.
I want to see Wicked actually explode today.
Yes.
We didn't see that happen, but today should be the time. It needs to be the time for him to explode.
I think that's absolutely right. They're going to be sharing their drop point potentially if it's an early plane out of that sort of southwest with Envy. I think maybe it's time, and you know, as much as I like to see Envy do well, for Detonator to just throw down and say, let's explode out with 4 points right away and take some fights.
I actually doubt that. I think Envy they are flex trapping so well.
Yes.
I think they will go off them. I think Detonator will keep their spot in the Primorsk area, maybe even expand a little bit on the west coast. Because Crowcard doesn't go that far west, they stay in the Gatka area, so I think Detonator will be very isolated down there in the southwest. Infantry will be the closest in the Fairpie area.
I mean, Envy probably did their homework and they know that South Georgia is open as well, so they could basically just take the cars on the west road and just drive up north.
Or even Milta Power. Like, I expect them to go in that area.
Jeez, guys, light the fuse. Cool guys don't look at explosions. All of these.
That was pretty good.
All you guys are just all over the place with these ones. You love them. But anyway, and that is Detonator, of course. We're going to be moving on in a few moments' time to one of our last teams that we're going to be looking at. And that will be one of the teams that is on a lot of people's lips right now. And it is Team Liquid. Suffice to say, gentlemen, here, when it comes to a team that was looking to compete to become PGC World Champion, right now, it does not look great for them. The Blats yesterday was not a good start.
You can have a really bad first day.
Yes.
But when we have a double and it's just like this, there's no excuse. I talked a bit to the guys. I'm expecting these guys to go through no matter what, honestly.
Right.
2 bad days in a row is not going to happen for them. No chance.
One of the big issues they had yesterday was that they were contested on every map where they wanted to drop. And they were forced out. They did not drop where they normally go. Now, today, it's another story, though. They got red cannons in Pochinki, but I think they're still going to drop there because they saw what happened yesterday when they didn't go there. Same thing with Miramar. No one's in Picado. Let's go there. Let's take that all for ourselves.
I mean, the reality is, look at Samty's numbers right now. 0.3 average kill, 140 average damage. They struggled. They got 2 points per game. For Liquid, they were playing dry, and it is not going to happen. If they don't pick it up in the first 2 games, look for Liquid to evaporate and be knocked out of this competition.
They're here for the extra day. They wanted more scrims. That's why I got
That's We'll see.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We have summed it up nicely for you. It is time, as we have 6 games coming your way. 8 will advance on, and 8 will be eliminated.
Every team can have one bad day at this event, and every one of these teams here today is hoping that day has already passed. We're going to be sending 8 teams on to next week and 8 teams home. My name is Matcham, joined by my boy over here, Paperthin, and we're going to be taking you through the first 2 games, and it has got a lot going into it.
It's a double elimination, so we're into the first round of eliminations. 8 teams go home today, and starting with the Face It Global Summit, coming to the GLL and the MET, then the PNC, all leads up to this, to today. This is a big moment.
This is a full year of these guys playing competitively. So much hopes and dreams ride on this moment right now. This is their last chance. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of these guys making every single play that they can potentially get 1, 2 points here and there. There's a lot of fan favorites in this group worldwide that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
I mean, there's 2 regions that are facing elimination today, potentially, Japan and Latin America. Are they going to show up? Are they going to come through? I think right now we saw some sparks from both of these regions, but we haven't seen the fire yet, Matcham.
Well, we're about to start seeing the fire. The plane is up and in the air. We've got our first game set and ready to go. It's going to be a little bit spicy. Plane path up towards the north, flying right over George Boy. Analyst Desk was talking about the fact that this is an open area. A couple of teams might opt into dropping very early, and it's going to end over mill to power. So Southern-based team's going to have a little bit of trouble right out the get-go. It's going to be GEX.
All right, how spicy is it going to get over Georgia Pole? We're seeing a few teams popping out their infantry as well. Crow Crowd seeing, but it looks like they're heading a little bit more north. So it looks like GEX is going to be controlling most of Southern Georgia right now.
We do have Sun Sisters making the push up towards the north. They've got infantry along with them. A couple teams already dropping out. It's going to be QM. Team Liquid looks like they're making that push back down towards Pachinki. They want their home back. A lot of these teams also jumping out. We've got Detonator, Rascal Jester as well, and it looks like the last couple of teams are going to be Envy dropping out right at the tail end of this, as well as Armored Gaming running a 2-2 split potentially.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams are very happy that today they are able to go more towards their comfort zones than they were previously. I mean, of course.
What are you doing? You're right in the middle of all of the rumblers. I know you like to get mixed up and get into all these other teams, but you're still in a parachute right now, buddy. He is just chasing after them, and he's the only person on his team. The rest of his team has all gone down towards the south.
Well, this is really fascinating. He could just be looking for a vehicle here, Matcham, and then he might just piece out of the situation. But this is what really hurt Armory Gaming on their first day in the group stage was Duckmans was not able to get it done.
Stolper's Circle to start it, Paper. Let's go. All right, so you can see Detonator's happy over in Yasnaya, but a lot of these teams back down towards the south, taking a couple of pot shots already as it looks like that farm area is very contested.
Well, I tell you what, Detonator's got to be real happy that nobody was thinking about going Yaz. They really don't go here ever, but it was open today, as the analyst desk mentioned. Detonator are going to be the ones that are going to take advantage of it.
Rumblers coming in, the last pick inside of this event, but actually coming out pretty decent points to start the day so far. Remember, from the first 2 days, your points do carry over, so that gives you that little bit of a comfort zone. If you did pretty well in the previous days, now you come in with a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, there's only 17 points separating the very top of this group from the bottom, as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. So one good game, one 7-kill win, and you're right back in it.
So we do have, looks like Duckman did manage to meet up with the rest of his team. We're going to start a little bit of a trek early, but that's going to be VC Gaming. It's already positioned around this location. You can see DJ Boy already down inside of prison doing a little bit of looting. VC has a split that's running from Shelter a little bit further north from that as well. And look, Team Liquid's got to be pretty happy. They have themselves a nice, comfortable home. This is their preferred looting position and not contested this time.
I think it's pretty interesting that we're seeing Team Liquid here today. Of course, no one expected that. I got to be honest with you, Detonator was probably a little sad going into this because Pachinki has been theirs in the PKL when they're not going up against Entis Force. But you know what? With the way the circle worked out, they got Yaz for free and things are all right there.
So it's kind of interesting that Pachinki not in the circle. That's one of the reasons why it is so contested very regularly. But we have a far northeastern circle coming into play inside of this. So that Yasnaya area, Stalber could be a big factor. Early rotations also could be quite big in this, as you're seeing a lot of these teams still moving around. Army Gaming, I don't think has had a chance to really get much other than vehicles. And they can't find anywhere to stop at.
Yeah, right now there's nothing available. There's VC who's spread out all over the place. Rumblers as well in the Povka and the Mansion area. So Armory Gaming might have to head quite far north to find a suitable loot location.
Well, luckily with this circle, that's not going to be too bad. But the problem is whenever you go north, whenever you're around Stalber, Kameshki, that's not necessarily the loot nodes you want. You want to try to loot up as quick as possible. Now they're really on damage control. A couple of these teams are trying to figure out, okay, what do we do next? Early rotations could be a big factor for Stallber, as it is very difficult to kind of rotate into depending on the pathing that you take. So a lot of these teams are already trying to buy in for low ground positions, get a little bit of control in that spot, but actually, that's going to be Infantry Gaming losing a member already.
That's big. A great start for Juxi and Athletico. Not the start that Infantry Gaming wanted. In transition there, losing a member. Athletico is making their way past all of this. Happy to pick up the 1 kill and continue on.
I don't know what is going on with Infantry. They came in, a lot of people were expecting a lot out of them. I was one of them whenever I was watching some of the scrims. I know I never like to talk about scrims because who cares really what happens in scrim performance, but they were much more aggressive. And somehow they've just gone from being infantry to being just very iffy in their play.
The top fragging team from China coming into this event. They were averaging something like 5 kills a match.
Rascal Jester getting a couple of shots coming at him. Mushi gets dropped right off of that, and he's going to go ahead and be taken down. So Mushi Moreau is out.
Not the start Rascal Jester is looking for. They were living by placement points, and they need members up to get into there. We want to see them start fragging a little bit more. The opposite end of them, Sun Sister, they are up rotating around the north side of Stallber. They were the opposite. They were able to get a lot of their points on kills.
Heavens, looks like it might be a little bit contested as Envy's coming right up into the gunshots. That's going to be Pat just dropped out, and look at that. That's the DP coming in strong. That is a ton of bullets, but even if he reloads, he's not even going to be able to max out.
Only 41 bullets left, but